Introduction. Armed with the Demon Hunter system, Clay Mandler enters this Game of Thrones as the heir of White Harbor. With persuasive words, he entices, "Drink this thunder elixir, and you shall be invincible on the battlefield. Don this master-raid armor, and you shall fear no blade. Take this alchemical bomb, and you shall bring destruction and death to your foes." Do you desire all of this? Then indulge in this herbal concoction. From that moment forth, a formidable army emerged on the continent of Westeros, endowed with immense strength, finely crafted equipment, explosives leading the charge, and spells at their disposal. A force of 100 knights obliterating 1,000, unrivaled in their supremacy. No one knows their name. They only remember the wolf head emblem emblazoned upon their chests. A tale woven with elements of demon hunting within the realm of the Game of Thrones, hoping to capture the audience's admiration. Chapter 1. White Harbor. Year 298 of the Conquest. White Harbor. On a bright summer morning, the largest city north of Neck welcomed yet another glorious day. The White Knife River flowed into the sea here, with numerous fishing vessels departing the harbor to commence their daily toil. The ruling Mandler family resided in the newly constructed castle atop the city's hills, and today marked a significant occasion for the entire Mandler lineage. Clay Mandler, the third-generation heir of the family, concluded his 2-year journey through the trading city-states and returned to his ancestral home. Clay's father, the current Earl of White Harbor, Wyman Mandler, was merely the second son, and according to the law of succession, Clay was not destined to inherit the title. However, 6 months ago, the wife of Clay's uncle suffered an unexpected miscarriage, leading Maester Cormac to declare her incapable of bearing children. The aging Earl Wyman promptly dispatched a messenger to urgently summon Clay back from the trading city-states. Except for the Earl and his 2 sons, all members of the Mandler family gathered at the harbor to welcome the young man who was to be recognized as the heir. Unbeknownst to all, the family scion who descended the gangway was now inhabited by the soul of an individual from another realm. This soul had been lamenting a certain next-generation update of a demon-hunting game before being abruptly transported to this world of ice and fire, so familiar to him. Upon receiving the memories, Clay discovered he had become a member of the Mandler family, a figure who had never existed in this world before. Shortly after his arrival in the trading city-state, he received an urgent summons to return, delivered personally by the family elder, Sir Malon Mandler. White Harbor remains unchanged, reeking of fish, Clay commented as his feet touched the soil of Westeros, inhaling the unyielding stench of the sea. "Ah, it seems you have grown accustomed to the scent of perfumes from Pintos," Sir Malon retorted lightly, a hint of discontent evident in his words, for he held a strong sense of family and felt somewhat displeased with the young master who had been absent for 2 years. At the docks of the inner harbor, the city guard's fully armed sentinels stood in formation. The mermaid flag fluttered high, and amidst the 2 rows of guards gathered a throng of people. "Come now, meet your 2 sisters," Sir Malon urged as he guided Clay toward the crowd. Valefield and Vera, 2 female members of the Manderley family, adorned in deep green gowns, led the remaining members in welcoming the arrival of Clay. "Oh, 7 gods! Sister, look, he has grown so much in these 2 years," exclaimed 15-year-old Vera, excitedly grasping her sister's hand. Clay, slightly older than Vera, had just celebrated his 16th name day aboard the ship. He approached the assembly, and under the stern gaze of Sir Marlin, the Valefield sisters and the other distant relatives solemnly bowed to Clay in reverence. Though still youthful, Clay's status as heir elevated him far above all present. Since the tumultuous civil war of House Targaryen, the establishment of heirs, particularly male heirs, had become a paramount concern for the nobility of Westeros. Once the formalities were concluded, the composed elder sister, Valefield, took Clay's hand with a warm smile, saying, "Clay, grandfather awaits you at Newcastle. Let us proceed." Clay nodded, eager to meet his grandfather, for it was only with the approval of Lord Wyman that his status as heir could be solidified. Mounting their horses, Clay and his entourage traversed Fish King Square, ascending the castle steps, where a majestic white stone fortress emerged from his memories, reappearing vividly before him. This colossal stronghold, one of the 3 greatest in the north, was the ancestral home of House Manderley, distinguished from the old castle at the mountain's base by its name, Newcastle. Under the guidance of the sisters, Clay entered the grand hall of the Manderley family, the very core of power in White Harbor, also known as the Hall of Mermaids. Although he had visited this place many times in memory, he was once again struck by the family's substantial wealth. Within this palace-like hall, the ceilings and floors were skillfully crafted from thick wooden planks, each piece a testament to the artisans of White Harbor, intricately carved with an array of exquisite marine life. At the focal point of the hall, upon a grand dais, stood the immense, opulent throne, symbolizing the absolute authority of House Manderley. In his mind, Clay compared the hall's design, finding it far more luxurious than the Stark family's hall in Winterfell. While it still paled in comparison to the Iron Throne Room in the Red Keep, it was undoubtedly unique given his status as an earl. Seated upon the throne was a tall, robust elder, silver hair glistening in the candlelight. Clay recognized him instantly as his grandfather, Lord Wyman Manderley, the Earl of White Harbor. Valefield, pulling her pouting sister aside, left Clay standing alone in the center of the Hall of Mermaids, gazing across at the stern-faced elder on the throne. Taking a deep breath, Clay stepped forward and bowed, placing his hand upon his chest. "Grandfather, I have returned." With his head bowed, the two remained in silence, locked in a tense standoff for what felt like an eternity. "Angry seas and raging tides," Lord Wyman suddenly bellowed. Somewhat taken aback, Clay quickly realized this was the family motto. He immediately raised his head and met the old man's gaze, responding with equal fervor. "Raging seas and tumultuous waves." The Earl of Wyman, his ruddy complexion breaking into a smile, burst into hearty laughter. "Ah, it is good to have you back." The old man, robust in stature, sprang from his throne and strode over to Clay, circling him with keen scrutiny, his words tumbling out at a rapid pace. "Indeed, this head is my grandson. Even the hair on your lips has begun to grow. TSK. I couldn't tell before you were as unattractive as your father in your youth, but now you are quite handsome. Excellent. You've returned rest for the night, and tomorrow I shall take you to Lord Ed for a marriage contract." Clay listened with a resigned expression as Vera in the hall erupted into laughter. While Wilfried maintained her composure, the corners of her mouth betrayed her inner delight. The Earl continued his ramblings, but upon noticing the two granddaughters, he realized he had spoken too much. He shot them a sharp glance and muttered, "Next month, I shall see you both wed." Perhaps his tone was a tad too loud, as both unmarried ladies promptly fell silent, retreating into the corner like ostriches. "All right, Clay, you may go now. Crossing the narrow sea is no trivial endeavor. Your room has been kept tidy for you these past 2 years. We shall talk over dinner, just as your father and uncle are returning." Clay nodded in agreement to his grandfather's words. The quick-witted Wilfried quickly took her rather simple-minded sister by the hand and led Clay away from the Mermaid Palace, eager to avoid another round of their grandfather's admonishments. Lying upon the bed, unchanged from his memories, Clay pondered. The Earl had indeed spoken a truth. He had matters to attend to in Winterfell. Chapter 2. The Demon Hunter System. Perhaps his previous grievances had resonated with some unseen force, for he did not arrive in the world of ice and fire empty-handed. With a mere thought, a dark blue panel unfurled across his retina. Demon Hunter System Level 1. Potions expand to view. Bombs expand to view. Equipment expand to view. Mana pool, 70. Unlocked sigils, none. Items expand to view. After some exploration, he had begun to grasp the purpose of this system. This Level 1 system, with its bombs and equipment sections devoid of recipes or blueprints, contained only a potion recipe for the transformation of a demon hunter. The recipe was as follows. Tail dragon spine, marrow, reusable. Wyvern's venomous glands. The tongue of an albino vampire hag, an adult swamp leech. Sentinel tree bark of the cassava plant. Ghost grass of the long-leaf plantain. Mandrake root and copper leaf. The system had provided Clay with a reasonable substitute in this world. Upon seeing the recipe, he promptly spent all the gold dragons he had brought from White Harbor to purchase a dragonbone bow from a collector in Pantos. This is the most elusive of treasures. Were it not for his status as the scion of White Harbor, securing a dragon bone amidst a century-long disappearance from Long City would likely necessitate a clandestine infiltration akin to a master thief's art. As of now, he has procured all the other ingredients. The only one remaining is the bark of the sentinel tree, which, in theory, can only be found in the wolfwood of the northwest region of the north. Merely gathering the materials is not sufficient in the realm of the Witchers. Undergoing mutation requires the assistance of a mage. Attempting to mutate without the stabilizing force of magic is nothing short of courting death. In this world, Clay has traversed every trade city, yet he has been unable to elevate his initial 70 points of magical energy storage. He has also visited the Red Temple, but alas, it is predominantly populated by charlatans who can do little more than breathe fire. He is acutely aware that when the stars weep and the glass candles of the Academy ignite once more, the world's magical energies will awaken. However, he cannot afford to wait that long. On this northern expedition, the largest fishbone tree in the Stark family sacred wood is another objective of his journey. According to the system's annotations, only a magical energy pool reaching 100 can guarantee a success rate exceeding 80%. Moreover, a higher magical storage capacity would progressively enhance the likelihood of successfully evading negative effects during the mutation process. Clay neither desires his younger brother to be ineffectual nor wishes to suffer from paralysis. He pondered for a considerable time in the original history. The ill-fated reigning king would soon succumb to poisoning, followed by the southern advance of the Starks, leading to a brutal war upon Robert's demise. Thus, in the impending chaos, possessing formidable personal strength is undoubtedly the foremost means of survival. Let's not forget, he is merely the grandson of Count. The tragic fates of the children of the North's lord, Duke Eddard, illustrate that titles are ultimately illusory and unreliable. Furthermore, with White Harbor as a stronghold and the largest wealth of the North at his disposal, who dictates that the trial of green grass must serve solely his interests. Once the formula and magical energy issues are resolved, one can trust that, given time, Clay could assemble a formidable army of witchers for the Seven Kingdoms. Unbeknownst to him, afternoon had quietly arrived. A series of firm knocks interrupted Clay's reverie. Rising from his bed and taking a seat, he finally spoke. "Come in." The door swung open, revealing a head of hair dyed a light green, peering in with two prominent canines, giggling as she said, "Clay, it's time for dinner. Sister sent me to escort you to the hall." "I'm not unfamiliar with the path," he replied with a chuckle, standing up, stretching his back, and following his sister through the opulently adorned corridor. Before long, they arrived at the hall, where Clay noticed the servants had already laid a long table in the center, with the kitchen bustling in preparation for the meal. Having arrived early, Clay and his sister found that the other family members had yet to arrive. Only the old butler was present, directing the servants as they scurried about. Upon seeing the young master, the butler approached with a warm smile. "Young Master Clay, you and Miss Vera have arrived quite early. However, the banquet has yet to commence. Perhaps you would like to take a stroll in the garden?" As Clay observed that the banquet had yet to commence, he discerned that his cousin, whom he had not seen for 2 years, had something to discuss with him. Without explicitly acknowledging it, he nodded and followed Vera into the garden. Leaning against the railing that overlooked the entire White Harbor, a gentle sea breeze greeted him, and the distant twinkling lights of the city appeared particularly enchanting. Clay regarded the somewhat hesitant Vera, gently ruffling her hair and inquiring with a warm smile, "What is it that you wish to share with me?" "Vera, did you notice, Clay?" Vera responded, biting her lip in hesitation before finally articulating. "During dinner, Grandfather may request that you visit Winterfell. Would you take me along?" As she spoke, Vera's pale lavender eyes brimmed with hope. "What would you accompany me to Winterfell for?" Clay asked, somewhat perplexed. "To explore, of course. You know Grandfather's temperament. He believes that we noble ladies should remain within the castle until we are wed," Vera asserted with conviction. In that moment, Clay perceived Vera as a bird ensnared in a cage, desperately fluttering its wings in an attempt to break free. Just as he was about to acquiesce, the voice of the old steward interrupted them. "Young master, miss, dinner is ready, and his lordship the Count requests your presence." Returning to the hall, they found that, thanks to the diligent efforts of the Mandler family servants, a visually appealing dinner had been laid out. The servants lit the candles, casting an aura of grandeur and mystery throughout the mermaid hall. Count Waymond sat at the center, flanked by 2 burly men with shining bald heads. To the right was his eldest son, Willis Mandrell, Clay's uncle, while the man on the left, grinning widely at him, was Clay's father, Wendell Mandrell. "Please take a seat. You two will have ample time to converse after father and son have dined," Count Waymond said, his face aglow with the flickering candlelight and filled with warmth. Clay and the 2 sisters settled together, and once Count Waymond took his first bite of bread, they became engrossed in their meals. "Clay, in the next few days, prepare to take my letter to pay a visit to Lord Eddard in Winterfell," Count Waymond suddenly declared. Clay paused to reflect. Quickly grasping the Count's intention, the old gentleman was extinguishing the flames of ambition in those who coveted White Harbor. As long as he met Eddard Stark, no one would be deemed worthy to inherit the title of Count of White Harbor before him following his uncle's demise. "Very well, grandfather," Clay promptly replied, recognizing that while the old man's motives were rooted in the stability of White Harbor, such an attitude was essential for him to adopt. No sooner had he spoken than his foot was sharply stepped on. He grimaced, casting a glance at Vera, who was signaling him with her eyes. With a wry smile, he turned to Count Wayman and said, "Grandfather, I wish to take Vera with me to Winterfell." Chapter 3. Journey to Winterfell. What business do you have in Winterfell? Count Wyman scratched his chin, adorned with a beard streaked with gray, as he queried his granddaughter with a look of puzzlement. Upon observing the astonishment on the face of Vale, Clay realized that Vera had not divulged her intentions to anyone prior. "Isn't it to meet Lord Eddard? Perhaps I might even befriend his sons. I shall simply make a friend of Miss Sansa," Vera asserted with conviction. In truth, she was not mistaken. Her sister, Vale, had accompanied Count Wyman to Winterfell several times in recent years and had formed a close friendship with the Stark family's young lady, Sansa Stark, often engaging in embroidery together. The speaker may have been oblivious, yet the listener was attentive. It was likely that this notion had been brewing in Vera's mind since the moment she heard of Clay's return. "Enough of this nonsense. Stay put," Vera's father, Willis, bellowed, his bushy beard quivering with indignation. The burly man, resembling a bear, seemed utterly at a loss for how to communicate with his daughter. Clay found amusement in Vera's pouting expression as she tugged at her braid, and he was about to offer her some words of encouragement when he noticed the contemplative look on the old man's face, prompting him to swallow his words. As the head of the household fell silent, all dining ceased within the vast hall of the merfolk, enveloping the space in an uncanny stillness. To everyone's astonishment, Count Wyman, who typically opposed the notion of young girls wandering about, took a moment to ponder and unexpectedly acquiesced. "Very well, Clay. You shall take her and keep a watchful eye on her." Clay was momentarily taken aback. Although surprised, he nodded hastily, eager to avoid further repercussions. He could not discern Count Wyman's intentions. In such an esteemed noble family, the presence of heirs, particularly females, carried significant implications, often signaling potential matrimonial alliances among the great houses. Count Wyman had presided over the household for decades, and his thoughts were a mystery to all. Yet one truth was universally acknowledged. The Vale sisters, having reached their first bloom of maturity, would never wed into a family of lesser standing than the Mandlers. Was the old man intent on allowing Vera to gain visibility before Robb? If so, it seemed his earlier excursions with Vale to Winterfell had been driven by a similar motive. Was he still holding on to that hope? Clay was uncertain, but that was not a matter he could concern himself with at present. 2 days later, by the banks of the White Knife, hold on to this wine for me and deliver it to Sir Roderick, the master-at-arms in Winterfell. Inform him that I am repaying my gambling debt. Wendell Mandler boomed, clapping his hand on his son's back, instructing him about the acquaintances he had in Winterfell. Clay, accompanied by Vera and 10 gleaming armored guards, journeyed northward along the banks of the White Knife. Should their travels proceed smoothly, they would reach Seaguard in a fortnight, thereafter embarking on the King's Road, where they could reach Winterfell in a matter of hours at a swift pace. The river flowed gently, glistening under the morning sun like a silver ribbon, gracing the expansive, verdant plains of the north, which still held considerable allure for travelers in the midst of summer. Behind Clay, upon her snow-white steed, Vera was exuberantly exclaiming, entirely devoid of the composure exhibited by her sister Vale. "Steady now, don't fall off your horse," Clay cautioned. "Alas, Cleo, refrain from your incessant chatter akin to that of an old crone." Vera, unperturbed, let her silvery laughter resonate across the desolate riverbank. Cleo smiled and chose to disregard her. His gaze fell upon the family guards, stalwart protectors adorned with the mermaid emblem. These armored cavalry were the pride of House Mandler. Although the majority of soldiers in the north were typically clad in chainmail, this was largely due to the region's limited economic resources, which rendered the acquisition of costly full-plate armor unfeasible. However, the Mandler family, residing in the 5th largest city of Westeros, harbored no such concerns. As Cleo understood, their armory could swiftly equip over 1,500 knights in full armor. When he first learned of this formidable force, he struggled to comprehend why such a vast power remained concealed during the subsequent War of the Five Kings. Count Wyman preferred to see one son captured and imprisoned while the other perished alongside Robb Stark at the Red Wedding. Even when Jon Snow launched a counteroffensive against Winterfell, this force remained dormant. Was he scheming? It was evident that had this cavalry entered the fray, they could have swiftly descended south and pierced King's Landing while Tywin Lannister was momentarily immobilized by Robb. Perhaps the war would have reached its conclusion far sooner, sparing them from the ensuing turmoil. Cleo realized that, like his own family, these ancient noble houses of Westeros concealed far deeper secrets than he had previously imagined. He could not afford to make rash decisions based solely on his impressions. One point Vera made during the banquet rang true. Cleo indeed needed to meet the Stark family on this journey to Winterfell. As the third-generation heir of House Mandler, he inevitably found himself entwined in the affairs of the North. The harshness of the northern climate and the old god's faith endowed the Stark family with an indomitable spirit. However, it was apparent that they lacked sufficient political acumen. Just observe the series of bewilderingly poor decisions made by Eddard and Robb Stark, which squandered the North's advantageous position. An undeniable burden of responsibility lay upon them. Yet, despite their political shortcomings, they were competent leaders. At the very least, Cleo did not wish for the sadistic fiends of the Dreadfort to assume the mantle of guardianship over the North. What was initially not a matter of urgency, coupled with Vera's incessant wandering, prolonged their journey from 15 days to a full 20. As the sun set on the 20th day, they finally beheld the imposing gray-black castle standing proudly on the horizon. From afar, a melodious horn echoed through the air, accompanied by the thunderous gallop of hooves. 3 steeds bore knights clad in chainmail, leading the way beneath the fluttering banner of the dire wolf. The foremost knight, recognizing the mermaid banner of House Mandler, showed no signs of wariness and called out in a booming voice, "Friends from White Harbor, welcome to Winterfell." This inquiry was in essence a request for Cleo and his companions to clarify their intentions, a responsibility borne by the Stark family scouts. He possesses a remarkable ability to discern character. Having immediately recognized the opulently attired Cray and Vela, whom he had been observing, Cray understood that it was time for him to speak. He urged his steed forward, and the guards instinctively parted to grant him passage. "I am Cray Mandler, here to request an audience with Lord Stark, the Warden of the North." Although he could not recall any young man from the Mandler lineage, none in the North would dare to misuse the Mandler name. The knight nodded, urging his horse forward as he stated, "My lord is within the city. Follow me." As they trailed behind the banner of the dire wolf, Winterfell gradually came into view. Just before the last rays of the setting sun faded, Cray and his party passed through the gates of Winterfell. Chapter 4. Dancing with Wolves. Winterfell is, in fact, not a city. In the strictest sense, it serves merely as the military stronghold of House Stark. It spans a few acres, enveloped by 2 massive and formidable walls. Following the guards of House Stark, Clay traversed through the closing east gate, entering the capital of the North. The guards, bearing the sigil of the dire wolf, ignited torches, momentarily dispelling the pervasive darkness that lingered in every breath of air. "Esteemed friends of House Mandler, please wait here for a moment while I report to Ser Roderick. He will arrange suitable accommodations for you." Clay nodded, realizing that it was indeed not an opportune time to visit Duke Stark as dusk had fallen. The guards hurried away, leaving Clay and his companions to await quietly before the keep, with only Vera, mounted upon her horse, surveying the surroundings. Approximately 20 minutes later, a stout elder with a helmet in hand appeared before Clay, draped in a deep crimson cloak and armed with a long sword at his side. He approached with steady steps. "Winterfell welcomes you," he intoned softly, then introduced himself. "I am Roderick, the Master-at-Arms of Winterfell. What brings you here from afar?" Clay dismounted, followed closely by the remaining guards and Vera, who approached Roderick. He regarded the elderly man who had devoted his life to the house of the dire wolf, and smiled. "Greetings. Sir, I am Clay Mandler, and this is my sister, Vera." Roderick had indeed heard of Clay's name when he was newly born. However, due to Clay's discreet nature and his 2-year absence from Westeros, Roderick could not immediately recall who he was. A branch of House Mandler? He furrowed his brow. Having served House Stark for nearly 50 years without encountering a cadet seeking an audience with the Duke of Winterfell. That is unorthodox. Yet, every member of House Stark understood. When winter arrives, lone wolves perish, but pack wolves thrive. There was no justification for the Stark family to reject or dismiss the peculiar young Mandler before them. "You shall meet the Lord tomorrow. For tonight, You will take residence in Winterfell. I will report to the Lord in the morning." Given the late hour, Roderick showed little interest in further conversation, speaking succinctly. Guests are to follow the host's lead. Clay had no objections, as Stark's guards came to tend to their horses and accommodate their attendants. He took Vera's hand, who was somewhat fearful of the dark, and followed closely behind Roderick, whose stature was not imposing. The night swiftly passed, and warm sunlight once again penetrated the ancient fortress. Clay, having risen early, practiced the basic sword techniques of the Wolf School, a skill inherent to level 1 witchers. Clumsily wielding a finely crafted hand-and-a-half sword, he exerted effort, but did not allow a single movement to falter. "Are you practicing your swordplay?" A youthful voice interrupted, halting the blade that Clay had raised. He turned to face the source of the sound. A slender boy in simple attire stood at the entrance of the small courtyard where Clay and his companions were staying. With deep brown hair and a dusty short sword hanging at his waist, the youth observed that Clay had come to a halt and approached him, extending his hand with an air of precocious maturity. "I am John, pleased to meet you," he spoke, his voice tinged with youthful shyness. Curiously, he refrained from divulging his surname. However, Clay had already discerned his identity. "Clay," he introduced himself, also omitting his last name. The boy before him was likely to become the future king in the north, Jon Snow, the embodiment of the dire wolf and dragon bloodline, for whom his surname was a matter of great sensitivity, deeply intertwined with his status as a bastard. "Are you of House Manderley?" Jon inquired hesitantly, his gaze fixed on the merman banner that fluttered in the courtyard. Lacking a proper education in heraldry due to the disdain from Lady Catelyn, Jon was oblivious to the intricate web of familial ties. Upon seeing Clay nod, Jon's eyes dimmed momentarily. Despite his noble Stark lineage, he envied Clay, who stood a head taller and bore a surname of his own. Jon harbored a profound disdain for the wretched label of Snow, a mark of his illegitimacy. Quickly regaining his composure, Jon, the finest swordsman of the younger Stark generation, had just scrutinized Clay's swordplay and footwork, skills that Sir Roderick had never imparted to him. Driven by youthful competitiveness, he could not resist asking, "Hey man, can I spar with you?" Although he had yet to grasp the essence of the Stark swordsmanship, Clay could not decline such a challenge, responding with a hearty laugh. "Of course, Jon." As they took their positions, the Manderley guards instinctively cleared a space for their young master. "Be careful. Sir Roderick has said that I am the best swordsman in the family, even better than Robb." The innocent boy failed to recognize that his words had inadvertently revealed his identity. After all, which lord in the north was unaware of the name of the heir? The two faced off, and unbeknownst to them, a considerable crowd had gathered, comprising both Manderley and Stark guards, with Sir Roderick among them, who stood behind a middle-aged man, intently observing the scene. As they circled each other, Jon noticed that Clay's footwork was consistently pressuring him, denying him a comfortable opportunity to strike. In a decisive moment, he shouted and lunged forward, sword drawn. With a clang, Clay's blade barely intercepted Jon's strike at his waist. He had not anticipated the ferocity of Jon's assault. His own half-sword was considerably heavier, making it naturally slower in execution. Realizing his attack had been thwarted, Jon quickly withdrew his sword. But before he could unleash a second thrust, Clay executed an upward slash that compelled him to block sideways. The two blades met once more, and Jon felt a surge of force that caused him to stumble back 2 steps. In that moment, Clay silently thanked the hours spent mastering the Stark swordplay. As he swiftly advanced, bringing his sword down in a decisive strike, the weapons clashed repeatedly, eliciting cheers from the surrounding crowd. However, a middle-aged man frowned as he glanced at Roderick, whose snowy white brows were similarly knitted together. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Roderick say, "This is troubling. Jon may very well lose." Within the arena, 2 young lads brandished their weapons, while behind them, the banners of House Stark, featuring the running wolf, and House Manderley, adorned with a mermaid, fluttered serenely in the gentle morning light. "What an intriguing lad," the middle-aged man mused, his gray eyes reflecting the figure of Clay. "Once they conclude, inform me. I shall await him in the hall." With that, the middle-aged man departed from the throng. "Indeed, my lord," came the reply. Chapter 5, Eddard Stark. The duel between Grey and Jon continued. Yet, As Sir Roderick had remarked, the tide was turning unfavorably for Jon. Although armed with a shorter weapon, Jon's strikes were swift and cunning. However, he suffered from a lack of strength. Grey, despite facing perilous moments, managed to maintain his composure, while Jon found himself gradually exhausting his stamina. With each slash or thrust from Grey, Jon realized that evasion was his only recourse, as any attempt to parry demanded an exorbitant effort. It was evident that Grey possessed a considerable advantage in physical strength. Another fierce clash ensued, and both combatants retreated a short distance, Jon glancing ruefully at the small nicks appearing on his blade. As a bastard, his savings were meager, and forging a sword was an arduous endeavor that left him gritting his teeth in frustration. Holding his sword horizontally across his chest, Grey breathed lightly. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he keenly observed the slight tremor in Jon's right hand and the involuntary movement of his fingers. "He is spent," Grey mused. Leaning forward, he charged with his sword raised, but just as he swung down, a blade, evidently of superior craftsmanship compared to Jon's, interposed between them. A voice, equally youthful, declared, "You have won, my friend from White Harbor." With the intervention, Grey instinctively withdrew his sword, recognizing that defeating the Lord's son on his own turf was not a prudent decision, though he suspected that the Stark family might not take offense given their character. "Robb, you need not do this. I can best him." Jon expressed his dissatisfaction toward his brother. Grey was taken aback. The tall, brown-haired youth before him was indeed Robb Stark. "Very well, you should change out of those soiled clothes. Otherwise, Mother will scold you again," the Stark heir chuckled, patting his brother on the shoulder. Though reluctant, Jon understood his physical state and was not one to shy away from defeat. He nodded slightly to Grey and followed a guard away from the scene. As the duel concluded, the onlookers murmured in disappointment, but soon dispersed in small groups. Only the retainers from both families remained, alongside Robb and Grey, with Sir Roderick approaching them. "Sir," Robb called out, and Grey echoed the greeting. Roderick's gray eyes revealed a scrutinizing gaze as he turned to Grey, his tone serious. "Lord Eddard awaits you in the hall. Come with me." Robb attempted to follow, but Roderick interjected, "Robb, your mother is searching for Bran. He has once again climbed some tower, and I suggest you assist her." Robb offered a resigned smile, and, casting an apologetic glance at Grey, hastily donned his wolfskin cloak before departing. As they traversed the corridors, Roderick guided Grey to the Stark family hall. This space was likely the largest structure apart from the main keep inhabited by House Stark, a vast hall that could accommodate 8 long tables, capable of hosting 500 guests. Upon the elevated platform in the hall, Clay encountered an unremarkable middle-aged man. Yet he was acutely aware that this individual was one of the 7 most powerful figures in the entire kingdom, the Duke Eddard Stark, Guardian of the North. Before Roderick could introduce him, Clay placed his hand upon his chest and bowed, addressing him as "My Lord Duke." Eddard waved his hand dismissively, and after Sir Roderick bowed and stepped aside, the spacious platform was left with only Clay and him. Eddard scrutinized the young man who had just bested Jon, noting the tall and robust stature, a characteristic inherited from the Manderly lineage. After a moment of silence, he inquired amiably, "Which gentleman from White Harbor is your father?" Without asking for Clay's name first. "Wendell Manderly, my Lord Duke." Wendell, is it? You are Wendell's son?" As the Guardian of the North, Eddard was well acquainted with the circumstances of his vassals. After a brief contemplation, he recalled who Wendell was and subsequently recognized Clay's identity as the 3rd heir of House Manderly. Roderick, who had been listening, wore a look of surprise, having had a good rapport with Wendell. He had not anticipated that this seemingly distant Manderly scion was indeed the child of his old friend. Clay then produced a letter bearing the sigil of Count Wyman and placed it upon Duke Eddard's table. Eddard, somewhat puzzled, picked up the letter and immediately recognized the unique emblem of Count Wyman, which added a layer of trust regarding Clay's identity. After perusing the letter, Eddard Stark comprehended Count Wyman's intention. It was to convey a message to all the northern nobles, endorsing Clay's identity. This was a common practice when dealing with matters of succession, where vassals sought the endorsement of their liege. Yet given that this involved one of the most powerful lords in the north, Eddard felt compelled to exercise utmost caution. "Clay Manderly, I would ask you to reside in Winterfell for a few days, I shall send a raven to White Harbor to confirm your identity. It seemed the old lord had mentioned his name in the letter. Is it truly necessary? Clay furrowed his brow slightly. Yet he found no grounds for dissent and merely nodded in acquiescence. Observing Clay's lack of hesitation, a hint of amusement broke through Eddard's serious demeanor. He gestured to the side. You have already met Roderick. He will show you around Winterfell these next few days. I hear you brought your sister along. That is fortuitous. She can become acquainted with Robb and Sansa. Clay had formed a favorable first impression of Jon and Robb, so he felt no inclination to refuse. Aware that his conversation with the Guardian of the North had concluded, he offered a respectful bow and followed Roderick out of the hall. As they exited, Roderick remarked, Wendell spoke of you at great length during his visit to Winterfell. It seems you have inherited your mother's looks, though you certainly possess the stature of a true Manderly. Clay observed the now aged knight and thought to himself that his father's words held truth. Indeed, Roderick shared a very close relationship with him. He recalled the instructions his father had given him before his departure. Jazz, before my arrival, my father entrusted me with a bottle of wine to deliver to you, claiming it was to settle the gambling debt he owed you. Roderick paused momentarily, then erupted into hearty laughter. He now harbored no concerns regarding Clay's identity, for the gambling debt remained a secret shared solely between him and Wendell, unbeknownst to others. He chuckled. It's remarkable he still remembers. I thought he would hide away in White Harbor for the sake of a mere bottle of wine. The old gentleman was evidently in high spirits, resting a sturdy hand upon Clay's shoulder. Lord Ed is quite right. You young folk ought to become better acquainted. Now off you go to breakfast, and then bring your sister to the training grounds to join us. As the head instructor of Winterfell, he was responsible for training the Stark family's younger generation. Jon's swordsmanship was a testament to his teachings. With a smile, Clay made his way to his quarters, needing to rouse his slumbering sister, Vera. Chapter 6. Honor unblemished, it is difficult to fathom who imparted such swordsmanship to you. This is certainly not the technique of your father. In the training yard, a sweat-drenched Clay executed the foundational swordplay of the Wolf School at his utmost speed, a massive half-sword carving deadly arcs around him. Sir Roderick, stroking his chin adorned with a tuft of white beard, could not help but marvel. In the eyes of an expert like him, who had wielded a sword for decades, Clay's style, if coupled with greater strength and swifter speed, would undoubtedly outperform his own in close combat. This left him puzzled. To his knowledge, the swordsmanship of the Manderly family from White Harbor was inherited from Winterfell, and Wendell relied solely on his imposing stature during their duel, his technique being considerably more rudimentary than his own. Essos is a land that harbors both filth and treasures. Yet, dear sir, one must concede that occasionally, amidst the refuse, one may unearth something of worth. Clay, however, evaded the question, attributing the origins of his swordplay entirely to his travels in Essos. For the traditional small nobility of Westeros, their impressions of Essos are encapsulated in mere phrases. Iron Bank, trading city-states, slavery, Dothraki savages, Valyrian ruins. Aside from those avaricious trading city-states, none of these terms relate to the chivalric virtues and sense of honor that Westerosi nobility espouses. They are rife with barbarism and violence. Thus, apart from a few nobles engaged in commerce with the trading city-states, none express any interest in that land. Robb, do you have any news from White Harbor? Clay inquired of Robb, who was instructing his younger brother Bran in archery. Perhaps. A raven arrived at Winterfell this morning, and my father appeared rather displeased. I did not dare to ask, Robb replied in a hushed tone, leaving a reluctant Bran behind. This marked Clay's third day in Winterfell, and given the raven's flight speed, today should be the day Winterfell receives a response from White Harbor. Clay was confident that his father would not delay. Over the past 3 days, Clay had grown quite familiar with the Stark siblings, though Bran and Rickon, being younger, were somewhat shy. His sister, Vela, had already forged a bond with the 2 Stark girls, and the 3 of them huddled together, whispering, which had prompted several complaints from the governess. Clay's journey to Winterfell served not only to affirm his identity to the north, but, more importantly, to connect with the sacred grove of the Stark family. His objective was the largest weirwood tree in all of the north. The faith in the old gods runs deep throughout the north, and, unlike others, He understood that the weirwood itself harbored a wealth of magical energy, which his parched reservoir of magic desperately required. As for the final ingredient, the bark of the sentinel tree for the grass infusion, Clay was not overly concerned. As long as he had the opportunity to venture outside the city, he would be able to find such trees in the vast wolfwood. If that failed, the storerooms of Winterfell held some, albeit aged, with uncertain efficacy. As they conversed, a guard from Winterfell, clad in a direwolf cloak, entered the training yard and whispered a few words to Sir Roderick. "Robb, and you too, Clay. Lord Eddard is looking for you. You're to meet him in the study at the keep." Sir Roderick interrupted the ongoing conversation. Clay and Robb exchanged glances and nodded. Since Clay had never been to the keep, he would have to rely on Robb to guide him. Upon arriving at the study, they found Eddard Stark standing before the fireplace. "You have arrived," the Duke spoke in a calm tone, yet his visage appeared as if frozen in time, encased in a layer of frost that even the height of summer could not thaw. He first turned his gaze to Clay. "Clay Manderly, I have received the letter verifying your identity from Count Wyman. I have instructed the maesters to inform the entirety of the North." Hearing this, Clay felt a slight sense of relief. At least he had the support of House Manderly, providing him a semblance of security in these tumultuous times. However, he soon found it perplexing that such a letter would cast a pall over Duke Eddard's mood. Even the mere act of retrieving a piece of coal from the hearth might extinguish the chill emanating from his countenance. "Clay, you shall return with your guard. Robb, summon Bran and the others. We must leave the city. A traitor is to be judged." On the way back, a bewildered Robb furrowed his brow, oblivious to the rigid expression on Clay's face behind him. Inside, Clay was fervently thinking that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, this so-called traitor was likely the deserter who had survived an ambush by the others. After enduring so much, Clay had finally found his place in the tumultuous year 298 of the conquest, transitioning from a mere observer to a witness. A peculiar thrill coursed through his veins as he hurriedly parted ways with Robb, issuing a command that all soldiers of White Harbor must assemble within half an hour. The captain of the guard executed Clay's orders with unwavering resolve. Through a series of kicks and shouts, he managed to rouse the lethargic White Harbor Guard into a disciplined formation. Half an hour later, the cavalry of both houses thundered out of the northern gate of Winterfell. The captured prisoner long since escorted to an abandoned manor outside the city, a place where the Stark family enacted the laws of the realm. Over 50 riders halted at the manor's entrance, the banners of the direwolf and the mermaid fluttering high. Bran, witnessing the execution for the first time, felt trepidation and hid behind Jon, unable to bear the sight. The prisoner, who had fled from beyond the wall, was riddled with frostbite. His Black Knight's watch uniform tattered and torn, revealing his bruised and battered flesh beneath. Clay understood why Duke Eddard's expression was as frigid as ice. A man of honor, he held a deep contempt for such treacherous deserters. In the South, a nobleman with wealth might buy his life, but here, decapitation was the only conclusion. Clay recognized the true purpose of Eddard's summons. As the leader of the North, he sought to instill in the younger generation the significance of law and honor, which undoubtedly included Clay, the heir of White Harbor. The prisoner was forced down onto the hardwood block for beheading, and Clay was acutely aware of the man's terror. His fear stemmed not only from the prospect of death, but also from the haunting memories of the massacre in the Haunted Forest. Duke Eddard dismounted from his steed, and the seldom-seen Theon Greyjoy handed him the ancestral sword of House Stark, Ice. He removed his gloves and grasped the dark-hued Valyrian greatsword with both hands. Though his voice resonated loudly, it bore an indiscernible heaviness. In the name of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, and by the authority of King Robert Baratheon, ruler of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm, I, Eddard Stark, Lord of Winterfell and Warden of the North, hereby pronounce your sentence of death. With a sweeping strike, the blade descended, severing the head, as the metallic scent of blood permeated the grassy expanse of the execution grounds. Chapter 7. Death and Rebirth. There is no struggle. Death comes with an unsettling cleanliness. This is the stark reality of the world. Violence serves as the binding force that maintains societal stability. Thus, the act of killing is hardly surprising. Perhaps only the purest souls can truly sense fear. The nearby horses whinnied and reared, only to be swiftly calmed by their adept riders. "Let us depart," murmured Duke Ed, his voice heavy with despondency. Though the laws of the kingdom were being upheld, it was evident that this did not bring him any joy. The silent assembly turned their horses around, retracing their steps. Clay overheard Duke Ed quietly conversing with his young son Bran, who was witnessing execution for the first time. In this moment, Eddard Stark had shed the solemn facade befitting the Guardian of the North, assuming instead the role of a compassionate father. He had just instructed the captain of his guards, a man fiercely loyal to House Manderly, to take 2 sentinels into the Wolfwood to procure the tender bark of a weirwood tree for him. Though the captain did not fully grasp the young lord's intentions, he dutifully obeyed the command. As Duke Ed ordered the return, the trio departed from the main group, plunging into the endless expanse of the Wolfwood. The hooves moved forward slowly, reflecting their master's disquietude. Indeed, Clay was perturbed. He recognized that it had been 298 years since the conquest. Yet he had never anticipated the swift execution of a Night's Watch deserter. Initially, he had planned to utilize this journey to Winterfell to discern the connection between the weirwood, known as the Heart Tree to the Northmen, and the ancient beliefs of the old gods that had taken root in this land for millennia. Previously, in the sacred grove at White Harbor, he had encountered a small, lowly heart tree. Upon touching it, he had felt a trickle of power flow into him, causing his reservoir of magic to swell slightly. Clay was convinced that when he was finally permitted to touch Winterfell's oldest heart tree, his wellspring of magic would receive ample replenishment. However, now his plans must be overturned. Clay understood all too well that this execution signified the demise of Lord Jon Arryn in King's Landing, poisoned by the treacherous Petyr Baelish. King Robert I, who sought to usurp the Targaryen dynasty, was undoubtedly leading his court along the King's Road to Winterfell. In this moment, Clay was acutely aware of his insignificance. He could not influence Duke Ed's decisions. Should they march southward, the unguarded stag and direwolf would inevitably fall prey to the lion's bite, sealing the fate of the War of the Five Kings. The Northmen held honor above all else. Robb Stark was bound to lead his forces south, and Clay could not refrain from participating. Yet, the thought of the northern nobles captured in war and the Stark family, fallen to the treachery of the Red Wedding, sent a chill down his spine. He is not a deity. Being embroiled in this power struggle, he finds himself mostly swept along by the tide of events, leaving him little time to alter the course of fate. At this moment, the brothers Jon and Robb Stark, having galloped far ahead, stood atop a low hill and shouted towards their party, "Father Bran, come quickly to see what we have discovered." In the oppressive silence, Grey witnessed the 2 entwined corpses by the bridge. The massive direwolf, astonishing in size, had been pierced in the throat by a stag's antlers while it was tearing into the deer. The party from Winterfell, acutely aware of their sigil's significance, dared not utter a word. The Northerners, who worshipped the old gods, held them in reverence, and the gruesome scene before them, laden with ominous symbolism, instilled a deep-seated fear in all, save for Grey. Arriving late, he saw that 5 pups had already been retrieved, huddled in the embrace of Bran and his brothers. This was an ill omen, a death-born birth. Grey overheard someone murmuring. With a cynical grin plastered on his face, Theon Greyjoy unsheathed his sword and addressed Bran, saying, "Bran, those creatures won't live long. Toss them to me." Grey had never cared for Theon, particularly due to his annoyingly smug expression. Frustrated, he blurted out without thought, "They're not your wolves. What business is it of yours?" The once tranquil atmosphere by the bridge now grew tense, with every gaze shifting towards Grey. Theon, momentarily taken aback, quickly turned his embarrassment into anger, brandishing his sword threateningly towards Grey's horse. In a miscalculation of force, the sword tip grazed the steed's cheek, startling it. It reared back abruptly, and Grey was unceremoniously thrown to the ground. After rolling clumsily, he regained his footing, his eyes locking onto Theon's mocking grin, a surge of rage swelling within him. Never one to be trifled with, Grey's hand instinctively reached for the longsword that had fallen to the side. Witnessing their lord thrown from his mount, the guards of House Manderly instinctively grasped their sword hilts. Yet under Eddard Stark's command, they lacked the courage to draw their blades. "Speak that again, Mandler boy." Theon's arrogance swelled in the absence of retorts. Just as he prepared to utter another taunt, a sharp dagger whistled through the air, aimed directly at his face. Sir Roderick Castle, who had intended to intervene, instinctively raised his sword to block, resulting in a sharp clash. The aged knight staggered back, left with only a battered sword that now bore a significant gash, while Grey's weapon landed quaking in the ground before Theon. "Enough!" Duke Eddard bellowed, swiftly kicking his adopted son to the ground. "Take him back to Winterfell." The guards, hastily escorting the pallid and somewhat disoriented Theon, departed the scene. Duke Eddard cast a glance at the broken sword in Sir Roderick's hand, scrutinizing Grey, who had finally calmed. Instead of inquiring about the drawn blade, he asked Mandler, "Why did you say that?" Upon encountering Duke Eddard, who did not delve deeply into the matter, Catelyn felt a slight release of tension and, while reflecting on her impulsiveness, replied, "It is merely the carcasses of wolves and deer. Why must we take issue with the surviving wolves? These were, after all, dire wolves, a species that had never been seen south of the Wall." Robb interjected, "I understand, if that is the case. What I most desire at this moment is to extract the fangs of the dire wolf, procure a lion, and thrust it into its eye, then dispose of the lion's carcass in the sewers of Castle Black." Catelyn shrugged. This discussion concluded with one of Duke Eddard's rare laughs, as he instructed his children to personally rear the young direwolves, and, oh yes, that white wolf belonging to Jon. He refrained from mentioning the matters concerning Catelyn and Theon. On the return journey, basking in the warm gazes of the people of Winterfell, Catelyn observed Robb beside her, unconsciously moving his jaw as if testing the sharpness of his teeth. Chapter 8. Herbal elixirs as one of the most efficient means of communication among the nobility. Ravens bear an immensely significant burden. However, today, as Catelyn gazed upon her husband beneath the heart tree, leaning on a massive sword with a visage marked by disbelief and anguish, she wished fervently that she had never received the message carried by that raven. The Prime Minister of the Seven Kingdoms, Jon Arryn, had tragically passed away. Catelyn was acutely aware of her husband's sentiments towards Lord Jon, yet with the man gone, they had little time to wallow in grief, for King Robert I was en route to Winterfell. When Clay received the news, he felt no surprise. Theoretically, his overt task in Winterfell had already reached its conclusion. According to Sir Roderick's intentions, as a guest of Winterfell, he was free to depart whenever he wished, provided he paid a visit to Lord Eddard before his departure. This arrangement suited Clay perfectly, for the Mandler family did not worship the old gods revered by the Northmen, and thus it was not prudent to boldly suggest a visit to the sacred grove. "My lord, we have retrieved the materials you requested," announced the captain of the guard as he entered the corridor on the second floor where Clay was situated. "Oh, excellent. Let's take a look," Clay replied, nodding as he followed the captain to the wagon. "Well done indeed. Here is your reward. Distribute it wisely. Remember, do not squander it all on the whims of women. Exercise some restraint," Clay remarked, slightly furrowing his brow as he cautioned the captain, who wore an oddly amused grin. The rugged fellow chuckled, accepted the pouch of coins, and soon disappeared, whistling a crude tune. Once he had departed, Clay surveyed the wagon overflowing with sentinel bark, a twitch of irritation gracing his lips. Indeed, the actions of these ruffians perfectly aligned with the image of the wealthy lords of White Harbor among the northern nobility. He distinctly recalled specifying a small pouch. Yet these three rascals had procured an entire cartful. Though his subordinates had exceeded expectations to demonstrate loyalty, Clay could hardly reproach them. He leapt onto the wagon, sifting through the materials until he selected a piece of the finest quality, which he then dragged into his chamber. He had already inquired with the guards, and his sister, Vera, was currently occupied in joyful play with the Stark maidens, leaving little time for her nearly forgotten brother. Just as he gathered the final ingredients, he prepared to concoct the herbal elixir. With a fleeting thought, he activated the hunter system, tossing the freshly processed sentinel bark into his backpack. Upon checking the potion section, he discovered that the previously unavailable herbal elixir was now an option. Upon selection, it seemed as if the air was filled with the sound of ethereal bubbles bursting and water flowing. Subsequently, all materials vanished, save for one dragon bone, which remained usable. Klein discovered an intriguing new item in his inventory. 3 small bottles stacked together. Upon mentally interacting with them, a wealth of information unfurled in his mind. Name: Herbal Elixir of Grass version 1. 0 effect. Induces Witcher mutations in ordinary individual side effects. Severe neural damage can be mitigated. Drastically reduced fertility can be mitigated. Pupil dilation can be mitigated. Base success rate 30 can be enhanced. Note: consume it, and if fortune favors you, you shall transform into an invincible warrior. A gentle reminder: should you succeed, the damage dealt by grass forks will significantly increase. Klein instinctively disregarded the note, his gaze fixated on the meticulously concocted herbal elixir. He pondered thoughtfully, stroking his chin. This potion certainly could not be downed in one gulp by his companions. The prospect of 7 out of 10 succumbing was utterly unacceptable. He was uncertain how much he could enhance the success rate with his magical reserves. Moreover, the side effects were intolerable, should luck smile upon him. He would become a mute, castrated, cat-eyed figure, hardly suitable to inherit White Harbor, let alone avoid being captured by the 7 Gods Chapel as a heretic to be burned. Alas, it seemed a visit to the sacred wood was inevitable. Klein sighed softly. He retracted the system, and the remnants of the sentinel bark he had previously acquired vanished entirely. Fortunately, his stockpile was ample, ensuring he would not be discovered. Having made his decision, he approached his desk and picked up a quill to compose a letter to Count Wyman, who resided far away in White Harbor. In the letter, he relayed the news of the Prime Minister's sudden demise and the King's impending arrival, while also informing the elder of his choice to remain in Winterfell, expressing a desire to meet the esteemed lords of King's Landing, should the opportunity arise. Unlike the traditional northern aristocracy, the Mandler family, who governed White Harbor, were not exclusionary. For an extended period, they had served as the North's gateway to the outside world, a role they continued to fulfill. As far as Klein was aware, his father frequently corresponded with several prominent families from River Run and the Vale, indicating a degree of camaraderie. Thus, he was confident that his father would acquiesce to his decision to stay, as forming connections with the significant figures of King's Landing aligned perfectly with Count Wyman's guiding principles for their household. The letter was swiftly penned. After drying the ink, Klein folded it neatly. Such correspondence could not pass through the hands of guards. He rose and opened the door, stepping outside to the raven cage situated not far from his quarters. This cage had been specifically requested by his father before his departure to maintain constant communication. Klein extracted a robust-looking raven from within, disregarding its struggles as he secured the folded letter into the message capsule affixed to its leg. Releasing his grip, the gray creature took to the skies, soaring upward before circling once and heading southeast. Once the raven vanished from sight, Klein found himself at a loss for what to do. He had resolved to infiltrate the sacred wood on the night of the king's visit, when a majority of House Stark's forces would be concentrated in the Great Hall of Winterfell, located in the southeast. Regardless of the circumstances, the safety of the king remains paramount, and one such as he, residing in Winterfell, bears no responsibility for the royal reception, for he is not of the Stark lineage, the true lords of this domain. In many respects, he is akin to King Robert, merely a guest within these ancient walls. Aware that he must inevitably engage in the intricate game of power, Clay nonetheless wishes to observe the prominent players involved in this grand contest. After all, before that boy, mockingly dubbed the Great Emperor, disregards the rules and upends the table, this game is at least conducted under relatively restrained regulations. Shaking his head to dispel his thoughts, Clay drew his long sword from his side and began to practice the wolf school swordsmanship as depicted in the system, the blade whistling as it cut through the delicate snowflakes drifting down from the late summer sky. Unbeknownst to him, beyond the formidable walls, a detached gaze was fixated upon Clay's figure in the weirwood grove frequented by Eddard Stark. This gaze transcended all barriers, observing the increasingly swift movements of Clay's sword, accompanied by a soft, lingering whisper, an intriguing individual. Chapter 9. The King and the North King Robb Stark moved at a brisk pace. Originally, Clay had estimated that it would take him 2 months to reach Winterfell, given his indulgent lifestyle. However, merely a month and a half had passed. And while chatting with Robb atop Winterfell's walls, he could already see the royal knights who had arrived ahead of him. Though he did not personally recognize this knight, it was impossible to overlook the regal crowned stag banner fluttering from his saddle. Ah, the majestic stag's antlers are soon to grace Winterfell. What say you, Robb? I have heard that the queen and her two brothers accompany him on this journey. Are the direwolf's fangs sharpened? Clay clicked his tongue, gazing at the approaching knights. The banners of the direwolf and the crowned stag advancing together, reminiscent of the tumultuous war of the usurper decades prior. Surely, they were the most esteemed siblings in all the Seven Kingdoms. I suppose I shall have to kiss her hand. After all, the rights of guests must not be violated. Robb tightened his cloak, carefully enunciating his words, yet his brow remained furrowed. Clay smirked, teasingly tugging at the newly sprouted hair on the young lord's cheek, only to be evaded as Robb looked at him with confusion and inquired, "What are you doing? Has no one ever told you that the Starks are incapable of deceit?" "Nonsense, Robb instinctively sought to retort, but the words caught in his throat. After a moment of contemplation, he murmured, "Indeed, the North has never taught us that." Robb stared vacantly at the two riders galloping through the eastern gate, and after a long pause, he turned to Clay, asking, "Am I that poor at concealing my thoughts? I may not be a wolf, yet I understand that baring one's teeth too early invites an arrow in return." Clay shrugged, patting Robb on the shoulder. "Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Aside from necessary occasions, it would be wise to minimize your encounters with the Lannisters to spare yourself discomfort." In the days spent discussing life and women with Robb, Clay had not only learned the infamous ribaldry of Winterfell, but also discovered that while Lord Eddard seldom broached the subject of the war of the usurper with his children, he had spoken at length about the Lannisters' misdeeds. At least for Robb, he was acutely aware of the heinous acts committed by the Lannisters upon their arrival in King's Landing, fully cognizant of how the moniker Kingslayer came to be. Thus, Clay was not at all surprised by Robb's reaction to the Lannisters. Like father, like son, indeed. The following morning, Clay did not encounter the Stark siblings at the training grounds as he usually did. After finally recalling who his brother was, his sister Vera informed him that Sansa and the others had been summoned early by Lady Catelyn to receive instruction on proper etiquette. Seizing the opportunity, Clay succinctly inquired about what his sister had been up to during her nearly 2 months in Winterfell and with whom she had spent her time. To his surprise, Vera answered readily. Yet she mentioned only 2 names, Sansa and Arya. Observing Vera's cheerful demeanor, Clay felt a pang of sympathy. Realizing she had yet to grasp the true implications of their father's consent for her to come to Winterfell. In a flurry of words, Clay realized that Lord Stark's name had not even registered with the Elder, who harbored hopes that his granddaughter's dreams of becoming the Lady of the North would once again be dashed. He could already foresee the Elder's reaction upon hearing Vera relay this conversation verbatim. As noon approached, a procession of gold and silver emerged in the distance, and Clay finally beheld the legendary entourage of the King of the Seven Kingdoms. Comprising approximately 300 individuals, the majority were nobles of considerable standing, with even the least among them being a knight. Dozens of banners fluttered in the breeze, predominantly showcasing the royal sigil of the crowned stag, while a few displayed the roaring lion on a crimson field, which Clay imagined Lord Eddard would loathe to see. Positioned at a higher vantage point, Clay refrained from allowing his guards to display the Manderly mermaid banner, partially due to necessity, but also because he intended to discreetly enter his lord's backyard, and maintaining a low profile was prudent. Before long, he spotted the figure accompanied by 2 white-caped Kingsguard, unmistakably their esteemed king. Indeed, even mounted upon his steed, King Robert's corpulence was difficult to conceal. However, contrary to Clay's previous impression of a grotesque giant, this king, though somewhat greasy, still exuded a certain charisma. His long tenure in power lent him an air of authority that required no reminders. It was apparent that no one else in the procession was worthy of the title of king. After witnessing the king and the extravagantly adorned queen, everything else paled in comparison. Clay found little enjoyment in the lengthy and elaborate ceremonies that characterized noble interactions, despite being a bona fide noble himself. Grabbing his excited sister Vera by the hand, he was taken aback when she shrugged him off, her gaze fixated on the knights bearing the crowned stag sigil with rapt attention. He had previously made it clear that royal individuals were to be avoided, to which Vera had consented. In this moment, Clay deemed it best to indulge her curiosity rather than impose further restrictions. The king was in the north. Since King Aegon I Targaryen's arrival in Winterfell, this marked the second occasion a ruler of the Seven Kingdoms had crossed its threshold. Times had changed, and the once divine Targaryen lineage was now reduced to two survivors across the narrow sea, their legacy diminished to mere bones. Nonetheless, Clay understood the formidable influence of the Targaryen name among the common nobility, having ruled Westeros for over 2 centuries. A prime example of this was Robert's ascent to the Iron Throne following the War of the Usurper. His martial prowess was complemented significantly by his Targaryen bloodline, which undoubtedly served as a substantial advantage in his claim to the crown. Though the looming issue of Daenerys was yet to be addressed, Clay could only ponder it for now, as his current standing in White Harbor did not afford him a place at the table of power. Upon returning to his chamber, Clay meticulously reviewed his equipment for the nocturnal infiltration he had planned. Upon the family's outer robe, Clay prepared a set of easily removable black attire, as this was, after all, the bustling and scrutinizing Winterfell. This ensemble was intended solely for his entrance into the Godswood, meant to obscure his presence should an unforeseen circumstance arise. In the heart of Winterfell, however, this garb, which would hardly befit a person of virtuous standing, was utterly inappropriate, especially with Robert's arrival imminent. Donning it would render Clay indistinguishable from an assassin. Along the way, those who would typically pause to greet him now hurried past, offering only a nod or a murmured acknowledgement at best. It was evident that the Stark family had made ample preparations for this royal visit. As nightfall descended, the clamor of the town grew increasingly pronounced, and Clay found himself unable to decline the invitation to the banquet at Winterfell's Great Hall. Chapter 10. The journey to the sacred grove. Clay held little interest in the impending banquet, the only aspect piquing his curiosity being the delectable dishes that would be served. While Winterfell may lack the material abundance of White Harbor, its kitchen was surprisingly excellent, likely a welcome change after Clay's daily diet of fish. Originally assigned a seat near the head table, he soon excused himself, leaving his plate unfinished to join a long table where the guards congregated near the entrance. "Clay, what brings you here?" Jon Snow, a quiet boy usually, spoke up amidst the crowd, his breath laced with the scent of wine and his eyes slightly glazed. "I simply cannot fathom the Lord's jesting. I felt like a fool sitting there," Clay replied, gesturing to the seat he had just vacated. "Indeed, you could leave. Just look at Robb. He seems on the verge of chewing his fork to pieces." Jon pointed to Robb, who sat awkwardly opposite the queen at the main table, his mouth full of wine. Typically, Lord Eddard Stark seldom permitted his children to indulge in alcohol, but today, it seemed, no one was monitoring them. Clay tossed a fragrant roasted chicken wing to a white direwolf nestled beneath the table, a creature named White Spirit, who had grown familiar with him over the past few days. With fluid motion, the wolf caught the wing mid-air, immediately settling at Clay's feet to devour it. Clay took pleasure in petting the snow-white wolf, who showed no reluctance to receive his affection. Under Jon's envious gaze, Clay continued to stroke White Spirit, who lay sprawled on the ground, emitting contented purrs. "Is this your wolf, young man?" a voice inquired from behind Clay. He turned to see Jon's uncle, a tall figure clad in black, a member of the Night's Watch. "No, this is Jon's wolf. Please sit. I shall take a stroll outside." It would be rather unbecoming to embarrass oneself after too much drink. Clay seized the opportunity to depart, as the snow-laden ranger barely acknowledged him, merely nodding before settling down to converse with Jon. Slipping out of the hall, Clay feigned intoxication and swiftly retreated to his chamber, where he scooped a small basin of cool water from the tub to revive himself. With a small bundle of clothing in hand, he opened the door and made his way toward the sacred grove. As he suspected, the Stark family placed immense importance on the king's security. Lord Eddard had dispatched a significant number of guards to Winterfell's hall, rendering the previously manned post deserted. Upon reaching the grove's entrance, Clay finally spotted 2 Stark guards clad in chainmail, though they were preoccupied with their flatbreads, clearly focused on their meal. What a splendid opportunity! Clay deftly circumvented the entrance, for the wall of the Godswood within Winterfell was relatively low. Under the cloak of darkness and the howling winds, It was indeed an opportune moment for clandestine endeavors. With surprising ease, Clay scaled the wall, entering the Godswood at a time when Winterfell's defenses were at their weakest. As his feet touched the soft earth, a faint scent of decay infiltrated his nostrils. This aroma emanated from the layers of fallen leaves, a sign of the extensive shedding that occurred during summer, a foreboding omen. Although the long summer persisted, the words of House Stark echoed in his mind. Winter is coming. The surroundings were enveloped in impenetrable darkness, with thick, sturdy black trunks dominating his field of vision, while the lofty branches intertwined above, obscuring the scant moonlight. Cautiously, Clay advanced, wary of the protruding roots that lay in wait to ensnare him. The inky blackness was suffocatingly quiet, and Clay could not shake the feeling that unseen eyes were fixated upon him, watching intently. He began to comprehend the origins of the obscure and ambiguous faith in the old gods held by those who once dwelled here. In such an environment, individuals sought solace and hope in any form, while the more defined deities failed to satiate their longings. The brief journey took nearly half an hour, as Clay navigated through what seemed an endless expanse of foliage, until he finally beheld the ancient weirwood standing solemnly by the dark, cold pool of water. Curiously, this might be the largest weirwood in the north, yet no other vegetation surrounded it. Clay surmised that House Stark may have cleared the area for the Lord's frequent visits, necessitating a more spacious setting. The moonlight cascaded down, illuminating the towering trunk of the weirwood with a silvery sheen, while the originally deep red leaves bowed to the night, transformed into shades of black. Taking a deep breath, Clay stepped forward, his hopes resting on the replenishment of his magical reservoir. Ignoring the ghastly visage that appeared on the trunk in the moonlight, he approached the heart tree. Inexplicably, he sensed that the face was observing him, yet at that moment, he could afford no further contemplation. He removed his finely crafted leather gloves and pressed his palms against the trunk. In the next instant, a colossal and chaotic force surged through his arms and into his unsuspecting body, overwhelming him with its sheer brutality, akin to a rampaging bull, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Thoughts raced as a phantom dark blue interface unfurled before him. Clay clenched his jaw, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the numbers behind his magical reservoir. 75? The figure remained unchanged. Yet in the following moment, it transformed to 76, then 77, accelerating ever more rapidly. In the brief interlude of his astonishment, the number surged past 100, continuing to rise at an even swifter pace. His ears filled with a resounding hum, rendering him oblivious to the rustling of the countless leaves of the magnificent heart tree, which swayed without a breeze. After a few breaths, over 150 points of magical energy had accumulated in Clyde's magic pool, surpassing the amount he possessed when he first acquired the system, thereby maximizing the success rate of the grass trial and granting immunity to 2 negative effects. Clyde wished to halt the influx, yet he found himself unable to do so. His hand seemed firmly pressed against the trunk, nearly merging with the heart tree. The magical energy continued to surge, as if the insatiable magic pool had no limits. But Clyde's body was on the verge of collapse. A peculiar sensation of constriction enveloped him, and he gasped for breath, the oxygen entering his lungs at a torturous pace. Akin to a drowning man, his complexion gradually paling. A beautiful utterance, foreign to this world, escaped Clyde's lips. Regaining a fleeting clarity, he summoned all his strength to strike his head against the tree trunk. Amidst the rustling of leaves, a heavy thud resonated, followed by the sound of a body collapsing to the ground. Clyde lay on the earth, panting heavily, his gaze fixed on the conspicuously glowing number behind the magic pool, revealing a row of pristine teeth. Meanwhile, far beyond the great wall, in a shadowy cavern, a blood-red eye suddenly opened in the darkness, emitting a silent roar of fury. Just moments ago, the largest eye in the Northern Territory had been injured by an unknown assailant. Invisible sound waves spread forth, summoning countless crows within the cavern to take flight, soaring into the pitch-black night, their destination singular. Winterfell. Chapter 11. Mutation. The Witcher. In the grand hall of Winterfell, none noticed the absence of Clay, the heir of White Harbor, who had been missing for quite some time. His loyal bodyguard had removed his iron gloves and was now drinking heartily with a fellow guard he recognized from Winterfell. He had seen his young master leave, but gave it little thought, for in the domain of Duke Eddard, no one dared to lay a finger on Clay. Meanwhile, the esteemed king was lost in revelry, embracing a dancer and gyrating his corpulent body, glistening with sweat and laughter that echoed throughout the hall. The Duke, however, sat impassively, mechanically swallowing the meticulously prepared dishes before him. Eddard Stark had never been fond of such boisterous company. It had always been so. Beside him, the stunning queen maintained a poised demeanor, her smile directed at her husband, yet her emerald eyes betrayed no warmth. While the king and his future prime minister celebrated with raised goblets and frosty expressions, Clay found himself ensconced in the damp earth. The exhilaration of departing from the heart tree faded swiftly, revealing a grave dilemma. An overabundance of magic coursed through him, unable to discern the internal state of his body. Clay was acutely aware that he could not even lift a finger. His swollen form was overwhelmed by chaotic streams of magic. Having just departed from the heart tree was already a challenge. Now, he found himself incapacitated. He struggled to breathe while his mind raced to devise a plan. His first instinct was to return to his chamber, where the protection of the Mandler guards would afford him a semblance of security, but he quickly dismissed this notion. Clay understood the root of his current immobilization. The issue of excessive magic could not be resolved merely by lying here for a few hours, risking everything. His magic pool was not a true reservoir, and excess magic could not simply be expelled. The immediate priority was to deplete the surplus magic within him. Lowering the levels to a safe threshold, the magic coursing through his veins could not be resolved by mere bloodletting. With a sigh inwardly, he resolved to undertake the riskiest yet most effective course of action: mutation. Beneath the sacred branches of the heart tree in the old God's Grove, he would undergo transformation. Thoughts flickered as the system activated. Clay swiftly selected the 3 vials resting quietly in his inventory. Gritting his teeth, he summoned every ounce of strength to retrieve the vials. Not pausing to consider the order of use, he bit open the first one. The herbal concoction was a version 1.0. Fraught with risks and potential side effects, would he use magic to counteract these? Without hesitation, Clay pushed the success rate to its limit, nullifying all adverse effects. In the next heartbeat, the magic within him surged like lightning, racing towards the potion that drained the color from his face. A profound agony first emanated from his stomach, swiftly radiating throughout his entire being. Clay became restless, his limbs contorting unnaturally, his body arching and uprooting the grass beneath him. His pupils dilated, his gaze vacant and hollow, reflecting only the obscure darkness of the night sky shrouded by the canopy of trees. Approximately 10 minutes elapsed before Clay, curled tightly, suddenly convulsed violently, his hands flailing in the air as if attempting to grasp a flurry of swiftly drifting snowflakes. After a moment, his hands abruptly fell to his chest, tearing at the tattered remnants of his black cloak and the opulent garments adorned with a mermaid insignia beneath. His heavy breaths echoed through the eerily silent cedar forest, akin to a terrifying beast lurking in the shadows. In the throes of his relentless movements, Clay began to perspire profusely, soon saturating his attire. His skin, coated in mud and sweat, became slick and foul. Clay's body spasmed involuntarily, battling the omnipresent torment that engulfed him. He had been preoccupied with the success rate of the grass trial and how to mitigate its side effects, neglecting the immense suffering inherent in the trial itself. He finally comprehended why the demon hunters' trials were fraught with peril. Countless apprentice hunters had perished from sheer agony. The potion relentlessly eroded his nervous system, while the magic within him fought to provide protection. From his face downward, every part of his body was signaling alarm. Yet the presence of magic allowed Clay to maintain a lucid awareness, enabling him to perceive every subtle shift in his bones, muscles, and glands. Amidst the torment, Clay mused that this exquisite experience should not be his alone. Only by allowing future fortunate souls to partake could his heart find some semblance of balance. He felt the warmth on his face, the searing blood flowing from his nose, His body temperature soared to an astonishing degree, although it hadn't reached the boiling point. Others would have long since been commemorated in the sanctuary or beneath the heart tree. Time became an enigma. Whether it was an hour or two, who could tell? Regardless, this was the longest night of Clay's 16 years of existence. As the last vestige of pain dissipated, Clay's half-closed eyes snapped wide open. An unprecedented surge of strength coursed through his body, and without any external aid, he propelled himself from the mire solely with the power of his legs. Beneath the luminous moonlight, a tall and imposing figure emerged in the reflection upon the lake surface. With a peculiar smile curving upon his lips, he raised his left hand. Forming an odd gesture, the little finger bent, the ring and middle fingers pressed together, while the index finger stood alone, the palm gently extending forward. A surge of magic enveloped him, and a faint yellow spherical shield materialized abruptly beside him. As he released his fingers, the shield shattered with a resonant sound. He fell to his knees, burying his head in his arms, striving to conceal the nearly uncontrollable fit of maniacal laughter that threatened to escape. For indeed, he was a hunter of demons. Chapter 12. System upgrade. As dawn broke on the following day, the bleary-eyed captain of the guards, still recovering from the previous night's revelry, was jolted to attention upon seeing Clay stagger towards him. Had he not been intimately acquainted with his young master, he might have failed to recognize him, for Clay's appearance was nothing short of disheveled. The term unkempt aptly described him. His face was smeared with patches of mud, his hair and clothing similarly soiled, and there seemed to be remnants of vomit on his expensive silk coat. He reeked as though he had just emerged from a pigsty. "Ah, master, what on earth has happened to you?" The captain, now sober, donned a forced smile and hastened to Clay's side, suppressing his disgust at the foul odor that emanated from him. As an old hand in White Harbor, he was acutely aware of the identity of the disheveled figure before him. The elderly count, despite his advanced age and the health issues of his heir, Lord Willis, meant that it was only a matter of time before Clay would ascend to the formidable position of Earl of White Harbor. The captain, as Clay's protector, had been oblivious to his master's disappearance throughout the night. If the count were to catch sight of Clay in such a state, he would undoubtedly have him suspended from the castle's tower. Clay, with a filthy boot, sent the captain sprawling onto the ground, cursing, "You imbecile! I was inebriated last night. Were you lot? I ended up sleeping in the mud all night long, and I swear I will make you pay for this." His indignation was feigned, for Clay was not truly angry. He deliberately spoke thus to provide a preemptive explanation for his disheveled appearance. Before dawn, having erased all traces of his nocturnal escapade, Clay had emerged from the Sacredwood Forest, but, upon reflection, chose not to return directly to his chamber. The last thing he needed was to be spotted in a furtive manner by any early-rising southern nobleman, which could lead to considerable complications. Those southern lords cared little for such matters, especially with Lord Robert's impending arrival in Winterfell. Any situation could easily be exaggerated. "You claim you're not an assassin? Where is your evidence?" "I'm afraid I suspect you are one." And, considering the Queen's temperament, it was not beyond the realm of possibility that Robert might imprison him, even if only until after his departure. After a moment's contemplation, Clay decided to lie down in a secluded mud pit, clutching an empty bottle as if he were a victim of excessive inebriation, until the early guards discovered him at dawn. Observing the flustered captain of the guards rushing to assist him, Clay felt a sigh of relief. His impromptu performance had been convincing. "Quickly, fetch me some water for a bath," Clay commanded sharply. In the astonished and disgusted gaze of his sister, Vera, Clay returned to his quarters unperturbed, ready to bathe and change his attire. Finally, presenting himself in a semblance of order, Clay opened the door, and just as he sat down, his sister Vera approached with a curious expression. "Clay, confess honestly, which noble lady did you consort with last night?" "TSK, our Mandlers have some standing. Couldn't you have chosen a cleaner place? Or perhaps you and that lady share particularly unique tastes?" Clay was taken aback. He was intensely curious to pry open his sister Vera's mind to discover what thoughts resided within. "Mind your words, Vera. A noble lady should not speak in such a manner. Be cautious, or you may find yourself unmarried in the future. Grandfather cannot control me." Ignoring Vera's incessant mumbling, the rejuvenated Cray stepped outside and seated himself upon a stone pedestal. The biting northern wind invigorated him, granting him clarity, and at last, he had the opportunity to examine his system. Upon becoming the first demon hunter in the annals of Westeros, his system had undergone an upgrade. In his haste to escape the Godwood Forest before being discovered, he had not yet had the chance to ascertain the specific changes. The pale blue system unfolded once more, revealing the following. Demon Hunter System, Level 2, Potions expand, Bombs expand, Equipment expand, Magic Pool. 120 unlocked seals. Quinn, Level 1. Aiden, Level 1. Alder, Level 1. Ignis, Level 1. Yaxi, Level 1. Items expand with 120 points of magic remaining. He could enable a subject to endure the agony and ultimately transform into a true demon hunter, albeit not without significant side effects. This signified the official inception of Cray's plan to expand the ranks of demon hunters. His mind was already fervently scouting for candidates. Yet, what thrilled Cray the most was that becoming a demon hunter not only endowed him with extraordinary physical prowess and rapid healing capabilities, but, more importantly, allowed him to experiment with the diverse concoctions of potions available to demon hunters. Upon opening the potions section, the system did not disappoint him. 4 fundamental potion recipes had materialized: Swallow, Cat, Thunder, and Blizzard. Although basic, their significance in this low magic world was profound. Aside from the potential to soar through the skies on a magical dragon, victories were determined solely by the swords and blades wielded upon the battlefield. This Game of Thrones was essentially a contest among the mightiest gamblers, wagering their violent resources as chips in a desperate bid to outmaneuver their opponents. Those who accumulated sufficient chips could exchange them with the house, if one existed, for a prize known as the Iron Throne. To put it plainly, those with armies held the power. Those without should promptly return home. Even the one who thrived on chaos always stood behind a patron or patrons. First it was Lisa Tully, then Cersei and Tywin, and ultimately he took control of the Eyrie and played his own hand. This was the true nature of the power game, where figures like King Joffrey Baratheon and the faceless man Arya Stark were engaged in acts of upheaval. Now, bolstered by the support of White Harbor, Cray had become a demon hunter. Once he fully assimilated this newfound power, he would possess the capability to be the one who upturned the table. Klein did not delve into the specific formulations of those 4 potions, deeming it unnecessary for the time being. An abrupt display of extraordinary power would only arouse suspicion. As the thrill faded, he found himself contemplating a matter of significance. What secrets were concealed within the fishbeam tree or the heart tree? He had experimented with numerous plants and creatures in the north, yet it was the heart tree that possessed such immense magical potency. If one were to argue that the heart tree is the core of veneration, the very embodiment of faith, Klein believed this perspective misrepresents the causal relationship. It is likely that during the rise of the worship of the old gods, it was the discovery of the heart tree's magical abilities that prompted the reverence towards it. This leads to another pressing question. Whence does the heart tree's magic originate? He fundamentally rejected the notion that this plant inherently possesses magic. There must be another underlying reason. Chapter 13, I Want His Head. In a state of deep contemplation, Clay finally grasped that the question at hand was akin to inquiring about the true nature of the Lightbringer, Rollick, an enigma that could not be resolved in the present moment. Accepting this impasse with his characteristic nonchalance, Clay summoned the captain of the guard, who stood as straight as a javelin, disregarding the man's apologetic demeanor. Instead, he inquired, "Have you seen Robb and the others?" "No, my lord," the captain replied. "But I did hear rumors of the feast last night that His Majesty and Lord Eddard have intentions of fostering a closer bond between their children." "Continue." Clay gestured for him to elaborate. "As you are aware, our northern customs often require a display of swordsmanship to forge such connections. Thus, I believe if you wish to find them, the training grounds would be the appropriate place to look." Clay regarded the veteran named Hosta with mild surprise, for he knew that Hosta's assessment was likely accurate. It was entirely understandable that Eddard Stark, with his earnest and honorable eldest son, would seek to have him engage with the royal heir. In the eyes of both Eddard and Robert, there existed a profound camaraderie between the elder stag and wolf. Yet time was relentless in its passage. Therefore, it was only fitting that the young wolf and stag should cultivate their friendship from an early age, reminiscent of their own youth, which could potentially fortify their alliance in the face of future conflicts. However, Eddard had underestimated the reality that Robert's son, valiant and battle-ready though he may be, was in truth nothing more than a mere decorative pillow, proud and self-important. Clay had previously cautioned Robb against too much interaction with the royal family, and it now appeared that his warnings had fallen on deaf ears. Yet, it was not entirely erroneous. The old wolf and the old stag were indeed allies. But it was rational for the young wolf to bare his teeth at a sleek young lion. "Let us go witness the spectacle," Clay commanded, and the gleaming armored Hasta summoned 2 guards to accompany them. The distance was short, and upon reaching the entrance of the training grounds, Clay beheld 2 flags fluttering on the wall, one depicting the majestic crowned stag on the left, and the other showcasing the roaring lion on the right. A knight adorned in armor bearing the Lannister sigil stood sentinel at the gate. Upon noticing Clay and his entourage approach, he arrogantly raised his hand and declared, "Halt! Who are you?" "The princes are currently sparring with the Stark whelps. No one else may enter." The group frowned, not out of frustration at being barred, but rather at the knight's derisive reference to the Stark children as whelps. Such disrespect was particularly jarring, given their status as vassals of the North, and it was far from the decorum expected in these lands. "Sir, it would not be wise to insult the lord of this domain in such a manner," Clay remarked coolly. Although the knight recognized the sigil of House Mandler worn by Clay and his companions, he remained unfazed. In his mind, the head of the Mandler family in White Harbor was still alive, and he presumed these individuals were merely distant relatives. What was intended as a caution from Clay swiftly morphed in the knight's ears into a blatant insult, igniting his anger. "You insolent pup! I shall speak of these whelps however I please. Even if Wyman Mandler were here, I would say the same." The statement is undeniably preposterous. If the Lord were to stand here, this young knight would have no choice but to yield the path for the formidable presence of the Earl of White Harbor. Commanding a vast city and thousands of soldiers would instill fear in him. Upon hearing these words, while Clay remained unperturbed, the 2 White Harbor guards reacted vehemently, their curses echoing in the air, one audaciously resting a hand upon the hilt of his sword. "What are you doing?" the knight bellowed, quick to draw his exquisitely crafted longsword, its gleaming tip aimed directly at Clay's eyes. Seeking death, Clay murmured to himself, for he detested having a sword pointed at him. Initially inclined to de-escalate, he found himself provoked by the other's insolence. Perfect for practice, with a soft thud against the ground, Clay transformed into a shadow, swiftly approaching the Lannister knight. Just as the knight made a move, Clay delivered a swift strike to his carotid artery. The excruciating pain and the onset of unconsciousness caused the knight to drop his long sword and retreat, landing unceremoniously on the ground, from which Clay promptly retrieved the weapon. When the knight regained his senses, he found Clay's sword mere inches from his face, rendering him immobile, paralyzed by fear. Please. The once haughty knight could scarcely utter a coherent word, and Clay regarded this fool with disinterest, shaking his head. With a sharp sound, the sword was sheathed back into its scabbard, and Clay's frost-laden voice pierced the knight's trembling form. "You are merely a Lannister. Guard your head well. Without that lion, your position is precarious." Having dealt with this insignificant character, Clay entered the training grounds accompanied by 3 guards, where banners of roaring lions were prominently displayed, with few signs of the crowned stag or the direwolf. Clay's gaze immediately fell upon Robb, who stood in the center, his face flushed with anger, while the golden-haired, blue-eyed Prince Joffrey lounged in a soft chair, mocking Robb without restraint. "Is this how you Starks train?" Joffrey sneered, stepping on a wooden sword beneath his feet. "Shall we attire his royal highness in wooden armor as well?" A nearby attendant chimed in with a grin. "Indeed, since this is the sacred tournament of House Stark, let us chop down their fishwood and craft some armor, leaving the rest for the wolf cubs. Perhaps they could fashion a few wooden swords as well." Joffrey nodded in satisfaction, already contemplating dispatching someone to procure the fishwood. Clay observed Robb and Sir Roderick teetering on the brink of explosion. realizing at last the source of the cowardice displayed by the earlier night. Clearly, the apple does not fall far from the tree. With a master like this, it was no surprise they were of the highest caliber. Clay was aware of the Lannister family's dominance, yet he had never anticipated their audacity to such an extent, as they seemed intent on rubbing the Stark family's face in the mud. To strike the heart tree was akin to defiling the statues of the Seven in the South. It was truly a reckless act. Clay had underestimated the patience of Robb and the Old Lord. Had it been him, he would have already struck down the insolent fool who had dared to speak. Robb had struggled to contain himself, repeatedly reminding himself that the one before him was the Crown Prince. Yet the raucous laughter of the Lannisters around him made him detest the training grounds more than ever. At last, unable to hold back any longer, Robb hurled his sword and stormed out of the arena, only to be met with Joffrey's triumphant laughter. "Oh, the Stark warrior is fleeing." Witnessing this scene, Clay saw no reason to remain inside. He turned on his heel and headed for the exit, waiting for Robb to emerge. However, before Robb could appear, a breathless guard from House Mandler rushed over, disregarding decorum, to whisper a few urgent words in Clay's ear. The moment the guard finished speaking, Clay's expression darkened. He barked to Hostar, "Summon everyone." All of them. Before anyone could react, Clay viciously demanded of the guard, "Where are they?" "Near the blacksmith's shop." "Go. Gather everyone and surround the blacksmith's shop. I want his head." Clay roared, at that moment resembling a lion more than most in the city. Chapter 14. Murder. Clay was seething with rage. How dare someone have the audacity to disrespect him? The guard had just delivered troubling news. His sister, Vera, had wandered off in the city and had become separated from her escort. By the time the guard realized what had happened, Vera had already been harassed by a minor noble from House Lannister. Upon the guard's arrival and identification, the arrogant young man suddenly comprehended that he had indeed been accosting a noble lady. Yet, instead of offering an apology, he had the audacity to toss a few copper coins onto the ground. This was nothing short of humiliation for the Mandler family, and Clay could hardly contain his fury. Hosta, having learned the details of the incident, felt his eyes burn with indignation. First, the young master had spent a night in the mud, and now Vera had been subjected to Lannister's insolence due to the guard's negligence. If this matter was not handled appropriately, even 3 heads would not suffice to avoid the wrath of Count Mandler. "Young master, I shall gather the guard and ensure these scoundrels learn what the wrath of the sea god truly means. This is far from over." Without waiting for Clay's response, Hosta, his beard trembling with emotion, dashed out like the wind. To be honest, Clay had more than enough armored cavalry to deal with a minor noble. Yet openly resorting to violence while the king was in residence required careful consideration of the repercussions, despite his mounting fury. Although he felt trapped in a situation that demanded a show of force to express the Mandler family's outrage, a nagging sense of unease lingered within him. The circumstances surrounding this incident seemed illogical. Although Vera was somewhat naive, she was certainly not foolish, and the escort was not inept. Having provided protection for so long, Clay knew that Vera's security detail was, in many respects, more formidable than his own as the heir. The notion of losing track of her seemed implausible. Even if it were to occur, was it mere coincidence that she was harassed just as she stepped out of the guard's sight? Clay's astute instincts detected the faint scent of a premeditated scheme. Upon arriving at the scene in haste, he found the White Harbor Guard, clad in gleaming armor and with swords drawn, encircling the Lannister nobles who had been firmly detained by Vera's escort. Hosta was holding Vera, who, upon seeing Clay, rushed into his arms, sobbing with indignation. "So, you are her brother?" From a distance, Clay could already smell the overpowering stench of alcohol on the speaker. He cast a cold gaze at the Lannister noble still perched on his horse, his face betraying a mix of disdain and confusion. Surrounded by dozens of armored knights, Clay issued a command, and the insolent young men met their grim fate. The Lannister lineage remained largely respectable, so why did these offshoots display such absurdity? Lacking any semblance of common sense? Ignoring him entirely, Clay whispered comforting words to Vera, relieved that nothing worse had transpired. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to consult his father. "Dismount, Lannister," Hosta commanded, pointing his sword at the center of the encirclement. As his words echoed, the White Harbor cavalry, riding heavily breathing warhorses, slowly advanced, tightening the circle and bringing their blades ever closer. The deep blue mermaid banner fluttered, closing in on the solitary figure of the enraged lion at the center. A significant commotion erupted, prompting Duke Ed to swiftly receive word of the incident while engaged in conversation with Robert about their family sword, Ice. Upon hearing the news, his expression darkened, and he strode out with a massive blade in hand. Meanwhile, King Robert, also alerted to the disturbance, overturned his chair and hastened after his dear friend, but paused at the doorway to instruct a servant, "Fetch the queen." Within the hall, seeing that Clegane was utterly disregarding him, the brash nobleman grew even more audacious, exclaiming, "Cowardly eel, you are unworthy of such a fair sister. Hand her over to me, and I shall take her to behold the splendor of King's Landing, far superior to this wretched, frigid place." The atmosphere fell silent, all eyes fixated on Clegane. What a reckless fool! The more he spoke, the more Clegane found it peculiar that such a dim-witted individual would target him. Fearing that his emotions might overwhelm him, he hesitated, knowing that a strike could inadvertently play into the hands of certain onlookers. Yet he could not allow such an insult to stand, especially one directed at his venerable father, as the Earl of Wyman bore the esteemed title of Lord Eel. As the heir, it was his unwavering duty to uphold the honor of his lineage and family. Releasing his sister to the care of a nearby guard, Clegane sighed. In the next moment, the muscles he had honed as a monster hunter propelled him forward like a cannonball, drawing his long sword as he approached the frozen smile of the Lannister. The sickening sound of steel piercing flesh and cutting through bone accompanied the anguished cries of the horse. Clegane severed the forelegs of the leading Lannister's steed, causing it to collapse and pin its master beneath its weight. A barely audible crack echoed as this rather fragile fellow had his thigh crushed by his own mount, letting out a piercing wail. Approaching him, Clegane raised his bloodied sword, realizing that once he had begun, it was more merciful to finish the deed. "Spare me, spare me." Once proud as a deity, now reduced to mere grass, how pitiable. Too late, he uttered softly, plunging the sword down, blood splattering in the air. Amid the gasps of the onlookers, the Lannister noble clutched the blade embedded in his abdomen, his eyes bulging with disbelief, unable to fathom that Clegane would slay him. For he was of the esteemed Lannister lineage. Just arriving, King Robert and Duke Ed halted, gazing at the expressionless figure in the center of the scene. "Seven gods." Robert muttered, accustomed to death as he was. He did not recoil at the sight of a corpse, but rather recognized that the young Mandel had proven to be a formidable character, capable of executing a Lannister without hesitation. "Enough, Clegane." Duke Ed stepped into the fray, surveying the surroundings before addressing Clegane in a solemn tone. "It is of no concern, my Lord Duke. The honor of House Stark is as unyielding as the northern ice, noble and untainted. Thus, as your vassal, House Mandel shall likewise uphold the same." Clegane slightly bowed, acknowledging both Ed and Robert with a gesture of respect, and added, "Your Grace." Robert nodded stiffly, as he realized that he had unwittingly committed a foolish act. The words he had uttered to Lancel had now summoned a far greater predicament, for the Queen's figure had already materialized in the distance. He had intended to wield the King's authority to deliver a formidable blow to that Lannister, and then have the Queen escort him away, forbidding any further appearances before his departure from Winterfell. However, he was taken aback by the swiftness with which Clegane had dispatched his victim, leaving no time for him to assert his regal might. A small contingent of soldiers, adorned with the Lannister sigil and the crowned stag, forcefully parted the crowd. As the Queen advanced into the scene, laying eyes upon the lifeless body, Clegane, and his bloodied sword, freshly drawn from the corpse. Chapter 15. Imprisonment and assassination. No matter how exquisite a woman may be, when she emits a shrill scream, she is rendered grotesque, resembling a devolution of a monkey. The affected wail was abruptly interrupted by Robert's booming voice. "Silence, woman." Queen Cersei ceased her screaming, casting a cold glance at her husband, her eyes flickering with an imperceptible trace of resentment and disdain. She coldly remarked, "Your Majesty, the Stark family has trampled upon the rights of guests. They deserve a curse. The queen's summation was evidently learned well, and she was adept at grasping only the essentials. However, this was an accusation that none could bear, nor one that could be substantiated. The bewildered Duke of Stark hesitated, about to articulate a response, when Robert struck him sharply, causing Cersei to stagger. Indifferent to how such an action would be perceived by the royal couple. Do not speak of guest rights. Hasn't Tywin taught you how to converse? The king intended to continue his tirade, but was halted by Duke Eddard. There is no need for such fervor, your majesty. He glanced at the dazed royal guards, who finally responded by assisting the queen, who shielded her face. Robert was eager to depart, but Cersei obstructed his path, her emerald eyes glinting with fury. Your majesty, my father will never permit the Lannisters to be slain while the perpetrators remain unscathed. Do not use that old lion Tywin to intimidate me, the king barked, casting an irritated glance at the silently standing Clegane. Then imprison him until my departure. Remember, I want him alive. Ned, you are responsible for this, so be it. The king's decree was final, and no dissent could be voiced. The king's rotund figure vanished, and the queen let out a cold laugh, departing with her guards. Having not cast another glance at Clegane, all eyes turned to the remaining Duke Eddard, whose expression was grave and serious. He sighed softly and approached Clegane. Young man, you need not resort to murder. Do not trouble yourself, my lord. You should do what you must. The Lannisters do not abide by the rules. Rest assured, my lord, they cannot kill me. Observing Clegane's forced grin, Eddard Stark pondered the source of his confidence. Yet, at this juncture, there was no alternative. The Duke of Winterfell felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He could not protect his vassal, even on his own territory, augmenting his disdain for the Lannister family. He instructed Ser Roderick to escort Clegane to the dungeons and to care for him well, while ensuring that Vela and the folk of White Harbor were all brought into the keep, for that was the true sanctuary of the vast north. He particularly emphasized to Ser Roderick the necessity of personally overseeing Clegane's every meal, appointing guards to watch over him day and night. Having lived 2 lifetimes, this was Clegane's first experience in a prison, and truthfully, it was not dissimilar to what he had imagined. Although he was of noble birth, and the jailers of House Stark sympathized with and supported him, a prison is still a prison. Clegane was led by Ser Roderick into a dimly lit chamber that was somewhat more spacious. Remain here. This is the finest cell in Winterfell, cursed Lannisters. Roderick muttered a curse as he meticulously imparted details about the prison. He could not remain here indefinitely, should a crisis arise. It would be up to Clay to assess the situation. Clay attentively noted Ser Roderick's words. Although he was a monster hunter, and the potions designed to slay such creatures could not harm him, he surmised that the Lannisters would likely refrain from employing high-grade poisons like Tears of Lys for an assassination attempt. Truth be told, he was not worthy of such measures. If an assassin were to confront him directly, Clay felt no fear. Although his sword, the instrument of his craft, had been confiscated, Ser Roderick had provided him with a dagger. As long as the attack did not involve a crossbow or pitchfork, he believed he would be safe. This confidence hinged on the notion that Cersei would genuinely send someone to eliminate him. Clay mused that Cersei could not be that foolish, despite her lack of intelligence. He found it incomprehensible that, given the blatant nature of her actions, she could maintain an affair with Jaime for so many years without Robert's notice. Clay spent 2 quiet days in his cell. On the second night, as he lay on his bed dozing, he suddenly heard faint footsteps approaching the door. The sounds grew steadily closer. Although they were soft, to Clay's keen hunter senses, they echoed like a march. Instantly alert, he remained still, lying on his side, squinting in the dark to peer the door. Before long, a gaunt figure clad in black stealthily opened the door amidst flickering candlelight. Clay recognized the key. It must be in the jailer's possession, and unless the Stark jailer had betrayed them, he likely was unconscious by now. So, they truly sent an assassin. What was Cersei thinking? Was this truly her level of competence? As the assassin prepared to strike, Clay felt a sense of relief, accompanied by a flurry of questions. Wait, what if this assassin was not sent by the Lannisters? In a flash, he abandoned his intention to spring into action as he overheard the assassin's whisper. Lord Clay. The Lannisters send their regards. The sound of the blade slicing through the air prompted Clay to roll aside, narrowly evading a fatal blow. The assassin paused, taken aback. He had not anticipated that his seemingly certain strike would miss, that Clay would evade him. There was no time for hesitation. His mission was to ensure Clay's demise, and he immediately prepared to pursue him. Just as he raised his head, a hand appeared before him, forming an odd gesture, thumb extended, index and middle fingers together, while the ring and pinky fingers bent. In a daze, the assassin seemed to glimpse a faint green inverted triangle flash by. Yarxis, Clay murmured. The blade the assassin intended to bring down abruptly halted mid-air. His dull yellow eyes widened, expression vacant, standing there in silence like a lifeless husk. Fortunately, it worked. Clay was already prepared to wield his dagger should Yarxis prove ineffective. The reason for such an action, rather than directly ending his life with a dagger, was that Clay suddenly conceived a possibility. Should he be assassinated, nearly everyone would presume it to be the work of the Lannisters. But what if someone desired that very perception? To slay him upon Stark territory and implicate the Lannisters was not without its plausibility. Leaning against the wall, Clay inquired, "What is your name?" "Hall Rico." Clay could not recall who this individual was, perhaps merely a minor character. "Who sent you?" This question seemed to inflict immense anguish upon the assassin, his features contorted beneath the black cloth. Yet ultimately, he could not withstand the allure of Yaxie's power. Thus, Clay heard a name, Peter Baelish. Chapter 16. The peace upon hearing the name. A large question mark loomed in Clay's mind. Peter Baelish. Littlefinger? It took him but a moment to realize to whom the name referred. Why would this notorious schemer from the Game of Thrones send someone to assassinate him? To be frank, a peculiar emotion welled up within Clay, one that was difficult to articulate. It was not quite astonishment, yet it bore a semblance to that sentiment. Wait a moment, that's not right. Robert did not bring Littlefinger to Winterfell at all. An assassin would not target him simply because he was the heir to White Harbor. It must be due to his conflict with the Lannisters. But how did Littlefinger learn of this? Did he really send an assassin from such a distance to infiltrate the prison with the intent to kill him? Moreover, what manner of communication was this? Only 2 days had elapsed since the incident. How could it have been so swift? And that assuming a round trip. As far as Clay knew, the ravens trained in the south were always superior to those from the north, and the well-fed ravens from Winterfell would take a full day to reach White Harbor. By calculating the distance, if this was indeed a raven delivering a message, it would have to be traveling at least twice the speed of a White Harbor raven. For reasons unknown, an image of a muscular, well-defined raven suddenly flashed in Clay's mind, quite an unsettling thought. Shaking off that notion, he resolved not to indulge in idle speculation any longer. It was best to ask directly. "How did Peter contact you?" "Ravens," the assassin replied, uttering the word with an emotionless tone, rigid and mechanical. So it truly was ravens? Frankly, this revelation altered Clay's perception of these creatures. When employed effectively in warfare, the disparity of information could be exploited to great advantage. Yet at that moment, he wished to steer clear of these seemingly trivial details. He was far more eager to understand why Littlefinger sought to end his life. The formidable magic of the Valyrian seal was indeed effective against ordinary men, but Clay quickly discerned that this assassin was merely an instrument of orders, lacking any insight into the motives for his assassination. After administering another dose of the Valyrian seal, Clay commanded the assassin to lie face down on the ground. He did not wish for the man's unsightly visage to mar his mood. Unable to extract any further information, what was to be done next? In the quiet confines of the cell, Clay pondered aloud. He could not kill the assassin here. Although it would be an easy task for him, Clay could even command the assassin to take his own life. However, whether he or the assassin perished, Littlefinger's objective would be realized. Should he die, the Queen would inevitably face the ire of the furious Stark Lord, as well as the humiliation before the king. The Queen would not be dethroned due to his death, but she would irreparably damage her standing with the northern nobles. She was well aware that she had not dispatched the assassin, and might even suspect that the Stark family orchestrated the entire affair. Conversely, if the assassin were to die, his existence alone would achieve the same outcome. It would simply mean that Clay had survived. Thus, regardless of the outcome, the objective of sowing discord between the Stark and Lannister families had already been accomplished. How insidious! Upon reflecting on this, Clay inquired, "Was that foolish Lannister also orchestrated by you?" Our role merely guided him to that location. With his face pressed against the ground, his voice was somewhat distorted, yet Clay comprehended the message. There was nothing more to question for the time being. The assassin remained sprawled on the cold floor of the cell, intimately acquainted with its chill. Clay pondered how to resolve the situation. He was not a magician capable of resurrecting the dead. What should he do? The candle flickered quietly, its crystalline wax droplets falling one by one as time flowed slowly. Habitually, Clay reinforced the axe's spell, but just as he completed the incantation, his hand froze mid-air. Indeed, I cannot kill him, but I can compel him to leave. The thought crystallized instantly, and the more he contemplated, the more viable it seemed. Once his plan was refined, he commanded the dust-laden assassin to rise. Speaking with a tone that was both serious and clear, "Remember, you have slain Clay Mandler. You are to leave immediately and report this matter to your master, Peter, and cease any further inquiries related to Clay." "Yes, I remember," the assassin replied mechanically. The duration of the axe's spell was limited, although it involved cognitive alteration. It was merely temporary. Clay only required him to convey the message to Littlefinger. Imagine, once he relayed the information to Littlefinger, as long as he did not actually witness Clay's presence, he would not doubt his own actions. A person seldom denies their own reality. Furthermore, even if he were to discover that Clay had survived, what could he do? Send another missive to Littlefinger stating, "Apologies, my lord, the one I killed earlier has returned. Please wait while I eliminate him again for your viewing." Provided this assassin was not a fool, he would refrain from such actions, for in Littlefinger's eyes, this would be a blatant act of treachery, or the sender would simply be deemed irrational. Tools that lose their value or betray their purpose must be promptly discarded or destroyed. Littlefinger surely understood the art of minimizing losses. Thus, as long as this assassin wished to prolong his existence, perhaps even to escape to the lands across the narrow sea, he must accept Clay's demise, treating any sight of him as if it were an illusion. Within the king's entourage, there were 3 of them, but only he had been assigned the assassination task, which emboldened Clay to act as he did. Stumbling and dazed, the assassin left in a manner reminiscent of a man who had been thoroughly defeated. Yet before departing, he ensured the door was securely closed behind him and returned the key to the unconscious jailer's waist, displaying a commendable level of service. Reflecting on this incident, Clay realized he had unwittingly become a pawn in Littlefinger's scheme to instigate discord between the Stark and Lannister families, which greatly displeased him. Simultaneously, he recognized that his own rank was still too low. It was only when faced with peril that he detected the slightest hint of treachery. However, the prevailing circumstances had led him into a cell through a mere trifling stratagem from his adversary. Even from 1,000 miles away, Clay could sense the coldness lurking behind Littlefinger's sly grin. Given the current state of affairs, although he stood as a mere pawn, he was undeniably positioned at the heart of the game, albeit in a decidedly disadvantageous position. With a sense of confusion, Clay resolved not to remain imprisoned any longer, for the news was scarce, and everything felt overwhelmingly passive. He found himself curious whether Bran had witnessed the living tableau of the Queen and her brother. The second son of the Stark family had become a cripple, which was not a significant issue while Robb was still alive. However, with Robb's untimely demise, the North was now led by this young invalid. The audacity of the Ironborn to boldly march hundreds of miles to attack Winterfell is closely tied to this circumstance. In this world, a healthy and robust male heir holds immense importance. Countless lessons wrought from blood and fire have taught the lords and nobles of Westeros that only a master capable of wielding a sword can keep malevolent neighbors at bay. Chapter 17. Enlightenment. The notion is commendable, yet the dilemma lies in how Clay may escape. Although, as a nobleman, he would not endure the harshness of imprisonment, particularly under the aegis of House Stark. This very protection renders his departure from the prison exceedingly arduous. The underlying logic is intricate, albeit simple at its core. Ultimately, it is a matter of honor. For instance, had Clay been confined within the walls of Castle Black, slaying the jailer and dispatching the Lannister guards to return to the North would not only evade the edicts of the realm, but would also see him hailed as a hero. Alas, with Lord Eddard as his liege, Clay's presence in his custody signifies that any attempt to flee would sever his ties to the noble hierarchy of the North, a grievous transgression. In the vernacular of the North, this is deemed a violation of honor, an affront that would never be forgiven. The following morning, Sir Roderick, his visage etched with frost, hurried into Clay's cell. Early reports had reached him that the jailer had been knocked unconscious, and the seasoned lord immediately deduced that this was aimed at Clay, for there was no other worthy target within the dungeons of Winterfell. As he traversed the corridors, Sir Roderick's mind was a tempest of thoughts. He dreaded the sight of Clay's lifeless body, for that would signify a complete rupture between Lord Eddard and the Queen. While he understood that his master-esque composure would preclude any confrontation with the Queen in the presence of the King, he sensed an impending escalation, as the once discordant wolves and lions began to bare their fangs at one another. Muttering under his breath, Sir Roderick hastened his steps and soon encountered the young jailer, who stood frozen, a large bruise marring his neck. "Is Lord Clay unharmed?" he inquired immediately. The jailer shook his head, and Sir Roderick exhaled in relief, casting a stern glance at the lad before storming into the depths of the dungeon. Navigating through the flickering candlelight, he arrived at the most well-appointed and tranquil cell at the farthest end. There Clay, clad in simple attire, leaned against the wall, engrossed in a tome borrowed from the Winterfell library, titled Tales of the Old Gods of the North. "Lord Clay, are you injured? Did you discern the identity of the assailant?" Sir Roderick's anxiety dissipated, replaced by confusion. Clay bore no signs of an assassination attempt, his demeanor radiating ease. Sir Roderick, what do you mean? An assassin?" Clay's brow furrowed in bewilderment as he gently closed the book and approached the door. Sir Roderick accepted the key from the jailer who had followed him and unlocked the cell door. "Lord Clay, this fool was knocked out last night, and you are unscathed?" Sir Roderick's mind raced, bewildered that Clay had not encountered any would-be assassin. It was indeed perplexing. Someone had infiltrated the dungeon to incapacitate the jailer. Yet their intent had not been to assassinate Clay. What, then, was their purpose? Had they merely come to engage in violence for sport? An assassin, let's call him so, undoubtedly exists. Sir Roderick, a seasoned martial artist, immediately discerned that the scars on the neck of the jailer could not have been inflicted by him. "Are you certain you did not encounter anyone last night?" Roderick, perplexed, repeated his inquiry. Clay, bewildered and innocent, shook his head in response, leaving Roderick even more confounded. In his subconscious, he believed that Clay would never lie. And if someone sought to take his life, why would he fabricate a story? After pondering for a considerable time, Sir Roderick found himself entangled in this seemingly perplexing situation. Thus he resorted to a time-honored tradition of subordinates, seeking guidance from his superior. When he meticulously recounted the entire affair to Eddard Stark, the stoic lord of the North, a look of contemplation surfaced on the middle-aged nobleman's expressionless face. Once Roderick concluded his account, Eddard Stark fell into a prolonged silence. After an eternity, Roderick, caught in indecision, summoned the courage to call out, "My lord." Eddard lifted his gaze, quickly regaining his composure. He furrowed his robust brow and commanded, "Fetch that lad Clay to me, and make sure he is properly attired. We cannot allow the Queen's men to see him." Perplexed, Roderick complied, and half an hour later, Clay, clad in a stark overcoat, stood once again in the great hall of Winterfell. Eddard dismissed Sir Roderick, leaving only the two of them in the vast chamber. His gray eyes scrutinized Clay, as if attempting to re-evaluate him. After a lengthy pause, he finally inquired, "Clay, was that your first time taking a life?" While posing this question, Eddard scrutinized Clay's eyes intently. Without much contemplation, Clay nodded. "Yes, my lord. What was it like?" I didn't think much about it." Eddard Stark merely nodded, seemingly dissatisfied with Clay's response. He sighed softly and gestured toward a nearby chair. Clay, not one to be coy, promptly took a seat. "As your liege lord and elder, I must inform you that those who wield swords lightly ultimately perish by the sword. A life carries weight." Eddard adjusted the roaring hearth, observing the pensive Clay, and suddenly smiled, softly stating, "I understand. You are correct. Honor must remain unsullied, and this is why you stand here now." He halted Clay's attempt to speak, pausing momentarily before continuing, I acknowledge that an assassin certainly exists, but you wish for him not to, do you not? Noticing Clay's face stiffen, Eddard stepped closer and patted his rigid shoulder. You need not explain. It is fortunate that the assassin does not pose a threat to you. You acted rightly in this matter. Although reluctantly, the Stark family must avoid conflict with the Queen for now. However, you must understand, lad. He gazed into Clay's eyes, enunciating each word carefully. A wolf must never fear a lion. Courage is the foundation upon which we Northerners endure. I am delighted that you possess wisdom bestowed upon you by the gods, surpassing that of your father. I hope you will utilize this wisdom to assist Robb in the future. With that, Eddard Stark strode out of the hall, leaving a bewildered Grey behind. Grey was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Lord Eddard could see through him so effortlessly. He had thought he could deceive everyone, only to have his illusions shattered in an instant. The glimmer of wisdom in the old wolf's eyes left a profound impression on him. Undoubtedly, he was an astute individual. So why did he later falter so dramatically in King's Landing? Grey felt that the events soon to unfold in the southern capital of the Seven Kingdoms were far more intricate than he had ever imagined. Chapter 18. Conversation. Cly ultimately returned to the dungeon, somewhat astonished that Duke Stark did not inquire how he had managed to repel the assassin. It seemed this detail was of little consequence to the nobleman, who was solely concerned with the outcome. The wolf and the lion maintained a superficial peace, though this tranquility appeared exceedingly fragile. Following the incident, Duke Stark issued orders permitting the White Harbor guards to temporarily replace the dungeon sentinels, ensuring Cly's safety. However, from Sir Roderick, Cly learned that he might not remain in the dungeon for long, as his patriarch, the head of the Mandler family, Count Wyman, was hastening towards Winterfell with 100 armored cavalry. This modest force posed no threat to the royal presence and the Stark family within Winterfell. It was merely a display of strength by the Earl of White Harbor, an act of defiance towards the Lannister family. Cly could distinctly sense the admiration in the gazes of these guards. Some among them had answered the call of their liege during the War of the Usurper, marching southward, and thus shared a profound discontent with the Lannister family, akin to that of Lord Eddard. Yet, powerless against the might and wealth of Tywin Lannister, they returned to the icy north in frustration. In their eyes, Cly had defended his family's honor by decisively slaying a Lannister, accomplishing what they had long desired yet failed to achieve, thus garnering their profound respect. In the dungeon, Cly received 3 visitors, the brothers of House Stark, Robb, Jon, and Bran. What brings you 3 here? Cly inquired, gesturing towards a wooden chair in the corner. Unfazed by its dirtiness, they exchanged glances and sat down. A glance at Bran's waist revealed to Cly that the boy had yet to scale the ruined tower. We came to see our northern hero. Father has always forbidden us from visiting you, but with the guards now being your own men, we managed to slip in, Robb said, scratching his head apologetically. The youthful minds of the North were indeed pure, and during this time, the Stark brothers had already come to regard Cly as a true friend. Father says you are a true man of the North, and my brothers say the same. Little Bran chimed in innocently. Cly beamed with joy, but a flicker of astonishment and contemplation crossed his eyes. Since becoming a demon hunter, Cly's body had grown exceedingly sensitive to magical energies. Yet within his sight, Bran's form was ensnared by strands of arcane power. Something is amiss. This is not normal. The last time Cly had seen Bran was at the king's feast, and he could not ascertain whether Bran had long been entangled with these mysterious magical threads or if they had only recently manifested. Regardless, it was certainly troubling, especially since he had not observed anything similar on his brothers, indicating that it was not a matter of bloodline. What is happening? Is this not a low-magic world? For a fleeting moment, Cly questioned whether he was indeed in the world of ice and fire, but upon reflection, he found solace in the realization that he himself was the greatest anomaly of this world, unable to cast blame upon others. However, where there is a thread, there is a source. Clay was intensely curious about the fact that someone in Winterfell dared to contest his monopoly on magic. How could this be permissible? He silently prayed for his father to arrive swiftly, ideally to frighten the queen away so that he might hastily escape this wretched place. His desire to leave was more fervent than ever. He mused to himself that he ought to create a badge befitting his status. Clay spoke softly, his words barely audible to the others, prompting Jon to inquire, "What did you say, Clay?" "Nothing of consequence. Could you enlighten me about what has transpired outside?" Clay quickly diverted the conversation. Robb glanced at him thoughtfully, then replied in a tone that was both amused and mocking. "Very well, let me share with you." Lord Clay, he deliberately elongated the final address. He gathered his thoughts and continued. "After you were imprisoned in the dungeon, I heard that our king had a fierce quarrel with the queen. That very night, the king chose not to seek the queen, but instead spent the night with 3 ladies from Winterfell." As Robb spoke, he audibly clicked his tongue, clearly envious of King Robert, whose virility seemed to flourish, while he, under Catelyn's strict watch, could only observe but not partake, much to his chagrin. "My father has instructed the family to cease all contact with the queen's entourage, and I am relieved to no longer have to play the part of the deranged prince for the lords," Robb scoffed. Clay understood that the days spent alongside Joffrey were undoubtedly one of the most humiliating periods of Robb's life. "I truly did not anticipate that King Robert would have such a prince," Jon remarked. As a bastard, he had rarely encountered Joffrey, nor had they communicated directly. Yet instinctively he sensed that the prince bore no resemblance to the noble stag. Instead, he reeked of the repugnant odor of a lion. "Indeed, Joffrey resembles our king not in the slightest. Frankly, he seems more akin to a regicide and the queen's progeny," Robb concurred, oblivious to the peculiar expression on Clay's face. With a sigh, Clay contemplated that this might indeed be the reason. No one would actively investigate Joffrey's lineage. However, it was unfortunate that he bore such a striking resemblance to his uncle, lacking any semblance of a Baratheon. The 3 brothers of House Baratheon, Stannis and Renly, held a deep affection for Robert. Had Joffrey mirrored the youthful Robert, brimming with masculinity, they would not have rebelled immediately upon Robert's demise. It could only be said that the adults had sown this mischief. Joffrey could not dictate who his parents were, and his later hysterics were largely attributable to his mother-esque upbringing. "What of Vela?" Clay recalled his sister. "Alas, how could you have such a brother?" Robb rolled his eyes at Clay. "Fear not. Our father has already brought her to the keep. She has been sleeping with Sansa at night. Rest assured, when Lord Wyman arrives, my father will entrust your sister to him." Nodding slightly, Jon reassured himself that there was nothing to worry about. He retrieved a small pouch from behind him, using a tiny stool as a makeshift table, and extracted its contents. What lay within? "Ah, behold for yourself." Inside was a small jar, and as soon as Gray opened it, a rich aroma of liquor filled the empty confines of the dungeon. "Jon, father disapproves." The good-natured Robb instinctively frowned, only to quickly realize how dull his remark was. After all, he was quite tempted himself. The 2 brothers shielded the oblivious Bran from view, ensuring he remained unaware. Thus, in the cramped dungeon of Winterfell, the youthful generation of the North passed around a small bottle of wine, their laughter echoing through the stone walls. Chapter 19. The arrival of the Count. To be frank, when Wyman Manderly received the message from his granddaughter, Vela, conveyed by a raven, he nearly choked on the golden wine from the Isle of Tears. By the gods, what in the world has that rascal, Clay, done in Winterfell? Slaughtering Lannisters like livestock in front of the queen. Though Count Manderly admitted to feeling a certain thrill, he was simultaneously alarmed by Clay's audacity. Upon receiving the news, he immediately issued a gag order to the scholar in charge of the Ravens, not even informing his 2 sons, who were training soldiers abroad, despite the fact that Wendell Manderly was Clay's father. The following morning at breakfast, he announced his intention to travel to Winterfell, leaving his eldest son, Wylis, to oversee their home. Although this decision raised eyebrows, none dared to defy Count Wyman. Thus, the Count set forth with 100 of White Harbor's finest fully armored knights and 100 supporting soldiers, completing the journey in 5 days, a distance that had taken Clay and his companions over a week. Naturally, news of his northern march reached Duke Eddard Stark of Winterfell well in advance. The Duke, understanding the urgency of saving his heir and recognizing their shared northern heritage, felt powerless to command Count Wyman to return. King Robert, who had initially planned a hunting expedition, canceled his plans upon hearing of the Count's approach. The northern cavalry from White Harbor had left a lasting impression on him during the War of Usurpation. As a king who had conquered kingdoms, Robert's veins coursed with a potent, violent blood. Thus, he found greater interest in witnessing the troop than in pursuing game. Standing atop the high arrow tower at Winterfell's eastern gate, King Robert and Duke Eddard Stark stood side by side. The king, draped in a vast fur cloak, cursed under his breath by the gods. "Ned, what kind of wretched place do you inhabit? This is summer, for the love of all that is holy. I wager that even in winter, King's Landing is warmer than this. How do you northern folk survive?" Duke Stark managed a resigned smile as he observed his once brother's burgeoning form, replying softly, "Your Grace, the Northmen, the Stark family, have long grown accustomed to this. We shall endure." I know. You Starks are a stubborn lot, as cold as stone." The two fell into silence, for Eddard understood that Robert was once again reminded of Lyanna. Since his arrival at Winterfell, every blade of grass and every tree had evoked memories of his deceased betrothed. Eddard, too, shared in this sentiment, though he could constantly keep his sister's memory alive. From the heights of the Arrow Tower, only the banners of the majestic crowned stag and the dire wolf could be seen. The detested Lannister banner was conspicuously absent. After a span of approximately 10 minutes, the sound of resounding horns echoed from afar. A fleet of deep blue mermaid banners emerged before the eyes of the king and the duke. Wyman Manderly, Lord of White Harbor, had arrived with his forces before the king's presence. As the troops advanced to a distance where Robert could clearly see, he cast a surprised glance at Eddard Stark and, with a hint of confusion, exclaimed by the seven hells, "Ned, is this the army of your vassals? Why are they so well equipped? I thought such a sight could only be witnessed among the forces of that old lion, Tywin." As the Lord of the North, Duke Eddard was well aware of the capabilities of his bannermen. Thus, he was merely slightly taken aback by the impressive display of cavalry without showing excessive emotion. He patted the king on the shoulder and explained, "Your Grace, the Manderleys. After all, they possess White Harbor, which is the 5th largest city in all of Westeros. It is quite reasonable for them to support such an army. Back in my day, all my men were like this. They could storm King's Landing and slay those wretched Targaryens within a month," Robert declared fiercely. Duke Eddard furrowed his brow and replied solemnly, "You have already accomplished that, Your Majesty." No, it is not enough. Do you not understand, Ned? Across the narrow sea, the last remnants of the dragons still hide there. I intend to eradicate them." The king's voice was not loud, but anyone could discern the lingering fury and irrepressible hatred within it. Eddard Stark wished to avoid this topic and could only say, "Your Majesty, I must go and meet Wyman Manderly." "Go then, Ned, and tell that old eel not to trouble the queen. After all, for my sake, Wyman could easily take that boy and his sister away." The Lannisters would not dare to intervene. With these final words, Eddard Stark felt that it was the moment Robert most resembled a king that day. At the foot of the castle, at the forefront of the procession, a grand and opulent carriage came to a halt as Count Wyman ordered the troops to cease their advance. Through the carriage window, he could already see the 500 cavalry from Winterfell arrayed before them, while his liege lord was mounted beneath a colossal banner of the dire wolf, gazing at him from afar. Having achieved his purpose, Count Wyman spoke to the driver and proceeded alone, without guards, towards the banner of the dire wolf. From a distance, his deep, gravelly voice resonated. "My Lord Duke." As Count Wyman approached, Eddard Stark nodded slightly and dismounted. Aware that his visit had caused some inconvenience for his liege, Wyman was straightforward, bowing slightly in greeting. Eddard understood the purpose of his visit and did not press him, helping him up as they exchanged pleasantries and made their way into Winterfell. "My Lord Duke, that lad, Cray," Count Wyman tentatively inquired. "That rascal certainly knows how to stir up trouble. However, he is far more astute than your two sons." With this remark, disregarding whether Wyman comprehended it, Eddard led him straight towards the dungeons. The king was correct. While he understood Count Wyman's actions in a certain sense, the Manderly family's maneuvering carried a hint of treasonous intent. If the queen were to raise a fuss, the king might harbor thoughts of support. Yet he could not endorse such behavior. Thus, swiftly severing the entanglements, it was imperative to hasten the departure of Count Wyman, along with his grandchildren, to prevent further complications. With unwavering determination, Duke Edric advanced at a brisk pace, leaving the stoutly built Count Wyman, broader than even Robert, trailing behind in a state of perspiration. Upon arriving at the dungeon, the White Harbor Guard, having just caught sight of Duke Edric preparing to salute, was taken aback by the immediate appearance of their own lord, prompting all to lower their heads in subservience. The heir of White Harbor had been confined to the dungeon, and a noble maiden had been subjected to the advances of the Lannisters. Even they could not deny their own sense of accountability in this matter. Gasping for breath, Count Wyman cast a disapproving glare at the White Harbor Guards, letting out a heavy grunt before following Eddard Stark down into the dungeon. The priority lay with the heir, and these matters could be addressed later. As they approached Cregan's chamber, Duke Edric slowed his steps. His keen senses detected the unmistakable scent of alcohol, and his ears discerned the presence of 3 familiar voices within. In a fit of impulsive fury, he kicked open the cell door, glaring at the trio reveling in their libations. The youthful exuberance of their laughter froze on their faces. Chapter 20. Before returning home, Rob, could you enlighten me about what you were holding? Duke Eddard inquired, his expression stern. The scene vividly reminded one of a child caught misbehaving by their parent, perfectly mirroring the current demeanor of Robb and Jon. A glance from Clay revealed Robb, the future king of the North, utterly flabbergasted, lips pressed together, struggling to utter a single word while awkwardly clutching a bottle of wine. Apart from Clay, the 2 Stark boys appeared genuinely remorseful, heads bowed in acceptance of their misdeeds. Duke Eddard had pressing matters to attend to, and, shifting slightly, Clay caught sight of his father's imposing figure. Grandfather? Clay was taken aback by the swiftness of his grandfather's arrival. He knew well the purpose of Lord Wyman's visit. Truth be told, his objectives in Winterfell had already been exceeded. Firstly, through Duke Eddard, Clay's claim as White Harbor's heir had gained the approval of the nobility. Secondly, he had successfully prepared the potion for Witchers, and by a stroke of fortune, completed the Witcher mutation, albeit the process was far from pleasant. Moreover, during his extended stay in Winterfell, Clay had cultivated relationships with the younger generation of House Stark, leveraging his noble lineage. Although he possessed the Witcher system, theoretically allowing for rapid expansion of his influence, this required time. At this critical juncture, it was essential to forge strong ties with House Stark. His lineage compelled him to firmly align with the Stark faction for the time being. The future, however, remained uncertain. Of course, there were drawbacks. He had been manipulated by Peter Baelish, and although he had managed to mitigate the consequences, his sister's reputation had suffered. Marriage prospects for her were now dim for the next couple of years. But perhaps this aligned with Vela's own desires, as she had no inclination to wed. Furthermore, the seemingly tranquil capital of the North was thick with an unsettling aura of magic, stemming from the mysterious. Immense magical energy and Bran's unnerving magical threads that induced a sense of claustrophobia. Clay intended to seize the opportunity in the coming days to investigate the source of Bran's magical threads. Admittedly, he had some suspicions, yet lacked confirmation. However, the abrupt appearance of his grandfather disrupted his plans, leaving him to ponder if he might still see Bran before departing. This was not merely a matter of sentiment. From his perspective, understanding the source of the magic was imperative. Without this knowledge, he could not be assured of the magical energy he would use to train Witchers in the future. Ah, the young rascal is quite capable. I summoned you to Winterfell, and look at all you have accomplished. Lord Wyman, while genuinely pleased with Clay's efforts, felt compelled to chastise him for the trouble caused to Duke Eddard. Enough, Wyman. Clay acted in the interest of House Manderly's honor. There is no need for such reproach, Eddard Stark interjected, gesturing to halt Lord Wyman's reprimands. He took hold of Jon and Robb, faces etched with distress, guiding them out of the dungeon. Once they exited, only Clay and Lord Wyman remained in the dimly lit chamber. After a prolonged moment of mutual astonishment, both Clay and Count Wyman burst into laughter. Well done. You surpass your father. Back in the day, when your father and I followed Lord Ed to take the city of King's Landing from the Lannisters, those brutes committed unspeakable acts of violence and looting that had escalated to unbearable levels. Our soldiers from White Harbor attempted to intervene, but were merely tossed into the flea pit. As he recounted these memories, The glint in Wyman's eyes reflected nostalgia. Yet it was apparent that this recollection was far from pleasant. He paused before continuing. At that time, your father drew his sword, yet ultimately lacked the courage to kill under the banner of that gold and crimson roaring lion. You are stronger than we ever were. Excellent. The old count patted his grandson's back vigorously. Cray could discern that the Lannisters' actions in King's Landing had been egregious, leaving no favorable impression among these northern nobles. At that moment, the captain of the guard, Hostar, rushed in and upon seeing Count Wyman, wasted no time in drawing his sword and laying it upon the ground, kneeling on one knee with his head bowed in silence. Humph! Observing the dereliction of duty displayed by the captain, Wyman let out a cold snort. Yet, reprimanding a servant was not appropriate at this juncture. He commanded, "Get up, gather your men, and fetch Vela from the keep, then deliver her directly to my escort." Without hesitation, Hostar picked up his sword and strode away, as unceremoniously as he had arrived. It was already a considerable mercy that the Lord had not reprimanded him further. He could not afford to be overly demanding. "Let us not linger with idle chatter. We must depart," Count Wyman declared, straightening his posture and taking Cray's hand as he prepared to exit. Cray hesitated momentarily, acutely aware that he could not foresee when he might return, or even who would be the master of this place upon his return. "I will take things as they come," he sighed inwardly, turning to his grandfather. "Before we leave, I wish to meet with Robb Stark and the others." Upon hearing this, Wyman slowed his pace, furrowing his brow as he turned to Cray, awaiting his elaboration. "I have become friends with the Stark boys. It feels inappropriate to depart without bidding them farewell. Furthermore, grandfather, you brought me to Winterfell with the intention of fostering good relations, did you not?" Though phrased as a question, the tone was resolute. "You speak with such frankness. It appears you have done well." Indeed, there was no need for denial. The grandfather before him shared his interests in every sense, thus honesty was the best policy. "Then go. I shall wait for you outside the city. Remember, do not cause any trouble." Duke Ed readily consented to Cray's request to meet with Robb before his departure. Being a man of loyalty and deep sentiment, he naturally appreciated Cray's intentions. Thus, within the grand hall of Winterfell, Cray once again encountered the unfortunate Jon and Robb, along with the still youthful Bran. As for the youngest, Rickon Stark, there was no necessity for Cray to meet him. Embracing both Robb and Jon, having shared a drink together, they were bonded as brothers, a universal truth among men that transcends time and space. Yet, Cray's true intention was not focused on the two unfortunate souls before him. Rather, his peripheral gaze remained fixed upon Bran. More specifically, it was the intricate web of magical threads entwining Bran that captivated his attention. Before embracing the somewhat timid Bran, Cray discreetly activated his system and summoned his reservoir of magic. The moment his hands brushed against those ethereal strands, Cray perceived that the cluster of threads seemed to reveal its starting point, flowing into his being through the point of contact on his and Bran's backs. Instantly, Cray's expression sharpened, for this sensation of magic was profoundly familiar to him. He had encountered it in another realm, the Heart Tree. Chapter 21. The Three-Eyed Crow. This power, originating from the Heart Tree, instilled in Clay an unwavering certainty that at the other end of the obscured thread, a connection to Winterfell existed, perhaps even to the grandest Heart Tree in the entirety of the North. In the vast expanse of Winterfell's hall, the small figure of Bran rested his head upon Clay's shoulder, his cherubic face illuminated by an innocent smile, tinged with a hint of bewilderment. With resolve, Clay intensified the magical pull, akin to a spool of thread, abruptly augmenting its pull. He ceased to draw upon the magical strands emanating from Bran and instead began to tug at the intangible thread that traversed the wall. Clay was keen to discover what he could extract from it. Within mere seconds, the thread, previously slack, became taut under his influence. Clay distinctly sensed an odd, peculiar force, a sensation not relayed through touch, but more like a direct echo in his mind. Let us try again. The onlookers, apart from Clay, were oblivious to the magical strands, their attention solely fixated on Clay's fondness for Bran. Unbeknownst to them, a raven suddenly swooped into the open hall. This bird, cloaked in shadows, alighted upon the chandelier, its piercing yellow eyes surveying Clay's silhouette with a chilling, anthropomorphic gaze, rife with hostility. Clay's monster hunter instincts were heightened to their fullest. He feigned a gentle pat on Bran's back, engaging him in conversation about the next time they would meet, promising to bring along some of Bran's favorite items. Yet, in truth, he was still tugging at the fraying magical thread, almost hearing its muffled cries of distress. Suddenly, a pungent stench of decay enveloped him. Not merely a scent, but a sensation that filled his mind with discomfort. Within this foul aroma, Clay perceived a profound chill, as if a timeless iceberg loomed behind him. A phantom crack reverberated through the air, yet none were able to hear it. The magical thread finally succumbed to its exhaustion, snapping under Clay's relentless grip. Like a tentacle, the end connected to the unknown swiftly withdrew, while the portion entwined around Bran withered as if deprived of sustenance, turning an ashen gray that symbolized death, dissipating into the ether. Before Clay could ponder this abrupt transformation, a raspy whisper echoed in his ear. "You have triumphed." Avatar the Outer God. A colossal force surged through every fiber of Clay's being, and before he could react, his vision blurred, plunging his mind into chaos. When clarity returned, Clay's expression froze. Everything around him indicated that he was no longer within the hall of Winterfell. "You seem taken aback, Avatar the Outer God." A pale and monotonous voice resonated from behind him. Clay snapped back to attention and beheld a figure cloaked in black robes. "Who are you?" Clay inquired in a low tone, raising his hand to form a spell. A pale yellow, circular shield materialized, enveloping Cray within its confines. "The demon hunter's sigil, Quen. I am but a mere husk." A figure emerged, removing its hood. Cascading snow-white hair fell, yet appeared withered and twisted. It possessed but one eye. The pupil stained a deep crimson. Roots of some plant protruded from the empty socket of the other eye, while fungi thrived upon its forehead. This visage bore a resemblance to certain mythical entities associated with nature. Yet Cray sensed that the body before him was devoid of vitality, mostly ensnared by the breath of death. Yes, it was indeed the essence of an alien deity. Its monotonous voice seemed to articulate a simple truth. Reflecting on the recent dialogue, Cray recalled the being referred to itself as an avatar of the alien deity. Realization dawned upon him. It was likely referring to the powers bestowed upon him by his demon hunter system. "There's no need for such trepidation. Your being is suffused with magic. I neither intend nor possess the strength to harm you, Avatar of the alien deity," it stated, deliberately reiterating the title. Cray chose to disregard its words, finally seizing the opportunity to survey his surroundings. A mere glance left him astounded. He beheld the Iron Throne. Not that Cray had truly encountered the Iron Throne in this world before, but the chair was so distinctive that he recognized it instantly. Rather than a mere chair, it resembled a grotesque mass encrusted with spikes, blades, and warped metal. The throne itself towered impressively, Cray estimating it to be around 7 or 8 meters high, accounting for the uneven steps. "So I am in the throne room. My heavens! Surely, this must be over 1,000 miles away. Is there a mode of transport swifter than a dragon in this world?" For reasons unknown, such a thought sprang to Cray's mind. Yet soon after, he noticed something that ought not to exist here, which clarified the identity of the figure before him. A dragon skull, specifically a massive dragon's head, now reduced to mere bone. Cray recalled that when Robert I usurped the Targaryen throne, these decorative dragon heads had been relocated to the depths of the Red Keep, supplanted by the stag tapestry symbolizing House Baratheon. At this moment in time, Cray could not possibly be in the throne room witnessing a dragon skull. Thus, he comprehended that he was not in the current throne room, but rather in a historical one. In other words, Cray was standing within history, or perhaps within someone's memory. Observing Cray's unwavering gaze at the Iron Throne and the dragon skull, the voice reemerged, "Avatar of the alien deity. It seems you have discerned where you stand." With a calm demeanor, it inquired, "So, do you wish to take a seat?" Cray fell silent, reluctant to answer this query, even though he already possessed the answer. "Within your vessel, imbued with the arcane powers of otherworldly deities, I perceive an insatiable ambition that knows no bounds. I find myself pondering the enigma of why an heir of White Harbor harbors such a desire to occupy this throne. What sustains you? Is it the divine presence that looms behind you? It seems you have no expectation for an answer from Clary, as you continue unabated. I brought you here to deliver it, and I implore you to cease your interference, be it with the heart tree or that child. Upon hearing this, Clary finally grasped the truth. Your aim is not directed at him, but rather at Bran. Thus, when considering your ability to ensnare individuals within the maelstrom of history, your identity becomes strikingly apparent. Brynden Rivers, the bastard of Targaryen, the Blood Raven, the Three-Eyed Crow. Chapter 22. History Present. In future, Clay had no intention of revealing his identity. He was eager to observe what this ambiguous figure, the Three-Eyed Crow, intended to conjure. At the very least, Clay could ascertain that Bran's encounter with the Queen and the regicide in the remnants of the tower was undoubtedly no mere coincidence. The Three-Eyed Crow, utilizing the magical threads emanating from the heart tree, had guided Bran in a manner that eluded Clay's comprehension. He could not recall the precise moment on the original timeline when Bran had fallen. During his confinement in the dungeon, he had been severed from the outside world, losing all sense of time. It was possible that Bran's wall scaling was an event that had transpired before, merely disrupted by Clay's series of actions that interfered with the Three-Eyed Crow's schemes. His substantial extraction of the heart tree's magic and the severing of its threads had evidently pushed the Three-Eyed Crow to the brink, prompting it to confront Clay directly in its mystical guise. Clay surmised that the Crow was likely wary of the non-existent deity that he purportedly represented, which is why it spoke of harboring no hostility toward him. However, the more the Crow indulged in its imagination, the more advantageous it became for Clay. "What do you desire from that child?" Clay inquired, mimicking the Crow's indifferent tone. The Three-Eyed Crow did not respond to Clay's question. Instead, it glided toward the iron chair, adorned with sharp spikes, draped in its elongated black robe, ascending the steps with deliberate grace. It seated itself upon the Iron Throne as if it had performed this act countless times before, drawing Clay's gaze. Clay had to concede that the chair possessed an extraordinary aura, inciting an involuntary reverence in those who stood beneath it. "There is no king here." Clay's voice was resolute. "Indeed, but that is inconsequential," the Three-Eyed Crow replied, tightening its grip on the throne's armrests, causing its palm to be lacerated by the cruel edges, from which a pale green blood flowed, yet it seemed utterly unfazed. "I wish to propose a bargain. Agent of the other gods," its voice suddenly rose in intensity. "Oh." Clay was curious about what the Crow would articulate next. "I shall employ my power to elevate you to this throne, provided that once you claim kingship, you permit the North to achieve independence." Clay's mind was awash with questions, nearly suspecting he had misheard. For a fleeting moment, he wondered if the Crow had indulged too much prior to their meeting, impairing its clarity of thought. "You have several mentors, do you not? What abilities do you possess to make such lofty claims? If you were so formidable, why was I not aware of it?" After a prolonged silence, Clay finally retorted, "I do not believe that with your presence, one could wrest the Iron Throne from beneath Robert Baratheon's posterior." Indeed, the current stag was robust and vigorous, his antlers sharp, yet the gods had not bestowed upon him a fawn worthy of inheritance. As he spoke, the Three-Eyed Crow's tone seemed to take on a distant quality. But Clay inwardly rolled his eyes, recognizing the implication that Robert's 3 legitimate offspring were not of his bloodline. Was it truly necessary to speak in such cryptic terms? "I believe that if you have something to convey, it would be more prudent to express it plainly rather than weaving illusions before me." Furrowing his brow and carefully contemplating the implications of weaving illusions, the Three-Eyed Crow could only regard this as a term unique to agents of other gods. Yet it did not hinder its understanding of Clay's sentiment. "Very well, from this moment forth, I request that you refrain from interfering in my dealings concerning that lad from House Stark. You may, however, propose a request of your own, provided it is within my capabilities." Ah, what a whimsical notion, akin to a wish-granting lamp from a parallel realm. With a shake of his head, Clay resolved to make a rather outlandish request. "Thus, I ask of you to procure a dragon egg for me, along with a method for its hatching. Is that within your capacity?" Cray regarded the face before him, which bore an uncanny resemblance to driftwood, curious to witness its expression should it display discomfort. To his surprise, the three-eyed raven merely glanced at him and nodded in serene agreement. Very well, should our transaction be agreed upon, I shall have the stable boy Adu from Winterfell deliver it to you. However, this will require time, and you shall receive my gift in White Harbor. Cray was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had been rather hasty. He ought to have asked for something more formidable. Despite his myriad curiosities regarding how this entity could manage to unearth a dragon egg in the north, and even provide a manual of sorts, specifically, a method for awakening it, he found himself pondering why, if it possessed such knowledge, it did not undertake the task itself. Yet, upon recalling its ghastly visage, he surmised it was likely hiding away in a cavern beyond the wall, and thus understood. Answer me one question, and should it satisfy me, I shall consent to this transaction, Cray stated. The three-eyed raven nodded, awaiting Cray's inquiry. It was the same question as before. Why is Bran so significant to you? Is it no one else? What is it about him that is so extraordinary? The three-eyed raven fell into a prolonged silence regarding this inquiry, and just as Cray began to grow impatient, it exhaled deeply and replied with a wry smile. He is the most suitable candidate. You must understand, in all of Westeros, only the blood of wolves and dragons is exceptional. Some among them serve as the finest vessels. Beyond the wall, the footfalls of the cold god draw ever closer, continuously constricting the space for the living, while to the east of the narrow sea, the blazing radiance of Lawler seeks to ignite all of Westeros. Like you, I am but an agent of the divine. However, as you can see, my form is all but decaying. Bran is my finest successor and the greatest agent of my master. Contemplating the weight of these profound words, Cray retorted, So, your invitation and your desire to assist me stem from the fact that the power within me does not belong to the cold god, nor to the Lord of Light. Lawler, your ambition for Westeros suffices for me. Are you not concerned that the deity behind me might, well, encroach upon your territory or your faith? It matters not. As I initially conveyed to you, the North shall stand independent. My master does not mind your deity occupying the South, for Lawler's power can no longer expand, lest the entire world be thrown into disarray. But what are the seven gods? In my master's words, they are but seven entities incapable of stabilizing their own existence. It is utterly impossible to rely on them to withstand Lawler. In the desolate throne hall, all that Clay could hear was the sound of his own breath. These mere words sent a tempest swirling within his mind. He had once believed that in the realm of ice and fire, deities were merely symbols of good fortune. However, upon the unexpected appearance of the three-eyed raven today, he realized that there lay a profound narrative behind it all. After considerable reflection, Clay concluded that he could only trust half of the raven's words. To believe entirely would likely lead him astray. Moreover, the conditions set forth by the raven were ones he could not possibly accept in full. If he were to acquiesce completely, would he not jeopardize his plan to create an army of monster hunters? Feigning hesitation for a moment, Clay sighed and said, Your terms are commendable, yet I am unable to grant my full consent. The three-eyed raven furrowed his brow once more. Chapter 23. Departure. I believe my conditions have sufficiently demonstrated my sincerity. Exalted One. The being spoke slowly, its pale, withered skin wrinkling as if it would shatter at any moment. The three-eyed raven expressed frustration, yet more so resignation, acknowledging that there was indeed no way to deal with Cray. When its raven observed Cray, it was astounded by the overwhelming magic coursing through him. It had previously attempted to disrupt this heretic rampant in the north with the power of magic, but to no avail. No, from my perspective, you refer to me as the Exalted One, which signifies that there is no foundation of trust between us. Moreover, esteemed three-eyed raven, how can I be assured you will uphold your end of the bargain? At this juncture, Cray saw no reason to maintain pretense and directly revealed the other's identity. The blood-red pupil of the three-eyed raven widened slightly, evidently taken aback by Cray's knowledge of its identity. After a long pause, it finally spoke. You have surprised me once more, Exalted One. I do not recall having disclosed my identity to you. How did you come by this knowledge? The inquiry elicited a flash of white teeth from Cray, accompanied by a voice tinged with mockery. As you stated, that is of little consequence. Cray mused. Should I reveal that your true form lies beyond the borders? Would you be so frightened as to sprout a fourth eye? Taking a deep breath, the three-eyed raven chose to abandon this line of questioning, having grasped the essence of the trust foundation articulated by the infuriating exalted one before it. Very well, as you wish. I am eager to hear your terms. To speak candidly, Cray had no desire to turn against the three-eyed raven. Indifferent, he considered that whether Bran was controlled or met his demise held no significance for him. If one were to regard the noble families of the Seven Kingdoms as investment prospects, it would be fair to say none were of high quality. Should one doubt this, the outcomes speak for themselves. In a matter of years, these renowned dukes had nearly all perished. Old Wolf met his end at the guillotine. The elder Duke of House Tully succumbed to illness. Lord Tywin collapsed in the lavatory. The Tully and Baratheon families were extinguished, and Prince Dorne was assassinated. Furthermore, the now-deceased Prime Minister Jon Arryn epitomized the grim mortality rate. Thus, it is evident why Jon Snow, adorned with the protagonist's halo, ascended from the status of a bastard to Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, and ultimately, to King in the North. All those of prestige and capability had been eliminated, paving the way for him. In all honesty, Cray's foremost desire was to invest in Daenerys, far across the narrow sea. Yet, he lacked the opportunity, and Daenerys, having not traversed the trials of blood and fire, was equally an inadequate Targaryen. You may do as you wish with Bran. However, the magic of the heart tree in the north must be made accessible to me, and the previously stated demands remain in effect. These are Cray's conditions. In truth, he never intended for the other to genuinely procure a dragon or a hatchling. His true aim lay within the magic of the heart tree. Unlike Daenerys, he was not concerned with the question of whether he possessed the bloodline to command dragons. At this juncture, he could not afford to abandon White Harbor, one of the few prosperous cities in all of Westeros. White Harbor is certainly not Essos. Once Daenerys resolves her own security concerns, none can hinder her dragons. However, imagine the spectacle of raising a dragon in White Harbor. Given the rapid growth of the young dragon, no matter how meticulously one attempts to conceal it, discovery is inevitable. At that juncture, amusement awaits, as the Seven Kingdoms would likely cease their internal strife and march directly upon White Harbor. The most favorable outcome would involve the dragon being snatched away or slain under the threat of arms, or perhaps, by a stroke of fortune, it might manage to escape. This would result in the stripping of Gray's airship, leaving him to don black attire and join Jon Snow at the wall, subsisting on snow and crumbs. Yet, matters seldom unfold as Gray envisions. Very well, I too have conditions. Apart from Winterfell, all the weirwood trees under my lord protection in the north shall possess magical properties, albeit with limitations. One cannot wield such power as in the Godwood, for that would inflict grievous harm upon the trees themselves. Understood. One may draw upon it, but with restraint, acceptable. Wait, has he truly consented to grant me a dragon? Just as Gray began to process this revelation, he heard his voice. The deal is struck. Avatar of the other gods. Henceforth, touching the weirwood trees will allow you to contact me. I'll look forward to our next encounter. The throne room warped before Gray's eyes, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself once more in the hall of Winterfell, where not a single second had passed. Observing Gray's somewhat stiff demeanor, Robb inquired, Gray? This brought him back to reality, and he promptly released Bran. Within his sight, a thread of magic broke through the wall, once again entwining around Bran's form. This time, Gray refrained from intervening. He straightened his posture and bowed before the Duke and Duchess of Stark, who regarded him with smiles. Very well, Gray, you may return. Remember, Winterfell shall always welcome you. The imposing walls of Winterfell were soon left behind as Gray rode forth, inhaling the brisk air of the north while surveying his grandfather, who towered like a wall himself. I must say, young lad, you performed admirably this time, remarked Earl Wyman as he turned his head to meet his grandson's gaze, stroking his grizzled beard with a smile. He was quite pleased with his grandson, who had dared to slay a Lannister and forge an alliance with the Starks, all while possessing remarkable swordsmanship. What displeased him was allowing Wyla to run rampant during this expedition. Otherwise, Grey would not have found himself in the dungeons. After his efforts in Valefield failed, he should have dismissed any such thoughts. Moreover, he regretted his choice of captain for the guard. He was already aware of Grey's predicament of sleeping in the mud. And, given Wyla's harassment, had the circumstances permitted, Earl Wyman might have contemplated hanging this Captain Hostar. The Earl surveyed the White Harbor guard surrounding him, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. As I departed the city, it was indeed true that the Lannister Queen had dispatched individuals to thwart my departure with Clay. Witnessing this scene, my 100 cavalrymen unsheathed their swords, causing those inept fools to tremble in fear and promptly clear the way for our forces. Clay, observing the spectacle, felt a similar sense of realization. Indeed, strength is the ultimate truth. Regardless of one's title, in this world, when your might is formidable enough to crush all opposition, you ascend to the status of a king. Following the course along the banks of the White Blade River, after a week's journey, Clay once again inhaled the unique briny scent of the sea and beheld the colossal city enveloped by its towering white walls at the horizon. The mermaid flag fluttered above, and beneath its emblem, Clay felt a long-lost sense of tranquility. Chapter 24. Among family departing from the tumultuous Winterfell, Clay finally found himself in White Harbor, a place where he could unwind and contemplate his next course of action. After a prolonged period of navigating the complexities of Winterfell, it was evident that, aside from the initial steps of identity verification and the acquisition of magical prowess, events had unfolded largely according to his predetermined plan. However, following the eruption of the Heart Tree's magical turmoil, subsequent occurrences veered drastically off-script, spiraling beyond Clay's control. Fortunately, despite the intervening obstacles, he managed to extricate himself from the murky waters of Winterfell just in time. There had been a moment when, as he was being used as a pawn by Peter Baelish to incite discord between the Starks and the Lannisters, he contemplated confronting Lord Eddard Stark directly with assassins in tow, knowing that those bound by the mark of the Faceless Man would divulge everything within a specific time frame. Ultimately, he dismissed that notion. He was already on the precipice of the game, and taking another step would plunge him into its depths. A game where one cannot simply change their identity and restart. In a sense, both Clay and Peter were in search of the latter, named Chaos. Clay appreciated the Stark family's sense of honor and their approach to matters, but that was where his admiration ended. As they traversed the sprawling expanse of White Harbor, basking in the respectful gazes of the bustling populace preoccupied with their livelihoods, Clay felt a flicker of warmth in his heart. Here, the mermaid banner represented the law, and he was the heir to that very banner. Let us head back. You'll have ample time to explore this city. The piracy along the Narrow Sea has significantly diminished thanks to Lord Stannis and our fleet, and trade routes have improved considerably, remarked Count Wyman, patting Clay, who was lost in the city's allure. Very well, Clay replied, shaking the reins of his horse and galloping towards the new castle where his family resided. This time, he was accompanied only by a handful of seasoned veterans from White Harbor. As for his sister, Vera, though the events at Winterfell were not her fault, Count Wyman insisted she travel in a carriage adorned similarly to that of Queen Cersei, disguised as a noble woman of House Manderly. As he slowed down at the castle's entrance, Clay spotted his elder sister, Velfeed, the eldest daughter of House Manderly. Having celebrated her 19th name day, wore a pristine white gown unmarred by dust, accented with golden adornments. Under the midday sun, she radiated elegance and purity. Clay's keen hunter's vision allowed him to discern the intricate design etched upon her attire, a trident encircled by various marine creatures. Dismounting, Clay approached his sister. "Welcome back, Clay. Where's grandfather?" Velfeed inquired, tilting her neck slightly to glance behind him. "Oh, I arrived first. Grandfather is just behind us and will return shortly," Clay replied nonchalantly, grasping his sister's hand as they made their way into the castle. After days of riding, he could hardly contain his eagerness for a bath and some well-deserved rest. Velfield hesitated, her teeth biting down on her crimson lip. The Mandler family adhered to rather rigid customs. Logically, upon the return of Earl Wyman, she, as the eldest daughter, should have been the last to leave. However, She was acutely aware that Clay had little affection for such formalities. Her own nature was rather soft, which left her in a quandary, her feet remaining stationary. When she pulled back and noticed her sister had not moved, she turned to see the unnatural expression on Velfield's face. Clay, after a moment of contemplation, understood and reassured her. It's all right. Grandfather is too preoccupied to concern himself with you at the moment. Now is Vela's turn to face misfortune. Clay found a hint of amusement in his own words. During their time in Winterfell, the captain of the guard had often mentioned the amusing dynamic between the two sisters within the Mandler family. It seemed they had orchestrated a plan. Over the course of a week, 6 days were dedicated to vexing Earl Wyman. The elder sister, Velfield, was too gentle in temperament. Despite her striking beauty and graceful figure, the Earl had always disapproved of her submissive demeanor. Having been a commanding figure throughout his life, he naturally desired his kin to exhibit strength rather than meekness. In stark contrast, the younger sister, Vela, neglected the noble pursuits expected of her, exhibiting an excessively dominant character coupled with a wild and clumsy nature that betrayed any semblance of a refined lady. On Mondays, the Earl would admonish Velfield to adopt a stronger disposition lest she be bullied in marriage, while on Tuesdays, he would witness Vela at dinner, carelessly spilling food all over herself. Yet, there was an undeniable charm in the sisters' dynamic, as they would grant their grandfather a day of respite on weekends, likely in consideration of his frail health. Thus, when Clay had remarked that it was Vela's turn to endure unfortunate circumstances, he felt an involuntary sense of relief upon seeing Velfield, which brought him a measure of joy. At the evening banquet, now adorned in splendid attire embroidered with blue stripes, Clay was diligently attempting to tackle the fried fish on his plate. Suddenly, he heard the voice of the Earl. Our Lord Ed has consented to serve as hand of the king to His Majesty King Robert in King's Landing, accompanied by his 2 daughters. In this family gathering, with Uncle Willis and his father Wendell absent, the statement was essentially directed at Clay. He comprehended that the missive from Winterfell effectively announced Ed Stark's formal appointment as Hand of the King. Considering the timeline, the royal party must be preparing to depart. Although Clay lacked the means to prevent the Stark direwolves from descending southward this time, he had at least managed to avert Bran's fall from the crumbling tower, thereby saving him from becoming crippled and ensuring that no assassins would target the comatose Bran. While this may seem a minor adjustment, Clay believed that small changes could accumulate to forge a significant transformation in crucial moments. The previously whispering Velfield and Vela fell silent at the Mandler family table. Women were not permitted to interject unless the discourse pertained to their own affairs. When Clay was absent, this custom had not been as pronounced, but now that he had returned, the Earl seemed to intentionally reinforce or subtly imply this tradition. The Ice Wolves are certainly ill-suited for the sweltering southern territories. Upon uttering this remark, Count Wayman consumed his meal alone, muttering to himself in a hushed tone, the implications of which Clay readily grasped. Historically, every head of House Stark who ventured south to King's Landing met with dire consequences, the most notorious being Lord Eddard Stark's father and elder brother, who were brutally incinerated by the mad King Aerys II in the throne room. It is likely that few nobles from the north support Lord Eddard, as they have long grown accustomed to the cold yet resilient terrain of the north, harboring no desire to entangle themselves in the chaotic power struggles that plague King's Landing. Chapter 25. The plan. As the night descended, the stars shone brightly in the sky. Through the delicate veil, stirred by the sea breeze, Clay reclined upon the soft cushions, his gaze clear and luminous. A fine noble education had instilled in him the knowledge that the brightest constellation in the night sky, leading the vessels to the harbor of Whiteport, was none other than the Ice Dragon. At this late hour, after a day of bustling activity and the exchange of countless goods, Whiteport seemed to have grown weary and settled into a tranquil silence. The entire harbor was enveloped in stillness, broken only by the ever-present sound of waves and the occasional distant tolling of bells. However, there was an exception. From his elevated vantage point, Clay could see a small area beneath the steps of Fish King Square that remained brightly lit. His memory served him well, reminding him that this place was known as the Lazy Eel. It was one of the most renowned taverns in all of Whiteport, not for its service or the quality of its libations, but rather for offering the oldest serving wenches and the most inferior wines, accompanied by meat pies filled with lard and gristle. Sailors who had drifted upon the narrow sea for months often gravitated towards such establishments, deeming them economical, Clay mused. He would not deign to visit such places out of mere boredom. Rather, it was the responsibility of his newfound status as the master of this domain that compelled him to observe the vast port city through the discerning eyes of a proprietor, rather than as a guest or a mere 16-year-old boy. When the banquet concluded, the elderly gentleman dismissed his 2 granddaughters and other attendants, leaving only the 2 of them in the candlelit mermaid palace. The elder's words were straightforward. There was no need for riddles, given Clay's unyielding position as the heir. Clay's uncle, Wyllis Mandler, the second heir of Whiteport, was much like Count Wyman, a corpulent figure unable to mount a horse for battle, and in frail health. Thus, it fell upon Clay to begin learning the management of Whiteport, officially embarking on the responsibilities befitting his title as heir. For Clay, this undertaking was a double-edged sword. On one hand, as the heir, he could no longer act with the same reckless abandon as before. On the other, his status afforded him access to the vast resources of Whiteport, which was vital, for his plans to establish a monster-hunting army were insatiable. Clay's overarching strategy could be delineated in several steps. First, he could not alter the Duke of Stark's southern advance. His little butterfly wings could hardly stir the winds against the formidable walls of King's Landing. He resolved to remain vigilant regarding the movements in King's Landing, pondering whether his family possessed any spy network akin to the little birds of the octopus, and, if so, to dispatch them all there. He was unable to assess the situation in King's Landing, yet while the old wolf lived, the sword of the North would remain sheathed. Should the old wolf be pushed to the guillotine, neither the old nor the new gods, nor the likes of Lannister, could prevent Robb Stark from summoning his vassals to march south and seek vengeance for his father. Secondly, regardless of the outcome of the first point, since the three-eyed crow fears the non-existent alien gods behind him and has not yet troubled me, I shall seize this opportunity to swiftly augment my apothecary's inventory and devise a means to assemble a formidable squad of demon hunters. The exact number of individuals that can undergo mutation remains uncertain, as there are too many variables involved. However, it is preferable to maximize the number, provided it remains within controllable limits. In this realm of ice and fire, demon hunters are unequivocally akin to special forces. The limited time available is hardly sufficient for me to cultivate hundreds or thousands to engage in a war of attrition. However, a single squad capable of executing ambushes would be adequate. This plan, however, hinges upon the prerequisite of persuading my grandfather, the head of the family. Without his support, my endeavors would be severely impeded, and I would struggle to gather the funds necessary for the mutation, let alone select candidates. Thirdly, should the second option prove unviable, I must concentrate all available resources upon myself. I have personally tested my current magical sigils, which are adequate for handling small-scale, low-intensity conflicts. Yet, when confronted with the true chaos of battle, I find myself at a loss. For instance, my Quinn sigil is a mere level 1, while it can deflect distant arrows. Should I be unfortunate enough to be dispatched to siege a city and encounter an oncoming siege crossbow, no one could save me. For such weaponry has been known to fell even dragons, wielding tremendous power. Moreover, my axe's sigil can still confound an ordinary individual. But what of those who are trained or possess steadfast wills? This is not a game. Failure to deceive could result in monetary repercussions, or, worse, a swift demise by sword. Hence, the urgency to enhance my own capabilities cannot be overstated. Lastly, I've been mulling over the promise made by the three-eyed crow. Through the final utterances of the crow, I have come to realize that the somewhat confused servant, Adu, may very well be under the crow's influence. His delivery of items, to me, signifies complete control by the three-eyed crow. Nevertheless, this is not of paramount importance. What truly matters is whether Adu will indeed deliver the dragon egg and its hatching method, and whether I shall accept it. As a legitimate scion of the North, the act of accepting a dragon egg carries immense risks, and I find myself regretting the impulsive words I once uttered. Yet, To cast the dragon egg into the sea as if it were a mere stone is equally unthinkable for once it matures. It would become a genuine aerial bombardier capable of raining fire upon my enemies, and it possesses the potential for continuous self-enhancement. Daenerys's 3 dragons ultimately resulted in the survival of but one, with the other 2 perishing beneath the crossbow's bolts. This might create the illusion that crossbows can slay dragons. But this is a misconception, for Daenerys's dragons were simply too small. In contrast, the colossal dragons of history would find crossbows no more than a trifling annoyance, as their thick scales would render them impervious to such attacks. Moreover, there lies a conundrum that warrants elucidation, should the dragon truly be hatched. How shall one account for the lineage of Clay? Might not Count Wyman harbor doubts about his very identity as Clay Manderly? After all, the northern nobility suffered considerable losses during the War of the Usurper, for they were the bulwark against the royal forces. Clay is acutely aware of his family's unwavering loyalty to House Stark. It would be far simpler if he belonged to a treacherous family akin to Littlefinger's. Thus, the dragon egg presents an exceedingly perilous yet boundless opportunity for Clay. With a hint of restlessness, he rolled over on his bed, and, after clarifying his thoughts, he resolved to set aside these musings. Tomorrow, he would seek out Count Wyman alone. All else would be momentarily deferred. For the support and endorsement of the old lord regarding this monster hunter's capabilities were imperative. As for the risks, Clay fully comprehended them. Yet he had steeled himself for what lay ahead. Chapter 26. The Mandlers at 8 in the morning, after hastily consuming an excessively nourishing breakfast. Clay was unexpectedly summoned by Sir Marlon Mandler to the expansive courtyard at the heart of the castle. Upon entering, Clay quickly observed that this area was several times larger than the training grounds of Winterfell, divided into multiple sections by sturdy oak fences. It featured an archery range adorned with numerous targets, a cavalry training area reminiscent of a sprint track, and a fencing practice ground equipped with weapon racks brimming with long swords. Surrounding these facilities, Clay noted the presence of structures resembling grandstands, which added an element of relaxation to this otherwise austere setting. Though Sir Marlon was quite advanced in age, he remained robust and powerful, his formidable presence unimpeded by the armor he donned, which seemed to weigh no more than a feather upon him, a short sword sheathed at his waist for close combat. Leading Clay into the training area, Clay observed figures clad in armor gathered near the entrance of the cavalry training ground. His keen eyesight allowed him to discern that these individuals were predominantly youthful, with the eldest not exceeding 30 years of age. They congregated in small groups, engaged in hushed conversations, and Clay noted the distinct sigil of a mermaid emblazoned on each of their armors. These were the younger branches of the family, summoned to become acquainted with the appearance of their lord's heir. Sir Marlon naturally slowed his pace and addressed Clay. "You will soon be introduced to them. The manner of your introduction is yours to determine. Whether you choose to best them in drink or best them with your sword is entirely up to you. However, an old man's advice is often most effective to first best them in combat before indulging in drink. Are you not concerned they might overpower me?" Clay inquired with a smile. "Young man, do not presume us to be blind or deaf. Many are aware of your exploits in Winterfell," Sir Marlon replied, gesturing to his ears. Clay pondered this, sensing that the purpose of this orchestrated meeting extended beyond mere acquaintance with the Mandler offshoots. "After this gathering, you will select a few of them to serve as your attendants. In a few days, the Lord will preside over your knighthood ceremony. Initially, we intended to invite Duke Stark, but it appears that opportunity has been lost," Sir Marlon added, seemingly reading Clay's thoughts. Nodding in understanding, Clay grasped the elder's intention. He was being given the chance to form his own cadre. Upon reflection, this was not surprising, for Clay had no brothers. In contrast, within House Stark, the eldest brother Robb, upon inheriting the title of Duke of Winterfell, would naturally have Bran and Rickon as his aides or stewards, as the trust between blood siblings is minimal. Yet Clay lacked such a privilege. He was the sole male heir of his family line and, upon entering the battlefield, found himself without even a trustworthy retainer. As the two entered, particularly upon the sight of the imposing Sir Marlon, the previously languid young Mandlers sprang up like startled rabbits. Cray observed a stout little fellow, his thick hair obscuring his view as he consumed his meal, only to receive a sharp slap on the back of his head from a companion. Just as he prepared to bare his teeth and swing a fist, he turned to find Marlin and Cray before him, in a remarkable display of agility. The rotund young man managed to swallow his unfinished food and compose himself within a mere 5 seconds, matching the nimbleness of Cray, the demon hunter, leaving him in awe. "They seem rather intimidated by you," Cray whispered. "Indeed, some of their fathers have been under my tutelage since childhood," Marlin replied with undeniable authority, a statement that commanded respect from Cray. As Cray stood alongside Sir Marlin before this assembly, his gaze swept across each face, and in turn, they scrutinized him. The Mandler family boasted a long and storied lineage, having established roots in White Harbor for an extensive period. As generations flourished, aside from the main bloodline, the numerous branches had persisted, with the luckiest among them bearing a title of nobility, managing a small village on behalf of the main line or themselves. The majority, however, had lost their surnames through generations of intermarriage, and those before him were likely the affluent families that Sir Marlin had deemed worthy of donning a suit of armor. The remaining individuals, though sharing the Mandler name with Cray, bore no distinction from common farmers. This time, Sir Marlin had summoned them to announce that young Master Cray was seeking attendance. Those selected would undergo training to become his personal guards. No grand promises were made. Yet every household that received the news endeavored to provide their sons or husbands with the finest armor, for should young Master Cray select them, their family fortunes would undoubtedly transform. "You know why you are here. I shall not waste words. This is Cray Mandler, grandson of Lord Wyman and son of Sir Wendell." Sir Marlin introduced him, stepping aside. Cray observed a myriad of expressions on their faces: envy, servility, solemnity, and supplication. Yet there was no hint of animosity or jealousy. Under the esteemed rule of Count Wyman, who had governed White Harbor for decades, such feelings were rendered inconceivable. "Stand in formation. Do I need to teach you that anew?" Sir Marlin suddenly furrowed his brow. The group, which had previously gathered closely, jolted at his words and quickly arranged themselves into a neat line according to their heights. Cray realized that Count Wyman's orchestration of this event was not a spontaneous decision. These individuals were evidently aware of their positions within the ranks, suggesting they had been trained long before, perhaps even since his recent arrival in Winterfell. "Now, in order, please state your names," Cray declared, breaking the silence that had enveloped the gathering. Upon hearing Cray's voice, Sir Marlin refrained from further comment. After all, Cray was the focal point of the day, and he had no intention of overshadowing him. After a moment's hesitation, the tall, seemingly simple-minded young man stepped forward, saying, Yumo Mandler, my lord." Nodding thoughtfully, Cray turned his attention to the next individual in line. "Rysta Mandler, my lord, my family is—" The individual, slightly shorter than Yumo, spoke rapidly, eager to convey more after stating his name. Cray raised his hand, promptly interrupting him. He cast a brief glance at Rysta before shifting his attention to the person behind him. "I merely require your names. Familial ties are of no significance to me." Next, without acknowledging the somewhat awkward Rysta, Cray turned his gaze to the next individual. "Rickard Mandler." Mandler, my lord." Each one listened with a stoic expression as Cray saw no need to feign cordiality. At this moment, he possessed no familiarity with these individuals. Exhibiting kindness would only render him vulnerable. When necessary, Cray believed he could resort to violence, for he sought a loyal retinue capable of accompanying him into battle, the foundation for his future endeavors. If extending mercy meant allowing them to return to their lives, that would constitute the greatest kindness. Chapter 27. Swordsmanship. Having listened to the registrations of a total of 42 individuals, it must be said that Cray had scarcely remembered a few names. However, that was not the primary objective. The essence lay in solidifying this sense of affiliation. I instructed, you listen, and then you act. But the prerequisite was that I needed to instill in them the belief that their efforts bore promise. As Cray heard their names, he disregarded their familial backgrounds, conveying the message that their pasts were inconsequential. They were all equal now, and he would remember them, so they ought to strive diligently. Sir Marlin, standing nearby, cast a somewhat surprised glance at Cray. He had anticipated that Clay would be at a loss for words in the presence of so many. Yet it was evident that his 2 years of travel in Essos had indeed honed his skills. After reciting the last name, Clay returned to Sir Marlin's side and quietly inquired, "Sir, do you have anyone in mind whom you would recommend?" Clay was aware that these individuals had been meticulously selected by Sir Marlin, and he felt the need to express his gratitude. Yet he was uncertain if there were candidates Sir Marlin wished for him to consider. "None. Whom you choose, and how many, is entirely up to you." Sir Marlin's response was as unyielding as stone. With a slight shrug, Clay accepted this, realizing it mattered little now. He had initially intended to showcase his prowess as a monster hunter to his father, but it seemed that someone had already taken the initiative to prepare the candidates for him. Consequently, he no longer felt the urgency to assess their abilities and character immediately. "Sir Marlin, might I trouble you to summon my grandfather?" Clay requested. "It is merely to test them. Later, the Earl will come to assess personally." Sir Marlin assumed Clay was uncertain. Thus he suggested bringing in Earl Wayman for oversight. Clay waved his hand dismissively and smiled. "No, it is not related to them." Without further ado, Sir Marlin nodded and departed, not engaging in further banter with Clay. Alone on the field now, Clay found himself the sole focus of 42 pairs of eyes. For reasons unknown, he recalled his military training days. He now bore a striking resemblance to his former instructor. Among the candidates were individuals of varying heights and builds. While awaiting Earl Wayman's arrival, Clay, feeling idle, decided to test his swordsmanship on these individuals. "Which of you wields a sword most proficiently?" he inquired. The lined-up Mandalorians exchanged glances, yet not one moved. To his surprise, Clay had expected someone to step forward, but instead, all those within his sight averted their gaze. A moment of silence ensued, but Clay was unconcerned. He understood their psychology well. Each one was undoubtedly eager to showcase their abilities. "Let me make it clear in advance. I cannot select all of you." He continued, "Furthermore, the team I seek is one capable of charging in a battle on horseback, wielding swords against foes. If you lack the courage to draw your swords, then it is best you leave Newcastle at once." As soon as those words were spoken, the expressions of the individuals present shifted noticeably. Initially, they had come here merely to be informed of an impending selection, yet the specifics remained shrouded in mystery. Sir Marlin Mandler had divulged nothing to them, but one could hardly fault the nobleman, for he too was unaware of Clay's criteria. However, at this moment, Clay's two utterances provided them with a hint, akin to delineating the scope of an examination, igniting a newfound motivation within them. Clay was not kept waiting for long. As he counted the scales adorning the flag of the mermaid at his side, a voice rang out. "My lord, I shall wield my sword." Upon hearing Sir Marlin's report, Count Wyman Mandler turned the wine glass filled with Dornish summer red in his hand, perplexed as to why Clay sought him out. Though he had harbored some reservations about Clay, his resolve to mentor him solidified after their journey to Winterfell. In his own words, even if Clay abstained from alcohol altogether, he would ensure that he was transformed into a connoisseur of the finest wines from White Harbor. With no pressing matters at hand, Count Wyman reclined into a plush chair, carried by several servants towards the training grounds. Upon his arrival, he beheld a striking scene. Clay, clad in half armor, was engaged in a fierce duel with a fully armored knight. Their swords clashed together, exerting force in a stalemate. The Count noted that his grandson's opponent appeared significantly more imposing, with robust arms resembling stone pillars encased in armor, causing him to worry for Clay's safety. Yet, the seasoned Count Wyman, having once participated in battles, quickly discerned that their strengths were evenly matched, with Clay exhibiting a remarkable ease. In the blink of an eye, Clay abruptly deflected his opponent's sword to the side, seizing the opportunity to execute a swift maneuver, and before anyone could comprehend the turn of events, he had positioned the tip of his sword at his adversary's throat. The efficiency and decisiveness of the action struck Count Wyman profoundly. From the moment their weapons met to Clay's victory, merely a few breaths had elapsed, showcasing both the steady engagement and the rapid counterattack without any hint of hesitation. The Count observed several younger Mandlers standing dejectedly at the sidelines, and with his keen perception, he immediately recognized them as the previous challengers. Noticing the Count's presence, These younger members hurriedly bowed and called out, "My lord." Prompted by their exclamation, Clay turned, wiping the sweat from his brow, and smiled, nodding at his grandfather while saying, "Grandfather, you have arrived." It was not a formal occasion, and within the confines of his own home, he felt no obligation to extend excessive deference to his elder. The younger members, however, were bound by tradition. Witnessing the family patriarch's arrival, their gazes towards Clay's back grew fervent, for he had single-handedly bested 10 of them in a remarkably brief span, without allowing a single blade to graze him. Although some among them lacked skill, they knew well that at least a few in that group were genuinely competent with a sword. However, their results bore no distinction from those who were incapable, all succumbing to Lord Clay's victories within 3 moves, either disarmed or struck at their vital points, much like the individual just now. Waving his hand dismissively at these individuals, he signaled for them to depart, and they promptly vanished, recognizing the unspoken cue. Witnessing this, Count Wayman remained indifferent, settling himself upon a wooden stool, stroking his beard speckled with gray, and inquired with a chuckle, "What is it, Clay? What prompted you to summon me?" Although Clay's face radiated the joy of recent triumph, his heart was fraught with anxiety, for he was about to reveal to his grandfather his most significant secret, albeit only a fraction of it. Yet, before broaching that subject, he intended to discuss something else first. Chapter 28. The Assassination Behind Grandfather. There is something I must tell you. The gravity in Clay's voice and the seriousness of his expression piqued Count Wayman's interest, as it was the first time his grandson had spoken to him with such earnestness. "Oh, what news do our valiant warriors from the north bring?" Clay cast aside his sword and took a seat beside his venerable ancestor, carefully arranging his thoughts. "Grandfather, I was the target of an assassination attempt in Winterfell." The mere utterance of those words left Count Wayman momentarily speechless, his hand, adorned with graying hairs, frozen mid-air, his eyes wide and mouth agape. However, this state of shock lasted but a fleeting second, as the flush of indignation painted his face a deeper crimson. Rising in fury, he demanded, "Who dares to threaten my grandson in the north?" The first name to spring to his mind was that of the notorious old skinslayer to the north, Lucius Bolton. The lands of their 2 families were contiguous, steeped in territorial disputes over a tree, a well, or mere village. In his youth, he had once led cavalry against the Bolton pikemen near Hoofwood, narrowly avoiding bloodshed. Had it not been for Duke Stark's timely intervention, the 2 families might have bathed the ground in blood. Thus, upon learning of Clay's assassination attempt, Count Wayman's thoughts immediately turned to his old rival. With a stern visage, his voice as unyielding as stone, he inquired, "Was it that old skinslayer?" Noticing Clay's momentary hesitation and lack of affirmation, Wayman's heavy brows knitted together in confusion. If not Lucius Bolton, then who would seek to harm his grandson? Considering Clay's actions in Winterfell, a sudden realization struck him, and he exclaimed, "Is it the Queen?" Shaking his head once more, Clay sought to prevent his grandfather from indulging in futile conjectures, for any ordinary person would scarcely connect such an act to Petyr Baelish. He promptly revealed the truth. It was instigated by our master of coin, Petyr Baelish. Upon hearing this name, the elderly count halted his pacing. As a member of the old aristocracy, he was not well acquainted with this name. Yet the title of master of coin resonated with prominence. He quickly conjured an image of a man with a sly grin. However, confusion soon enveloped him. Why would the master of coin seek to eliminate his grandson? Was he coveting the riches of White Harbor? Such a notion appeared foolish. For if he truly desired the gold of White Harbor, Baelish would have resorted to extortion rather than assassination. Count Wayman harbored no doubt regarding Clay's assertion. After all, there was no motive for his grandson to deceive him. As a venerable nobleman who had served as head of the family for decades, he struggled to comprehend why Baelish would resort to such treachery. Yet, he soon sensed an unsettling inconsistency and posed a question. "Wait, Clay, why have I not heard Lord Eddard mention this matter? The White Harbor Guard has provided me with no feedback regarding this incident." With unwavering gaze, Count Wayman awaited his grandson's response. "Because this matter has been known only to me from beginning to end?" "Well, not entirely. Lord Ed knows, but not fully. You are the sole bearer of this knowledge." What about the assassin? Clay did not respond to this inquiry, but rather shifted to another topic. Given the circumstances at that time, I was imprisoned in the dungeon, and any assassination would have been attributed to the Lannisters. Our dear Peter was keen to exploit this, hoping I would ignite the conflict between the Starks and Lannisters. I subdued the assassin, extracted the true culprit from his lips, and then set him free, for as long as this assassin exists, whether dead or alive. The outcome remains unchanged. Littlefinger wished for me to strike the match. However, I refused to acquiesce to his desires. His schemes could unfold over others, but not here. After this discourse, Clay fell silent. The training ground were left with only the two of them, and the atmosphere had grown so quiet that one could hear the sound of the mermaid flag fluttering in the wind. The old man pursed his lips, his expression grim. Intuition told him that there were far too many buried secrets in this affair, and the assassination, as Clay had indicated, was merely a pawn in Littlefinger's game to sow discord between the lion and the wolf. Though he was enraged that his grandson had been used as an unwitting piece in this game, a greater sense of foreboding loomed over him. The North had been too isolated from the happenings of the South. In his eyes, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, the Master of Whispers, the Grand Maester, these figures were akin to mere symbols, a golden dragon, an eye, a necklace. You simply let that assassin go. Tell me, who is he? I still possess some influence. As long as he does not hold too high a position, he can certainly be dealt with. Anticipating his grandfather's frustration over his decision to release the assassin, Clay responded with a smile. Do not worry. He cannot escape. Oh, Clay spoke with confidence. That individual is merely a minor noble of the North, and I had him send a raven to our dear Peter, claiming that I had been slain. Yet, it is evident that my living presence in White Harbor will soon reach Littlefinger's ears. Thus, when Littlefinger compares the assassin's letter with the news of my survival, he will surely conclude that the assassin himself has lied. Being a noble of the North, he cannot possibly escape his obligations there. Count Wyman followed Clay's line of thought and quickly grasped his intentions. This lad had no intention of acting himself. He sought to have Littlefinger clean up his own mess. Wait a moment. How can you be sure he will send a raven to Littlefinger? Will he be so foolish? Count Wyman astutely identified a glaring flaw in the plan. Yet, Clay's response was a chuckle. Do not fret. He will certainly do so, for he has encountered an irresistible force. What do you mean? Count Wyman's previously relaxed brow furrowed once more, struggling to comprehend Clay's words. What is this irresistible force? At that moment, he observed Clay raising his left hand towards the distance, forming a gesture he could not decipher. With his palm open, the index finger bent and pressed tightly against the upright middle finger, the remaining 3 fingers extended straight and apart. A look of perplexity had just appeared on his face when Count Wyman heard Clay softly utter a single word, Ignis. The flames illuminated the old Count's eyes, and the surging blaze made him feel an unexpected warmth in the frigid northern lands. Gazing at the charred earth and the still-burning grass, Count Wyman stared blankly at his somewhat unfamiliar grandson, his mind a whirlpool of confusion. At that moment, he heard Clay's slow yet resolute response. He shall certainly do so, for he cannot defy the power of magic. Chapter 29. Persuasion. What is this? Even the battle-hardened Earl Wyman fell into a lengthy silence before he could muster the strength to utter those words. Clay understood the profound shock that gripped him. After all, for the vast majority of ordinary people in this world, magic existed solely within the realm of legend. In the century following the demise of dragons, magic had vanished entirely from the public consciousness. Once revered red god priests had been reduced to mere jesters performing fire-breathing tricks, while the servants of the frost god, the whites, remained isolated behind an impassable wall, rendering their existence all but forgotten. At such a moment, a person possessing magical abilities was either a hero from epic tales or a figure of dread and disdain, a sorcerer. Magic, a mystical force capable of conjuring flames. Clay felt the intense gaze of his grandfather, those large, bovine eyes fixed upon him. He knew he had to provide this elder with a plausible explanation. Yet, how could he articulate the complexities of the Witcher-esque world and the nature of Witchers themselves without being deemed insane? Thus, despite his reluctance, He found himself compelled to concoct a narrative. During my travels in Essos, I stumbled upon a tattered ancient tome bound in sheepskin, inscribed in High Valyrian, a language I could not decipher. Initially, I presumed it contained accounts of hidden treasures, so I meticulously disassembled each page, distributing the fragments to slaves skilled in Valyrian for translation. To my astonishment, the compilation revealed that it was a treatise used by the ancient Valyrian dragon lords to forge formidable warriors. It detailed methods to transform ordinary individuals into powerful combatants, and this was merely a fraction of their capabilities. Raising his left hand, still imbued with the remnants of the magical seal he had just unleashed, Clay gave a gentle wave. Earl Wyman's mind raced. Though reluctant, he felt compelled to scrutinize Clay's words for inconsistencies. He bore the responsibility of the Mandel family first and foremost, and only afterward, that of Clay's grandfather. After painstakingly digesting Clay's descriptions numerous times, he found no apparent flaws. The extensive use of magic by ancient Valyrian dragon lords was indeed a rumor he had encountered during his own ventures across the narrow sea to the major trading city-states. Though the slaves versed in Valyrian had not mentioned anything about formidable warriors, it was well known that Valyria, with its godlike civilization, could yield unexpected marvels. Over the past few decades, he had intermittently heard whispers of magical remnants emerging from the ruins of the Smoke Sea. Yet he had never anticipated that his own grandson would come into possession of such an artifact and audaciously apply it to himself. Gazing at the boy before him, who bore a striking resemblance to himself, Earl Wyman hesitated. As a devotee of the seven gods, he struggled to accept the notion of his heir dabbling in magic, which contradicted their teachings. However, from a familial perspective, the matter took on a completely different significance. Breathing heavily, Earl Wyman inquired of his grandson, "Where is that tome now?" When posing this question, Count Wyman was aware that Clay had already convinced himself. In truth, it was not Clay who persuaded him, but rather he who had persuaded himself. "I have destroyed the original manuscript, and the content is now ingrained in my memory." Clay pointed to his forehead and continued, "I have come to discuss this matter with you. I wish to secretly cultivate a force of this nature within our family." With the groundwork laid, Clay finally articulated his purpose. "Warriors of my caliber can accomplish far more in battle than the average individual. Defend." Clay unleashed the Quinn sigil, drawing forth his long sword from his waist and casting it into the air. To Count Wyman's astonishment, the descending sword struck Clay's head. However, with a sharp clang, it ricocheted and fell to the ground. Slow down. Clay advanced 2 steps and released the Aiden sigil at the elder's feet, instantly rendering Count Wyman as if his legs were encased in lead, rendering him immobile. "Attack!" Aiming at the weapon-laden wooden rack, Clay cast the alder sigil, resulting in a thunderous sound followed by the crash of the weapon rack splintering and weapons cascading to the ground. "Confound!" As the elder's eyes grew ever brighter, Clay directed the Yaxi sigil at the startled horses nearby. A downward triangle symbol shimmered briefly, and the rearing horse immediately calmed, showing minimal reaction even when Clay drew a dagger and sliced its skin. Clay paused. This series of sigils had drained his magical reserves, necessitating a brief respite. Yet, Count Wyman's gaze upon him was akin to that of a connoisseur admiring a rare treasure. As a seasoned veteran of the battlefield, he understood all too well the implications of mass-producing such warriors. It was evident that the cost of creating such fighters would be exorbitant, yet it was of no concern. The Mandrell family had the wealth of White Harbor at their disposal. While a small squad of this nature might not wield significant influence amidst the throngs, their terrifying individual prowess would instill dread on the battlefield. With the 2 armies clashing ahead, there was much this squad could achieve. In small-scale skirmishes, they could eliminate sentinels, incinerate supply depots, and directly compel the main forces to retreat. It was known that even the slightest disturbance in troop morale could lead to a collapse. Moreover, they could engage in assassination, a distasteful yet necessary tactic in dire times, utilizing the Yaxi sigil to approach their targets stealthily, striking true, and fleeing swiftly. The mere existence of such a squad would force opposing commanders to adjust their deployments, such as stationing more guard along supply routes and increasing escorts for significant figures. This, in turn, would invisibly diminish the number of soldiers the enemy could deploy to the front lines. These thoughts crystallized in Count Wayman's mind after Clay's demonstration, and more critically, White Harbor held the monopoly on producing such warriors. This was an invaluable treasure beyond measure. The Earl of Wyman mentally established a definition. He must thoroughly evaluate the capabilities of this warrior to determine the extent of his investment in gold dragons. However, one thing was certain. White Harbor would soon forge the first of such small squads in all of Westeros. You are certain that this ability has not been disclosed to anyone, correct? Upon hearing this, Clay realized he had secured victory. The old man must have been intrigued. He shook his head vigorously, affirming, "No, I can assure you. That is reassuring." With a sigh of relief, the old man gazed at his grandson, who consistently brought him surprises, feeling increasingly satisfied. The Mandler family had never been renowned for their martial prowess, yet now, the Earl of Wyman sought to alter that perception. Chapter 30. Personnel, Resources, and the Golden Dragon. The idea is splendid, yet is accompanied by a myriad of challenges. Foremost among these is the issue of personnel selection. This is no trivial matter. In fact, it stands as the most critical concern among all. The number of individuals may vary, but their loyalty is paramount. Prior to the emergence of a formidable army of demon hunters capable of engaging on the front lines, this small team will inevitably be tasked with unsavory deeds, thus demanding a high caliber of character among its members. Carelessness is utterly unacceptable. With his seasoned wisdom, Count Wyman swiftly grasped the underlying purpose of Kree's summons today, to identify suitable candidates from among the Mandler family branches. From a cost control perspective, these individuals' social ties are primarily rooted in White Harbor or its surrounding villages, making them relatively easy to manage once they join the ranks of demon hunters. Though less than honorable, such strategies are indispensable. With the bonds of their hometowns bolstering their allegiance, collaborative management will become significantly more manageable. In simpler terms, with their wives, children, or parents under Kree and his grandfather's influence, their susceptibility to corruption and coercion will be somewhat elevated. Narrowing his eyes, Count Wyman inquired pointedly of Kree, "How do you intend to sift through them?" He anticipated Kree would mention strength, a sense of honor, or loyalty, but to his surprise, Kree, without a hint of hesitation, articulated a premeditated term: learning ability. Learning ability? At the utterance of this phrase, Kree's mind conjured images of ordinary soldiers from another realm conducting guerrilla warfare behind enemy lines. His small team would ultimately assume a similar role in the future. Directly commanding them was not feasible. Only by breaking down their tasks could they unleash formidable execution power. Such endeavors were beyond the capacity of illiterate peasant soldiers who could merely follow orders. Utterly inconceivable. The system had endowed him with comprehensive abilities in magical seals, knowledge of potions, and even various sword techniques from different schools. However, he could not directly impart these skills to the prospective new demon hunters. Thus, the requirement for learning ability was a product of his careful contemplation. After digesting this term, though initially disconnected from the notion of a warrior, the distinction was inconsequential. Count Wyman fully respected his grandson's perspective. "You have your vision. I shall not interfere. For now, leave the candidate selection to us old-timers. We will present you with some suitable options, and you may choose according to your criteria thereafter." Wise individuals operate thusly, refraining from forcefully meddling in matters beyond their comprehension. This was Kree's domain of technical knowledge, and the ultimate decision-making authority was not something Count Wyman intended to usurp. Seeing his grandfather assist him in navigating this most challenging step, Kree could not suppress the smile that illuminated his face as he sheathed his sword. Had he undertaken this task himself, he would have had to investigate each candidate's familial background and moral character, an endeavor that, given his limited understanding of the local populace in White Harbor, would have proven an insurmountable time sink. Well, we have concluded the matter of personnel. Now, let us discuss the next point. What resources will you require to produce warriors akin to yourself? This is a question that Kraya must address. Yet it is far from straightforward, for it involves the complexities of magic. Explaining the intricacies of magic to the old gentleman undoubtedly poses considerable risks. Thus, Krya intends to sidestep the issue of magic, opting instead to shoulder the burden himself. After all, during a mutation, his presence is essential to maintain physical stability. Resting his chin upon his palm, Krya contemplated for a moment before presenting his answer. Transforming an ordinary person into such a warrior requires a particular potion, which consists of a lizard lion's venom gland, an adult swamp leech, powdered sentinel bark, a handful each of ghost grass and copper coin grass. Well, aside from the first ingredient, the others should not be particularly challenging to procure. But what happens after they are acquired? I shall take care of the final synthesis. It is not my intention to be secretive, but if anyone were to investigate our substantial purchases of these items, they might draw certain conclusions. Therefore, at this stage, I wish to avoid creating any documented steps for the process, as that would pose too great a risk. Krya's assertions were met with the old gentleman's approval. They were undertaking a task unprecedented in the annals of Westerosi history, and thus, caution was paramount. Count Wyman was also quite pleased with Krya's thoughtful approach. "Is there anything else?" he inquired, noting that the items Krya had listed were well within the financial means of White Harbor. Reflecting on the entire process, Krya recalled the excruciating moments spent rolling in the mud beneath the weeping willows of the sacred grove and instinctively felt discomfort. If possible, he suggested, let the scholar prepare some analgesics. This transformation would not be a simple endeavor. Krya merely provided the materials required for the metamorphosis into a monster hunter, leaving the collection, purchase, and transportation logistics to the old gentleman, confident that his seasoned wisdom would navigate these matters without issue. Krya placed his order and awaited delivery. However, there was a significant omission: the crucial dragon bone. The difficulty in acquiring such an item was immense. Only 2 locations in all of Westeros housed it: beneath the Iron Throne in the skulls of the Targaryens' once mighty dragons, or within the dragon lair atop Rhaenys' Hill. As a site that once nurtured dragons, it was conceivable that remnants could be discovered there. Nevertheless, engaging in such endeavors in King's Landing carried excessive risk. Even if Krya or members of House Mandler managed a masterful heist to obtain Dragonbone, the material contained substantial metallic elements and possessed a hardness surpassing steel. Thus, on-site cutting was implausible, as this world lacked electric saws. The conclusion was clear: even if obtained, it could not be transported. It was best to refrain from pursuing such thoughts for the time being. "Grandfather, how many golden dragons can we allocate to this endeavor?" Krya sought to ascertain the old gentleman's budget in advance. Upon hearing his grandson inquire about financial matters, Count Wyman's brow furrowed in concentration, and he became instantly invigorated. He extended a thick, broad palm before Krya, raising 5 fingers reminiscent of carrots. 500? Krya ventured a guess, only to promptly realize his own parsimony, as the disdainful expression of his grandfather was unmistakably etched upon his face. 5,000. A derisive laugh from his grandfather met Krya's feeble estimation. He had no desire to allow his grandson, who might bring shame to the Mandrell family, to continue guessing. The answer was given directly: 50,000 gold dragons to start. Whatever you require, I shall supplement it for you. The taxes from this port alone for a single quarter exceed that sum. Can you not aspire to greater heights? From this proclamation, Krya felt the overwhelming authority of his affluent grandfather, almost palpable against his face, rendering him speechless. He could only exclaim, "How wonderful it is to be wealthy!" Krya finally comprehended why the family could afford to equip 1,500 individuals with complete armor. Was it due to a lack of funds? Such a notion was nothing more than a dream. Chapter 31. Potions. What is a witcher? Signs: steel swords, silver swords, alchemical bombs, potions, gwent, and sorceresses. Ahem. Let us disregard the last one. Krya has become proficient in the use of signs. Although his lower level restricts their actual potency, he at least possesses them. The silver sword is specifically crafted to slay certain monsters, a unique artifact of the Witcher's world. Should this realm remain free from any disastrous celestial convergence, he would not need to contemplate forging a silver sword to strap to his back. As for the steel sword, the standard weaponry from White Harbor suffices for now. His ultimate goal is to acquire a sword forged from the fabled meteorite steel of Valyrian origin. While most renowned blades are claimed by their owners, he is certain he can procure one eventually. Indeed, Cray recalls that as a member of House Targaryen, the infamous Dark Sisters seem to be in the possession of the Duke of Bloodraven. Cray must devise a cunning plan to seize some of his resources. What if he succeeds? Regarding alchemical bombs, the challenge lies not in the formula itself, but rather in crafting the detonator. Mastering the creation of a detonator would effectively grant Cray access to gunpowder, allowing him to traverse this low magic world with unmatched authority. As for Gwent, that nefarious game, one could argue that anyone not ensnared by its allure is a rarity. Even the daughters of certain gentlemen no longer seek suitors, preferring to engage in a round of cards. And sorceresses, well, let us refrain from further contemplation. Pondering too deeply could lead to complications. In light of these reflections, Cray has resolved to dedicate his precious time to the study of potions. After finalizing a plan with the Elder, who has always been a man of decisive action, the Elder turned and departed from the training ground without further ado. He has mentally noted the items Cray requires and will now summon the family's procurement team to journey south or north to gather the necessary materials. As for the selection of individuals from the 42 dismissed, Count Wyman has entrusted the task to Sir Marlin, who is well versed in the intricacies of such matters. Count Wyman's directive to Sir Marlin is to eliminate at least half of the candidates while raising the standards. Loyalty must be ensured, and those with no family ties should be disregarded entirely. Upon witnessing Count Wyman exit the training grounds, the guards waiting outside finally entered the arena. Cray beckoned them closer and instructed them to clean up the wooden fragments and tend to the injured horses amidst their bewildered glances at one another. Observing the departing figure of their young master, the guards exchanged puzzled looks at the chaotic scene, murmuring to themselves, did the young master just engage in a brawl with the Elder? How thrilling! After receiving a series of greetings from Cray, he returned to his chamber, located in the central tower of the castle, locked the door behind him, and relished the solitude. With a mere thought, the dark blue interface of the system illuminated before his eyes. Monster Hunter System, Level 2. Potions, expand. Bombs, expand. Equipment, expand. Mana pool, 120 unlock signs. Quen, Level 1. Ard, Level 1. Igni, Level 1. Axii, Level 1. Items, expand. This time his objective is potions. As a pivotal component of a Witcher's combat prowess, the appropriate use of potions in battle is invaluable. For instance, although he lacks a health bar, certain potions with restorative properties can activate his cells, prompting rapid division and thus facilitating swift clotting of wounds. Upon opening the potion inventory, Krieg beheld the 4 unlocked potion blueprints: Thunder Potion Recipe, Dwarven Spirits, Fire Water Ghost Needle Grass, Mushroom Ash Andre Embryo, Black Spotted Locust Larvae Effect, enhances muscular strength, resulting in increased damage dealt. Side effects: muscle fibers may rupture easily. Can be countered with Swallow Potion. Note: tastes akin to Cordyceps wine, treat it as such. Be cautious not to offer it to others unless you wish for their demise. Swallow Potion Recipe, Dwarven Spirits, Fire Water White Willow, White Rose Water Ghost Brain, Spider Crab Innards Effect, accelerates cellular division, hastening wound healing and stamina recovery. Side effects: none. Note: quite common. Advisable to take a sip occasionally, indeed just like that. Cat Potion Recipe, Dwarven Spirits, Fire Water Juniper Berry, Low Juniper Fruit Essence of Water. Silver-Scaled Pomfret Bone Marrow Effect. Allows the Witcher to see in complete darkness, evading ambushes from nocturnal foes. Side effects: slight impact on perception, though negligible. Can be countered with Duck's Bill Potion. Note: an essential for night prowlers. Whether you seek to raid Widow's Village or traverse dark paths, this potion is indispensable. Blizzard Recipe, Dwarven Spirits, Fire Water White Ladrostremia Petals, Frostfire Leaf Golem Heart, Shadow Link's Heart Effect, extends the Witcher's reaction time during combat, enhancing agility. Side effects: increases bodily strain, inducing fatigue. Muscle tissue may be prone to damage. Note: fond of bullet time? I know you are. So indulge in this blizzard and venture boldly. Disregarding the complexities of the ingredients and the remarks that left him speechless, Krieg pondered over these 4 potions. It was evident that each potion possessed significant practical value. Krieg could even consume them together, layering himself with multiple buffs, damage enhancement, health recovery, night vision, and heightened reflexes. This would truly allow him to vanquish any foe under the cover of darkness, fulfilling his objective of eliminating key figures. However, the drawbacks of this method were equally apparent. With Krieg's current toxin resistance, merely stepping outside could lead to his demise from the toxin accumulation in these potions, which could prove fatal even to an ordinary person. Though the creation of each potion is fraught with challenges, and when considering both efficacy and cost, Cray undoubtedly incurs a loss. The silver lining lies in the fact that these concoctions essentially yield the essence of the potion. With merely the addition of a strong spirit to extract the clear liquid, they can be utilized multiple times. Equipped with such resources and employing them judiciously, Cray's combat prowess would ascend to new heights. When fully outfitted, he could confidently strike a pose with hands on hips and proclaim, "I shall take on 10. However, there is no rush for these preparations. They are far from the priority of the Demon Hunter potions, and at this juncture, he has no immediate need for them. After all, once concocted, they cannot be consumed like a beverage. He intends to gather the necessary ingredients himself, and should he encounter insurmountable difficulties, he will then enlist his family's influence to assist in the search." With myriad tasks at hand, Cray remains unperturbed, for in this impending era of chaos, strength, and once more, strength remains the singularly correct solution. As long as he steadfastly pursues this objective, he shall surely not falter. His fingers rhythmically tapped against the finely crafted wooden table, and no one knew what thoughts occupied the mind of the young scion of the Mandrell family, save for himself. Chapter 32. The Lion in White Harbor. On the third day after Clay persuaded his father, a raven arrived in White Harbor from Winterfell. Although Clay was the first to see the letter bound to the raven's leg, while consulting Maester Seymour about the materials inventory, he refrained from opening it himself. Instead, he brought the letter along with Maester Seymour to present it to Count Wyman. As they ascended the spiraling stone stairs of the tower, shafts of light streamed through the arrow slits, casting fleeting patterns upon them. Clay realized that he had never taken a moment to truly observe the family castle, which, despite its relatively recent construction, possessed a certain grandeur. The study of the patriarch was situated in the main keep, towering some 20 meters above the ground. Within the stoutest and most ornate white tower, aptly named the Tower of the Sea God, Clay glanced at the somewhat unsteady figure of the maester beside him, who wore a necklace fashioned from various metals, each representing a distinct field of knowledge. Black iron symbolized the study of ravens, red bronze stood for history, silver denoted medicine, and so forth. He found it curious that the maester, despite holding an important position within a noble family, seemed to be intentionally sidelined from the core affairs of the household. The maester, being of advanced age, found climbing the stairs a laborious task. Clay, feeling a sense of helplessness, slowed his pace to match the old scholars. "Maester, have you ever visited Harrenhal? How does our new castle compare?" In the awkward silence, Clay initiated the conversation. The maester paused to catch his breath, his sparse golden brows furrowing as his verdant eyes met Clay's. In a hushed tone, he replied, "If you're inquiring about size, then perhaps 7 or 8 new castles combined would barely reveal the outline of Harrenhal, though it is, after all, a ruin now." This response took Clay by surprise. He had never set foot in Harrenhal and had not ventured beyond the north since returning to Westeros. To him, their new castle seemed an architectural marvel, and if 7 or 8 such edifices could barely compare to Harrenhal, he wondered just how immense that fortress must have been. Harren the Black had toiled for decades to erect the largest stronghold in the 7 kingdoms, and had it not been for Aegon Targaryen's Dragonfire, it might still stand as the most magnificent castle in the realm. Whether the old maester was reluctant to delve further into the topic or simply preferred silence, he fell quiet after their brief exchange, leaving the staircase enveloped in silence once more. Puzzled by the maester's reticence, Clay shrugged and followed Maester Seymour to the door of Count Wyman's study. The 2 armored guards of House Manderley, stationed at the entrance, were visibly surprised to see Clay and the maester approach together. What astonished and puzzled Clay was the discernible wariness in the guards' gazes directed at Maester Seymour. Why would the family harbor suspicion towards their own scholar? It appears that Master Seymour was quite accustomed to such matters. He produced a letter held firmly in his grasp and presented it to one of the guards. "A missive from Winterfell. Please convey it to the Lord Count," he stated calmly. After delivering this message, Master Seymour nodded slightly to Clay and departed with brisk decisiveness, leaving no room for hesitation. Upon his exit, the demeanor of the two guards shifted immediately. The guard who received the letter bent low to open the oak door adorned with a mermaid motif for Clay. As he entered the room, Clay's gaze fell upon the elderly gentleman, who was indulging in a bottle of wine, bathed in sunlight streaming from a balcony. Clay assessed the wine's quality and suspected it to be Dornish summer red. "Grandfather, I have a letter from Winterfell," he called out, retrieving the letter from the guard who remained at the threshold, while the guard smiled and closed the door behind him. "Ah, it is you, Clay. A letter from Winterfell? What does it say?" The old man mumbled, tossing the wine bottle onto the table. Rising from the spacious armchair, large enough for two of Clay, he turned his attention to him. Shaking his head, Clay stepped further into the room, taking in a broad expanse decorated in a style reminiscent of golden dragons, and approached his grandfather's desk. "No, I haven't read the letter yet." To Clay's surprise, Count Waymond did not immediately open it. Instead, he queried, "Did Seymour accompany you?" How could the old man know? Clay was momentarily taken aback, but then realized the logic. The scholar was indeed responsible for delivering messages, making the inquiry reasonable. "Yes, but he did not come inside. He must have other matters to attend to," Clay replied, not anticipating the old man's derisive snort. "He has no business at all." It was unusual for Clay to witness such unabashed disdain and contempt on his grandfather's typically genial visage, leaving him perplexed. "In the future, minimize your interactions with him," Count Waymond grumbled, seizing the wine bottle for another hearty gulp. "Why, grandfather? Isn't the scholar quite useful to the nobility?" Clay inquired. "Do you know his surname?" This retort momentarily stunned Clay. In his understanding, scholars were sworn to relinquish their surnames, becoming servants to all of Westeros. Thus he only knew him as Seymour, unaware of his last name. "Lannister. Remember this. He is a Lannister. Do not be deceived by any nonsense about a scholar's oath. Regardless of the metal chains he adorns himself with, I can still detect the repugnant scent of the lion upon him." At this moment, Clay finally comprehended why Count Waymond and the entire family harbored such sentiments towards Master Seymour. With his Lannister lineage, gaining trust in the North was indeed a formidable challenge. Clay was uncertain why a Lannister would come to White Harbor as a scholar, but as a member of the northern nobility. While the people of White Harbor despised the Lannisters, they would not resort to violence against Master Seymour simply for his heritage. Although it is possible to resort to insidious methods, such as poisoning, to eliminate him, such actions are ultimately dishonorable. There may also be underlying reasons unknown to Clay. In any case, the family has chosen a strategy of cold indifference towards Bachelor Seymour, permitting him to engage in nothing beyond the exchange of correspondence with Winterfell. However, upon becoming aware of this situation, Clay has resolved to exercise greater caution with those around him. Who knows what hidden motives lie behind the individuals in this castle who address him as young master. Fortunately, today he inquired about the stock of a particular ingredient for Swallow's elixir, resulting in no significant loss. Now, let me see what the letters from Winterfell have to say. Count Waymond, disregarding Clay's unusual demeanor, unfolded the correspondence and began to read its contents slowly. Errors first sent, then corrected. A dog's head saves one's life. Chapter 33. The spy King Robert has led his new prime minister, Lord Eddard, southward to King's Landing. All the nobles have received the missive, announcing that the Lord of Winterfell will be none other than Lord Eddard's eldest son, Robb Stark, who shall wield the powers of the North Protector. This is the entirety of the letter, for Lord Wyman Manderley has laid the note upon the table, and the old man gazes at it, furrowing his brow in silence. The tragic fate of the previous Duke of the North and his son, who were burned alive after heading south, lingers in the minds of many northern lords. Indeed, they are reluctant to accept this news in their hearts, as they see Eddard Stark once again stepping into the fetid arena of power in King's Landing. Yet, like Lord Clay, They are powerless to influence their beloved northern guardian, for it matters not what Eddard Stark himself thinks. He cannot sway the will of the king. Now, as Duke Eddard's footsteps carry him through the Riverlands, leaving the north behind, the vassal families of the north must deliberate whether to engage with Robb Stark, the young heir. "Clay, tell me," the old man inquires, "what manner of person is this young Stark?" He sips his golden red wine, somewhat relieved that his grandson has had the foresight to engage with Eddard's youthful generation, granting him the opportunity to acquire a more genuine perspective than the tedious praises others may offer. Upon hearing the old man's question, Clay recalls the young face he encountered on the training grounds of Winterfell. How to describe him? For Clay, this is no challenge. He resembles his father closely, having idolized him since childhood, the only difference being his youth, which renders him more impulsive. This is Clay's response, and the old man nods in acknowledgement, remarking, "A common flaw among the young. You two share it." Clay understands the implication, but can only chuckle and feign ignorance. However, the old man has no intention of pursuing this line of thought further. Instead, he poses another question to Clay. Do you believe that King Robert's choice of Lord Eddard as his esteemed hand of the king is a wise one? This inquiry carries a somewhat pedagogical tone, as the matter at hand is not one that should concern Clay at this juncture, nor is it his place to judge. Yet, having been asked, he cannot remain silent, for to claim ignorance would be unacceptable. After some contemplation, although he recalls that Lord Eddard's fate was less than favorable, the current events do not lend themselves to foretelling the king's demise or the peculiar scenario of the prime minister being beheaded by the queen. King Robert is, at his core, a warrior king, or rather, in my view, he resembles a pure warrior more than a king. Thus, I am not surprised by his choice to appoint Lord Eddard, with whom he shares a profound bond. And what else? The old man inquires with a smile. Furthermore, since the War of the Usurper, the alliance of the four great houses, the Lannisters, Starks, Tullis, and Aarons, has been pivotal in maintaining the stability of the realm. With the passing of the late Prime Minister, Jon Arryn of the Eyrie, and with the already ailing Lord Hoteen Tully, the only viable choice left is Lord Eddard. Upon hearing these words, Clay observed his grandfather reveal a satisfied smile. He gestured towards the wine cabinet, indicating that Clay should help himself to a bottle, and Clay, feeling no hesitation, obliged. Although he possessed no particular expertise in wine selection, it did not hinder his ability to enjoy it. He chose a bottle of summer red, identical to his grandfather's favorite, and with a small knife from the table, he deftly removed the cork and savored a generous sip. Your perspectives are largely accurate, yet there is one point where you err. Lord Eddard is not merely his best choice. He is his only choice, the elder corrected Clay's assertion. Noticing his grandson's intrigued expression, he stroked his chin and spoke leisurely. As you witnessed in Winterfell, our king shares a sentiment towards the Lannisters akin to our own, utter disdain. However, during these years spent in King's Landing, the company surrounding His Majesty the Crowned Stag is predominantly comprised of Lannisters, far outnumbering his loyal supporters. The elder downed a hearty gulp of wine, a wry smile gracing his lips as he continued. If our Lord Eddard were to blatantly reject our king, he would not only incur His Majesty's wrath, but also compel the king to depart Winterfell for the Westerlands, begrudgingly soliciting that old lion to assume the role of hand in King's Landing. Consider the ramifications of such an outcome. The balance of power between the royal house and the Lannisters would be irrevocably altered, and the king himself might find no peace in slumber. Indeed, it is precisely as you say. Our king, blessed by the gods with prowess on the battlefield, has been sadly deprived of the acumen required to govern a realm, a fact he himself is acutely aware of. Reflecting on the elder's words, Clay recognized the truth in them. He had previously focused more on historical factors, neglecting the current political equilibrium. However, he discerned a hint of subtext within his grandfather's discourse. After a brief hesitation, he voiced his lingering curiosity. Grandfather, how do you know of the king's sentiments towards the Lannisters and the situation in King's Landing? Upon uttering this question, Clay noted no trace of surprise on his grandfather's face, as if he had anticipated such an inquiry. Count Wyman chuckled softly, tapping the wine bottle with his finger, producing a light chime. Because within your entourage to Winterfell and amidst the filth of King's Landing, there are eyes of our Manderly family at work. Though you remain oblivious to this fact, observing his grandson's astonishment, the elder waved his hand dismissively and continued, "Do not be taken aback. This is not a rarity. In truth, our esteemed neighbor, the old skinflint from Harrenhal, possesses a similar network, engaged in the same endeavors. Have you not heard the adage? The number of spies in King's Landing's flea-ridden den likely surpasses that of the impoverished populace within. My heavens, how much do you seasoned nobles conceal from me?" Overwhelmed by astonishment, Clay found himself momentarily engulfed by a sense of unfamiliarity within the world of A Song of Ice and Fire, a realm he had once believed he knew intimately. Indeed, the families that have stood for centuries, even millennia, upon the continent of Westeros are not to be trifled with. It is truly terrifying, as if every individual is a schemer. As these thoughts occupied his mind, Clay sipped his wine, the sweet essence of summer red losing all flavor upon his palate. Beside him, the elder watched with a twinkle in his eye, seemingly awaiting his digestion of this revelation. After approximately 10 minutes, Clay began to regain his composure, only to find the elder's gaze fixed upon him. Just as he prepared to speak, the elder's voice broke the silence. "Our contingent is known as the White Sea. What say you? Are you interested in becoming their commander?" Chapter 34. Status and Marriage. As the astonished Clay stared, the previously jovial countenance of Count Wyman suddenly lost its mirth, erasing any trace of the benevolence he had just displayed. He slammed the wine bottle onto the table and, with a grave expression, addressed Clay Mandler. "You ought not to be surprised. Your astonishment reveals your failure to comprehend the significance of your role within the Mandler family. Before Lord Stark, I must uphold the dignity of our lineage. Do you grasp how relieved I felt when you were cast into the dungeons by His Majesty for slaying a Lannister? What are you staring at? Do you still harbor hopes for a fair trial from the gods?" Setting aside the king's thoughts on the matter, let me make it clear. If the Lannisters were to raise a ruckus, His Majesty would not jeopardize himself for your sake. You are simply not worth it. Moreover, do not expect any fairness from the court or those Southerners. Were it not for the formidable army I command, you would have long since met your end. The old man dragged Clay to the window and pointed towards the bustling harbor outside, coldly remarking, "Consider your own situation. Your father and uncle are mere warriors, and to rely on them to govern such a vast city is a mere fantasy. As for your sister and mother, their best prospects lie in marrying into a respectable family, ensuring that White Harbor has a couple of allies to count on. You must recognize your own status. You are the best and the sole heir of the Mandler family. You have become a warrior of Valyria without my consent. The waters have frozen solid, so I shall refrain from further comment. But let me be clear, should you entertain similar notions again, you must inform me." The old man gestured to his grizzled hair, panting as he continued, "I'm 60 years old, and any day could be my last. The strength of the White Sea is yours to wield. It is the finest tool for positioning White Harbor appropriately, and you must take charge." Clay remained silent. Until now, he had approached life with a somewhat frivolous attitude, subconsciously oblivious to the weight of the title of Mandler heir. Whether in his furious dispatch of the Lannister or in dealing with the assassin, he acted solely on impulse, failing to realize that his every action represented the immense Mandler family that had dominated White Harbor for millennia. The old man was not concerned about Clay harnessing the family's power to gain authority. Rather, he feared that Clay would act recklessly and fail to consider the use of family resources. As he had just stated, Clay was the only heir. Acquiring some power could only serve to benefit him. Having come to this understanding, Clay lowered his head in acknowledgement of his mistake, sincerely stating, "I understand, grandfather. Next time, I will consult with the family." With a few grunts, Count Wyman seemed to forgive Clay and sank back into his chair, the wood creaking under his considerable weight. This time, the old man did not reach for the wine bottle, instead allowing his gaze to drift towards the window. "Do you understand? While you were still aboard the ship returning to Westeros, Marlon and I had already begun contemplating your matrimonial prospects. Marriage? How do we leap to that? During your absence from White Harbor, I received an invitation from House Fry, summoning you to Riverrun for the naming day of Lord Walder Frey's countless progeny, clearly an attempt to see if any Frey maidens might be wed to you. Despite the weight of this information, Clay nodded as calmly as he could. Upon realizing he was indeed the heir of White Harbor, it made perfect sense. For the nobility across the Seven Kingdoms. Aside from the 7 great houses and the Greyjoys of the Iron Islands, Clay, as a prominent noble heir, was undoubtedly an excellent matrimonial candidate. With White Harbor's status akin to that of the old town of Hightower, stripped of its scholarly attributes. So, grandfather, how did you respond? Clay inquired cautiously. Although he knew such matters were inevitable, the prospect of an arranged marriage right upon his return, especially with the Freys, whom he held in low regard, was somewhat difficult for him to accept. Casting a sidelong glance at him, Count Wyman grinned and replied slowly, I conveyed to the late Lord Frey that you were still in Winterfell and that you would provide him with a response upon your return. But before you voice your thoughts, let me finish. Wyman raised a hand to interrupt his grandson's impending remarks. My counsel is that you write a letter to Lord Walder Frey. I can assist with the composition if you wish. It is imperative that you attend this gathering. After all, in his 90-plus years, Lord Frey has never exhibited a greater capacity for generosity. However, your attendance is merely for the sake of his lordship's honor, as his castle holds significant strategic importance. Be mindful of your own interests. The time for those considerations has not yet arrived. Though the old man's words were somewhat coarse, Clay grasped their meaning. The late Lord Frey, ruler of Riverrun, wielded considerable influence, albeit with a tarnished reputation. Hence, Clay was obliged to attend. Although his grandfather had little regard for the women of House Frey, the elder's sentiments likely echoed the views of many northern nobles. Reflecting on Robb Stark's later betrayal of House Frey, there was undoubtedly a degree of justification in such sentiments. Little did he foresee that old Frey's vengefulness ran deep, leading to the tragic event where the indomitable young wolf was pierced by a dagger bearing Lannister greetings, resulting in the infamous Red Wedding that altered the course of the entire war. In this regard, Clay had little room for dissent, merely nodding in agreement while internally pondering the type of partner he would ultimately choose. If it were entirely up to him, he would unhesitatingly select between Daenerys and Margaery Tyrell, with the sole rationale being their beauty. Indeed, Clay was acutely aware that such reasons were mere pretexts. He has neither encountered Daenerys Targaryen nor met Margaery Tyrell. In truth, he possesses no knowledge of their appearances. Rather than being enamored with an ethereal description of beauty, it would be more accurate to say he is captivated by the titles they bear. Queen or Empress, it is the desire for conquest that serves as his primary motivation. Conversely, at present, he is merely the heir to White Harbor. Even if he harbors certain thoughts, he must keep them concealed within. The nobility of this world, particularly the great lords, are predominantly creatures of self-interest, seldom driven by the pursuit of love with reckless abandon. Only when one day, Clay commands an army of 100,000 and wields titles that would leave one tongue-tied, might he have the liberty to determine his own marital fate. For now, he must endure. Mistakes may be made in haste, but a clever head ensures survival. Chapter 35. The Frey Family. This comprises the intelligence regarding the members of the Frey family. Prior to your return, I instructed the White Harbor Guard to gather this information. The old man extracted a small booklet from his desk and tossed it before Clay. Once Clay picked it up, he continued, stating that the former commander of the White Harbor Guard must meet with you before your journey to the Twin Rivers, as he is to hand over the entire White Harbor Guard to you prior to your departure. Aside from nodding in acknowledgement, Clay was left without further response. Deep down, however, he harbored curiosity about the extent of the power wielded by this enigmatic espionage organization of White Harbor. As he opened the leather-bound booklet, Clay turned to the first page, revealing a remarkably skilled portrait, beneath which the name was clearly inscribed, Walder Frey. The visage depicted was that of an elderly man, bald with sagging skin. Clay mused that the likeness bore a peculiar resemblance to a creature known as a weasel. Upon turning to the second page, he found annotations detailing the characteristics and cautions regarding Lord Walder Frey. Notably, he was described as vengeful and possessing a strong sense of retribution, harboring a profound disdain for being referred to as the tardy Lord Frey. The notes further indicated that this gentleman was a notorious libertine, having wed his 8th wife shortly after Clay's return to Westeros. It was advised that female members of the family should avoid solitary encounters with this lord, or better yet, refrain from visiting the Twin Rivers altogether. Moreover, the intelligence revealed that Lord Walder Frey exerted a formidable control over his family, with virtually no dissenting voices within the clan. When engaging with the Frey family, there is little need to consider the sentiments of other Freys. One ought to focus solely on the Marquis himself. The booklet contained 4 or 5 pages in total, and upon completion, a vivid image of a lecherous old man, dwelling in a somber castle and devoid of humor, took shape in the recesses of Clay's mind, prompting him to appreciate the significance of intelligence work. In the room, only the old man and Clay were present. Aside from the crackling of the burning fireplace, the only sounds are the rustling of pages as Clay turned them and the rhythmic thuds of the old man pouring wine. Most of the content was dedicated to Lord Walder Frey himself, while the remainder chronicled the circumstances of 7 or 8 Frey descendants. This was somewhat inevitable, for this old libertine had 8 wives, 22 legitimate sons, 7 legitimate daughters, and a considerable number of illegitimate offspring lacking the Frey surname. Most of these individuals had long since faded from Lord Walder Frey's attention, having exited the core of the Frey family's power and thus held little value for scrutiny. However, amusingly, the book mentioned 3 potential matches for Clay, likely to be the girls Lord Walder Frey would most favorably propose. Intriguingly, 2 of the names were identical. Both were named Walder Frey. This name, if bestowed upon a male, would be Walder Frey, a point that left Clay with no choice but to suppress his exasperation. The first Walder Frey was the great-granddaughter of Lord Walder Frey's eldest son, Stevrin, presently only 8 years of age. Yet, for nobility, age was of little concern. The engagement could be arranged, and upon the girl's first menstruation, she could be presented for marriage. The second Veda Frey is the daughter of Sir Stephen's 3rd son, Walton Frey, often referred to as the Enchanting Veda. She is an 18-year-old maiden, regarded as the most likely candidate according to intelligence reports. The third individual is named Marlene Vance. Her standing within the Frey family is comparable to that of the captivating Veda, yet she has lost the Frey surname due to her mother, Magda Frey, marrying into the Vance family. The narrative provides some characterization of these 3 women, but Clay feels it does not reveal much, and to be candid, he is not particularly intrigued. Time swiftly passes, and as Clay sets the pamphlet aside, nearly an hour has elapsed. The elder patiently awaits him, noting that the empty wine bottles on the table have increased from 1 to 2. Having finished, "Do you have anything to say?" the elder inquires with a smile. Clay shakes his head, expressing his sentiment. Our intelligence work in White Harbor is indeed commendable. Upon reflecting on the rather novel notion of intelligence work, the elder comprehends Clay's implication and nods with a hint of pride, remarking, of course, this is a strength the Mandrell family has cultivated for over a century. Acquiring such information is hardly a challenge. Quite impressive. Clay concurs once more with the elder's assertion. Once you take the reins, you will discover that the White Harbor Guard is far more extensive than you imagine. However, you must possess this. The elder extracts a pristine gold dragon from his coat pocket, a coin minted by the former Targaryen dynasty, seemingly unused and gleaming under the sun, showing no signs of wear. Our White Harbor Guard primarily operates within the regions of the Northlands, the Westerlands, and King's Landing. Venturing further south proves ineffective, as those from White Harbor find it quite uncomfortable there, bearing excessive hidden costs. Could we not recruit some locals? Clay proposes a solution of his own. Impossible. The elder scoffs, dismissing Clay's suggestion. This is a clandestine operation. Recruiting locals? Huh. They will be forced to leave within 2 days due to infiltration by others in the trade. Very well. Prepare yourself. I will write a letter for you, scheduling your departure for Twin Rivers in 5 days. I'll craft a reason for you. You need not worry about it. Just adhere to what I provide. 5 days is not overly pressing. Clay's plans for the monster hunting brigade have only just begun, and the elder's merchant convoy dispatched to procure materials, along with other purchasing teams to create diversions, is just being organized for departure. There's no point in rushing. With time on his hands, he thinks, 5 days it is. However, Clay recalls another matter. The three-eyed raven had seemingly promised to send a dragon egg with the stable boy heir from Winterfell. Would his journey to Twin Rivers cause him to miss that delivery? Although he harbors a deep-seated belief that the three-eyed raven is merely toying with him, one cannot dismiss the possibility. After all, he cannot predict what secrets the three-eyed raven has hoarded while observing the North for nearly a century. The enigmatic three-eyed crow, neither fully human nor ghostly, remains shrouded in mystery, leaving Clay perplexed regarding its intentions. However, given that it has permitted Clay to harness the magic within the heart tree, he finds it prudent to temporarily refrain from opposition. Deep down, Clay believes that such a being, endowed with the ability to reveal the entirety of the map and invade the privacy of others at will, ought to be obliterated sooner rather than later. Alternatively, this power could be bestowed upon himself, as he harbors no desire to perpetually endure the unsettling sensation of being watched. With their conversation concluded, the elder stifled a yawn, and Clay bid farewell before departing. As noon approached, he transformed into a devoted eater, for he had other matters to attend to in the afternoon. Mistakes may occur, but they can be rectified later. Survival is paramount. Chapter 36. The mission since returning from Winterfell, Cleo seemed to have become exceedingly busy. This afternoon, he was to accompany Sir Marlon on an inspection of the port district. Unlike King's Landing, wandering these streets did not pose a grave danger. Under the stewardship of Lord Wyman, White Harbor had established a remarkably efficient surveillance system over the decades. There even existed a force akin to the gold cloaks of King's Landing, albeit on a considerably smaller scale. Nevertheless, for the sake of safety, Sir Marlon had procured a hand order from Lord Wyman, summoning a contingent of 50 guards from the White Harbor Watch to escort Cleo, thwarting his desire to experience the vibrant local life. After a hearty lunch of succulent seafood and roasted meats, Cleo found himself whisked away by Sir Marlon almost immediately. Perched atop a hill, the newly constructed castle was nestled within the city. Thus Cleo and his entourage traversed the roads and, after some effort, crossed the inner fortress walls to enter the bustling outer city of White Harbor. Upon arriving at Fish King Square, Cleo intended to explore the lively square. But as he mounted his horse, a guard galloping towards them whispered something to Sir Marlon. Listening calmly, Sir Marlon turned to Cleo, and with a mere glance, Cleo sensed that his plans for a leisurely tour of the port were likely dashed. Indeed, his intuition proved accurate, for in the next moment, Sir Marlon's voice resounded. Cleo, Lord Wyman has informed you that the candidates have been selected. They are now assembled in the training yard of the new castle, and he requests your immediate return. Cleo's father had not disclosed the purpose of this group to Sir Marlon, only instructing him to intensify the vetting process, dismissing anyone deemed disloyal or overly enthusiastic. The old knight remained oblivious to the reason for such stringent measures. Having completed the preliminary selection, the final choices were left to Cleo's father, and his unwavering loyalty prevented him from inquiring further. What this afternoon's inspection? Cleo inquired, his intent unmistakable. Go ahead, I shall carry it out on your behalf. However, this week was originally scheduled for 2 inspections. This one will be voided, and an additional one will be added for the weekend. With half of the 25 guards accompanying him, Cleo retraced his steps back to the new castle. The gatekeepers, upon recognizing their young master's return, opened the gates with alacrity, not uttering a word of inquiry, and graciously took hold of Cleo's reins. Accustomed to this treatment, Cleo merely nodded at the unnamed guard and proceeded towards the training yard with his escorts. In the expansive training yard, Cleo noted that the number of individuals present had diminished significantly since his last visit. Only 20 stood before him now. Upon his arrival, they immediately straightened their posture, the absence of the 22 candidates conveying a clear message. This young master, Cleo, set expectations far higher than those of the average person. After circling around them, Clay felt a sense of satisfaction. At the very least, there were no excessively tall or short individuals among them, as either could impede their agility. Such a deficiency in mobility could prove fatal for the tasks they were destined to undertake. He waved his hand, signaling the White Harbor guards who had accompanied him to take their leave. He no longer required their presence for show. The armor guards, having followed the young master on an extensive route, exhaled in relief and bowed to Clay's retreating figure before departing. Once the last guard vanished from view, only Clay and the remaining members of the Mandler family's offshoot were left in the training grounds. Clay initiated his inquiry. "Do you understand the purpose for which you have been chosen?" After a prolonged silence, someone cautiously responded, "To serve as your personal guards, akin to the Iron Guards who protect His Majesty the King." Clay immediately turned his gaze toward the one who had spoken, causing the young man to instinctively shrink back, unable to maintain eye contact. However, Clay did not relent. He approached the young man directly, without affording him time to gather his thoughts, and asked, "What do you believe is the most essential quality for serving as my personal guard?" Although Clay's tone was not harsh, it nonetheless intimidated the youth considerably, leaving him standing silently with his head bowed. Seeing that no one else was prepared to answer, Clay provided his own response, jabbing a finger at his forehead as he spoke earnestly. "I do not doubt your loyalty. I trust Sir Marlin's judgment. However, what I require from you is your intellect. In other words, I need you to think critically." Aware that they likely did not grasp the full weight of his words, Clay continued, "My personal guards must be capable of assessing situations independently on the battlefield. I do not need mindless drones who merely execute my commands. If that were the case, I could hire a band of individuals for mere copper coins in this city. What purpose would you serve?" As he felt increasingly like he was lecturing them, Clay recognized the ingrained reverence that commoners held for aristocrats in this era, despite their ancestors once being core members of the Mandler family, just like him. Speaking to them in a calm manner seemed to diminish the gravity of his words, rendering them ineffective. "Do you understand?" Clay shouted, receiving only a sparse and timid response at first, barely audible. "Answer me. Do you comprehend?" After several repetitions, he finally elicited a unified roar of affirmation. "We understand." "Excellent. I am aware that most of you cannot read, but that is of no consequence. From this point onward, you will all be incorporated into the White Harbor Guard. In addition to your regular training, I require that within 1 month, each of you must be capable of composing a letter. 1 month from now, I shall personally assess your progress. Those who succeed may remain. Those who fail or attempt to cheat shall depart. This place does not welcome you." Observing their hesitant exchanges, with expressions etched in discomfort, Clay recognized the unreasonable nature of expecting a group of earnest farmers to grasp the fundamentals of writing within a mere month. Yet, it was precisely their capacity for learning that he sought. In Clay's vision, those who persevered and achieved success would ultimately become the first cohort of demon hunters, serving as vanguards on the battlefield, individuals capable of wielding the effectiveness of 100 or more under optimal conditions. While swordsmanship and physical prowess undoubtedly held significance, what Clay truly required were minds capable of independent thought. Rigid and unyielding minds would falter in the chaos of warfare, risking their very lives when deprived of structure. Better to have fewer but higher caliber individuals. Even if he could not amass a sufficient number, he was determined to ensure their quality. As the inaugural generation of demon hunters in Westeros, the elite guard of Clay Mandler would not be comprised of the mediocre. Mistakes may be corrected post factum, but survival is paramount. Chapter 37. The thoughts of Verfield after assigning the tasks. Clay did not immediately depart from the training grounds. Instead, he chose to sit down and engage in conversation with the gloomy offshoots. This time, Clay no longer needed to employ subtle tactics to reinforce the hierarchical relationship, for he attentively listened to each individual as they introduced their circumstances, making a conscious effort to commit their words to memory. Once the introductions concluded, with 20 individuals sharing their narratives, Clay mentally distilled the characteristics of these once prosperous Mandelian scions, who now faced adversity. In essence, 3 key points emerged. First, despite their family's decline and the absence of any noble affiliation, they possessed some residual wealth, enabling them to procure a set or half-set of rudimentary armor. Second, the forebears of these individuals had nearly all fought alongside their patriarchs. Some had participated in the usurper's war, while others had engaged in combating the piracy of the Narrow Sea under the command of Stannis Baratheon. While the latter was more prevalent, they at least had a rudimentary understanding of the nature of warfare. Third, having lived in White Harbor for so many years, the Mandel family had numerous offshoots with the same surname, if not 1,000, then certainly several hundred. It was quite a feat for their patriarch and Sir Marlon to identify these socially uncomplicated and manageable families amidst such a convoluted web of relationships. Clay selected a few individuals and casually inquired about their own or their forebears' experiences in battle. If they were to command, how would they strategize their engagements? This question was designed to test their independent thinking, as until now, each of them had merely been summoned soldiers accustomed to following the orders of noble lords. As the conversation deepened, the initially timid peasant youths gradually began to express themselves, and the atmosphere became lively. Clay's inquiries elicited a cacophony of responses, diverse and varied. Although the majority of the battlefield strategies proposed seemed utterly impractical to Clay, essentially tantamount to a reckless sacrifice, he felt a sense of satisfaction. For at least no one had donned a sycophantic smile and uttered phrases like, "We defer to your lordship," which would have surely elevated his blood pressure. The afternoon swiftly passed in dialogue, and these Mandelian offshoots discovered that the young Master Clay possessed an undeniable charisma that commanded their respect. His analyses of battles they had previously participated in were astute and insightful, far surpassing their own misguided notions. While Clay's wisdom may well have exceeded the sum of all divine insights bestowed upon them, he continually encouraged them to engage in critical thought and express their perspectives. Moreover, after they cautiously articulated their viewpoints, they were met not with rebuke, but rather with affirmation, making each individual feel valued by the young master, a significant recognition coming from the future heir of White Harbor, whose status far surpassed their own. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped by unnoticed until the shadows of the towering walls and lofty spires fell upon them, signaling the conclusion of their discourse with the young Master Clay. The White Harbor Guard, long waiting at a distance, approached to greet Clay, surrounding him and escorting him away under the watchful eyes of the Mandler branch. A tall and stern-faced captain of the guard approached them, instructing them to form ranks as he would lead them to dinner. From that day forth, they would be considered members of the White Harbor Guard. As the melodious chimes of the clock tower echoed, Clay stepped into the Mermaid Palace. Since his return, Earl Waymon had developed a habit of summoning the direct descendants of the family to dinner each evening, a practice that had not existed previously. Observing his handsome grandson, who was sipping from a wine glass, Earl Waymon cheerfully inquired, "So, do these individuals meet your expectations?" As he spoke, the old man gave a slight wink. With a smile on his heart, Clay understood this as the Earl's subtle reminder to keep the true purpose of the selection confidential. He knew well the importance of discretion in such matters. It was merely the Earl's tendency to worry unnecessarily. He pulled out a chair, cushioned with silk, and sat beside his sister, Wolffield. Unlike the strictly disciplined Duke Aide, the Earl did not prohibit his grandchildren from drinking, for he himself was quite the connoisseur of spirits. The quiet Wolffield offered Clay a gentle smile, pouring him a glass of wine and softly suggesting, "Clay, the white salmon is delightful today. You should indulge a bit." Returning her smile naturally, Clay accepted without hesitation, taking a sip before turning his attention to the salmon before him. Present at the dinner was his father, Sir Wendell, who had been entrenched in military affairs, while his uncle, Wylis, was unwell and unable to attend. Sir Wendell had long desired to converse with his son, but with the White Harbor forces in the midst of equipment upgrades, as commander of the infantry, he had to remain vigilant. The potential for corruption was always a looming threat if he left matters to others. "Clay, are you recruiting your personal guards?" Sir Wendell inquired. "Yes, father," Clay replied, chewing thoughtfully as he nodded. "Have you finalized your choices? I must advise you that those who serve as guards must be capable of protecting you in battle. You cannot select individuals of diminutive stature. If you need assistance, I can procure a few from the ranks, seasoned veterans who have seen the battlefield." Sir Wendell's straightforward nature often left him at a loss for how to communicate with his son, and thus he offered help in his own domain, unaware that the Earl had already dismissed his suggestion internally. "Enough, Wendell. Tend to your troops. I will manage the matter of Clay's guards. Keep your sword ready. Deal decisively with anyone who dares to misappropriate the soldiers' equipment. I do not wish to see our soldiers outfitted in inferior gear." Instinctively nodding, Wendell had faithfully executed his father's wishes for decades, just as his elder brother Wylis had done, proving himself a competent soldier in general. Yet, this was precisely where Earl Wayman found his greatest dissatisfaction. Having recovered from the melancholic sentiments stemming from the events in Winterfell, Vela resumed her whimsical demeanor, chattering animatedly to Clay and her sister Wilfeed about sailor tales she had heard from some unknown source. As they finished their meal, and Clay was about to return to his chamber, his sister Wilfeed detained him. Uncertain, he followed her into the castle's garden, where Wilfeed hesitated for a moment before posing a question to Clay. "Are you planning to visit Twins River to meet the Freys? Did grandfather mention it to you?" Clay found this peculiar. It was unlikely that Sir Marlon would have mentioned it, leaving only their father as the source. "Yes. May I ask you for a favor?" he inquired. "What is it?" She replied. "If anyone from the Fry family approaches you regarding my marriage, Clay, you must absolutely refuse them." Chapter 38. Commander the White Sea Cray observed the anxious expression on Valefield's face, and his mind began to race. It was not that he was deliberating whether to acquiesce to his sister's request. He understood well the character of Ward Fry and the nature of the Fry family. There was no way he would push his sister into the flames. Today, as Valefield articulated her desire, he became acutely aware of a significant fact. His sister was already 19 years old, an age worthy of contemplation. From Cray's understanding, being the legitimate granddaughter of Count Wayman and possessing striking beauty, Valefield should have already had suitors trampling at their doorstep. Yet to this day, he had only vaguely heard servants mention how Count Wayman had brusquely rejected numerous noblemen seeking to forge matrimonial alliances. Thus far, his sister remained unbetrothed. Cray was not yearning for his sister's marriage. Rather, he was pondering what schemes their patriarch might be concocting. "I will categorically refuse them," Cray reassured Valefield. He could not ruminate for too long, as it might give Valefield the impression that he was still deliberating the matter. Upon seeing Valefield visibly relax, he could not help but inquire, "Valefield, has grandfather ever mentioned your betrothal?" "You are already." Before he could finish, Cray recognized the inappropriateness of his query and hastily fell silent. To his surprise, Valefield seemed unperturbed, shaking her head, her bright eyes fixed on Cray. She continued, "Yes, I am 19, but grandfather has never broached the subject of a betrothal with me. There was never a discussion until your return." This statement left Cray momentarily stunned. What relevance did his presence hold? Why would he influence Valefield's betrothal? Suddenly, a thought of his sister Vera struck him, and he grasped the underlying truth. In simple terms, given that their uncle lacked a male heir and Cray was far removed in Essos, let us hypothesize a scenario. If their grandfather were to arrange marriages for both Valefield and Vera, or at the very least, secure their betrothals, this in itself would not be alarming. However, should an extreme situation arise, if their grandfather and the second-generation heirs, Willis and Wendell, were to meet with misfortune, Cray, potentially unaware of the events, might find himself absent from the line of succession. Do not dismiss this as mere alarmism. Indeed, under certain circumstances, the War of the Five Kings resulted in Wendell Mandler's death at the Red Wedding, while Willis Mandler was captured by the Lannisters. Such extreme scenarios could very well transpire. At that juncture, who would be the heir to the Mandler family of White Harbor? The answer would be Valefield. However, should she be bound by betrothal at that time, given the vulnerable status of women in Westeros, it is conceivable that White Harbor could fall into another family's grasp entirely. This, fundamentally, is why Count Wayman has repeatedly declined Valefield's marriage proposals. He is safeguarding against or outright preventing such a situation from arising. Now that Clay has returned, backed by the notarized authority of Duke Ed, his status as an heir is as solid as steel. Naturally, under such circumstances, White Harbor will not fall into the hands of outsiders, providing the old lord ample reason to seriously consider the matrimonial prospects of Weirfield. Since Weirfield has no desire to wed Fry, Clay is more than willing to acquiesce to her wishes, though he remains uncertain about her own thoughts on the matter. Clay is acutely aware of which families in Westeros are true pitfalls, and he will strive to keep Vera and Weirfield away from these clans. After all, once one steps into such treacherous waters, extricating oneself becomes an arduous endeavor. Upon witnessing Clay's prompt agreement, Weirfield's face lit up with a smile. her exquisite features appearing all the more enchanting amidst the moonlit blossoms. In that moment, Clay felt an overwhelming sense of familial responsibility. He wished to prevent the tragedies that had befallen the Stark family from occurring within his own. Deeply aware of the powerful ramifications of the butterfly effect, Clay was summoned to the study the following day by the Old Lord. Initially, he assumed the conversation would revolve around his discussion with his sister Weirfield, and the Old Lord would inquire about the details. However, upon entering the study, Clay unexpectedly discovered an elderly man, stooped and stern, standing before the desk, engaged in hushed conversation with his grandfather. As the door creaked open, both elders ceased their discourse, and upon recognizing Clay, Count Wyman gestured for him to come closer with a warm smile. Clay appraised the unfamiliar elder, despite being clad in dark trousers. It was evident at a glance that one of his legs was artificial. The thick calluses on his palms suggested that this man had once been an expert swordsman. His black long coat and the aged visage, marred by the loss of one eye, imparted an aura that was somewhat ominous. Instinctively, Clay sensed a dangerous presence. Although the old man was physically impaired, Clay felt a palpable aura of authority emanating from him, a power not derived from age. Was it merely a trick of perception? Clay's heightened senses, a gift from his transformation, detected a heavy scent of blood surrounding the elder, not fresh, but rather a long-accumulated odor. At that moment, Clay heard his grandfather's introduction. "Clay, this is Sir Batimus, the former commander of the White Sea Guard, as I previously mentioned. So, he is the orchestrator of the vast espionage network belonging to the Mandler family?" Clay couldn't help but scrutinize him further. This man, referred to as a knight, must possess lands, yet, as the young lord of White Harbor, Clay had never encountered him before. It made sense. If the man before him were a debauched scion akin to Kingslayer Jaime Lannister, Clay would find it hard to believe he could lead an intelligence organization. "Good day, Sir Batimus," Clay greeted with a nod. Sir Batimus also regarded Clay with keen interest. His age was only slightly less than that of Count Wyman, and he too had witnessed the tumultuous tides of White Harbor over the years. He had to concede that, at first glance, the young man before him was indeed a worthy heir, certainly far superior to those he had previously encountered in his memories. In Clay, he perceived a youthful version of the Earl of Wyman, albeit considerably more handsome. He extended his hand and shook Clay's, merely nodding in acknowledgement without uttering a word. This might have been deemed somewhat impolite, at least from a standpoint of social hierarchy. Yet Clay seemed unconcerned, possessing ample patience for Sir Batimus, who had commanded the White Sea Guard for nearly 2 decades. "Very well, Batimus, here is my heir. You may take him now. He is not only my successor, but yours as well. Let him experience your domain, for he ought to become acquainted with the bloodshed that lurks behind the fade of White Harbor." Chapter 39. The Wolf's Lair. The Wolf's Lair stands as the oldest fortress in White Harbor, steeped in nearly a millennium of history. In the era when House Stark reigned as kings in the north, a monarch named Jon Stark erected this bastion at the mouth of the White Knife River, the approximate location of present-day White Harbor, as a bulwark against pirate incursions. The initial inhabitants comprised the younger sons, brothers, and uncles of the Stark kings, whose descendants formed a cadet branch known as the Grey Starks. This offshoot of the Stark lineage occupied the Wolf's Lair for 5 centuries. However, during the conflict between the Red King of the Terrorhold and the Wolf King of Stark, they chose the wrong side. Despite the generally magnanimous nature of most Stark family members, they could not abide traitors, particularly those of their own kin. After a bloody reckoning, and with the surrender of the Red King, the fortress lost its rightful owners. Through a series of tumultuous events, the castle changed hands among the families of Fettering, Locke, and various houses of Winterfell, such as Strat, Long, Holt, and Ashwood, eventually falling under the dominion of House Mandler. With the establishment and expansion of White Harbor, the Mandler family transformed into the wealthiest lineage in the north, rendering the modest Wolf's Lair unworthy of their stature. Consequently, a new stronghold was erected atop the nearby hill, encircled by towering white walls that safeguarded both the city and the fortress, while the solitary Wolf's Lair beyond became known as the Old Keep. Presently, it serves as a prison for the Mandler family and the headquarters for the entirety of the White Sea Guard. Cray had previously ventured here, albeit only on the outskirts. For within lay an ancient grove of sacred trees, though tragically, the last heart tree remaining had diminished in magical potency over the years. Once more mounting his steed, Cray followed Sir Batimus into the venerable fortress, flanked by several guards of White Harbor. Upon entering the raised iron gate, Cray sensed an unexpected relaxation in the demeanor of the knight, as if the prospect of encountering his lord at the new keep weighed heavily on him. Cray observed that the soldiers, or rather, the jailers, were clad not in the customary silver armor of White Harbor, but in somber gray uniforms. The silent guards advanced to seize the reins of Cray's horse. Although Sir Batimus had suffered a broken leg, he adeptly dismounted, handing the reins to a scar-faced guard. It was then that Cray first heard the voice of Sir Batimus, a harsh, grating sound akin to ceramics scraping against gravel. "Young Master Cray, welcome to the Wolf's Lair," he rasped, his welcome devoid of warmth, imbued with a chill. Pointing to the surrounding structures, he continued, "What you now behold is the prison section of the Wolf's Lair, where all guilty souls shall face judgment, and it is our solemn duty to escort them to meet the old and new gods." Cray yearned to explore, yet he was halted by Sir Batimus, who leaned upon an oak cane and regarded him with a steady gaze. "Once our handover is complete, you may observe anything you desire here at your leisure. However, for now, Master Cray, it would be prudent for us to attend to the transition." Cray found himself at a loss for retort. Although he had only recently ascended to the status of a young noble, he had grown accustomed to the sweetened whispers of flattery and the sycophantic smiles that accompanied them. The abrupt encounter with Sir Batimus left him somewhat disoriented. As they traversed the worn and dilapidated structures, Cray discerned the vastness that lay beneath. For a city like White Harbor, with its substantial populace, it was reasonable to assume that the prison could accommodate a considerable number of its inmates. Their destination was situated behind these prison edifices, where loomed the tallest of all, a stout gray tower. Near this structure, Cray observed a multitude of guards clad in gray, and by their posture and weaponry, he surmised that they could collectively contend with at least 5 of their adversaries. Ascending the stone staircase, Cray entered the tower, a steadfast edifice that had endured the ravages of time for nearly a millennium. He had anticipated a scene reminiscent of the decrepit Mouse Tower from the Witcher universe, cobweb-laden, with rotting wood and oppressive darkness. To his surprise, the interiors were unexpectedly pristine. Torches affixed to the walls flickered quietly, illuminating the aged wooden beams that, while weathered, bore evidence of diligent upkeep. The juxtaposition of old and new timber created a mottled effect throughout the structure. Numerous windows adorned the tower, casting patches of light onto the tables and floor, brightening the otherwise somber room. Within this chamber, Cray noticed several individuals, approximately 3 or 4, gathered around a table, diligently recording information. The long table was meticulously arranged with numerous notes, which Cray recognized as letters tied to the legs of ravens. Now, Cray comprehended the necessity for such stringent security. The sheer volume of raven communications was information that could not be permitted to escape. Anticipating Clay's inquiries, Sir Batimus, whose role it was to elucidate, spoke. "This is a compilation of reports from 34 locations across the Northern Territories, the Riverlands, the Western Realm, and parts of the Vale, all collated by the White Sea Guard. Indeed, these notable regions are associated with prominent noble houses. This effectively captures the majority of them," Cray mused inwardly, while maintaining an impassive demeanor. Although uncertain of the utility of this information, the considerable deployment of personnel across such diverse locales spoke volumes of White Harbor's financial might. Sir Batimus led Cray to a chamber resembling a conference room, featuring a lengthy table at its center, flanked by a larger chair and several ordinary seats. 5 individuals inhabited the space, all silently observing Cray. He was guided to the largest chair, which he accepted without hesitation. As he was about to assume responsibility for this domain, displaying any semblance of weakness was out of the question. The 5 individuals each serve as the overseers of the 5 regions previously mentioned, tasked with the distribution and execution of their respective duties. They are far more suited to address your inquiries than I am. After speaking to Cray, Sir Bathymus removed a slightly dull-hued ring from his finger and pushed it towards Clay. He then addressed the 5 individuals, proclaiming, "The ring has been transferred. Henceforth, Clay Mandler, the grandson of the Earl, shall assume the role of the new commander of the White Sea Guard." Chapter 40. Intelligence Summary. Clay extended 2 fingers, lifting a ring that appeared to serve as a token of identity. The ring seemed to be forged from pure gold, adorned with a conspicuous trident motif at its apex. Encircling the band were inscriptions, somewhat worn and difficult to discern, yet Clay, familiar with his family's motto, managed to recognize it in the fury of the storm. At the center of the trident lay a blood-red gemstone. Once a magnificent piece, time had rendered it a mere dull emblem. Coincidentally, Clay had seen a similar ring on his father's hand, identical in shape and decoration, though the gemstone of that ring was blue, likely symbolizing the ocean beyond White Harbor. As Clay slipped the ring onto his finger, the gazes of the 5 individuals shifted from scrutiny to a demeanor of subservience, indicating a hierarchy where they acknowledged the ring over the man. "This is my final occasion in this chamber," Clay proclaimed. "Snow, you 5 shall now report to Lord Clay regarding your current tasks and the latest intelligence." Sir Bathymus's commands still held sway within this meeting room. But once he stepped outside, unless summoned by Count Wayman himself, he would no longer gain entry. The man clad in gray, referred to as Snow, nodded slightly. He settled into his chair, unveiling a wooden clasp containing slightly yellowed papers, though Clay could not ascertain their contents. "Most of my spies are concentrated in Winterfell, the Dreadfort, Last Hearth, and Hoarfrost. The remainder are distributed according to population across various major castles and their associated villages." This was Snow's report on the distribution of White Sea spies in the north. Clay refrained from commenting, instead inquiring, during the king's stay in Winterfell, "Aside from my affairs, are there other matters of significance you are aware of?" "Some lords," Snow replied. "I will compile the intelligence for you shortly." Nodding, Clay was eager to gauge the capabilities of these spies, especially since he was present in Winterfell and could corroborate their findings with his own memories, thus assessing their reconnaissance skills. After posing several more questions, Clay noted that Snow had not mentioned Bran Stark's fall from the tower, a monumental event they could not possibly be unaware of. Thus, Clay was certain that the 3-eyed raven was influencing Bran Stark in an alternative manner due to his own involvement. Yet, this was perhaps preferable, compared to allowing him to fall, then forcefully implanting dreams within him, ultimately leading to a crippled escapee from the wall succeeding the 3-eyed raven. This approach seemed less tragic. Next, the steward from the Riverlands, Harlan, emerged from the shadows, revealing crucial intelligence. Duke Horse Tully is gravely ill, having suffered multiple comas. The maesters have intervened numerous times to revive him, yet the old Duke's flame of life is flickering, merely waiting in vain for a return to the embrace of the gods. The Lord of the Riverlands had initially anticipated witnessing a look of shock on the overly youthful face of his superior, but he was met with disappointment. Clay merely furrowed his brow slightly and nodded for him to continue. Clay had long been aware that the Duke of Tully's days were numbered, ultimately succumbing during the Lannister siege of Riverrun. He pondered uncertainly whether his own butterfly effect could possibly influence the Duke's life. The Lord of the Riverlands cast a glance of approval at Clay and continued, "A scion of House Fry has escaped from Riverrun, only to be captured by Fry soldiers. The latest information indicates he has been hanged. My subordinates are currently investigating the specific reasons for his defection." Fry? Clay's brow furrowed deeply. In just a few days, he was to embark on a journey to attend an invitation from House Fry. It appeared he needed to acquire further knowledge regarding this family. Thus, he tapped the table lightly and spoke softly. "I require a summary of the significant events concerning House Fry over the past 5 years. Can this be accomplished within a day?" "As you wish, my lord," replied the Lord of the Riverlands, his tone devoid of inflection, as though this were a matter of little consequence. According to his account, the majority of the White Harbor garrison's forces were concentrated in Riverrun and the surrounding areas, as these 2 locales represented the only true value within the Riverlands, with perhaps the exception of the now-ruined Harrenhal. Clay found this assessment agreeable. Whether it was Robb Stark marching south or the subsequent stalemate during the War of the 5 Kings, One could hardly consider the Riverland nobles as of any utility. The roots of this situation had been sown during Aegon Targaryen I's conquest of Westeros. The Riverlands, with its myriad hills and forests, had merely showcased Aegon's relative advantage among lesser men. Thus, when the Tully family became the protectors of the Riverlands, the vassals under their dominion, particularly the Freys, who resided far from the central Riverlands, were often discontented. The dynamic of a weak lord and strong vassals mirrored that of House Tyrell in Highgarden. However, the Tyrells, leveraging their wealth and adept political maneuvering, generally maintained control over their vassals, a feat that the ailing Lord Hotine Tully clearly lacked the capacity to achieve. Having concluded the discourse on the Riverlands, the next to speak was a steward named Ishan. Upon hearing his name, Clay realized that the names of the 5 stewards were derived from the surnames of the illegitimate offspring of their respective regions. Initially, he had thought the first 2 truly hailed from such origins. In contrast to the prior 2, Ishan's report lacked any noteworthy details. Much of the intelligence was somewhat outdated. However, according to him, the infiltration of the White Harbor garrison into the Westerlands would prove exceedingly challenging and would likely incur significant casualties. This was tantamount to contending with the one seated in Casterly Rock, rumored to produce golden excrement, the illustrious Lord Tywin, who commanded a similar force. Both sides had suffered losses in their ongoing espionage conflict. Had it not been for his lack of further words, Clay might have assumed he was being asked for financial support. However, Clay found himself with scant gold dragons, rendering him incapable of providing assistance. As for the Vale of Arryn, most infiltration attempts had faltered during the passage through the Bloody Gate. After all, spies are mere mortals, not dragons. Incapable of emulating Queen Visenya, the wife of Aegon the Conqueror, who could soar directly to the Eyrie. Moreover, in recent years, the Vale has maintained a rather insular stance, shutting its gates to the outside world. The Night's Watch has managed to glean only the most meager intelligence, primarily that the young Duke Robert Arryn appears to be in frail health and possibly suffers from cognitive issues. The nobility of the Vale has expressed their discontent regarding this matter, yet their grievances have amounted to little more than idle chatter. Lastly, there is King's Landing, which has witnessed the most significant losses among the ranks of the Night's Watch. Just last year, over a dozen members were captured or betrayed. Unfortunately, being stationed far from White Harbor and lacking the subtlety of Peter Baelish and Varys, their efforts have been severely hampered. Chapter 41. The first command. As he perused the lengthy list of the deceased and missing, Clay began to comprehend the bloodshed that the old man had alluded to. For more than a decade, the realm of Westeros had enjoyed a semblance of peace, despite the rebellion of Balon Greyjoy, which was not a nationwide conflict. Yet, in the shadows, an unseen carnage unfolded day after day, year after year. Clay did not recognize a single name on the list, and thus could not grieve for them. Yet he felt the profound cruelty underlying their demise. "I hope there will be no deductions from the compensation for these deceased," he stated solemnly after a moment of silence. "Rest assured, no one will dare to withhold from them. That is the rule, and it cannot be broken," Jon Snow replied, somewhat surprised by Clay's concern for this matter, leading to a slight shift in his perception of the young lord from White Harbor. Nodding, Clay furrowed his brow in contemplation, mentally organizing information about the entire White Harbor Watch. It was difficult to compare it to other similar organizations, but overall, it was a sprawling establishment with a certain utility, albeit lacking in efficiency. Apart from the distant regions of the Stormlands, Dorne, and the Bay of Crabs, where their reach was limited, they had branches in other areas that could provide some intelligence, such as news of the Duke of Tully's grave illness and the Valley Noble's skepticism regarding whether Robert Arryn could bear the responsibilities of the Eyrie. However, much of this intelligence, particularly that which came from King's Landing, was steeped in blood. Clay was not concerned about the modest compensation for the families of the fallen. He had the old man's backing and could certainly procure the necessary funds. The issue lay in the methodology. Acquiring information in a time of peace was already cumbersome, and he harbored doubts about how long his White Harbor Watch could sustain itself once war erupted and rivaled noble houses unleashed their intelligence networks. At present, having just assumed command, Clay had no immediate means to alter the status quo. Yet he possessed an advantage. he knew which individuals warranted surveillance, enabling him to consolidate the dispersed strength of the White Harbor Watch into several potent focal points. Am I now able to exercise the authority of a commander, Sir Bartimus? Indeed, when you don this ring, this meeting room, this tower, and the entire White Harbor Watch will be at your command, my lord, Sir Bartimus affirmed, his tone relaxed, as if shedding the mantle of command had been a relief for him. After a prolonged contemplation, Clay issued his inaugural command within the meeting room. As I am now the commander, I hereby decree the following. First, cease all surveillance in the north, save for Winterfell, and reallocate those resources to Winterfell itself. The primary objectives are twofold: to ascertain whether Bran Stark has undergone any recent changes in every conceivable sense, and to monitor Lady Catelyn's movements, reporting immediately should she embark southward. Jon Snow, you are responsible for this matter. Ensure there is no personnel bottleneck to minimize exposure risks. Jon Snow nodded slightly in agreement, reluctant to engage in a dispute with Commander Clay, who had only recently assumed his position. To put it bluntly, the White Harbor Guard belonged entirely to the Mandler family, and, as the heir, Clay's commands were not easily disregarded. Moreover, Jon was genuinely curious as to why Clay aimed to concentrate all forces on monitoring Winterfell, specifically naming Bran Stark and Lady Catelyn. What information could he possibly seek from them? Having arranged matters in the north, Clay turned his attention to Lord of Riverrun. Lord of Riverrun, continue to monitor the condition of Duke Edmure Tully. Additionally, focus efforts on Riverrun itself. While I visit House Frye, provide me with means of assistance, as I may require your help. Yes, my lord. The White Harbor Guard will do its utmost to ensure your safety during your visit to Riverrun, came the voice of the Lord of Riverrun from the shadows. Clay continued, furthermore, I have a long-term task. I need the structural blueprints of the city gates near Riverrun, but there is no rush. I do not wish to send too much blood on this matter. The Lord of Riverrun remained silent, and Clay assumed he had been heard. This reckless approach indeed bore the hallmark of the North, though Clay did not advocate for it. Regarding the intelligence network in the Westerlands overseen by Lord Ishan, Clay instructed him to cease antagonizing the spies under House Lannister. Competing for information on Lannister territory seemed unnecessary to him. I do not care what methods you employ, but secure leverage on one or two Lannister members, particularly those who can access their stronghold. Unexpectedly, Lord Ishan shook his head and sighed, my lord. We have attempted this previously, but with poor results, leading to the exposure of several individuals. Duke Tywin maintains a very stringent control over those who can enter the stronghold. Hishan's words made Clay realize that the situation in the Westerlands was more complicated than he had assumed. However, it could not be overlooked. In the event of war, the North and the Westerlands would undoubtedly find themselves as adversaries. Sometimes, the outcome of a war could hinge upon a single piece of information. Recognizing the challenges, Clay decided against hastily altering the current state of affairs. He took a step back, merely requesting that Lord Ishan maintain the intelligence network there and, when appropriate, preserve his own safety. A temporary retreat was acceptable. Once he had the opportunity, he would ensure the intelligence system in the Westerlands was diligently managed. There was little to say about the Vale, and Clay had yet to formulate a plan for that region. As for King's Landing, Clay's orders were unequivocal. The White Harbor Guard must never become pawns in the divine conflicts of King's Landing. He instructed them to ascertain the frequent locations of the Master of Coin, Peter Baelish, and the Master of Whisperers, Varys. He intended to enter King's Landing in the future, regardless of his guise, and wished to invite both to experience the taste of the Iron Bank's influence. Finally, he assigned a special task to the Lord of the Reach, Lord Mervyn, concerning a certain individual, Hall Riker. The name bestowed upon him heralded the first assassination of his life. Circumstances were hasty, leaving Clay with no alternative but to release him. Initially, he had contemplated utilizing Peter's hand to eliminate him. However, now, as he assumes control of the White Sea Guard, Clay is eager to ascertain whether this minor figure from the Lico family still breathes. Should he be alive, Clay intends to deliver greetings from the Mandrell family. The Water Overseer furrowed his brow, having never heard of Horal Lico. He possessed some knowledge of the Lico family, recognizing them as a vassal of the Lake family from Magoo Town. Setting aside the question of how Lord Clay learned this name, One must wonder why he is concerned with an individual whose worth may scarcely amount to a single gold dragon. My lord, this. It is best not to inquire, merely execute the orders. I require his intelligence. Chapter 42. Secrecy upon exiting the walls of the wolf's den. Clay inhaled the frigid air of the north. My lord, I find them rather unsettling, remarked a young guard riding beside him. Clay did not mind his loquacity. He understood that he would likely visit this place numerous times in the future. The people of the north predominantly worship the old gods, while the Mandler family, having migrated from the Bay of Rivers, adheres to the faith of the Seven. The sincerity of their devotion, however, is known only to themselves. The Mandler family does not interfere with the beliefs of their vassals, resulting in a coexistence of old and new deities within the city. Outside the wolf's den lies an ancient grove of sacred trees, yet the sole fish-beam tree within has long shed most of its leaves, appearing withered and decrepit. This tree is perhaps older than the wolf's den itself, having witnessed the rise and fall of countless families within its confines. Clay had visited that tree and touched its trunk, but to his disappointment, the magic it harbored was exceedingly meager, failing to augment his own reservoir of power. As a scion of the Mandler lineage, particularly as the heir, it was rather inappropriate for him to frequent a grove representing the old gods. Initially, Clay had no reason to enter again, but upon seeing Sir Patimus limping into the grove with the aid of a cane, he altered his decision. He instructed the guards to wait and followed the old knight inside. The grove was not extensive, and Clay had seldom ventured here. It had always been devoid of company. In the profound depths of the woods, he relied on the senses of a witcher to trace the footprints upon the ground. After winding through the trees, Clay finally discovered the half-dead ancient heart tree in the northeastern corner of the sacred grove, alongside Sir Patimus, who stood quietly beneath its boughs. Noticing Clay's approach, the old knight managed a faint smile. "Sir, do you worship the old gods?" Clay inquired as he crossed a shallow puddle encircling the grove, coming to stand before the venerable knight. "Indeed, I have prayed to them beneath this heart tree for decades. It has become second nature," he replied in a calm tone, devoid of sorrow or joy, merely stating a simple truth. Clay noticed a dark bottle inserted into the soil by the knight's feet, its contents a mystery. Observing Clay's gaze, Sir Patimus leaned against the heart tree, allowing himself to slide down its trunk. He discarded his cane, flicked a finger against the bottle's neck, and spoke serenely. "I once traded a leg on the battlefield for your grandfather's life. This was his gift to me, along with this castle. He said that when I stepped down from this position, we would share this bottle of wine together." Clay was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this unremarkable bottle of wine bore such a poignant story. The old gentleman waved his hand dismissively, plucking a swaying sorrel leaf from the ground and slowly chewing it as he responded to Clay's inquiry. "Indeed, I once entertained the notion of sharing a drink with your grandfather and my comrades from those days. However, regrettably, to this day, only your grandfather and I remain among the living. Sharing a drink with him would inevitably evoke memories of them, which is not worth it." The old gentleman's tone was as tranquil as a still lake, yet Clay could discern a profound sense of desolation within. Having surpassed 60 years of age, both his grandfather and the venerable Sir Patimus were not far behind. As nobles, they enjoyed ample rest and sufficient nourishment, while ordinary folk, under the prevailing medical conditions, rarely lived to see their 60th year after returning from the battlefield. "Come now, give a taste. May the gods bless it, and let us hope it does not turn into vinegar." Sir Patimus drew a dagger from his breast pocket and plunged it into the wooden cork of the bottle. With a pop, the somewhat moldy cork was removed, releasing a faint aroma of wine that Clay's keen senses captured. He understood that this old wine had been fortunate enough to retain its original essence. "Is it merely common ale, the sort favored by the young master?" Sir Patimus inquired as he handed the bottle to Clay. The latter did not refuse, accepting the vessel etched with the marks of time. Following the old gentleman's lead, Clay could not resist and took a hearty swig, finding it indeed to be the most ordinary ale, even somewhat inferior in quality. Yet it mattered little. He was not there to indulge in a tasting. The two began to drink, and, as the effects of the alcohol took hold, Sir Batimus became increasingly loquacious. His aged hand caressed the equally ancient trunk of a tree as he addressed Clay. My boy, I do not oppose your desire to improve the lot of the entire White Sea Guard, but remember this. Never allow yourself to be overly generous. Sir Batimus drained the scant contents of the bottle in one go, exhaling deeply before continuing. I am aware of your actions in Winterfell. Well done. For only those who have tasted blood can command this White Sea Guard. However, let me caution you, despite their affiliation with the Mandlers, never place your trust in any of them. You are a clever lad, and you understand my meaning. We can infiltrate other noble houses, but can you guarantee that those fellows will not send someone to lure us with golden dragons into White Harbor? The 5 individuals I can temporarily vouch for in terms of loyalty, but the ranks below them are uncertain. Here's a piece of advice. For all the information that comes your way, believe only half, and you will likely avoid significant errors. As Clay absorbed this invaluable counsel, he recognized that much of what the old gentleman articulated was indeed correct. The realm of power was rife with betrayal and deceit. Thus, the most prudent strategy was to trust a little in everyone, yet believe none entirely. Their conversation meandered considerably, as the old knight regaled him with tales of his exploits during the War of the Usurper, boasting about the might of the northern army to which he belonged. Eventually, the old knight staggered away, his gait unsteady, yet his posture remarkably upright. His lord had merely relieved him of his duties as the commander of the White Sea Guard. Yet vast tracts of land still belonged to him. He cupped his hands in a puddle of clear water to wash his face. The icy sensation dispelled what little intoxication lingered within him. Leaning against the gnarled trunk of an ancient tree, Clay rose to his feet, brushing off the dust that clung to him. Just as he was about to depart, a piercing caw of a raven halted his steps. Looking up, he beheld a massive, jet-black raven perched on his finger, its deep yellow eyes fixed intently upon him, shimmering with an intelligence that sparkled within its gaze. Without a moment's hesitation, Clay recognized the creature. His hunter's instincts fully awakened, he discerned the faint aura of magic emanating from the formidable raven. The three-eyed raven had arrived. Chapter 43. Blood and Fire Origin. Once again, we meet, harbinger of the other gods. The voice of the three-eyed raven resonated like the sound of decayed wood emanating from the throat of the colossal black crow. Ordinarily, a raven could not produce such human-like vocalizations. However, under the influence of magic, all things become possible. I did not anticipate encountering you here, esteemed three-eyed raven. Clay stood firm, one hand resting on the hilt of his sword, his expression devoid of emotion as he addressed the unexpected guest. This time, he refrained from summoning the Queen seal, for he felt no trepidation towards the raven in this form. Yet, he soon realized that the uninvited guests were not limited to just one. A towering figure emerged from the woods, cradling a wooden box in his hands. His face bore a somewhat dazed expression, his corpulent frame and disheveled hair typifying the visage of a northerner. From a distance, Clay's keen hearing caught the intermittent murmurs of the burly man. Adieu. Adieu. With a sigh in his heart, Clay recognized him. This was none other than Adieu, the stable man from Winterfell, who, in the original timeline, had accompanied Bran beyond the wall to meet the three-eyed raven, a truly pitiable soul. The three-eyed raven also regarded Clay, perceiving him through the murky depths of its eyes as a being composed of intricate magic, a flow of unsettling power coursing through the very essence of his body. This was precisely what the raven feared most, and thus, it was willing to lower itself to acquiesce to Clay's terms. For beings such as they, imbued with magic, the most perilous threat lay in the contamination of unknown powers, which could lead to the disintegration of their physical forms and result in irrevocable harm. Since you have spared that child, I shall naturally fulfill my promise. Harbinger of the other gods, the three-eyed raven flapped its wings, seemingly adopting the demeanor of a true raven. It gestured towards Adieu, who, in a dazed manner, approached Clay while cradling the wooden box. As you wished, within lies a dragon egg, sourced from the great dragon Vormax, which once descended upon Winterfell. I have preserved it by my side since the day I discovered it, never expecting to present it to you now. As the box opened, Clay's gaze was immediately drawn to the oval creation resting upon the stand. It was a deep blue, adorned with golden stripes, its surface rich with intricate patterns reminiscent of scales. The eggshell appeared to be coated in a layer of glaze, akin to exquisite enamel crafted by the hands of a master artisan. Its size was considerable, Clay estimating that it would require both hands to manage it precariously. Though he had often envisioned the appearance of a dragon egg, upon witnessing this one, Clay could not help but concede that it might very well be the most flawless creation of the gods in this world. Extending his palm to rest upon the surface of the dragon egg, Clay felt a chill. Indeed, this dragon egg had transformed into stone over the long passage of time. In an age when magic waned and dragons vanished, there existed no one capable of awakening it. Although reason told him that this object was now a hot potato, he understood that he could no longer allow this dragon egg to slip from his grasp. "It seems you are quite fond of my gift." The herald of the other gods echoed the voice of the three-eyed raven in Clay's ears, pulling him from his reverie. "I must inquire once more, dear raven, why do you pursue this course of action?" Clay's question pierced the essence of the matter. As long as he dared to stall, the power of an adult dragon would equate to the mushroom egg of the 5 great ruffians from the original timeline, a true weapon of mass destruction. The three-eyed raven was not at all taken aback by Clay's inquiry and patiently replied, "The answer remains the same. Both my master and I seek survival. If you and your deity cannot lay claim to the southern lands, then Laro and his herald shall occupy them. I have warned you, his excessive power will disrupt the balance of the entire world." Laro's herald? Clay thought of a certain individual, the red-robed sorceress Melisandre, who had altered the course of war. So, Melisandre's support for Stannis in his quest for the throne and her resurrection of Jon Snow through fire magic were, in fact, the will of Laro? This scoundrel clearly harbored nefarious intentions, positioning himself to usurp power and seize the southern territories, effectively orchestrating a contest between himself and Laro from the shadows. Realizing this, Clay's expression soured, yet the circumstances left him no choice but to accept this gift. Gritting his teeth, he accepted the box containing the dragon egg from Ardo's hands. The three-eyed raven had baited the hook, and Clay resolved to be a fish that would nibble but not be caught. "Now tell me the method to hatch the dragon egg. A king perished in the tragedy of Summerhall, and I am aware that ordinary methods will not suffice to awaken it. Once, in the Targaryen family's summer palace, known as Summerhall, Aegon Targaryen V ignited wildfire within the palace, hoping to revive the dwindling family line by hatching 7 collected dragon eggs. Conspiracy, or perhaps a fire mage's blunder, led to a lamentable conclusion. The volatile wildfire spiraled out of control, claiming both the king and his prince in its flames, gravely wounding the royal lineage. And it was in this inferno that Daenerys' brother, Rhaegar Targaryen, was also born. Regarding this tragedy befalling his family's descendants, the three-eyed raven fell momentarily silent, but soon resumed his previous discourse. They failed, not due to fire, nor from Targaryen blood. In truth, they lacked the most crucial element, which you and I both possess. We both possess it. Clay instantly grasped the raven's implication and exclaimed, "Magic!" The raven inclined its avian head slightly forward, evidently in agreement with Clay's assertion. Indeed, magic. When the last dragon perished, the world's magic fell into decline, and currently, the conditions to awaken the dragon are high temperature, special blood, and magic. This method was once unnecessary before the extinction of dragons, as the colossal dragons composed of magical energy could hatch on their own. However, in the present day, this is the only viable approach available, with no alternatives. The three-eyed raven presented its solution, and upon hearing it, Cray fell into profound contemplation. No wonder he finally grasped why Daenerys was able to hatch her 3 dragons. The essence of the unburnt allowed her to survive the fiercest flames, while the blood of House Targaryen is undeniably the most extraordinary in existence. By sacrificing that witch, her husband, and her own children, she acquired precious magic in this era of diminished arcane power. Thus, the conditions were met, and the draconic creature within the stone was awakened. After the long summer, as the stars wept blood, the mother of dragons was born. Chapter 44. The secret of bloodlines upon grasping the veracity of the three-eyed crow's words. Cray was suddenly struck by a question. Having already acquired the dragon egg, why did this former Bloodraven Duke, a scion of House Targaryen, not take to the skies on the back of a dragon? His gaze fell upon the unfortunate creature possessed by the three-eyed crow. In recalling the current visage of the entity, Cray swiftly discerned the underlying reason. It was fundamentally a matter of sequence. When he was still the Bloodraven Duke, he had no interaction with this dragon egg, nor did he possess any magical prowess. However, upon becoming the Green Seer and coexisting with magic, he found himself irrevocably bound to that state. It was indeed a grim irony, as everything aligned in such a manner that the resurrection of dragons was postponed by a century. The high temperatures were inconsequential. As long as the environmental conditions were suitable, it could be easily achieved. Indeed, as Daenerys's practical experience indicated to Cray, no matter how elevated the temperature, a dragon egg would not transform into a roasted egg. The issue of magic was not insurmountable either. If necessary, he could venture once more to Winterfell, one hand resting on the weirwood tree while channeling magic into the dragon egg. Ah, how audacious he truly was. The most vexing dilemma, however, was the matter of that peculiar blood. This element was extraordinarily fantastical. Targaryens could bond with dragons, as could the Valerians of Driftmark, and even the illegitimate offspring of mixed bloodlines. Yet what was the principle behind this phenomenon? Cray was uncertain, but he was confident that the lineage traced back to the Undul's Mandler family, whose blood could not resonate with dragons. How could I fulfill this criterion of special blood? I am not a Targaryen, nor do I bear any ancestral ties to them. The three-eyed crow shook his head, his tone unruffled. You are mistaken in your understanding of bloodlines. This is not your fault. Had I not become the emissary of my master, I too would remain oblivious to the secrets inherent within bloodlines. Curiosity piqued within Cray regarding the master to whom the crow referred. The power of the three-eyed crow, beyond subtly influencing others and controlling creatures to reveal a full view of the world, encompassed a significant authority, the ability to traverse history and glimpse the future. In essence, both the three-eyed crow and his enigmatic master bore the semblance of chroniclers of world history. Cray stood still, awaiting the crow's further elucidation on bloodlines. My master has informed me that the ancient Valyrian Empire boasted dozens of dragon lords, whose progeny could command dragons. But have you ever pondered why the ordinary Valyrians lack dragons? The truth is that those nearly 50 dragon lord families possessed, strictly speaking, a superior Valyrian bloodline, distinct from that of the common Valyrians. Dragons are beings forged of magic and fire, and the so-called superior Valyrian bloodline is, in fact, an innate affinity for fire magic. Only individuals of this bloodline can master the great dragons and commune with the creations of such fire magic. And you, the harbinger of the otherworldly deity, your form is an incomprehensible existence to me. Not long ago, within the training grounds of this fortress, I observed you wielding fire magic. In my sight, you also employed a defense spell of unknown composition and a mental magic previously unseen by my eyes. This has utterly overturned my understanding, for within my framework of knowledge, the coexistence of multiple magics is a contradiction, akin to the impossibility of ice and fire cohabiting. Yet you are an exception. At times, I ponder whether the deity that stands behind you was once a powerful god, extinguished in the age of potent magic, and whether you are the embodiment of their resurgence in this realm. A lengthy discourse, yet each word was etched into Clay's memory, for it pertains to the lost history of this world and the knowledge of its origins. His fingers unconsciously rubbed the hilt of his sword as Clay exerted every effort to digest this information, swiftly organizing his thoughts. Thus, according to your assertion, I can wield fire magic, suggesting that I might also communicate with dragons, which implies I could, like the Targaryen lineage, command them? No, it is not so. The three-eyed crow offered a disappointing response. Constitution and ability are not synonymous. If the ability to wield fire magic equated to dragon riding, it would be a grave underestimate of the noble Valyrian bloodline. What matters is not merely ability, but lineage. You may wield fire magic, yet you may not be attuned to it. This pertains to the knowledge recorded by my master, not our subject of discussion today. Regarding lineage, I present you with a solution. The true dragon bloodline, of which only 2 young dragons exist in this world, one hidden among the wolf pack and the other solitary and watchful beyond the Great Wall. Unfortunately, you lack the capacity to approach them. However, you are fortunate, for I once possessed the true dragon bloodline myself. As those words fell, the dazed mud stood by, while the statue like a dew produced a transparent glass vial from seemingly nowhere. Through the immaculate glass, Clay glimpsed the dark red liquid contained within. This is my blood. It once brimmed with my master's power, which I have now retracted. Now, channel your magical essence, and perceive the power encapsulated within this blood, akin to how you draw from the heart tree's essence. The demon hunter system silently unfurled, and before Clay's eyes, the small vial contained not blood, but a swirling flame. He extended his hand, gripping the diminutive vessel, unleashing the full capacity of his magical absorption. The flame within the vial, which had been quietly burning, suddenly transformed into a torrent of fire, surging from Clay's palm into his very being. In an ordinary view, the dark red liquid within the vial erupted into a boil, akin to water reaching its boiling point, bubbling and frothing, with tendrils of dark red steam escaping the vial's mouth and enveloping Clay's hand. Scalding. This was the entirety of Clay's sensation in that moment. He felt as though his right hand was on the verge of turning to ashes, with searing heat pervading every inch of muscle tissue and bone in his palm and forearm, accompanied by excruciating pain. This agony was entirely distinct from the torment experienced during the transformation into a demon hunter. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that an ordinary person would have long succumbed to unconsciousness from the sheer strain on their nerves. The sensation, akin to having his body infused with molten lava, began to surge upward with the vigorous beating of his heart. Clay gritted his teeth tightly as the voice of the three-eyed crow resonated in his ears. This was a gift from the gods to the Dragon Kings, and, as an outsider, an emissary of the otherworldly, to truly harness this power, one must endure a suffering far surpassing that of the Dragon King's progeny. This was the price of power. Within him, magical energy surged wildly, desperately rushing to confront the searing intruder coursing through his veins. However, during this interval, Clay's reservoir of magic had not replenished, and he could only wonder how long the remaining 120 points of magic would sustain him. The world before him flickered, and the voice of the three-eyed crow echoed like a devout monk reciting sacred verses. When this blood flows through your body for a cycle and ultimately returns to the heart, it will settle there in silence. You must summon your magic and strive to assimilate it. This is the creation of an entirely new Dragon King lineage, a method reserved for those who endure through the annals of time. Good luck, emissary of the otherworldly. Chapter 45. To hatch or not to hatch? That is the question when Clay's guards sensed something amiss and hurried into the sacred wood. They found their young master exhausted, slumbering against the trunk of the heart tree. Surrounding him was nothing but an empty wooden box resting beside a puddle, and the guards discovered nothing of significance. The crisp sound of their iron boots crushing the withered leaves of the heart tree roused Clay from his deep slumber, yet he had no desire to rise. He was utterly fatigued. After enduring indescribable agony, he felt nearly spent, the searing blood within him finally settling in his heart, as foretold by the three-eyed raven. With the promise fulfilled, only Clay's personal concerns remained. The discordant voice of the raven echoed through the ancient woods, fading away as it took flight, while the figure of heir from Winterfell vanished behind the dense foliage. An overwhelming weariness enveloped Clay, just before he succumbed to his drowsiness. He stowed the dragon egg into his witcher inventory, much like he would gather herbs for potions. "My lord, what troubles you?" The guards inquired anxiously, lamenting internally. Although their master, Clay, was amiable and remarkably brave, his penchant for solitary escapades proved to be a source of great concern for his protectors. Rumor had it that this was not the first instance of such behavior. The captain of the guard, Horsta, who had accompanied Clay to Winterfell, had been reassigned to the blacksmith's forge due to a lapse in his duties. "It's nothing." Clay waved his hand dismissively, having already concocted an excuse upon regaining consciousness. I merely indulge in a bit of wine with Sir Bartimus. His vintage is quite potent, and thus I find myself rather drowsy. A faint scent of wine wafted from Clay, confirming his words to the guards, who deemed it unnecessary to verify with Sir Bartimus, as long as their lord was unharmed. The veracity of the claim mattered little to them. Such noble matters were beyond their purview. Two burly guards approached, assisting the seemingly inebriated Clay onto a horse, flanking him to prevent any mishap. As he swayed unsteadily atop the steed, Clay internally sighed, realizing he must continue the charade of drunkenness for the duration of the journey. Thus, the heir of White Harbor, beset by relentless fatigue, returned to New Castle, surrounded by his attentive guards. Upon delivering Clay to the awaiting Vale Field, the captain of the guards heaved a sigh of relief. After a moment's contemplation, he turned to make his way to the Sea God Tower, where Count Wayman awaited. Seated by the fireplace, Count Wayman listened to the captain's report regarding Clay's inebriation with mild surprise. In his recollection, his grandson was quite adept at handling alcohol, rarely seen inebriated. However, when he learned that the one sharing wine with Clay was Sir Bartimus, he paused, a flicker of realization crossing his face, which quickly morphed into an expression of peculiar intrigue. The old fellow had promised to savor that bottle of wine alone. Yet how could he so casually share it with his grandson? Is there not a shred of camaraderie left between old friends? Under the bewildered gaze of the guards, Count Wyman's expression shifted multiple times before he waved the intruder away. As soon as the door closed, the sound of shattering objects echoed through the room, leaving him perplexed. What could have provoked such sudden ire? Clay awoke to find it was already noon on the following day. He only remembered leaning against his sister Valefield's shoulder as he entered the room, and now he was here. If I trust that three-eyed raven again, I am truly. Never mind, there's no need to berate myself. I allowed him to take the dragon egg, and ultimately, I have only myself to blame. Reclining against the soft cushions of his bed, Clay felt a faint warmth emanating from his heart, aware that the blood of the Dragon King resided within him, and he must resolve this predicament swiftly. After checking his magic reserves, he realized he had expended 40 points to alleviate his pain the previous day, leaving him with 80 points remaining. Channeling his magic, Clay sensed the transformation of the Dragon King's blood within his heart. His own blood, enveloped by the magic of the demon hunters, surged towards the distinctly separate Dragon King's blood. The moment the two magical essences collided, a sharp pain akin to needles stabbed at his chest. Gasping for breath, Clay's pallid complexion gradually returned to its normal hue. Cursing under his breath, he once again attuned himself to the changes in the Dragon King's blood. After this clash and fusion, he could discern a barely perceptible warmth mingling with his own magical essence. A revelation struck him. He realized that if he continuously forced his magical blood to collide with the Dragon King's blood, fully integrating it into his own, a new lineage of Dragon King's blood would be birthed. However, judging by the previous pain, should he expend all his magic to make contact, he could very well succumb to cardiac arrest from the excruciating agony. Thus, a slow and steady approach was necessary. Clay sighed, reflecting that long-lasting pain was preferable to a swift demise. It appeared he must endure this prolonged suffering. Setting aside thoughts of the Dragon King's blood, Clay pondered another dilemma. With the dragon egg in his possession, what should he do next? Previously, he had only fantasized about how he would handle a dragon if one were to be bestowed upon him. But now that this possibility lay before him, he found himself in a position requiring careful consideration. Caring for a direwolf was vastly different from nurturing a dragon. The former symbolized family legacy and northern lineage, while in his case, it would be akin to harboring remnants of a fallen dynasty, something everyone would seek to eradicate. Had he been a nameless, insignificant family, he might have fled with the dragon without hesitation. Yet, he was the legitimate heir to the esteemed Mandler lineage, one of the wealthiest and most renowned families in all of Westeros. This presents a dilemma. Rationally speaking, it is inconceivable for him to forsake his current identities and status merely for a dragon. Emotionally, figures such as Weirfield, Vera, and his own father evoke no thoughts of betrayal. Nevertheless, Clay is determined to keep an escape route open for across the narrow sea a vengeful queen, destined to return to Westeros with 3 formidable dragons, awaits. Should fate bring them together on the battlefield, perhaps his own dragon could serve an unforeseen purpose. After all, by that time, the true Dragon King in this world may well be Daenerys Targaryen, but one cannot dismiss the possibility of Clay. Chapter 46. The departure in the span of merely 5 fleeting days. The morning has arrived when the most elite cohort of armored cavalry from the Mandler family gathers at Newcastle. Their purpose is to escort the young master of White Harbor southward to Twin River City. A dozen azure mermaid banners flutter overhead as the dawn's light kisses their cloaks, and the great gates of Newcastle rumble open. Clad in full armor, with a golden trident emblazoned on his breastplate, Clay, the young master of White Harbor, steadies his steed and strides purposefully towards his men. Each sighting of this formidable regiment fills him with a sense of admiration. The heavily armored knights, mounted upon their steeds and wielding lances, epitomize the kings of the battlefield in this era. The Mandler family boasts many such warriors. This southern expedition, comprising 200 elite knights, serves as a splendid opportunity to demonstrate their military prowess to the Fry family. A delicate hand grasped Clay's reins, drawing his attention to his sister, Vale Field, who stood resplendent in a flowing white gown. "Remember your promise," she murmured, gently stroking the mane of his noble steed. Clay nodded, fully aware of her concerns. As one of the most powerful families in Westeros, the Freys harbor a vigorous desire for advantageous alliances. "Do not worry, sister. Should any Fry make a demand, I shall refuse on your behalf." With this reassurance, Clay sought to calm his sister's apprehensions. The truth, however, lay in the fact that their father had not broached the subject at all, a clear indication of his disinterest in entangling his granddaughter with Twin River City. "Now, I must depart. Farewell, Vale Field." With a firm grip on his horse, Clay set forth on the path to the harbor. They would embark on a vessel southward, landing at the nearest point to Twin River City along the river, where a modest port awaited them, small yet sufficient for the disembarkation of Clay and his 200 companions. As he traversed much of White Harbor once more, Clay reveled in the respectful gazes of its citizens. His valiant act of slaying a Lannister in defense of family honor had spread through the taverns, sung by bards, and his reputation soared. Being the young master of White Harbor, his standing was notably high, approaching the status where meals could be had without charge. Crossing the city walls, Clay and his contingent arrived at the military port designated for the family fleet, where the docking of ordinary merchant vessels was strictly prohibited and access was meticulously regulated. Even Clay, adorned with the mermaid banner, was only granted entry after disclosing his identity. Since the king in the north, Brandon the shipburner, had incinerated the remaining warships of the shipwright Brandon, the North has been devoid of any significant naval force for over a century. Yet, the Mandler family, guardians of the largest city in the North, White Harbor, stands as an exception, although their fleet pales in comparison to the Royal Navy and the Iron Fleet. The immense financial backing from White Harbor has afforded Clay a glimpse of 24 warships in the port, primarily composed of large sailing vessels and swift longships. A robust man clad in a coarse jacket, barefoot and accompanied by several others, stood at the harbor. Upon noticing the arrival of Clay and his companions, he promptly approached them. "Young master, this is the captain of our voyage. We shall embark on the White Harbor Elder towards the Twin River City." Clay, internally critiquing the naming prowess of these individuals, nodded in acknowledgement, unperturbed by the captain and his crew's unrefined appearance. He was acutely aware that he might fare no better once aboard. The White Harbor Elder was a grand sailing vessel, primarily designed for engaging enemy ships in battle, asserting naval dominance, and serving as a formidable warship. "Young Master Clay, I am Captain Stutton of the White Harbor Elder, and I assure you of a rather comfortable journey." Nodding in response, Clay exchanged greetings with Captain Stutton, who flashed a broad grin and led Clay and his entourage towards the imposing ship moored nearby. Their steeds would be placed aboard a smaller sailboat at the rear of the White Harbor Elder, entrusted to dedicated caretakers. Observing Captain Stutton traverse the swaying plank that connected land to the deck with apparent ease, Clay inhaled deeply, under the watchful eyes of his guards. He was the first to step onto the wooden board. As soon as he set foot upon it, A wave of disorientation washed over him. Even the transformation of a demon hunter could not aid him, as his legs quivered slightly. However, retreat was not an option. Resolute, Clay reminded himself of his excellent swimming skills. Even if he were to fall, he would not drown, merely suffer a modicum of embarrassment. This was far preferable to succumbing to fear and retreating. Summoning immense willpower, Clay regained control over his leg muscles and cautiously made his way across the plank, completing what should have been a 10-second journey in a considerably longer span. Upon finally reaching the deck, a sigh of relief escaped him. Captain Stutton, who had observed the entire ordeal, revealed a grin full of yellowed teeth and remarked, "Young master, you surpass many of the inept individuals I have encountered. It is quite rare to see someone who has scarcely sailed navigate the plank so swiftly and steadily, maintaining a facade of noble composure." Clay inclined his head slightly in acceptance of Captain Stutton's commendation, though his legs still trembled beneath him. Turning back, the captain of the guards, evidently accustomed to seafaring, swiftly crossed the plank with ease. Most of the 150 guards behind him were seasoned veterans, all of whom had served as soldiers of the White Harbor and had experience aboard ships. Apart from a few inexperienced youths who faltered, the majority boarded successfully. The remaining 50 remained on the second vessel, for they needed to tend to the battle steeds accompanying them. Clay noticed that the first action of the guards upon boarding was to remove their heavy armor, opting instead for lighter chainmail that offered less protection. The captain of the guards remained beside Clay, prompting him to inquire, "Why the haste to shed your armor? While White Harbor poses little danger, the waters of Biting Bay are rife with pirates." The captain of the guard shook his head and whispered to Clay, "Young master, while aboard the ship, it is imperative that you shed some weight. Otherwise, when the tumultuous waves arise, the excessive swaying will drain your strength through that armor." He cast a glance at the armor adorning Clay's form and promptly began to assist him in shedding the cumbersome gear. "It is understandable that you are unfamiliar with such matters, given your limited experience aboard. Allow me to remove this armor for you. It serves little purpose." Unlike a decade ago, the pirates of Biting Bay no longer possess the audacity to confront our vessels from White Harbor. With the captain's words resonating in his mind, Clay ceased to resist. Surrounded by so many protectors, he felt secure, unburdened by concerns for his safety, and in the unlikely event of a shipwreck, that iron armor would serve as the finest anchor to the depths. Upon entering the independently arranged cabin, Clay relished the novel experience aboard the Old Man of White Harbor. Chapter 47. Maritime power. Once the initial sense of unfamiliarity dissipated, the monotonous expanse of the unchanging sea induced a profound boredom in Clay, while the jarring motion of the waves instigated a dizzying sensation. Despite having previously experienced seasickness aboard the vessel returning to Westeros, Clay found himself feeling unwell once more. The once spacious cabin now felt constricting, as if it were suffocating him. Battling the rising urge to retch, Clay pushed open the heavy cabin door and stepped outside, hoping the howling sea breeze would alleviate his nausea. Upon exiting the cabin, the chill of the evening sea at Bight Bay sent a shiver through Clay. Noticing his appearance, a keen-eyed guard promptly draped a cloak over his shoulders. Nodding in acknowledgement to the guard, Clay surveyed the tranquil deck and inquired, "Where is Captain Stun?" The guard, clad in a light garment, yet undeterred by the cold due to his busyness, gestured towards a wooden platform at the stern of the ship, saying, "Captain Stun is up there. Would you like me to escort you, my lord?" Observing Clay's slight wobble, the guard expressed concern. Waving his hand dismissively, Clay, though still feeling somewhat unwell, was reassured by his formidable physique, which would limit the discomfort he experienced. Ascending the wooden steps to the platform, he soon spotted the figures of the guard captain and Captain Stun. The last vestiges of crimson sunlight were vanishing over the western sea of Bight Bay, leaving only the rhythmic sound of crashing waves in their wake. Upon hearing footsteps, Captain Stun and the guard captain turned, appearing to have been engaged in conversation. Upon recognizing Clay, the guard captain promptly approached him. "My lord, what brings you up here?" he asked, internally worried about Clay's seasickness and the potential for illness on this medicine-deficient vessel. However, his concerns were unfounded, as Clay's mutated body afforded him immunity to most ailments, rendering him resilient against the cold sea breeze. Nothing serious. I merely wish to feel the wind. The cabin was stifling. Clay responded, uninterested in further platitudes of concern, swiftly redirecting the conversation. Gentlemen, what were you discussing just now? May I inquire? Though phrased as a request, Clay was undoubtedly the commanding authority aboard this ship, and his standing permitted no refusal of his inquiries. Certainly, my lord, Captain Stun replied with a rugged smile, eager to share their recent discussion. We were conversing about the vessel beneath our feet, my lord. Are you familiar with the fleet of White Harbor? To this query, Clay could only admit ignorance. Since his return to Westeros, he had been preoccupied with various matters, leaving him with scant knowledge of his family's affairs. He vaguely understood that a modest fleet existed at White Harbor, yet he was unaware of its specifics or composition. Noticing Clay's shake of the head, Captain Stun patiently began to enlighten his young lord about the fleet of White Harbor. Young master, present. Our fleet in White Harbor has been entirely established by Lord Earl, comprising a total of 10 large sailing ships, 12 longships, and 2 galleys. In the entirety of Westeros, it is difficult to ascertain our fleet's ranking. However, it is certain that the royal fleet of Lord Stannis could effortlessly overpower ours, given that their number of warships is thrice that of ours. Moreover, both the Lannisters and the Tyrells possess fleets that are comparable to our own. Clay nodded, recognizing that this aligned with his assumptions, yet he discerned that Captain Stun had omitted a crucial detail. What about the Iron Islands? To his surprise, Captain Stun shrugged, spreading his hands in a gesture of resignation, and remarked, their fleet? I would estimate that when combined with the aforementioned factions, we are roughly on par with them. Furthermore, those Ironborn are singularly adept at shipbuilding. Given time, they could easily amass 200 vessels. Clay understood that the Iron Fleet was the preeminent naval power in Westeros. He did not anticipate such a significant disparity. In naval warfare, devoid of external influences, success hinges upon the sheer number of ships. Additionally, our sailors do not possess the same level of expertise as those in the Iron Fleet. This is inevitable, for many of them spend months living aboard their vessels with little contact with land. This is akin to comparing the equestrian skills of the people of Westeros with those of the Dothraki, an unfair contest indeed. The burgeoning ambition within Clay to traverse the narrow sea was swiftly extinguished, yet he remained undeterred and inquired. How then was the Greyjoy rebellion subdued by King Robert? Given the strength of the Iron Fleet? Ah, that is an entirely different tale, young master. You are aware of the royal fleet's commander, Lord Stannis, I presume? He was the one who nearly annihilated the Iron Fleet during the Battle of the Isle of Tears. There is a notion that had Lord Stannis not decimated the Iron Fleet, King Robert's army would have been rendered impotent, unable to do anything but stand on the shore, let alone breach the walls of Pike. Speaking of the Battle of the Isle of Tears, Captain Stun suddenly became animated, eagerly recounting the events of that war to Clay. In essence, Duke Stannis deployed a decoy, luring the Iron Fleet into the narrow stretch between the Isle of Tears and the mainland, subsequently utilizing the terrain to command the royal fleet and sealing off their avenues of escape. Amidst the chaos, only a handful of iron ships managed to break free from the encirclement, while the remainder met their demise at the hands of the iron-willed Duke Stannis, who sank them in the waters surrounding the Isle of Tears. The destruction of the Iron Fleet granted the Baratheon dynasty unchallenged dominion over the seas of Westeros, and thereafter, Robert was free to wage war as he pleased, capable of landing anywhere in the Iron Islands at any moment. Perhaps Captain Stun himself did not fully grasp the significance of naval supremacy that he so vividly illustrated through his narrative. Take the North, for instance. While the neck is indeed a formidable barrier, this is primarily true in the context of traditional land warfare. In naval combat, such geographical impediments are rendered non-existent. The neck is difficult to traverse. I could simply circumvent it. How did Theon Greyjoy infiltrate Winterfell? He did not conquer it by advancing from the neck to the north. Rather, he landed on the western coastline, which was nearly undefended, and struck directly when the city was at its most vulnerable. If an inland city could be so easily breached, then his own hometown of White Harbor, situated by the sea, would certainly require the Mandler family to maintain a substantial garrison. Without naval supremacy, Failing to secure adequate forces there would amount to handing White Harbor over to the adversary. It is crucial to remember that a significant portion of the Manderley family's power is sustained by the wealth flowing from White Harbor. It seems I must advise my father to invest in the development of a more formidable navy. Alas, I truly am a prodigal son. Chapter 48. King's Landing. As Eddard Stark, the current Hand of the King, find himself mired in troubles in King's Landing. The ship Old Town's Elder sails through the Bight, making its way south from the mouth of the White Knife River. Seated upon a wooden platform, Eddard gazes at the raucous scene within the largest tent, where King Robert bellowed with exuberance, his countenance icy enough to freeze the very air around him. This tournament, held in his name, had squandered nearly 100,000 golden dragons. While such a sum might not be overly burdensome to a vast kingdom, the treasury was utterly depleted. Not only was it empty, but the royal debts had soared beyond 2 million golden dragons, encompassing obligations to Bravo's Iron Bank and the considerable debts owed to Lord Tywin Lannister of the Westeros. The funding for this tournament, along with the promised prizes, had been borrowed from the king's father-in-law, Duke Tywin. Upon learning this, Eddard Stark yearned to halt the tournament immediately. Yet, being a former brother to the king, he found himself powerless to intervene. Within the arena, 2 heavily armored knights charged at one another, their lances shattering upon impact. These specially treated jousting lances were prone to breakage, and their cost was notably high. Witnessing the 2 attendants present new lances to their masters, Eddard's heart ached. How could he, as Hand, govern a kingdom with no funds? The royal household's daily expenses and the maintenance of the royal fleet all demanded gleaming golden dragons. Where could he conjure such money? He had no intention of asking the old lion for assistance. At times, he harbored a grudging admiration for the current master of coin, Peter Baelish, who had managed to sustain the royal finances without incident despite the vast deficits over the years. Indeed, a man of talent. Yet, Eddard was acutely aware that Duke Tywin was not a benefactor of his kingly son-in-law. The Iron Throne owed a significant debt to Casterly Rock, and while Tywin had chosen not to press the matter, the consequence was that a multitude of Lannisters had infiltrated the Red Keep over the years. As King Robert, despite repeated warnings from former Hand Jon Arryn, remained oblivious to these matters, Eddard soon discerned that the scent of lions within the Red Keep was far more pervasive than that of stags. Initially reluctant to partake in what he deemed a frivolous contest of jousting, believing true martial prowess was forged upon the battlefield, he questioned the significance of such games, which elicited only the shrill screams of adorned noble women. However, with his daughter present in the stands, memories of his sister Lynna surfaced, compelling Eddard to set aside his duties and attend the event. Robert had informed him of the betrothal between his son Joffrey and Sansa. Yet, as fate would have it, when Loras Tyrell presented a flower to Sansa, Eddard's breath caught in his throat for a fleeting moment. The pallor on Ed Stark's face was unmistakable. However, he soon realized that the Knight of Flowers seemed to be unencumbered by any betrothal, and the Tyrell family did not hold any particularly close ties to him. Fixating his gaze upon the resplendently armored young man, the battle-hardened Ed Stark discerned at once that the Tyrell heir was likely a superficial figure. Having just heard the announcer's words, he noted that this youth's opponent in the current round was the infamous Mountain. Ah, the naive Tyrell. Let the Lannister hound teach you a lesson. With such thoughts, Duke Ed adjusted his posture in the corner and turned his attention to the arena. The 2 contenders stood at opposite ends of the field, separated by a distance of fewer than 200 meters, a rather safe span, as no steed, regardless of its prowess, could achieve full gallop from such a distance. The inadequacy of speed would mitigate the impact, thus providing some measure of protection for the fallen noblemen of the South. Duke Ed cast his eyes toward the other side, where Ser Gregor Clegane, resembling a small mountain atop his horse, exuded a formidable presence. In stark contrast to the somewhat frail form of Loras Tyrell, Duke Ed estimated that this round would likely see the Knight of Flowers unseated. As the competitors prepared their gear and their squires withdrew, both steeds began to accelerate. Yet, the distance proved insufficient to enable a significant increase in speed. Regardless of the riders' exceptional horsemanship, the 2 adversaries swiftly approached one another, but to Duke Ed's surprise, it appeared that the Mountain's horse had encountered a problem and was wholly unresponsive to his commands. As they drew near, Loras thrust his lance forward with his slender arm, while the horse beneath the mountain completely slipped from his control. In Duke Ed's view, a mass of ironclad flesh and bone collided violently with the ground, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the audience. Frowning, Duke Ed found a certain satisfaction in the mountain's misfortune, for he harbored no affection for this Lannister brute. The mountain's infamous deeds, leading the Lannister forces to slaughter the Targaryens and committing heinous acts such as the murder of Rhaegar Targaryen's wife, Princess Elia, sister to Prince Oberyn, were deeply repugnant to Ed Stark. Yet, with Tywin Lannister standing behind him, Ed had no recourse but to allow the mountain's display of bravado in King's Landing, even now that he had assumed the role of Hand of the King. As the victor, Loras raised his ornate sword in triumph, basking in the adulation of the surrounding women. However, in the next moment, the mountain, rising in fury from the ground, seized a long sword from a nearby squire and bellowed in rage. With a swift stroke, he severed the neck of the horse that had caused his defeat. Vivid crimson blood gushed forth from the ruptured artery, staining the earth marked by hoof prints. And the jubilant cheers of the crowd were abruptly stifled, as if the very air had been paused. Everyone gazed in astonishment at this inexplicably enraged failure. Soon, a piercing female scream erupted from the audience, quickly followed by a chorus of similar cries. Eddard Stark was decidedly discomfited by this turn of events. Not out of fear of blood. How could he fear blood? Since his arrival in King's Landing, the city had continually surprised him with its myriad of unexpected occurrences. Without warning, a phrase that Prime Minister Jon Arryn had incessantly murmured before his demise echoed in Eddard's mind. The seed is strong. Although he could not yet decipher the true meaning behind those words, he was acutely aware that the last utterances of a dying man must hold profound significance for that individual. The pungent scent of blood flooded his nostrils, leaving him feeling exceedingly uneasy. In summary, this marks the first literary endeavor of the aspiring author, Little White Whale, who has penned such an extensive work. Throughout the writing process, various inconsistencies and perplexities have arisen, and I kindly ask for your understanding and patience. This may stem from differing perspectives. As I constructed the narrative in my mind, certain aspects seemed logical to me, yet the readers may lack access to critical information, leading to confusion. Additionally, some minor inconsistencies have been rectified, largely due to the challenges of balancing part-time writing with other commitments, which occasionally disrupts the flow of my thoughts. Moreover, this is my inaugural long-form piece, and I am still gaining experience in the craft. Rest assured, there is no need for concern regarding my commitment to continue writing. Since I announced my intention to produce 4,000 words daily, I have not missed a single day. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the esteemed readers for their support. I would like to address several points that I believe may pique the reader's interest. First, the protagonist has transformed into a monster hunter while retaining the ability to procreate. The side effects of this transformation have been mitigated by the system's magical intervention, as I could never allow the protagonist to become a mere shell of himself. Second, regarding the assassin issue, I acknowledge that my explanation in the narrative was inadequate. I possess my own interpretation of whether he should have been reported at that moment. This character will be of significance later, as he is connected to Peter Baelish and his identity will play a crucial role. Thus, I allowed him to survive. Third, concerning the protagonist development, it is evident that, as a vassal of House Stark, the main character's growth must be carefully navigated. Readers may not wish to see him turn against the Starks. Yet I have a certain fondness for the Stark family, and I intend to ensure they receive a favorable conclusion, devoid of ruin and despair. Fourth, regarding the protagonist's familial matters, I find it rather amusing that some readers suggested a rather outlandish notion. I assure you, I will grant both Wylis and Willa a resolution that I deem satisfactory, without subjecting them to tragedy. As you may have discerned, every action the protagonist undertakes is in preparation for the impending war. It would be impractical for him to rush to King's Landing to assassinate the king, thereby plunging the city into chaos. Until Ed is captured in King's Landing, I do not intend to make significant alterations to the overall narrative. However, the protagonist will subtly strategize based on personal development. When war erupts, the protagonist will undoubtedly play a pivotal role, and the outcome of the War of the Five Kings will differ from previous events. As for the dragons and the divine arrangements, rest assured that the protagonist will not indefinitely postpone hatching. Dragons, aside from their bloodline issues, can be utilized effectively in this world akin to mushroom bombs. To ascend to greatness, one must possess them, rather than merely surviving until the end. Regarding the gods, this is a personal extension of mine, as the original work is indeed titled A Song of Ice and Fire. The matter of the three-eyed raven will certainly be resolved later, and the protagonist will not be merely a pawn in its hands. Lastly, concerning the female lead, this is quite straightforward. The protagonist's status will dictate the caliber of women he attracts. I trust you understand my meaning. That is approximately the gist of it. Feel free to share your thoughts or comments. Just remember to maintain a gentle tone, as we are all human, after all. The next 100,000 words will likely be written before the release, and I will provide a summary to engage with everyone. Chapter 49. The city of Twin Rivers. The scent of blood from the capital could not reach the tranquil lands between the rivers. Upon disembarking, Clay set foot upon a weathered boulder along the shore, while behind him, the White Harbor Guard was completing its assembly. The captain of the guard, now clad in lighter yet formidable armor, tread the sandy, earthy terrain, making his way to his young lord's side with deliberate steps. Having arrived in the lands between the rivers, they were undeniably in the south. Though the distance was minimal, the chill of the air was entirely absent. Instead, beads of sweat began to trickle down his back, for this place was far warmer than White Harbor. My lord, we may commence our journey in approximately an hour. Despite the densely populated nature of the region, not a soul could be seen on the rocky beach. Although Clay and his entourage had sufficient provisions, it was paramount to locate signs of civilization as swiftly as possible. The captain had traversed this path before, yet it had been a year since their last departure from White Harbor to the city of Twin Rivers. The dilapidated dock remained unchanged, but the pathway leading inland was conspicuously absent from memory. The captain, being the first to disembark, searched diligently until he finally uncovered traces of the former route amidst the thick underbrush. Strangely, the dock did not appear to be in a state of neglect for an entire year. After all, many vessels had journeyed from White Harbor to this very landing. Had they perhaps maintained it themselves? The captain could not ascertain. Briefly reporting the situation to Clay, he stood by, awaiting his lord's command. The elder had explicitly instructed him to defer all decisions to Clay during their journey. Though experienced enough to voice dissent, it was imperative that such opinions be expressed only after Clay had made his determination. Captain Stutton, commanding the grand ship White Harbor Elder, had already departed. As per their agreement, upon Clay's exit from the city of Twin Rivers, he would dispatch a raven back to White Harbor. Upon receiving the message, the captain would return with his fleet, observing the sky darkening overhead and the jungle thickening in his line of sight. Clay made his decision to establish camp on the spot, kindle a fire for cooking, and assign personnel for night watch and patrol, as this was no longer their domain. The captain initially contemplated that a small village lay not far from the forest, a place where they could seek shelter for the night. However, considering the overgrown path obscured by wild grasses, he felt uncertain about the village's existence. In light of this, he found no reason to oppose his lord's decision, especially since, despite having the authority granted by Count Wyman, he did not truly dare to defy Clay. With the orders given, 200 trained soldiers swiftly began gathering timber for their encampment. Seemingly having anticipated such a scenario, they had arrived equipped with approximately 50 sets of camping gear. Clay, sword drawn, began to circulate among them, occasionally engaging in brief conversations with soldiers taking a moment to rest. Though many exchanges were rather mundane and lacking in substance, it was evident that the soldiers were considerably more at ease than before. As the sun once again vanished beyond the horizon, the soldiers had erected a rudimentary encampment, their horses safeguarded by wooden enclosures, surrounded by a multitude of sentinels. At the perimeter of the camp, 2 experienced hunting teams, each comprising 10 men, were dispatched, fully armed and plunging directly into the thicket. Their task was straightforward: to drive away nearby beasts and ensure the camp remained undisturbed throughout the night. Naturally, should fortune favor them with a catch, these hunters would not object to a more sumptuous dinner. At dawn the following day, under the guidance of the captain of the guards, Clay and his contingent of 200 cavalrymen plunged into the relatively modest expanse of the forest. It would be more precise to describe this area not as a forest, but as a thicket of towering shrubs, requiring the leading guard captain to seek a suitable path to prevent the horses from being injured by the rugged underbrush. After traversing the woods for most of the day, Clay glimpsed the King's Road that connected the north and south. The sight of this road confirmed their correct course, allowing them to proceed confidently. 3 days later, as they neared the Green Fork River, Clay and his men encountered a patrol from House Fry. The timid soldier, upon suddenly facing 200 fully armed cavalry, turned pale and drew his sword. Had he not recognized the banners of the Mermaid flapping in the breeze from White Harbor's forces, he might have fled in terror. "Greetings, men of House Fry. We are the army from White Harbor, escorting young Lord Clay to visit Lord Walder Fry in the town of Twins." The captain of the guards emphasized the term Lord, as several members of the Fry family shared the name Walder, and he wished to avoid any unnecessary complications arising from such details. It seemed that the Fry family had indeed informed their patrol of Clay's arrival, and the soldier's demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect. "My lord, I shall guide you to the town of Twins." Unaware of Clay's identity, he bowed to the crowd, and since Clay did not reveal himself, he was unable to inquire further. Nodding in acknowledgement, Clay felt a slight sense of relief upon finally nearing his destination. The latter part of this journey had borne a striking resemblance to a wilderness expedition, with only brief encounters with other travelers on the King's Road. The soldier from House Fry led the way, prompting Clay to summon the captain of the guards who was riding nearby. Engage him in conversation, and see if you can glean any information regarding the Fry family. Moreover, I must ascertain who he intends to introduce us to. We cannot afford to make a misstep upon entering the gates of Twins. After contemplating the young lord's words for half a minute, the captain grasped his intent. He recognized the complexities of the Fry family as factions. Yet he did not approach the situation from an aristocratic perspective, as he was not among the nobility. In Clay's eyes, it was imperative that he meet Lord Walder Fry himself upon entering the town, while any dealings with other Frays would be considered once he established contact with the White Harbor's forces stationed there. Approaching these Fry individuals without caution could easily lead to unforeseen complications, a prospect that Clay found bothersome and utterly uninteresting. Prior to his departure, the chief administrator of the Baihai Guard informed him that he had dispatched all available personnel from Hudgian to Twin River City. Upon his arrival in Twin River City, he would be contacted by someone. As he advanced alongside the Fry soldiers, Clay finally beheld the Verdencia River, the bridge, and the numerous fluttering twin tower banners atop the fortress at the bridgehead. Upon first laying eyes on Twin River City, a singular thought consumed Clay's mind. If he were to lead the charge, how would he orchestrate its conquest? Chapter 50. An abundance of phrase here as anticipated by Clay. The sentinel who guided them closer to the city of Twin Rivers belonged to a faction of the Fry family. According to the captain of the escort, who returned to Clay's side, if he had remained silent, Clay and his companions would have been taken directly to meet Sir Ennis Fry. From the intelligence reports on the Fry family that Clay had perused in White Harbor, it was revealed that Ennis Fry was the third son of Ward Fry, the current lord of Twin Rivers. Following Clay's wishes, the captain maintained his position close to the sentinel. Once they were fully within the view of the watchtower at Twin Rivers, a heavy horn sounded, reverberating across the banks of the river. Cavalry was approaching. Although the city gates were not immediately shut, Clay, possessing keen eyesight, observed the bustling farmers and merchants at the entrance to the city rushing in with palpable fear of the sudden cavalry appearance. For Ward Fry, the seasoned lord who had held dominion over the Fry family for decades, news of Clay's arrival reached him swiftly. While he was occupied with a great-granddaughter whose name he could scarcely recall, the sight of the Mandel family banner outside the city immediately alerted him to the identity of the visitors. He promptly released the hand he had been tenderly caressing and, with a sense of delight, rose from his soft chair, commanding his steward, "Our guests from White Harbor have arrived. Go extend to them the finest hospitality. The heir, Clay. That is his name, is it not? Please, invite him to see me." "Yes, my lord," the steward replied with a bow. preparing to depart when he was halted by the Marquis's voice. "Remember, do not allow my foolish sons or grandsons to whisk away the heir from White Harbor before I have the chance to greet him. Tell them to behave themselves." As a powerful noble from the Riverlands, the Fry family had amassed wealth through the bridge spanning the Green Fork River. Whether merchants or farmers, all who wished to cross the bridge were required to pay a considerable toll, which enabled the Fry family to become the second most prominent noble house in the Riverlands. To put it bluntly, without such resources, Ward Fry would have amounted to nothing, as a family of lesser means would afford him no authority or choice. Having experienced this firsthand, Ward Fry understood well the profound influence of the Mandel family, which presided over a port city. Although renowned not for military might, they commanded respect that none could afford to disregard. It is widely recognized that gold dragons translate into soldiers, even if the soldiers lack combat prowess. Can three not overcome one? As long as there are gold dragons, an army is never an insurmountable issue. Initially, Willius Mandel of White Harbor had no male heir, which prompted the Fry family to entertain the notion of marrying Willius's eldest daughter, Veilfied. They were aware of the Fray's intentions, yet chose to let it slide, dismissing them after a rejection. For a time, Ward Fry had quelled his ambitions towards White Harbor, but upon hearing of Clay's return and noting the absence of any betrothal, his aspirations were rekindled. Although it is indeed the daughter of House Fry who is to wed in White Harbor, who claims that women are devoid of opportunities to influence the affairs of White Harbor. Consider the esteemed Lady Lisa Tully, wife of John Aaron, who now cradles her son, the newly appointed guardian of the Vale, Robert Aaron, thus wielding considerable power over the region. While this authority may seem precarious, it is a reflection of Lisa's own shortcomings. Lord Walder Fry believes that, given the capabilities of his family, they could surely excel in such matters. Thus, having gathered the necessary intelligence, Lord Walder Fry promptly dispatched a flurry of raven messages to White Harbor, and now at last his efforts have borne fruit. As the fish banner has finally graced the shores of River Run, the steward, understanding his lord's intent, nodded in acquiescence and took his leave. At that moment, the forces of House Clay had already reached the outskirts of the city. Due to the diminutive size of River Run, even the Fry forces were stationed outside its walls, leaving Clay unable to usher all 200 cavalrymen into the city. After deliberation, the captain of the guards, accompanied by 50 men, followed Clay across the bridge into River Run. Upon entering the city, not having traversed far, the guiding sentinel could no longer contain himself and candidly expressed his thoughts. "My lord, allow me to escort you to Lord Ennis, the third son of Lord Walder Fry. It will be much easier for you to meet the Marquis through him." Seeing that the sentinel had abandoned his pretense, Clay had no desire to indulge in his charade. Just as he was about to decline, a knight clad in light armor, adorned with the double bridge emblem of House Fry upon his chest, galloped forth. It was evident that he possessed confidence in his equestrian skills, as he charged between the sentinel and Clay before being halted by the already poised guards of White Harbor. Observing the unsavory expressions of the guards, the knight's countenance twisted into an unpleasant grin as he introduced himself. "Which of you is Lord Clay?" "I am Peter Fry, grandson of Sir Stephen Fry, the eldest son of the Marquis." "Ah, a great-grandson of House Fry." And truth be told, Clay felt no fondness for the name. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the knight was not much younger than himself, yet his unsightly visage and dark complexion made him appear significantly older. According to intelligence reports, the knight's grandfather, Sir Stephen, was the legitimate heir of Lord Walder Fry, thus implying that he represented the line of the Fry heir. After posing this inquiry, Peter Fry lashed out at the sentinel with his whip, who, realizing his failure, dared not resist and slinked away amidst Peter's profane tirade. Once the sentinel was dealt with, Peter seemed oblivious to the disdainful and contemptuous gazes of those from White Harbor, reiterating his earlier question. "Is Lord Clay present?" "I am Peter Fry, grandson of Sir Stephen Fry, the eldest son of the Marquis. I will take you to see my grandfather, who will then escort you to the Marquis." Clay found himself perplexed. Having been directly invited by Lord Walder Fry himself, why did they all seem to presume that he must go through them to meet him? Whom did they consider themselves superior to? However, remaining indifferent to the members of the Fry family while standing here was not a viable option for Clay. His objective in coming to River Run was to navigate the situation with finesse, employing subterfuge wherever possible. After a moment's contemplation, Clay rode forth from the throng and calmly addressed Peter Fry. "I am Clay Manderly. Good to meet you, Peter Fry." He refrained from expressing his willingness to meet with Stephen Fry, remaining steadfast in his position on horseback. In truth, he had no desire to meet Stephen, even though the latter was the first heir to Lord Walder Fry. Just as he hesitated, an elder voice shattered the impasse. "Peter, step aside. The Lord Marquis wishes to invite Lord Clay directly to the tower. You may return now." Observing the sudden shift in Peter Fry's expression, Clay mused that within this brief encounter, he had already come across 3 or 4 frays. The concentration of frays in this town was indeed rather overwhelming. Chapter 51. The Guest Twins Bridge is not large, and it would be somewhat inaccurate to label it as a city, for its core structure is, in fact, the bridge itself. The so-called Twins Bridge comprises the bridge and the 2 imposing fortifications at either end. Krieg and his companions entered the city from the eastern fortification of the Green Fork, and they now found themselves not far from the entrance. Surveying the surroundings, Krieg, who was evidently of higher standing than the younger Peter Fry, was unaware of the elder's identity. Peter Fry, his countenance grim, departed hastily. He could not afford to offend the old steward who had served the Lord Marquis for decades. In the Fry family, save for a few exceptions, who would dare challenge this seemingly unremarkable old man? To incur his wrath could spell disaster, especially since the now 90-year-old Marquis often made remarkably arbitrary judgments regarding family matters. As the soldiers and knights departed, the unfamiliar figure before Krieg showed no inclination to introduce himself, instead turning to lead the way. Noticing that Krieg and his companions remained still, he paused to add, "I'm the steward of the Lord Marquis. No one in this city would dare impersonate me. I kindly invite you, esteemed guests, to the keep, where he has prepared salt and bread for you. This is the renowned custom of guest rights in Westeros. Guests who partake of their host's salt and bread cannot harm one another during their stay. For to violate this sacred law would be to transgress the bounds set by both the old and new gods. The nobility of Westeros genuinely adheres to this code. Throughout history, amid the bloodshed of countless battlefields and the cold machinations of courts, few have dared to trample upon this ostensibly weak law. Nevertheless, Krieg, well aware of the Fry family's true nature, harbored no illusions about their adherence to such sacred guest rights. In a sense, his own magical prowess placed him closer to the gods than others, rendering him skeptical of the fanciful notions of divine prohibition. The infamous Red Wedding had transpired, with the Freys trampling upon guest rights, yet they seemingly faced no repercussions. Walder Frey's son had become the Lord of the Moat, and the family's domain had swiftly expanded. As for the subsequent targeting by the Brotherhood without banners and the deadly ambush by Arya Stark's assassin, such matters bore no relation to the old and new gods. It was merely a failure in their security. Having consumed a small piece of somewhat salty bread, Krieg performed the ritual of guest rites in the grand hall of the Twinsbridge Keep. Opposite him, elevated slightly, stood a massive chair of black oak, upon which sat a diminutive elderly man clad in gray, his small eyes fixed intently upon Krieg. Without a doubt, this was the venerable Lord Walder Fry, the master of Twinsbridge, now aged 90. Despite his inner reluctance, Krieg understood that, given the disparity in age and status, he must be the one to bow first. The Manderleys send their regards. Esteemed Lord of Twinsbridge, Krieg Manderly expresses his gratitude for your generous gift. A withered old man, his skin sagging, devoid of hair and teeth, possesses little charm when he smiles, particularly if his appearance is exceptionally unappealing. Marquis Wade Fry was quite pleased with Clay's demeanor. At least this young heir displayed far more courtesy than his grandfather, that old eel. A raspy voice emerged from the aged vocal cords as Marquis Fry welcomed. "Welcome, Clay Mander. I trust that you will find the hospitality of Twin River City satisfactory, and the Fry family will ensure your safety." Clay thought to himself, "I would rather plunge into the Green Fork River and drown than trust you." Yet his face remained adorned with a smile. He offered a respectful gesture towards Marquis Fry, thus concluding the ceremonial greeting for guests. Guided by the butler, Clay departed the hall. With evening still some time away, the formal introductions would take place at the night's banquet, where the principal members of the Fry family would be present, including the bride prepared for him, Clay Mandler. For reasons unknown, despite White Harbor being by the sea and Twin River City situated by a river, the rooms here were considerably more humid than those in White Harbor. Upon entering, Clay's sensitive nose immediately detected a musty odor, indicating that the house surely harbored some mildew. Frowning at the subpar living conditions, he opened all the windows. Though it proved futile, for through the panes, he could see the Green Fork River flowing southward. The 50 guards he had brought were assigned to another building where Fry family retainers resided, but at the insistence of the head of his guard, 10 of them, along with their leader, found accommodation in proximity to Clay's quarters. After the old butler escorted Clay to his room, he stood resolutely at the stairway like an unyielding dead tree. Initially, Clay was perplexed by this behavior. However, upon witnessing wave after wave of individuals attempting to ascend to this level, he understood. Marquis Wade Fry had stationed a sentinel for him. It must be said that the Marquis's decision resonated well with Clay. He had no desire to be disturbed, at least not at that moment. The head of the guard insisted on inspecting Clay's room, and he acquiesced. This loyal captain was unaware that, having studied the foundational techniques of the Wolf Clan swordsmanship, coupled with 5 magical seals and an immunity to most poisons, Clay was not easily vanquished by an ordinary foe. Moreover, Clay had committed no treacherous acts that would warrant an assassination by the Fry family. He firmly believed that if he were to perish here, his father would promptly declare war on Twin River City. As he had just arrived, it was prudent to maintain a low profile. He awaited an opportunity to connect with a White Sea Guard, lurking in the shadows. For insights into the convoluted, familial ties of the Fry clan were far less reliable than the conclusions drawn by these intelligence operatives. Although Clay was acutely aware that he could trust no more than half of what he received. The sun dipped low in the west, transforming into a deep crimson hue. Yet Clay felt not a hint of chill in the air. A series of resounding knocks echoed through the air, and the solitary figure of Clay heard the aged voice of the butler. "My Lord Clay, the banquet is prepared. The Marquis awaits your presence in the main hall of the castle. Please follow me." With a slight nod, Clay adjusted his opulent attire, which he had donned earlier. While such appearances may seem trivial at times, they can prove to be of great significance on certain occasions. As he advanced through the narrow and dimly lit corridor, approximately 10 minutes later, Clay arrived at the grand hall he had visited earlier that afternoon. Through the partially opened, heavy oak door, he could hear a vibrant murmur of voices. This was not merely the loud exclamations of 1 or 2 individuals, but rather the low hum of conversation among a multitude. It appeared that the Marquis of Fry had spoken true. Indeed, a majority of the Fry family members were present, for such a gathering would not occur without a considerable assembly. Taking a deep breath, Clay pushed open the door that seemed to separate 2 realms. Chapter 52. A game of chance. The arrival of Clay momentarily hushed the previously clamorous hall, but soon after, an elderly gentleman raised his glass and boisterously proclaimed, "Welcome, our esteemed guest, Clay Mandler." His words were met with a chorus of responses from the Fry family, many raising their goblets or clapping their hands against the deep-hued long table, creating a cacophony of sound. Marquis Walder Fry extended his gnarled hand, reminiscent of withered bark, and gestured toward the chair before him, inviting Clay to join him at the main table. For today, Clay was the guest of honor. Without hesitation, Clay strode forward and seated himself in the chair prepared for him. The Marquis regarded him with a serious demeanor and remarked, "It appears that the old eel of White Harbor has found a worthy heir, unlike myself, who is burdened with a brood of foolish sons and grandsons." Clay discreetly furrowed his brow. Had it been anyone else, such a description of their father would have been met with dissent. However, as he faced this nonagenarian, who was older than both himself and his father combined, he could only chastise inwardly. Choosing not to respond, Clay remained silent, anticipating the Marquis's next words. Previous intelligence indicated that this Fry was a man of profound familial loyalty. Indeed, the Marquis seemed unfazed by Clay's lack of reply and eagerly began to introduce his family members. He pointed to the man who had welcomed Clay upon his entrance and declared, "Stephen Fry, my eldest son and my heir. He is older than your grandfather, but alas, he is saddled with a father like me." Upon uttering this, the Marquis appeared quite pleased, though whether it was due to his heir or his own longevity remained uncertain. In the midst of his owl-like laughter, he took a hearty gulp of red wine. "The lad who stopped you on the road today, Peter, is his grandson." Though spoken in jest, the light-hearted tone belied the unmistakable discomfort that flashed across Sir Stephen's face. With one remark, the old Marquis asserted his absolute control over the information of River Run, while simultaneously admonishing his son. The vast Fry family was indeed a labyrinth of internal complexities. Clay nodded respectfully to Sir Stephen, refraining from withholding customary pleasantries. The Marquis then turned his attention from his eldest son to another figure at the far end of the long table, a tall, bald man. "This is my third son, Edwin. As for my second son, that rascal is firmly under the thumb of his wife, a golden-haired Lannister lioness, and has not graced my presence in quite some time." Clay was already aware of this situation. The steward had advised him in a prior report that the Marquis's second son, Eamon, exhibited a strong inclination toward the Lannisters. The reason behind all of this lies with a certain Lannister woman, whose formidable connections stem from her brother, Tywin Lannister. In the report, Lord Rivers vehemently advised against any interaction with Eamon Fry and his progeny remaining in the twins, a counsel that held no merit for Clay, who concurred with his assessment. The banquet continued, and thereafter, Lord Fry introduced the remaining sons who had come to the feast, while the 90-year-old patriarch exhibited little enthusiasm for his grandsons. Clay acknowledged each of these sons, whose ages spanned over 50 years, despite their rather unremarkable appearances, perhaps due to genetic factors. The male members of House Fry generally bore visages reminiscent of weasels. With the introductions concluded, Lord Fry rapped his goblet, proclaiming the official commencement of the banquet. The hall erupted into a cacophony, as the majority of the invited guests had little to do with the evening's theme. They were simply responding to Lord Fry's summons. However, there were a few exceptions. A long table was drawn apart, leaving a substantial space in the center that would serve as the dance floor. Such was the nature of the noble banquets in Westeros. Observing that Clay showed no inclination to take to the floor, Lord Fry signaled to his steward. Consequently, a group of Fry men and women began to enter the dance floor, alleviating the previously slight awkwardness. Clay could dance, though his proficiency stemmed merely from childhood training, and he was not particularly skilled. Initially, he harbored concerns that his capabilities might bring shame to White Harbor, but upon witnessing the Fry family's dancing, he quickly realized his apprehensions were unfounded. It would be an exaggeration to say it was an eyesore. Simply put, pairs of men and women were bouncing about, their hands often straying inappropriately, a tendency that most displayed. It was evident that he must partake in the dance, yet Clay remained seated, maintaining a smile while sipping his drink and offering intermittent applause. During this interval, Clay noted that at least 5 or 6 gazes were fixed upon him. Without turning his head, he discreetly glanced around. Female, 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 and yet more females. The age range appeared to span from 12 or 13 to nearly 30. Clay discerned that these were the women the Freys had prepared for themselves. The quiet gentleman did not remain undisturbed for long, as one of the Fry women, having adjusted her gown, approached him. Sir Stevern's voice penetrated Clay's thoughts just in time. "My Lord Clay, this is my granddaughter, Wida, of a similar age to yourself." Clay understood the implications immediately. Upon hearing her age and her relation to Stevern, he recognized her as the first Wida Fry mentioned in the report. He could sense numerous eyes, both overt and covert, flitting between himself and Wida Fry. Although he was not particularly fond of the attention, it did not trouble him, for he truly was indifferent. Veda Fry, often referred to as the enchanting beauty, possesses a voice that resonates with youthful clarity. However, truth be told, Lord Cray does not find her appearance worthy of such a title. It is, at best, merely adequate. "Lord Cray, may I invite you to dance?" Veda Fry inquired directly, displaying little shyness. at least in the city of Twin Rivers. This was a request that Cray could not decline. Nodding in agreement, he set down his intricately engraved goblet and rose to his feet. Under the approving gaze of Stephen, Cray took the hand that Veda Fry extended towards him. Chapter 53. Sleepless night. The air was thick with the overwhelming scent of perfume as Clay moved with a stiff gait, engaging in a lackluster exchange with Wada Fry, who was clearly rehearsing her questions. As a man, he naturally appreciated the flattery of women. However, the moment he discerned the insincerity behind her words, the sense of pride inherent in his nature dissipated faster than a wisp of smoke. Wada Fray's attire was notably meticulous, clinging closely to her form, seemingly designed to emphasize her ample curves. During their dance, Clay felt the soft pressure of her body against his on more than one occasion. With a gentle evasion, he maintained his composure, treating the encounters as if they were inconsequential. At this moment, it was crucial to keep a watchful eye on his own desires, for he was all too aware of the Fry family's notorious pitfalls. Interestingly, while rotating with Wada Fry, Clay noticed a dark silhouette leaning against a sturdy stone pillar in the hall. He sensed an unfriendly gaze directed toward him, reminiscent of a rival. How predictable, he mused, acknowledging the vastness of the Fry family and the inevitable indiscretions that accompanied it. As the dance concluded, Clay felt no lingering attachment. He promptly released Wada Fray's hand, offering her a polite smile while turning his back to her somewhat melancholic expression, making his way back to his seat. He refrained from touching the glass he had previously set down on the table, instead requesting a fresh drink from a passing server. Though as a monster hunter, he had little fear of common poisons, he opted for caution and chose to replace his drink. He was acutely aware that his actions would not escape the notice of the Marquis Wada Fry, perched high above, but what did it matter? To drink carelessly in unfamiliar surroundings would only serve to paint him as a fool. As he clinked glasses with Sir Stephen, Clay heard the man's inquiry. "My lord, what do you think of my granddaughter? I must confess, she is the most beautiful girl along the banks of the Green Fork." The remark was blunt, prompting Clay to smile and offer a few agreeable words, his gaze drifting to Wada Fry, now seated and animatedly conversing with the other women of the Fry clan. He sighed inwardly, reflecting on how just a month prior she had likely been oblivious to her own identity, and now she approached him with her family's intentions, even attempting to entice him. How much of this was genuine? Perhaps only she knew, truly a capricious twist of fate. As the banquet neared its conclusion, Clay counted the dances he had shared with Sir Stephen's two granddaughters, as well as with Jeff Fray's granddaughter, and engaged in conversation with a 13-year-old granddaughter of Ennis Fry about his experiences in Essos. And then there was Simon Fray's daughter, Eiley Fry, though of a higher familial rank than those previously mentioned, was still a year or two younger than Wada Fry. In conclusion, after the extravagant banquet filled with the ubiquitous presence of the Fry girls finally came to an end, even the formidable nerves of the monster hunter, Cleo, were overwhelmed by a profound weariness, as if his very essence had been drained. The hosts appeared to be in high spirits, at least on the surface. However, once Marquis Ward Fry, burdened by his advanced age, took his leave for an early respite, the festivities grew increasingly boisterous, with coarse shouts and sporadic shrieks from women echoing incessantly, akin to a chaotic dance of demons. Seizing an opportunity, Cleo feigned inebriation, allowing the captain of the White Harbor Guard, who had finally arrived to his rescue, to escort him back to his chambers. "Young master, are you all right?" the captain inquired, ensuring that no one was outside, while he had two guards stationed at the door and closed it behind them. He then regarded the suddenly alert Cleo with a puzzled expression. "In your heart, do you truly believe I could be so easily subdued by this lot of Frays?" Cleo retorted with a sidelong glare at the captain, his tone tinged with annoyance. Even the dimmest among them grasped the truth. Their young master was merely pretending to be drunk. The captain rolled his eyes, lost in thought. Cleo noticed the captain's gaze seemed slightly askew, scrutinizing him back and forth. After a contemplative pause, the captain cautiously declared, "Young master, we shall not be keeping watch for you tonight. Should you require anything, simply call for us loudly." With this cryptic remark, the captain departed hastily, donning an expression that suggested a shared understanding among men, yet remained enigmatic. What on earth? Cleo mused, perplexed. He was unconcerned about their neglect of his safety, yet he was baffled by the implication of the captain's earlier expression. Time passed swiftly, and the moon outside had traversed a considerable distance across the night sky. As the clamor of Twin River City gradually faded, Cleo recognized that the banquet must have concluded entirely. He intended to remain here for a week, subsequently concocting a reason for his patriarch to summon him back via Raven. The means of his return mattered little, for the invitation was never predicated upon a betrothal. With White Harbor at his back, Cleo felt no apprehension that the phrase might compel him into signing any breach of contract or foisting a Fry woman upon him, unless... As this thought crossed his mind, Cleo began to grasp the underlying meaning behind the captain's reference to the silver smile. At that moment, he heard the soft creak of the door being opened, the lock being disengaged. Who could it be? Cleo's heart quickened, his hand instinctively reaching for the long sword he had deliberately placed upon the bed. The sword remained unsheathed, poised to save him precious moments in the event of danger. However, he was soon enveloped by a familiar and increasingly potent scent of perfume, one he recognized from mere hours before. Veda Fry. Dear heavens, what brings her here? In the next instant, Cleo, eyes wide open, caught sight of Veda Fry stealthily entering the room, having already changed into a different attire. It seemed unexpected that Clay had not slept at all. Upon seeing the glint in Clay's eyes, Miss Veda Fry was clearly taken aback, her expression shifting erratically. Miss Veda Fry, at such a late hour you... Clay awkwardly attempted to break the silence, yet before he could complete his sentence, he noticed Veda Frey's hand resting upon her shoulder strap. At this juncture, Clay would have to be a fool not to comprehend her intentions. She was poised to take an irrevocable step. Was it truly necessary to proceed in such a manner? One could almost hear the increasing heaviness of Veda Frey's breath, prompting Clay to spring upright from his reclining position. Good heavens, this cannot be allowed. Clay lamented inwardly. Mistakes were made and promptly corrected. I beseech my esteemed readers to lend their support to the author. Chapter 54. The efficacy of the Yekexi seal, although it had been delivered right to his doorstep. Clay felt no inclination to engage with the somewhat appealing Wada fillet. If he were to become involved, trouble would surely follow. My lord, Wada began. Her fervent words cut short as Clay's hand appeared before her, a pale green rune in the shape of an inverted triangle flashing momentarily. Grateful for the Yekexi seal, Clay thought, as this sudden turn of events left him little time to react. Fortunately, his demon hunter insignia had come to his aid, allowing him to temporarily restrain the disheveled Wada, whose garments were askew and fluttering in the air. With a slight exhalation of relief, Clay commanded her to dress properly and stand by the door, striving to maintain his focus. Now, the most pressing concern was discerning whether her actions were of her own volition or under external influence. If it were the former, Clay could simply inform Wada that nothing had transpired after he had taken advantage of the situation. However, if it were orchestrated by another, the matter would become far more complicated. It would imply that Wada's movements were being monitored, and the longer she lingered, the greater Clay's predicament became. Annoyed with himself for not preventing the captain of the guard's departure, Clay chastised his own naivety, realizing he had underestimated the depths to which the Foulet family would stoop. However, dwelling on these thoughts was futile. He quickly resolved to address the present situation. Wada Foulet, did someone instruct you to seek me out this evening? He inquired. The woman, her eyes devoid of luster and turned away from him, answered in a mechanical tone, Yes, my lord. My father, Walton, commanded me to climb into your bed, and he will come for me tomorrow morning. Stop. You need not say more. Clay was at a loss for words. What a bizarre version of a seduction scheme he found himself entangled in. Truly unfortunate. Beside your father, who else knows you have come to see me? My grandfather, Stephen, but he rejected my father's proposition. Fortunately, the number of those aware was limited, and with Walton arriving the following morning, Clay had time to formulate a strategy. Yet, he couldn't comprehend the madness driving these individuals to so urgently deliver their daughter to him, completely unafraid that he might spurn her, leaving them with no recourse. Clay realized he had wholly underestimated the Foulet family's intent to secure him a legitimate spouse bearing their name as the rightful heir of White Harbor, a truly outrageous affair. The room fell into silence. Despite the presence of a lone man and woman, there was not a trace of intimacy in the air. After a moment of quiet contemplation, Clay spoke. Waterfulay, while you did indeed seek out Klein Mandler this evening, you have mistakenly identified his room. You have not found him. Now, leave and return to your chamber to rest. Regardless of the circumstances, it was imperative that this woman depart from him at once. Any further complications would leave him with no explanations to offer. Yes, my lord. The responses remained mechanical and rigid. Veda, Fry slowly exited the door, while Clay watched him descend the stairs and vanish into the distance, finally exhaling in relief. He then promptly returned, striding directly to a location not far from his room, which was occupied by the captain of the guard. Just as Clay approached the door, before he even raised his hand to knock, the heavy oak door creaked open. Illuminated by the flickering candlelight in the corridor, Clay discerned the peculiar expression on the face that peeked out from behind the door. "Come in and speak in my room," Clay coldly commanded. If it weren't for this individual misinterpreting his intentions and causing him trouble, he would not have experienced such a terrifying incident that evening. He had nearly fallen prey to the vile woman of House Fry, seeing the young master's displeased countenance. The captain of the guard realized that he might have made an error. 10 minutes earlier, he had spied through the door's crack and watched Veda Fry approach his young master, casting envious glances at the latter's robust form. Little did he understand the potential trouble this could cause. In his subconscious, he believed that once the matter was settled, there would be no need for accountability. He would certainly act in the same manner. As a result, not long after, Veda Fry exited Clay's room with a stiff gait, having just mentally scoffed at the young master's combat prowess, only to find Clay darkly approaching him. "Did you already anticipate this occurrence?" The captain of the guard was momentarily taken aback by the question. Unable to ascertain the young master's meaning, he could only respond honestly, "My lord, I thought you were sober and merely waiting for such an event. Miss Fry's behavior is quite common among noble gentlemen." Clay was once again rendered speechless. What could he say? Was he too naive, or did the captain overthink the matter? After a moment of contemplation, Clay abandoned the line of questioning and directly issued an order to the captain. "From this moment forth, express your thoughts clearly. No more of this cryptic understanding. Bring your men. I do not wish for anyone to enter after midnight." The captain, dazed, departed. He surveyed the orderly room and instantly comprehended that perhaps nothing had transpired. It dawned on him that he had misinterpreted the young master's intentions. He believed the young master understood, when in fact he was utterly oblivious. Possibly caught off guard by Veda Fry. Realizing this, cold sweat dampened his back. Gathering the guards he had dismissed earlier that night, he turned a deaf ear to their complaints, his eyes scanning every corner of the floor. Just because the young master did not pursue him this time did not guarantee his luck would hold in the future. Clay's handling of Veda Fry was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. Although his current Arxif seal level was insufficient to affect memories long-term, it was adequate to confuse Veda Fry's mind. Upon returning to her residence, Veda was unaware that she had been hypnotized. In her mind, she grappled with the notion that Clay had informed her she was lost, alongside her memories of ascending to Clay's abode. Regardless of how chaotic this memory may be, she at least comprehends that her mission has undoubtedly failed, and that is sufficient. The events have not transpired. Apart from her father, Valda Fry, no one else can attest to her presence in Cleo's chamber, rendering her claim of having shared his bed utterly untenable. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that when her father, Walden Fry, seeks her out tomorrow morning, he will discover that his daughter is conspicuously absent from her bed, thus exonerating Cleo by default. Whatever Valda Fry may assert thereafter will hold little significance. This predicament is indeed troublesome. Cleo rests his forehead in his hand, gazing at the flickering candlelight, unable to find sleep. Through this ordeal, he realizes that he possesses far more principles than those venerable nobles of Westeros. This is hardly a commendable trait in a world rife with conspiracy and betrayal. Lowering one's moral standards may yield a more prosperous existence. Upholding one's inner sense of justice may ultimately lead to being consumed by that very justice. Chapter 55. The city gates on the following morning, as the impatient Walden Fry, accompanied by his retinue, forcefully approached the Mandrell family residence. He was halted by the captain of the guards. Tension mounted between the two parties until a peculiar-faced Fry attendant galloped over, bearing news that left Walden utterly astonished. His daughter, Wada Fry, was not within the Mandrell estate as he had presumed, but was instead dutifully confined to her own chamber, the rightful place that belonged to her. The enchantment of Yaxi had thwarted her attempt to fulfill her father's directives and disrupted her memory. In a fit of exasperation, Walden Fry departed in haste, leaving the fate of the bewildered Wada Fry to be of no concern to Clay. With a flicker of magical energy at his fingertips, Clay extinguished the candles with the icy power bestowed by the all-deaf spell, standing upon the platform, coldly observing the retreating figures of the frays. Unlike the situation where Robb had led the Northern Army into a stalemate at the banks of the Twin Rivers, compelled to accept a marriage alliance with the Fry family to secure a crossing, Clay harbored no such apprehensions. He could choose to marry whomever he wished, or remain unwed altogether. On the surface, no one could enforce their will upon him, and this assurance enabled him to approach the Twin Rivers with such decisiveness. After partaking in breakfast, Clay departed the residence with his guards. The previous day's engagements had concluded, and now he sought to pursue his own interests, such as meticulously examining the fortress that loomed over the Green Fork River. The Fry family had lingered here for 6 centuries, and since the establishment of this stronghold, no one had ever successfully breached its defenses. It was not that the fortress was ensorcelled. In truth, it was a conventional structure of mixed stone and brick, with walls that did not rise to great heights. In Clay's eyes, the walls of Twin Rivers paled in comparison to the colossal barriers of White Harbor. However, the fortress possessed a significant advantage: the perennial Green Fork River that traversed its core. The existence of this river rendered it impossible for any adversary attempting to conquer it to fully encircle the stronghold, let alone besiege it from all sides, as both flanking fortifications faced the shore. Even more vexing was the relatively small size of the bastion, which confined the battlefield for any siege to an exceedingly narrow expanse. Hence, even if the foes of Twin Rivers were to outnumber its defenders significantly, in actual combat, they could only deploy a fraction of their forces at a time, reducing their efforts to a mere strategy of attrition. Before the conquest by Egan, Twin Rivers had not encountered any formidable opponents, remaining unchallenged due to exorbitant tolls that afforded it the means to muster an army of 3,000. Thus, this modest bastion and its master, the Fry family, gradually flourished, becoming an immovable stone upon the Green Fork River. Now, no one in the north had contemplated what they would do when this bridge truly obstructed their path. Aware that war was inevitable and preparations must be made, Clay personally ventured into this fortress, determined to uncover its vulnerabilities. The location of Clay and his companions is a castle situated on the eastern bank of the Green Fork River, where the ancestral fortress of the Fry family is also established. Consequently, Clay resolved to commence his observations from the eastern gate. Although Clay lacked military expertise, it did not imply that all others shared his ignorance. During the journey, through casual conversation, Clay had gleaned some fundamental strategies for besieging a fortress from the captain of the guard, an experienced veteran of the Usurper's War. The Fry family had consistently stationed individuals to guard the entrance of the Mandrell family residence, where Clay was located. Upon seeing Clay emerge, a diminutive member of the Fry family, whose name Clay could not recall, immediately approached him with a broad smile, inquiring, "My Lord Clay, where are you headed?" Casting a disinterested glance at this inconsequential character, Clay replied coolly, "I am merely taking a stroll along the city wall. There is no need for you to accompany us. Under this sun, I trust that there is nothing that the Marquis does not already know, is there?" After giving a reassuring pat to the visibly embarrassed Fry family member, Clay proceeded towards the city gate accompanied by his guards. The small fortress was surprisingly lively, with various vendors displaying their wares along the roadside, vociferously advertising peculiar items that Clay could scarcely identify. Occasionally, soldiers adorned with the Fry family's Twin Towers emblem appeared. Yet they did not harass the street vendors. This was not out of benevolence, but rather because the entrance tax at the city gate had already ensured that these soldiers were well fed, rendering them dismissive of these unfortunate souls lacking in profit. Feigning a desire to purchase goods from the nearby stalls, Cly positioned himself at the city gate, his gaze sweeping over the crowd as he scrutinized the eastern gate of Twin River City. This gate was a formidable black steel barrier, with each steel bar exceeding the thickness of Cly's calf. Beyond the steel, there existed a black oak door, which Cly had noted upon entering the city. It appeared less substantial, and thus seemed incapable of providing significant defense. However, in the event of warfare, the attacking force would have to completely dismantle this wooden door to access the robust steel gate behind it. After observing for some time, Cly concluded that there were two potential strategies to neutralize this gate. The first was to prevent it from being lowered or to ensure that someone could raise it during the siege. This posed the challenge of strategically positioning the gatekeeper at the onset of hostilities. Cly recalled his White Harbor guards. Perhaps this would be their next operational focus, and he intended to gather intelligence from the local White Harbor contingent. The second strategy involved bypassing the gate altogether. Provided that the army could encircle the city for a sufficient duration, Cly could enlist competent craftsmen to tunnel beneath the gate, as such artisans were available in White Harbor. However, this method would require time, and if urgency arose, it would have to remain a contingency plan. Cly mused inwardly, wishing he possessed a few mammoths. With such creatures at his disposal, the gate could be effortlessly breached, eliminating the need for such elaborate schemes. Having selected a few cherished items, each one carried by a member of the White Harbor's elite guard, they gradually returned to the side of Clay. Once the last individual had rejoined them, Clay nodded in acknowledgement, appraising their shopping discernment before leading them onto the city walls. In the past, while surveying the expanse of White Harbor from atop the battlements, Clay's gaze would be met with the boundless ocean, bustling sailors, and the throngs of citizens. However, upon ascending these walls, an inexplicable sense of decay weighed upon him. It was not solely due to the fluttering twin tower flags that adorned the battlements, but also the moss that crept through the crevices of the stones. The humidity brought by the Green Fork River had thoroughly permeated the castle, rendering it damp and sodden. While traversing the walls, Clay unexpectedly encountered a familiar figure, Sir Ennis Fry, the third son of Lord Walder Fry, whom he had met the previous day at the banquet. Chapter 56. The transaction. As the gazes of Cleo and Sir Ennis Fry collided, Cleo discerned that the latter had deliberately awaited his arrival. It appeared that within the confines of River Run, there were indeed many Freys who were keenly interested in him. With a sense of vigilance rising within him, Cleo maintained a warm smile and signaled his captain of the guard a halt as he approached the designated spot. Though he had no desire to entangle himself in the Fry family's sordid affairs, the current situation left him no choice. They had already made eye contact. Cleo could not allow it to be said that he, Cleo Mandler from White Harbor, turned his back on a member of House Fry. This had nothing to do with personal honor. It was simply the prevailing sentiment among most of the Northerners and some Southerners alike. What might have been a trivial matter could easily transform into something significant, fueled by rumors, something Cleo wished to avoid. He did not stray too far from his guards, maintaining a delicate distance. It would not be accurate to suggest that he was conspiring with Sir Ennis Fry, yet it ensured that their conversation would remain somewhat obscured from the ears of his men. Rather than directly approaching Sir Ennis Fry, Cleo gestured toward the nearby parapet and moved there first. Despite the considerable age gap, Sir Ennis was nearly thrice Cleo's years. Westeros was evidently not a land steeped in traditions of venerating the elderly. In the discourse between the Manderleys and the Freys, such conventions were set aside. Leaning against the somewhat damp stone of the castle wall, Cleo gazed out at the lush forest he had traversed upon his arrival. Sir Ennis Fry soon followed suit, resting against a nearby battlement. In silence, they appraised one another. Cleo was in no rush, eager to discern what this third Fry, who had awaited him so deliberately, wished to convey. Lord Cleo, what is your perspective on House Fry? After a quiet pause of 3 or 4 minutes, Sir Ennis Fry recognized that the young man before him was one of remarkable composure, unwilling to speak first. Reluctantly, he posed this question, devoid of a definitive answer, to break the impasse. My opinion holds little significance. What truly matters to you is the stance of Lord Walder Fry himself towards your kin, or rather, his disposition towards the entire Fry family. During his days here, Cleo had sensed that Lord Walder Frye possessed an extraordinary grip over the family, instilling fear in every member while they navigated the delicate endeavor of seeking his favor. A bustling feast could be rendered silent in an instant by the mere sound of a cough from the elder, even if it were merely the Marquis choking on his wine. The Marquis could humiliate any family member without restraint, regardless of how some had already been affectionately referred to as grandfather or otherwise by later generations. Surprised by Cleo's response, Ser Innes Frye had not anticipated any profound insight from the young Mandler, yet the seemingly handsome youth's words struck a chord within him. Slowly nodding, the over 50-year-old Ser Innes Frye realized that he could no longer judge this relatively youthful Mandler by his age alone. You are indeed correct. My father has occupied that black chair for several decades, from the time of my birth to the arrival of my grandson, Genos, who is now 7 years old. Even now, my father remains firmly seated in that chair. Ah, my brother, Sir Stephen, along with his offspring, is rather pitiable, having waited for so many years. As Ser Innes spoke these words, he let out a deep sigh, filled with a sense of regret, as if he were lamenting the unjustly prolonged wait of his brother. Sir Stephen. A look of regret also crossed Clay's face, though his inner caution had reached its peak. For the implications of Innes Frye's words were evident even to a fool. It was not his brother who felt oppressed, but rather himself. More crucially, while he would not have been surprised to hear these sentiments expressed to any member of the Frye family, he wondered why Innes chose to confide in him. A mere outsider from White Harbor. What was his intent? They had only met once and were not familiar at all. Did he not fear that I might relay his words directly to his father, Lord Walder Frye? Clay maintained his smile, though it felt as if it were about to distort with the strain. Yet, after uttering those nonsensical remarks, Ser Innes seemed to forget his previous words entirely and posed a new question. My Lord Clay, I have heard that your grandfather, Lord Wyman, has 2 granddaughters of considerable renown throughout the north, namely your 2 sisters. Clay thought of his sister, Wilfrid, and concluded that, at least in terms of beauty, she could indeed be deemed worthy of the praise Innes Frye had bestowed upon her. As for his younger sister, Vera, he could only picture her cherubic round face, knowing full well that such claims were mere fabrications. Why was he bringing up Wilfrid and Vera? A sense of foreboding began to wash over Clay as he anticipated what Ser Innes Frye might say next. Sure enough, the bald man, adorned with a wispy gray mustache, delivered his proposition. My Lord Clay, I have heard that the 2 young ladies of the Mandler family are without suitors. This simply will not do. My grandson, named after King Rob Frye, will be fortunate indeed to forge a betrothal with one of them. I believe that the Frye family would then become your steadfast ally, provided you and the entire Mandler family offer your support. At this point, Clay fully grasped the reason behind Ser Innes Frye's earlier, seemingly nonsensical remarks. This man was evidently skilled in the art of persuasion, first revealing the instability within the Frye family, hinting that both he and his brother, Stephen, did not wish for the Lord Marquis to live much longer. Under this premise, Innes began to entice him with visions of a betrothal between his grandson and either Vera or Wilfrid, suggesting that should such an engagement materialize, and with the backing of the Mandler family after he took action, he would provide Clay with generous rewards. Yet, Clay found himself puzzled as to why Innes was so certain he would become entangled in this rather crude scheme. Whether this notion arose spontaneously or was the result of careful contemplation, whether he was merely testing his own boundaries or genuinely sincere, Clay understood one undeniable truth. Innes Frye harbored ambitions regarding the inheritance of the Frye family. The Marquis of Walder Frye had no reason to send his 3rd son to probe Clay on this matter. Thus, it could only be Innes's own design. Discarding the grand illusion he had painted for himself, Clay discerned Innes's ultimate objective. He sought Clay's consent to marry either Wilfrid or Vera into his family, thereby binding himself to Innes's chariot. When the time came, unless Clay disregarded the safety of Wilfrid or Vera entirely, he would have no choice but to adopt a stance of support or tacit approval. Cursing inwardly, Clay did not mind others playing tricks on him, but he could not abide being treated as a fool, not even if the waters of Green Fork flowed backward. Clay thought to himself. Chapter 57. Rejection from an emotional standpoint. If Clay were to choose 1,000 times, he would never consent to marrying off his family into such a treacherous lineage. A sprawling family rife with intrigue where one could scarcely find peace at night. Should Clay approach the matter from the perspective of his status as the heir of White Harbor, solely considering the interests of his family, he would be adopting a rather mercenary outlook. Recalling the time when his grandfather had taken his sister, Wellfield, to Winterfell, it seemed that young Robb had yet to grasp the intricacies of such matters. Reflecting on the description of Robb's future wife, Jane Westerling, Clay pondered that rather than betrothing himself to an obscure Fry, why not explore the possibilities within House Stark? The Fry family relied solely on the bridge that could obstruct the northern forces from crossing the Green Fork during future conflicts. However, should Clay successfully uncover a means to unlock this bridge, the Fry family would possess little value beyond their 3,000 soldiers. Thus, from a rational perspective, Clay found no inclination to agree to this marriage arrangement, especially since he had already promised his sister, Wellfield, as the heir to White Harbor, the future undisputed Lord of the Realm. Clay was entitled to express his views on the marriages of the women in his family, which is precisely why Sir Innes Fry sought him out. In truth, prior to Clay's arrival, the Fry family had deliberated on this issue. Besides striving to secure a betrothal with Clay, they also entertained the prospect of alliances with Wellfield or Wella, particularly with his sister Wellfield. Observing the sincere expression on Sir Innes Frey's face, devoid of any semblance of deceit, Clay couldn't help but smirk inwardly. "Sir, your proposal is commendable, but regrettably, such a significant matter requires consultation with my grandfather, as well as my sister and mother. I must respect their opinions." With a similarly earnest demeanor, yet marked by a furrowed brow and a hint of complexity, he endeavored to convey to Sir Innes Fry that he genuinely supported his plan, though ultimately, he was not in a position to make the decision. Dissatisfied with Clay's response, the elder Fry, now over 50, stroked his tuft of gray-white beard. Speaking with a hint of disdain, Clay, as the heir of White Harbor, the most valued progeny of Old Eel, why can't you make a decision? This is the power that comes with your role as the family heir. Upon hearing this, Clay's expression darkened, losing the earlier semblance of composure. He was deeply irked by the condescending tone that accompanied the remark. Did he not understand what he could or could not do? Did he require a Fry from the twins to instruct him? His voice noticeably softened. Clay fixed his gaze upon Sir Innes Frey's slightly reddened, glistening eyes and replied coldly, "How we, the Manderleys, choose to decide is our own affair, and does not concern you, sir." At this juncture, it became clear to Sir Innes Fry that he would not be able to reach any agreement with the seemingly impetuous Clay today. The expression on his face grew increasingly unsightly, and with a few choice vulgarities from the Riverlands, Lord Fry, who had been waiting here, stormed off in indignation. Only the two of them understood the extent of the genuine anger that simmered within. Upon witnessing Fry's departure, the captain of the guard, who had been observing from a distance, hurried over, squinting towards the direction in which Fry had vanished, and quietly inquired, "My lord, what transpired just now?" "Nothing of consequence. That Innes Fry wishes for his grandson to wed with the Wellfields and the Vealers, but I would never acquiesce to such a union, even if it meant descending to the depths of hell. Remember, instruct everyone to refrain from discussing our meeting." The captain nodded in compliance with his lord's command, yet he found himself puzzled by the barely concealed animosity towards the Fry family evident in his lord's words. After all, the North had once allied closely with the Riverlands in the war against the Targaryens. Although Lord Fry had arrived late, the veterans still held a degree of fondness for the nobility of the Riverlands. Concerned for his lord, he hesitated for a moment before articulating, "My lord, has the Fry family done something to offend you? It is not so grave. Why do you ask? Then why do you seem, disinclined towards the phrase? No offense intended, but I merely wish to convey that, my lord, we should avoid conflict with them while on their territory." Shaking his head, Clay understood the captain's concerns, yet he recognized the importance of discretion and had no intention of provoking Fry. "I ask you, how many unmarried offspring does Lord Walder Fry have?" I'm afraid I'm not certain, but there are quite a few." Though the captain did not comprehend why Clay posed such a question, he dutifully provided an answer. Clay smiled, withdrawing his hand from the damp cobblestones and smoothing back his wind-tousled hair before resting it lightly on the captain's shoulder, saying gently, "No, you are indeed aware." The word many suffices. The phrase are far too numerous, and that surname holds little value. We need not jeopardize our family's standing by sending our kin into such a grave-like place for the potential backing of the Fry family. Clay did not expect the battle-hardened men to truly grasp the intricacies of this matter. Westeros is a society marked by rigid class distinctions. If your ancestors were not noble, then your life would likely never afford you the perspective of the aristocracy. There are certainly foolish nobles, and quite a number of them at that. Yet the majority are astute individuals. The humid winds of the Green Fork brushed against Clay's skin, imparting an uncomfortable stickiness, and in that brief moment, he had already cast aside thoughts of Innis Fry. "Let us proceed and continue our exploration along these walls," he remarked to the still frowning captain, who promptly concluded his contemplation and fell in a step behind Clay. Their footsteps echoed over the moss-covered stones, suggesting that rain had recently fallen. Some of the wall's damaged sections still bore shallow pools of water. The sentinels of the Fry soldiers stationed along the way remained oblivious to the recent occurrences. Even if they were aware, it would matter little to them. For the military authority of Wanna City has long been firmly held in the grasp of Marquis Wade Fry himself. Only the elder Sir Stephen Fry possesses a modest contingent of guards, while the other offspring are strictly forbidden by the Marquis from wielding forces exceeding 50 men within Wanna City. As these Fry soldiers observed the approach of individuals adorned with the merfolk emblem of White Harbor, they refrained from interference. Recognizing that Cray and his companions were esteemed guests of the Marquis, thus beyond reproach, strolling leisurely, Cray ascended the city walls from the city gate, traversing the southern flank of the half-encircled ramparts. Upon his return to the city gate, he silently rendered his judgment. This was an aging structure, its defensive capabilities unimpressive and markedly neglected. Given sufficient time, even a rudimentary siege engine could lay siege to this fortress, which would prove inadequate to withstand such an assault. Yet, the complication lay in the Fry family's ability to flee through alternative routes, a notion that was decidedly vexing. The question of how to completely encircle the city or prevent their escape presented itself as a new conundrum. Chapter 58. Hypothesis. On the finger of Clay rested a ring adorned with a blood-red gemstone, a symbol of his esteemed position as the commander of the White Sea Guard. His presence here was intended to be a beacon for the members of the White Sea Guard lurking in the shadows, with this ring serving as his most potent insignia. Before Clay set forth, Governor Heaven had informed him that upon his arrival in Twin River City, should he require the assistance of the White Sea Guard, he need only etch a trident emblem upon the outer wall of the grandest chapel dedicated to the seven gods. The members of the White Sea Guard stationed in Twin River City would recognize this emblem and find a way to approach Clay, with the secret phrase being Black Sea, White Waves. While the procedure appeared straightforward, the process of verifying identities was somewhat intricate, necessitating a degree of confidentiality and anti-counterfeiting measures. Introducing an excessive number of filtering criteria would only render the entire chain exceedingly fragile, significantly diminishing its practicality. Prior to his visit to Twin River City, Clay had merely intended for them to monitor the internal affairs of the Folii family, without meticulously planning their subsequent assignments. However, through his observations over the past 2 days and snippets of information gleaned from the guards, coupled with the remarks of the recently departed Innis Folii, Clay had come to discern that the entire Folii family was perched precariously upon a volcano's edge. Marquis Wade Folii, a figure of considerable dominance, had wielded the family's various powers for decades, and at the age of 90, he showed no overt signs of weakness or diminished vitality. This venerable gentleman, who could easily be the grandfather of Clay, had, on his 90th birthday, taken as his 8th wife the 16-year-old Jocelyn Enford, a girl nearly the same age as Clay. The emperor, though powerful and long-lived, seemed to grow frilier each day, yet relinquishing power remained a distant prospect, much to the impatience of his son Steve and the myriad other Folii who had long awaited their turn. They simultaneously yearn for the old man to return to the embrace of the seven gods while resorting to unscrupulous means to vie for the Marquis's favor. In his Foley's words today, laden with a significant degree of persuasion, also hinted at an intention to court the Mandler family as allies. While the laws of inheritance held supreme, they were not immune to the caprices of absolute noble authority, which could sometimes lead to unforeseen outcomes. Clay began his stride toward the northern city wall. The southern wall, though weak, bore no significant vulnerabilities. Towers loomed high, and while the stones were cloaked in moss, they showed no cracks that could herald collapse. The captain of the guards, walking beside him, had caught the low murmur of Clay's voice, one audible only to the two of them. If you had 4,000 men, how would you conquer this Twin River city? Upon hearing this question, the captain was momentarily taken aback, swiftly turning to survey their surroundings. He noted that aside from the multitude of White Harbor guards trailing behind, the stretch of the city wall was devoid of any other presence, allowing him to exhale in relief. He realized that the young master had long pondered this question, choosing an isolated spot to voice it. Inquiring about how to conquer the city of the twins on the territory of House Fry is certainly a question only someone as audacious as young Master Clay, who dares to slay a Lannister, could pose. Such a thought flickered through the mind of the captain of the guard. Initially, he presumed the young master was jesting, but upon casting a glance at the serious demeanor of his lord, he realized the gravity of the inquiry. My lord, with an army of 4,000, I would surmise that even I could not seize the city of the twins. Lord Fry can muster over 3,000 troops, and in a siege, the odds would be nearly 1-to-1, leaving us little chance of victory. He responded earnestly to his lord's question, as a seasoned veteran of the battlefield. Such inquiries posed no challenge to him. Yet, as he gazed at the contemplative young master, turbulent thoughts stirred within him. What could be the true intention of young Master Clay in his southern journey to the city of the twins? As the captain of the guard personally selected by Count Wyman, he held a certain standing within the White Harbor Guard and was well aware that his lord originally intended to visit Lord Walder, while also addressing matters of his betrothal. However, he suddenly realized that from the very beginning, young Master Clay had no genuine interest in the betrothal. His thoughts lay not on the women of House Fry, but rather on the entire Fry family, or more accurately, the city of the twins. Lost in thought, the next question from Clay struck him. I know that the standing army of House Fry consists of only about 500 men. You mentioned over 3,000, which implies that 2,500 are merely hastily gathered peasant soldiers, correct? Indeed, my lord. Then let me ask you this. If conditions are favorable, theoretically, we would only need a maximum of 1,000 men to blockade the gates of the twins, thereby preventing Lord Walder's 2,500 peasant soldiers from entering the city? That is accurate, but my lord, the city of the twins has 2 gates. We could at most seal the eastern gate, but the western gate. As far as I know, the principal estates of the city are situated on the eastern bank, while the western side is adjacent to the mountains, which seems to be sparsely populated. Yes, my lord. He had to concede that his young master's somewhat fantastical ideas held a kernel of truth. If certain disruptive factors could be eliminated, it could indeed be accomplished. The region of Riverlands is densely populated, yet aside from the Duke of Tully's Riverrun, no other house possesses a standing army exceeding 1,000 men. Warfare typically involves vassal knights summoning peasant soldiers from their estates, equipping them before advancing to the battlefield. This, however, necessitates ample time. If one could eliminate the enemy before they arm their peasants, it would significantly diminish their combat strength. Regardless of the reasons behind his lord's perilous thoughts, from the perspective of a battlefield veteran, once war is declared, nobles invariably summon soldiers to their castles or gather at a designated location. For this plan to have a chance of success, it would need to catch everyone by surprise, leading troops to conceal themselves in the forests on the eastern bank, launching an unannounced assault, with cavalry charging directly to blockade the city of twins. However, the issue lies in the fact that the Fry family is not composed of fools. They undoubtedly have numerous scouts stationed on their territory, making it highly improbable that they could launch an operation without arousing suspicion. Young master, for your plan to succeed, It is imperative to eliminate the eyes that the Fry family has concealed within the woods on the eastern shore. Otherwise, as soon as our grand army approaches White Harbor, the Fry family will be alerted. Ah, that is no longer a concern for you. Clay chuckled softly, retrieving a piece of paper from his pocket and presenting it to the bewildered captain of the guard. His tone suddenly turned grave as he instructed. This design on the paper must be entrusted to an utterly reliable individual from your ranks. Have it etched onto the walls of the church. You yourself must not go. Remember, seek out those trustworthy souls, particularly those who are usually honest, and ensure that no errors occur. Now, he was eager to ascertain what the White Harbor guards, lurking within the Twin River City, had indeed observed. Chapter 59. Behind the scenes in the center of attention, Clay could not personally attend to these matters, with countless eyes scrutinizing his every move, and it would be inappropriate for his ever-present captain of the guard to do so either. The White Harbor Guard, consisting of 200 men, had come to the city of Twin Rivers, and among them, the most inconspicuous individual was truly the one suited for this task. Moreover, they were utterly unaware of the significance of inscribing anything upon the outer wall of the church. Even if questioned, they would remain unexposed, for this person genuinely knew nothing. Upon stepping on southern soil, the old gods held no power here, which implied that the ever-watchful eyes of the three-eyed crow had lost their efficacy. For the time being, Clay need not worry about any potential leaks. As for the north, he could not prevent the three-eyed crow from spying on him. However, it dared not take any action against him, for Bran and the Heart Tree were its Achilles' heels. Receiving a rather ordinary piece of paper, the captain of the guard recognized it as the most commonplace of stationery. Upon unfolding it, he gazed at the uniquely designed trident emblem at its center, utterly perplexed. He could not fathom what his young master was attempting to accomplish. Was this some sort of special prayer ritual, considering the Mandrell family also held a deep faith in the seven gods? Clay paid him no mind, believing that there was no need to repeat himself. These guards would see the task through. Having circled the city walls, the conditions of the northern and southern walls were quite similar, with a dampness permeating every stone. Yet no significant flaws were evident. This indicated that Clay could not find a suitable location for a concentrated breakthrough and would have to employ alternative methods. As the group descended from the city gate, Clay gazed up at the sun, now high in the sky, praying that his lunch would not coincide with a certain Lord Fry. However, fate had other plans. Just as he prepared to leave, he was halted by the distinctive hoarse voice of Sir Stephen Fry. "Clay, my father has asked me to invite you to join him for lunch. I trust you will honor this invitation. One to you?" Momentarily taken aback, Clay wondered what business Ward Fry had with him. Yet, his face quickly adopted a polite smile. Internally cursing several times, Clay realized he had little choice. After a brief contemplation, he speculated that Ward Fry's invitation had nothing to do with the meal itself, but rather a desire to inquire about certain matters. Stepping for the third time into the hall of the main castle, the remnants of the previous night's revelry had vanished, leaving no trace except for the faint scent of wine lingering in the air. A table, 6 or 7 meters in length, had been placed in the center of the hall, laden with an array of rich, indulgent dishes. The Marquis Ward Fry himself occupied the central chair, diligently attending to a perfectly roasted piglet. Remarkably, Clay noticed the absence of any woman by the side of the Marquis, which was quite unusual for this man, who was seldom without female company. The hall contained only 2 chairs. One belonged to the Marquis, and the other, naturally, was reserved for Clay. As the heir, Sir Stephen did not receive a chair at the table. The old lord discreetly tore a chicken leg from a plump bird at the edge of the table and hid it away. After greeting his father, he departed, thoughtfully closing the hall door behind him. Since he was already there, Clay made no pretense and took his seat, his gaze searching for the delicacies he desired. He was not the least bit concerned about the possibility of poisoning. His constitution was immune to common toxins, and as for the high-grade tears of Reese, it was uncertain whether Ward Fry could procure it. Even if he could, there was no reason to use it on himself. "Help yourself, young mandrill. I have little appetite." The Marquis Ward Fry glanced at Clay, indicating that he was free to indulge. He refrained from mentioning the purpose of his invitation, and Clay, feigning ignorance, selected some of his favorite dishes and began to eat leisurely. The wine was exquisite, A full bottle of golden wine from Qingting Island sat beside him. He poured himself a glass, savoring the bouquet, and wondered how long this old fellow could maintain his composure. The meal lasted about half an hour. Neither of them was particularly swift in their dining. Clay's habit was to savor each bite, while Marquis Ward Fry was engaged in a struggle with his aging masticatory muscles. Setting down his glass with satisfaction, the Marquis exhaled and observed Clay, who had also paused his cutlery. A faint, almost imperceptible smile crept across his face as he finally spoke. "Young Mandrel, it seems my foolish descendants have taken quite a liking to you these past few days." Understanding the implication, Clay shrugged nonchalantly, his expression unchanged, replying calmly, "Indeed, I'm grateful for the hospitality of the Fry family. They are truly quite enthusiastic." With a disdainful snort, the Marquis scrutinized Clay, who continued to feign ignorance, and so he decided to be direct. "My great-granddaughter, Wada Fry, has expressed a desire to share your bed. I wonder what prevented her from succeeding?" As he posed this question, the Marquis's previously squinted eyes widened, keenly observing every subtle shift in Clay's expression. However, he was soon disappointed, for Clay's countenance remained as tranquil as the surface of Lake Shenyan, devoid of any ripples. The young Mandrel responded leisurely, "My lord, I know nothing of Miss Wada's intentions. I trust the Fry family upholds a strict code of conduct. This must be mere gossip." Clay had initially considered adding that with such a wise elder as himself, such behavior among the descendants would be intolerable. Yet he refrained, recognizing that provoking the old man was unnecessary at this moment. After scrutinizing Clay's face for a while, Ward Fry exhaled and nodded, stating coolly, "Yes, you are right. Young Mandrel, it must be mere rumor. It seems some tongues ought to be restrained." Clay offered a courteous smile, choosing not to respond to the Marquis's remark. Having gleaned little from the matter at hand, the Marquis of Ward Fry shifted the topic, a peculiar glint illuminating his slate-gray eyes. "Now, young scion of House Mandalay, might you enlighten me as to what transpired this morning between you and my rather dim-witted third son upon the eastern city wall? I have been informed that he was indeed waiting there specifically for you. This is a veritable truth, aside from the White Harbor Guard present on our side. There were also several loyal Fry soldiers in attendance, making it impossible for Cleo to deny the occurrence of the event. He was uncertain whether Ennis Fry had already extracted all pertinent information from his father, yet this was of little consequence, for he knew precisely what to convey. Chapter 60. The meeting Cray did not respond to Marquis Foley's inquiry, but instead posed a question of his own. "My lord, do you wish to hear the truth or falsehood?" The elderly Marquis, with his sunken, waxen complexion illuminated by the flickering candlelight, exhibited a slight twitch in his sagging facial skin as he replied, his expression impassive, "Do not play games, young Mandler. I am well aware of the truth you speak. However, I am curious to hear your version of a falsehood." Chuckling softly, Cray reclined in his chair, settling into a comfortable position that brought him relaxation, and slowly articulated. "The falsehood is that Sir Innes and I are deliberating how he might supplant his brother, Sir Stephen, as your heir. The truth, however, is that he desires either my sister or my younger sibling to wed his grandson." In actuality, both statements held an element of truth. Yet, this artifice of truth and falsehood compelled the listener to instinctively select one. Sir Innes, despite his fear of his father, would never utter such rebellious words. Therefore, the veritable truth could only pertain to Cray's assertions regarding the marriage arrangement. As for all else, it was best to disregard them. "Huh, and how did you respond to my foolish third son?" Lord Wade fell silent for a moment, choosing to trust Cray's truth. In his mind, his third son was a cautious individual who would hardly confide such thoughts to an outsider like Cray. "I declined his request, truth be told. Sir Innes's proposition was rather abrupt. I hardly knew who they were. Moreover, my lord, considering the multitude of young individuals within the Foley family, why should I not seek a suitable match for my sister or younger sibling?" Before Lord Wade Foley, Cray saw no need to employ the same rhetoric used with Innes, and spoke plainly. Upon finishing his statement, Cray realized that this so-called luncheon had reached its conclusion. Lord Wade had summoned him merely to assert his dominion over the intricate web of familial relations. The specifics of the inquiry were of lesser consequence than the overarching intent. Cray's responses had not exceeded the old Marquis's expectations. Thus, with no further questions, the luncheon drew to a close. Nodding, Lord Foley rasped, "Very well. Alliances between families are of great significance and certainly cannot be hurried. Since you entertain this notion, I shall send some promising descendants to Whiteport. As for the outcome, that shall depend on their capabilities." In the Marquis's mind, the only part of Cray's statement that truly captivated him was the final sentence. He harbored a fervent desire for his family's bloodline to intertwine with that of the Mandlers, thereby amplifying the influence of the Foley lineage. Without a moment's hesitation, Cray agreed to such a request. After all, was it not a manageable endeavor? Should he choose to descend upon reaching Whiteport, it would be a simple matter. If he could persuade several direct descendants of Sir Stephen, in the event of war, having them under his control would certainly aid in the conquest of Twin River City. If all else fails, the renowned Fry faction presents itself as a rather peculiar option. Surely, the esteemed Lord Fry, blessed with numerous offspring, would appreciate the gift bestowed upon him by the Manderley family. Prior to dinner, the captain of the guard returned with news that arrangements had been made to inscribe the designated mark upon the walls of the Seven Gods Church. Following the blueprint provided by Clay, displaying a modicum of intelligence, the captain refrained from inquiring about Clay's intentions behind this act. What Clay must now do is await the approach of the White Harbor Guard, who are lurking nearby. "Go, and remove that Fry from the entrance. He is quite bothersome," Clay instructed. Nodding, the captain clenched his fist, ready to depart when he was halted by his young master. "Wait, after clearing the area, have someone keep watch at the entrance. If anyone arrives and presents the mark you were instructed to carve at noon, and the password checks out, invite them in. However, act as if they are acquaintances. Do you understand my meaning?" At this point, even the dullest of minds would grasp that the mark Clay had him carve was not for some esoteric prayer ritual, but rather a signal for communication. Clay harbored no concerns that this captain and his guard would betray their trust. The trident emblem bore a unique pointer that updated at regular intervals, ensuring that only one fixed direction was indicated during each time frame. Should the mark reappear after this period, it would solely inform the members of the White Harbor Guard that a leak had occurred, prompting immediate retreat. As dawn broke the following day, Clay, having just finished breakfast, practiced the swordsmanship of the Wolf School in the courtyard. In the midst of this waiting process, Clay suddenly realized the scarcity of entertainment options throughout Westeros. Aside from alcohol, the avenues for relaxation were limited to brawls and contests, including wrestling, sword fights, and archery. Among the Ironborn, a particularly gruesome game known as finger wrestling even gained popularity. As night fell, the scene was predictable. On beds, carpets, balconies, and even in the woods, everyone engaged in the same activities. With his keen hearing, Clay could faintly discern the damned cries each night. In his boredom, Clay taught the captain of the guard how to play Go. After winning a couple of matches effortlessly, he found it rather uninteresting, while the captain, having struck gold, began to teach his subordinates. Lacking sufficient paper, it wasn't long before the courtyard was filled with guards huddled together, using daggers or sticks to draw in the mud, much to Clay's dismay. Upon their departure, the phrase would likely be perplexed by the multitude of circles and crosses scattered across the ground. In that moment, Clay found himself reminiscing about the joy once brought to him by Gwent, the game that earned him the title of the Witcher. How he longed for a deck of cards now. He envisioned a match against his sister, Velfeed, where he played Robb Stark, summoning the Direwolf Grey Wind from his deck. Valefield unleashed a wildfire card, instantly obliterating the Ice Wolf summoned by Clay. The burning effect triggered in the melee positions. Wait, this notion seems promising. The deck divisions are already established. Stark, Tully, Arryn, Lannister, Baratheon, Martell, Tyrell, Greyjoy, perhaps even a Targaryen and the Night's Watch could be included. The Great Lords could serve as hero or leader cards, while dragons, ice wolves, and shadow cats could function as summoned units. As these fanciful thoughts surged, Clay found himself envisioning two armies preparing for battle, only for both commanders to pause, recognizing each other as seasoned players. "Let's not engage in combat just yet. Let's first play a game of cards," they would say. A smile unconsciously crept across his lips, but before he could dwell on the daydream any longer, The voice of the captain of the guard snapped him back to reality. "My lord, the man has arrived. The insignia and password are correct." Clay was abruptly jolted from his reverie as he beheld a diminutive man, clearly a traveling merchant, extending a hand adorned with a ring symbolizing the authority of the White Harbor Guard. Upon seeing the ring, the man immediately knelt on one knee. "In the city of Twin Rivers, ante-heaven, I have met the esteemed commander." Chapter 61. Intelligence without the slightest hesitation. Clay once again experienced the absolute authority of the trident ring adorned with a blood-red gem, which was recognized solely by the ring itself, irrespective of the individual. "Stand up and come inside," Clay commanded. Despite the presence of only the captain of the guard, this courtyard was hardly a suitable venue for the exchange of intelligence. Rising with alacrity, Anti-Haven remained silent as he followed the unfamiliar commander into the three-story building, adorned with the mermaid flags representing White Harbor. He had long been aware that this was the Mandler family's residence in Twin River City, and thus felt no significant concern for his safety. Making his way directly to the unoccupied study, Clay seated himself at his designated place and signaled to the captain of the guard who had followed him. The captain, understanding Clay's intent, bowed slightly and exited the room, closing the door behind him. Gazing at the equally unfamiliar Anti-Haven, Clay gestured toward the chair opposite him, inviting him to sit and converse. Upon forming his initial impression, Clay could encapsulate it in a single word: ordinary. Indeed, had it not been for the verification of his identity, anyone would perceive Anti-Haven as merely a common merchant, clad in a tattered outer garment, with cracked fingers and a face marked by the elements. His shoulders bore significant wear and tear, a testament to years of carrying heavy burdens. His skin was yellowed and darkened, a stark contrast to the refined complexion of the pampered nobility. Clay conceded that Anti-Haven was a competent member of the White Sea Guard, for the least conspicuous individuals often make the best spies, and it was evident that this Anti-Haven, bearing the surname of a riverbank bastard, was performing admirably. "Would you care for a drink? If you wish, there isn't any fine wine here, but there is plenty of ale to soothe the throat." Taken aback by Clay's invitation, Anti-Haven nodded, revealing that he was not particularly expressive. Clay selected a bottle of seemingly decent wine from the cellar, flipped over two inverted glasses, and skillfully uncorked the bottle. The pale liquid flowed gently from the bottle, gradually filling the glasses. Once the wine was poured, Clay lifted his glass, and Anti-Haven extended his hand, delicately grasping the elongated stem. With the preliminary pleasantries concluded, Clay was eager to proceed without wasting time. It was not that he wished to hasten Anti-Haven's departure, but rather that the longer he lingered, the greater the risk of attracting unwanted attention. Twin River City had many eyes upon him. "You know who I am, so I shall refrain from unnecessary chatter. The information entrusted to you by Chief Haven, along with any recent intelligence, I trust you have organized prior to your arrival. Now, I require your report." Anti-Haven exhaled slightly, for he was well aware of Clay's identity. His greatest concern was that this young master of White Harbor might turn out to be an empty-headed dandy. If they were to engage in idle banter, or if Clay were to exert his authority here, it would undoubtedly prove to be a source of great vexation for him. It now appears that Lord Clay is a man of remarkable decisiveness, eschewing any unnecessary pleasantries to directly address the matter at hand, much to his liking. As a spy, he abhors superfluous formalities. He retrieved a small notebook, meticulously prepared in advance, and placed it upon the table. Clay's gaze fell upon the cover, which revealed it to be a commonplace tome of the Faith of the Seven. Without keeping his commander waiting, Anti-Haven unveiled the enigmatic cover and extracted a neatly folded sheet of paper. "Commander, I have compiled various reports concerning recent events in Twin River City, as well as intelligence transmitted by Lord Heaven for your review," he stated. Clay was exceedingly pleased with Anti-Haven's prudence. It was paramount that such critical information not be inadvertently lost or leaked before it could be secured, for should it fall into the wrong hands, the members of the White Sea Guard would have ample time to evacuate Twin River City. As he unfolded the paper, Clay's eyes fell upon the first line: "Jon Snow, the illegitimate son of Eddard Stark, has departed from Winterfell, accompanying his uncle Benjen Stark to the wall to become a night's watchman. Upon reading this, Clay recognized that Jon had indeed remained steadfast in his ideals, commencing his vigil at the wall, forged from ice and magic, amidst dire circumstances. Next, he scanned the second line. Tyrion Lannister has returned from the wall to Winterfell and is currently heading south, expected to traverse King's Road through next soon. Regarding the imp, whom he had encountered only a few times and with whom he shared no acquaintance, Clay held no immediate thoughts, as Bran's fate had been altered by his own actions, preventing Catelyn from encountering the assassination attempt against Bran. Consequently, she lacked a reason to journey south to King's Landing to inform her husband, Eddard Stark, of the purported Lannister assassination plot, nor would she chance upon Tyrion on her return to the north. Had Tyrion been captured, Lord Tywin would not have summoned his vassals to march upon the Riverlands in a time of peace among the Seven Kingdoms. After much contemplation, Clay realized that, aside from Bran's slightly modified fate, the one who ultimately benefited the most from his arrival was, rather ironically, Tyrion, a twist of fate indeed. Pondering this, Clay shifted his gaze to the third line, but as he read it, he instinctively held his breath. Upon investigation, it was confirmed that Hall Lycos indeed existed. A member of the noble Lycos family, a vassal of the Crownlands, and the sole son of Rufus Lycos, the lord of the Lycos family. Furthermore, the liege lord of the Lycos family was the Lake family of Moat Cailin. The latter part of this information held little significance for Clay, but the fact that Hall Lycos was still alive took him by surprise. Littlefinger had not acted against him after all. The intelligence provided a brief summary of Hall Lycos' character, noting him to be eccentric and currently residing within his family's castle. As for why he was serving Littlefinger, the report did not elaborate, as the White Sea Guard was unaware of this information, and given their insufficient influence in King's Landing, it was entirely reasonable that they could not uncover it. Yet, this information suffices. Since Hall Lyco is still alive, Clay contemplates that when he ventures southward, it would be prudent to pay him a visit and extend the most heartfelt greetings from the Mandrell family. While extracting even the slightest hint of intelligence from him would undoubtedly be advantageous, it is not of utmost necessity. If Clay's memory serves him right, during the time when the head of the Lake family was deployed, the governance of Mugtown fell under the dominion of the vassal Lyco family. As the sole offspring of Rufus Lyco, Clay perceives that this former assassin, now a minor noble of the kingdom, Hall Lyco, may very well become a significant asset in his future endeavors. Chapter 62, The Second Command. After reviewing the 3 pieces of intelligence, Clay concluded that the war would erupt later than initially anticipated, allowing both himself and the entire Mandler family a precious interval to gather strength. Before his departure, the elder had dispatched a caravan to procure the necessary herbs and ingredients for potions, which was already traversing the lands of Westeros to gather the required materials while discreetly acquiring other items to mask their true purpose. Upon returning to White Harbor from his visit to Twin Rivers, Clay intended to address the issue of magical energy and immediately begin assembling his own team of monster hunters. As for the events unfolding in King's Landing, despite being an exceptionally formidable hunter, Clay was alone and unfamiliar with the terrain, rendering him incapable of stirring chaos in that city. His decision to maintain the presence of the White Sea Guard in King's Landing was to gauge the timing of the war's outbreak. If tensions escalated in the city, such as the notable signal of Gendry Baratheon's departure, it would indicate that Clay, along with the Mandler family and the entire North, was poised to mobilize. As a young nobleman, Clay had no justifiable reason to refrain from leading the Mandler forces to join the Northern Alliance, marching south along the King's Road to partake in the conflict. Failing to prepare during this invaluable time would leave him vulnerable to the whims of war. The recruitment and equipping of his monster-hunting army, dragons, and common soldiers were all matters that required careful consideration. Casting his gaze from the parchment, Clay turned to Anthe Raven, who sat quietly in his chair and furrowed his brow as he inquired, "How many members does the White Sea Guard have in Twin Rivers?" Anthe, evidently well-versed in the matter, responded without hesitation, "Under my command, there are a total of 63 members in the White Sea Guard at Twin Rivers, all at your service." "My lord, 63? That is quite a number," Clay remarked. These are not merely farmers plucked from the fields. Sir Bartimus had once informed Clay that every base-level member of the White Sea Guard had undergone rigorous swordsmanship and survival training at Wolfest Denver. Thus, 63 individuals were equivalent to 63 soldiers clad in civilian attire. If utilized effectively, this force could yield remarkable results, particularly in a situation where the army besieging Twin Rivers found themselves unable to breach its defenses. Contemplating this, Clay posed a second question to Anthe. If I were to have these 63 infiltrate the gate guards of House Fry, would that be feasible? Upon hearing the inquiry, Annie Hohen, a seasoned veteran in this field, exhibited a far superior response than that of the captain of the guard. He immediately grasped the implications underlying the question, and his previously relaxed brow furrowed with concern. He solemnly addressed the commander, stating, "My lord, among the 63 individuals, 12 are already serving in the employ of the Fry family. If you grant me 2 months, I could arrange for at least 20 to join their ranks. However, regarding the city gates," he hesitated momentarily before continuing, "you understand, once hostilities commence, the location of the garrison is uncertain. I cannot guarantee that they will all be stationed at the gates, and we have but one hinge operator within, with no additional support. The risks are considerable." Seated in his chair, Clay swirled the red wine in his glass, deep in thought. He had to concede that Annie Howen's assertions held merit. War was no trivial matter, and the deployment of soldiers was fraught with unpredictability. Relying solely on these 20 individuals to infiltrate the military would assuredly prove insufficient. If they were to seize the gates through internal means, he required these men to be positioned near the gates of Twin Rivers, capable of delaying the defenders long enough to allow a substantial force to surge through. Otherwise, it would be a futile sacrifice. Observing the silent commander, Annie remained perplexed as to the rationale behind Clay's inquiry. He could not fathom that a young man, seemingly aimless, would garner the endorsement of several stewards and Sir Patimus. "My lord, may I inquire as to why you are so invested in the Fry family, even contemplating the conquest of Twin Rivers? Forgive my ignorance, but I fail to perceive any signs or justifications for a conflict between White Harbor and Twin Rivers. Not merely the forces of White Harbor, but the entirety of the northern armies," Clay mused internally. Warden Fry regarded Twin Rivers as a prized possession, having exacted a significant toll from House Stark. With the roots of the Red Wedding deeply embedded here, Clay sought a Fry family that would submit entirely, rather than one that retained substantial power capable of severing the retreat of the northern host at any moment. The two scenarios were fundamentally distinct. Regardless of whether he would remain a vassal of House Stark in the future, Clay recognized the imperative of controlling the strategic point. Should the fleet of White Harbor encounter unforeseen circumstances, and should enemies blockade the seas, the significance of this bridge would be unmistakable. You need not be privy to every detail. Simply adhere to my instructions. Before I alter this directive, you must infiltrate the Fry military while ensuring the secrecy of the White Harbor Guard. In due course, you will understand my intentions." Nodding, the commander accepted the order. As a member of the White Harbor Guard, he would unconditionally comply, for those who defied such orders had long since departed in every conceivable sense. Clay's commands were far from concluded. He could sense time growing increasingly urgent. Having arrived in Twin Rivers, he was determined to orchestrate affairs in this locale with utmost precision. "Furthermore, I require you to compile the military strength and population distribution of the various knights or minor noble estates along the eastern bank of the Twin River City, and ascertain whether there are any small castle-like structures present. Once organized, promptly dispatch this information to the Wolf's Den in White Harbor. Remember, speed is of the essence. This command is not particularly arduous, yet one may ponder the utility of such information." Anti-Haven found himself momentarily at a loss. However, this did not deter him from acquiescing to the orders of his commander. He had come to understand that this young commander of the White Sea Guard was poised to initiate significant actions within Twin River City. As intelligence personnel, they naturally appreciated a superior who was ambitious and visionary. Moreover, he discerned a pattern in the commands issued by the commander, which collectively suggested that this promising heir to White Harbor was convinced that a war was imminent. tasked solely with gathering intelligence in the region of Twin River City. He lacked sufficient information to assert that the long-standing peace among the Seven Kingdoms would soon be disrupted. Nevertheless, the commander's perspective was undoubtedly more elevated than his own. Whether war would indeed come to pass or not, it was prudent to prepare for all eventualities. His gaze fell upon the hand of Kreda resting on the desk. More specifically, on the trident ring adorned with a blood-red gemstone. That ring embodied the very faith of the White Sea Guard, and none would dare defy its will. Chapter 63. The bloodstained letter. Thus, it was that Clay wished to minimize Heir's stay in his company. The presence of many eyes could lead to unnecessary complications for the White Sea Guard's operations in Twin River City. You have heard the mission. Proceed with it. Should any unforeseen events arise in Twin River City, send a raven to the Wolf's Den to contact me immediately. However, I must caution you, while gathering intelligence, do not reveal your identity. It is not yet time to act recklessly. With boundless contemplation, Heir transformed back into a familiar merchant to the White Harbor Guards. He clapped the guard on the shoulder, clutching a bottle of inferior ale, and feigned a staggering gait as he departed from the Mandler family's residence. Though Heir had additional intelligence organized, Clay deemed it unnecessary to have him linger for his perusal, as they were still on the territory of the Foley family. Caution was paramount. Through the study window, Clay observed as Heir blended into the crowd, until his not particularly tall figure was lost to sight. Only then did he slowly return to his chair, picking up the intelligence that lay upon the table. Aside from the previously mentioned points, the remaining information pertained to members of the Foley family. Heir had gathered intelligence on several women who had interacted with Clay, as well as details on a few significant members of the Foley clan. For these individuals, Heir appended his recommendations and elucidated the rationale behind them. He advised against any further contact between Master Clay Mandler and Veda Foley, the daughter of Walton Foley, due to prevalent rumors in Twin River City suggesting a liaison between the enchanting Veda and a certain Black Ward, a member of the Foley family. After thorough verification, the validity of this information was confirmed. Thus, it was recommended that Clay Mandler maintain a strict distance from Veda Foley. As he softly read these words, Clay understood that this message was a directive he had issued while at the Wolf's Den in White Harbor. Not a single mention of the White Sea Guard was made, and the lack of a clear subject served as a protective measure for both Clay and the guard. Veda Foley? Clay mused over the name, recalling the chilling night that lingered in his memory. How curious it was that Veda Foley, while feasting at her table, was also fixated on him. The one left in the dish? He reminisced about their dance in the grand hall of the Foley family stronghold, where a man leaned against the wall, his eyes filled with envy. Clay could still vividly recall those piercing gazes. Perhaps he was the infamous Black Ward? In the ensuing days, Clay received a multitude of invitations from various Foleys, whose names had begun to blur in his mind. Apart from an initial intervention by Marquis Veda Foley, it seemed that these attempts were no longer impeded. To each invitation, Clay's response was a steadfast refusal. His purpose in Twin River City had been fulfilled, and he saw no reason to entangle himself with the intricately connected members of the Foley family. His strategic arrangements in the city of Wanha are imperceptible unless he personally traverses this place. For instance, how could he possibly remotely command the White Sea Guard infiltrating the garrison from his position in Baigang, executing maneuvers to seize the city gates amidst the chaos of war? The existing discord among the members of the Foley family has yet to surface publicly, rendering it of little utility to him. He lacks the luxury of time to meticulously observe and select individuals for his plans. The groundwork has already been laid, and Clay is now contemplating a judicious exit from Wanha City. He accepted the invitation of the Foley family, and while their expectations soar, he has not only failed to secure any betrothal, but has also remained entirely non-committal regarding the matrimonial prospects of his sisters. Though not imperative, Clay must concoct a plausible reason for his departure. A sudden exit would be rather indiscreet. As dusk descends, leaning against a chair adorned with soft cushions, Clay revels in the exceedingly pleasant breeze of the southern lands. The orange-yellow sunlight bathes him, while the glass of red wine in his hand gently sways. Before him lies a simplified map of the Hajian territory. In every regard, this land is far more hospitable to human existence than the frigid northern realms. The Green Fork River, the Red Fork River, and the Blue Fork River flow through this area, bestowing ample moisture upon the soil. Hence, apart from the more southerly region known for its lush greenery, the Hajian territory is arguably the most densely populated area across the Seven Kingdoms. However, as the Lord of Hajian, the Tully family lacks control over the Bloodgate to the east and the Golden Tooth to the west. Although they are merely two fortifications, the absence of control over these strongholds is inconsequential in peacetime, but could prove catastrophic in the event of war. This signifies that the Hajian territory cannot thwart the Valley Knights emerging from the Bloodgate to the east, while to the west, Tywin Lannister's elite forces can directly penetrate the unguarded plains of Hajian, advancing upon the capital, the city of Ben-Lu. Furthermore, in the south, although the largest castle in the Seven Kingdoms, Harrenhal, nominally belongs to Hajian, the control exerted by Ben-Lu over that stronghold is virtually non-existent. Enemies advancing from the south, traversing the King's Road northward, leave the nobles of Hajian without a single fortress to serve as a bulwark. To the north, Wana City, perched upstream of the Green Fork River, has grown increasingly dismissive of Duke Host Tully, who has languished in a state of prolonged affliction. In summary, the Hajian territory is a vast plain embroiled in a theater of conflict, yet its nobility ranks among the weakest in the entire Seven Kingdoms. Presently, the young heir of Ben-Lu, Edmure Tully, has not rallied his forces. With his reputation trailing behind him, it can be said that should an external threat arise, the Hajian territory would instantly fragment into disarray, collapsing without resistance. Furrowing his brow, Clay gazes at the land with a sense of unease. The alliance between the Iceborn Wolves and the Trout shall persist until the Stark and Tully families are entirely extinguished, until that dire eventuality unfolds. The North remains a steadfast ally of the Tully family. He, already preparing for war, naturally had to contemplate how to fortify the strength of Riverlands before the northern reinforcements arrived, ensuring that it would be less diminished. Relying on the nobility of Riverlands to unite closely under the banner of the Silver Trout to vanquish the seemingly invincible Lannister army was nothing but a delusion. Even doubling the current forces of Riverlands would be unfeasible. There existed no war god of Riverlands capable of preventing the invaders from seizing a few castles. Any such extraordinary performance by the lords of Riverlands would be deemed exceptional. However, while minimizing losses was not achievable, at least until Clay embarked on his own entrepreneurial endeavors or sought alternative paths, he remained a member of the North. It was evident that the manpower of the North could not endure a succession of defeats. Once, when rallying the entire North along with the forces of House Fry, Robb Stark, the king in the North, commanded merely 23,000 men. He could triumph over the Lannisters once, twice, thrice. Yet should the Lannisters inflict a single grievous blow upon him, he would be compelled to retreat. As he pondered, Clay's keen ears suddenly detected the sound of iron boots thudding against the wooden staircase. Someone was approaching. The next moment, the door was thrust open, and the panting captain of the guard presented a rolled white parchment to Clay. "My lord, a letter," puzzled by the captain's intense reaction. Clay unfurled the paper and was momentarily taken aback, for the first line read, "The merchant convoy from White Harbor has encountered an ambush northeast of Twins. Out of 54 men, 48 have perished, and 6 are missing. Please exercise utmost caution, my lord commander." This letter was from Auntie Hightower, and the trident emblem at the bottom revealed its origin to Clay. Through the crisp, clean parchment, he sensed a palpable scent of blood. "Errors will be corrected post factum. I seek your generous support. I shall soon depart from Twins, yet the affairs here are far from concluded. Since, in another timeline, House Fry chose betrayal, I shall also bestow upon Lord Walder Fry a fitting conclusion of treachery in this realm." Chapter 64. Preparing to depart, having meticulously read each word of the letter, Clay's previous good spirits had utterly dissipated. The incident occurred near the neck of the Twin River City, where the White Sea Guard scouts received intelligence and promptly relayed it to Twin River City. Clay surmised that the Crows must have already flown over to the Wolf's Den at White Harbor. The letter did not specify the assailants, suggesting that the sender had only recently acquired this information yet the matter at hand was already gravely significant. A merchant convoy of over 50 individuals was undoubtedly transporting a substantial cargo, aside from the laborers responsible for the shipment. Clay estimated that at least half of them were armed guards. The precise contents of the convoy remained unknown, but given the sensitive location of the neck, Clay harbored a foreboding sense of dread. The formula for the demon hunter's herbal concoction included elements sourced from a neck. Should their fortune prove unfortunate and they encounter bandits, they would have to accept their misfortune. However, the fear lingered that someone might have set their sights on the unexpectedly increased orders after their return to White Harbor. Clay recognized that the time had come to leave Twin River City. With such a significant incident unfolding nearby, and as the heir to White Harbor, he must immediately journey north to address the situation. My lord, the captain of the guards wore a similarly grim expression. Although their return route did not traverse the land through the neck, the path through the forest to the eastern coast was still perilously close. And the thought of ambushing a merchant convoy of White Harbor incensed the veteran. Wait, let us first ascertain the facts. This is first-hand information. We know too little as it stands, Clay declared, casting aside his wine glass and rising from his chair. He began pacing the room, furrowing his brow in contemplation before posing a question. In your experience, if you were to attack a similar convoy and achieve the outcome described in the letter, how many men would you require? The captain shook his head and replied in a subdued tone, My lord, your question lacks precision, making it difficult to answer. I do not know who is responsible for this. Our guard are equipped with light leather armor and wield only swords. If I were to deploy my cavalry, the battle would conclude within a single charge of 50 men. However, that is not feasible, is it? Clay interjected, articulating the unspoken concerns of his companion. Indeed, the neck was a marshy region, home only to the Lade family of Greywater and the swamp dwellers. To suggest that someone could stealthily maneuver over 50 heavily armored cavalry through numerous watchful eyes to appear in the neck was sheer folly. When Clay and his company had arrived, they had taken the sea route, and aside from the Mandler family, there are no formidable military presences in the waters of Biting Bay. It was inconceivable to transport 50 men along with their equipment without attracting attention. The operation would be impossible to conceal. Could it truly be bandits? Clay found it hard to believe, although the Riverlands had a long-standing tradition of banditry. To annihilate a group of over 50 with the equipment typical of bandits would require at least 100 men, wouldn't it? Regardless of the circumstances, I must undertake this journey myself. The information I currently possess is limited. Any further details will have to be ascertained upon my arrival. Indeed, my young master, this is implausible. What shall we do now? The captain of the guard nodded and stood aside, patiently awaiting Lord Clay's command. He was convinced that, given his master's temperament, he would never remain idle in Twin River City. Summon all members of the White Harbor Guard stationed in Twin River City. When I return from Marquis Ward Fry, I expect 200 men, not one less. Even if they are otherwise occupied, you must compel them to return, Clay commanded with a stern tone. Though still youthful, his long-standing position as the heir of White Harbor imbued his words with an undeniable authority, prompting the captain to promptly nod in acknowledgement before swiftly departing to execute the orders. Good news travels slowly, while bad news spreads like wildfire. Clay surmised that the Fry family, whose influence extends throughout the upper Green Fork River, had likely already received word of the situation. Presently, Marquis Ward Fry awaited his arrival. After composing himself, Clay, accompanied by 2 attendants, exited the Mandel family residence and headed directly toward the main fortress of Marquis Ward Fry. With steady steps, he arrived before the fortress gates, meticulously arranging his expression and slowing his pace. In such moments, displaying impatience only invites contempt. The Fry family soldiers, clad in black armor emblazoned with the Twin Towers emblem, recognized Clay by the mermaid insignia on his armor and promptly granted him passage. What can I find the Marquis? I require an audience with him immediately. Unfamiliar with many within the castle, Clay had no choice but to inquire of the sentry stationed at the gates. However, it was not the soldier who responded. A familiar voice emerged from behind him. Young Master Clay, I shall escort you to my father. There is no need for you to inquire further. Turning around and recognizing the speaker, Clay was momentarily taken aback. It was Ennis Fry. What was he doing here? Their previous encounter at the Eastern Gate had ended with Innes's disgruntled departure, and Clay had privately derided him for his misguided aspirations. Now, he was inexplicably greeting him. With a warm smile adorning his face, Innes strode confidently to Clay's side, clapping him on the shoulder and saying, "I intended to seek you at your residence, but the Mandler family informed me of your absence. Hence, I surmised you would be here." Clay shrugged off his hand, fixing his gaze upon him, eager to discern why Innes Fry had sought him out at his residence, and how he had deduced Clay's return to this location. Seemingly attuned to Clay's thoughts, Innes led him toward the staircase of the main fortress, casually remarking, "The crows of the Fry family are managed by myself and the scholar. My father does not permit outsiders to govern his affairs." Though the context is absent, Clay comprehended the implication of those words with clarity. The ravens were under the management of Innes, and thus, he was undoubtedly aware of the massacre that befell the White Harbor merchant convoy. Upon discovering the absence of his own presence at the Mandler estate, he immediately surmised that he had come in search of Marquis Wade Fry. Moreover, Innes Fray's remarks unveiled another layer of information. It seemed that the scholars of the Fry family, much like his own lineage, had been rendered ineffectual. However, unlike his family, the Fry clan's predicament was purely due to Marquis Wade Fray's own fear of mortality. A renewed sense of vigilance stirred within him. A Fry possessing a portion of scholarly authority, who could still greet Clay with a smile after his rejection, was undoubtedly an individual worthy of caution. Aware that the man had more to convey, Clay discerned, from the ambiguous smile at the corner of his lips, that he had not yet relinquished hope. Chapter 65. The journey north following in the footsteps of Sir Innes Fry. This marked Clay's fourth entry into the tower that epitomizes the highest authority of Twin River City. This time, however, he came to bid farewell. Having long grown accustomed to the piercing gazes of the Frays that seemed to follow him everywhere, Clay traversed countless damp, shadowy black tiles as he accompanied Innes Fry to the study situated high within the tower. As the door swung open, a wave of scorching air enveloped him, revealing that a fire had been lit in the hearth, creating a stark contrast in temperature between the inside and outside. This subtle detail keenly reminded Clay that time was gradually eroding the body of Lord Ward Fry, reminiscent of a withered tree. While he himself felt no chill, this 90-year-old elder had chosen to ignite the fire. Time, it seemed, was impartial to most, as decreed by the gods. Yet, in this world, some beings defied such decrees, such as the priests of the Red God from the south and the servant of the Cold God, hiding amidst the northern snowstorms, Clay himself included. The door creaked as Innes Fry ushered Clay into the room, where crimson sunlight streamed through the partially opened window, slowly crawling across the dark oak table. The Lord of Twin River City was draped in a thick fur blanket, reclining in his chair with closed eyes, feigning slumber. Clay noticed a raven's letter resting upon the table. Perhaps alerted by the sound of their footsteps, Lord Ward Fry took 5 seconds to rouse himself from his stupor, transforming back into the irascible and stern Marquis. He scrutinized Clay and his son, Innes Fry, standing beside him. After a moment, the frail old man unleashed a sharp and caustic inquiry, directing his ire towards his son. "Innes, you uncouth wretch, why did you not inform me of our guest's arrival? With a son like you, I feel as though I reside in the 7th circle of hell. What could possibly preclude you from even exchanging a greeting with your father?" Clay was momentarily taken aback, failing to comprehend the source of Lord Ward Fray's sudden outburst. It was rather undignified to chastise his son in front of guests. Such behavior was bound to elicit ridicule. "And you, my esteemed guest from White Harbor," he continued, "tell me, what brings you here? Disturbing my delightful dreams of entering the bodies of maidens, alongside this foolish boy?" With a slight furrow of his brow, Clay perceived that Ward Fry seemed utterly indifferent to the decorum of his words. He could understand a young man in his teens or 20s speaking thus, but when uttered by a 90-year-old who had recently wed an 18-year-old girl, such utterances became indescribably grotesque and revolting. "Your Grace," Clay interjected, "I have received word that my caravan from White Harbor was ambushed to the north of Twin River City, near the neck of Ja. Many have tragically perished there, and as the heir, I must depart immediately." As the guests prepared to depart, Lord Ward Fry, as the host, was obliged to see the horses return to them, marking the conclusion of their hospitality. So it is. May the seven bless and guide the souls of those unfortunate ones back into their embrace, he uttered, a statement devoid of genuine substance, merely a hollow gesture of consolation. Yet, if such words were spoken with a disingenuous smile and a countenance as sly as that of a weasel, any semblance of comfort would be utterly lost. Moreover, it appeared that the esteemed Marquis had already received the news, displaying no surprise whatsoever. His bald head bowed slightly, only to rise moments later, perhaps an indication of his mourning. However, this was inconsequential. The departed souls of White Harbor would likely not appreciate the condolences from Fry. Very well. You may take your leave, Innes. Please return the horses to our friends from White Harbor. Bring along some men to inspect the area for south of the Neck, where the Green Fork flows, still belongs to our Fry family. The subsequent remarks faded into a murmur, indistinct and unclear to Clay, who stood beside him. Innes Fry nudged him, greeted his father, and promptly exited the room. Realizing the moment, Clay mimicked his actions and withdrew from the study, which was permeated with the scent of burning timber. Upon stepping outside, he found Sir Innes Fry leaning against the dark wall, one hand resting on his chin, playing with a tuft of silver beard, an habitual gesture, it seemed. In the silence, their gazes met in the long corridor, as cavernous as a sepulchre. They were the only two present, the solitary witness being the flickering candle affixed to the wall. Regarding my previous proposal, Clay Mandler, we shall discuss it later. I am unconcerned about the source of your information. I will share what I know now. After a brief pause, he continued, the attack likely occurred last night. First discovered by a merchant leader who passed by the next morning. That area is the northernmost nightly fief of our Fry family, and upon receiving the news, that fellow promptly informed me via a raven. As for who committed the act, how it transpired, and the number of assailants, to be frank, I do not know. The incident took place under the cover of night, and aside from a multitude of corpses, nothing remained to verify identities. Thus, as the heir of White Harbor, you must see to your people, and, as a scion of House Fry, I must investigate this mysterious band of marauders who silently took so many lives on our family's lands. He shrugged, a note of resignation in his voice. This was not my task. It belonged to my elder brother, Steve. Alas, he is preoccupied with other matters. So come, my friend from White Harbor, gather your forces. I shall await you at the city gate, and we will converse further along our journey. Although it was already evening, Clay was not one to retreat to his quarters for a brief slumber, leaving the corpses of the White Harbor merchants to await him for another night. Clearly, Innes Fry was equally eager to uncover the identity of this enigmatic force. Riding forth from the city, clad in armor, Clay rejoined the protection of 200 cavalrymen. Illuminated by the flickering torches, he and the assembled 100 Fry riders galloped northward under the stars, racing towards the site of the brutal carnage. Before departing, he had released a raven bearing news. His father would receive it promptly, regardless of whether the message pertained to the shipment of raw materials. Clay had faith in his father's keen insight. What had been lost could not be recovered. Now, the safety of the caravan still en route was of utmost importance. Chapter 66. Every family has its own difficult scripture. Clay retraced his journey from White Harbor to Twin Rivers, yet upon reaching King's Road, he would head east to return to White Harbor, while the sight of the ambush demanded a continued trek northward along the same road. Throughout the night, Clay heard numerous curses and complaints from the soldiers of House Fry. Whenever Innes Fry caught wind of their grievances, he responded with the sharp crack of a whip. However, the 200 cavalrymen from White Harbor remained largely silent, their fury directed at those who had slaughtered their merchant caravans. The harsh temperament forged by the unforgiving northern climate rendered them taciturn, their singular focus on seeking retribution against the scoundrels, intending to hang them from the trees. The journey grew increasingly arduous as they ventured north. The once wide and straight King's Road had not received a single golden dragon for maintenance during the years of Robert Baratheon's reign. Vegetation sprouted from the compacted earth, roots burrowing deep to fracture the soil. Such trivial matters reveal the true state of the Baratheon rule in King's Landing. Outwardly resplendent, yet fundamentally decayed. The demise of the formidable Robert, taken by the tusks of a wild boar, left the Baratheon legacy precariously poised to topple. As night fell, Clay and Innis Fry, along with over 300 men, established their encampment near King's Road. Amidst the army, Clay felt no trepidation regarding any threats to the armed cavalry. To take down their 300 would necessitate a force of at least 1,000. Sentinels dispersed into the distance, while Clay and Innis Fry gathered around a crackling bonfire, where a hapless deer had been prepared by guard and suspended over the flames. This marked the third night since their departure from Twin Rivers, and Clay awaited Innis Fry outside the study of Ward Fry, sensing that the time had come for Innis to speak after a prolonged silence. Extracting a sharp dagger that glimmered in the moonlight, Innis Fry sliced a piece of still bloody flesh from the deer's leg, skewering it on the knife's tip before bringing it to his mouth, the sound of his chewing audible to Clay. "My lord Clay, who do you believe could commit such an act? We both know that it would require more than 100 men." Innis Fry initiated the conversation, having finally emerged from his camp to seek Clay, as they would reach the site by midday the following day. "Sir, that is a question for you. 100 armed men appearing undetected on Fry territory. What could I possibly know? Are there such large bands of brigands near Twin Rivers?" Innis furrowed his brow, the firelight casting a crimson hue upon his previously pallid visage, as he unconsciously tugged at his small tuft of beard. After a moment of contemplation, Innis Fry provided an answer. "You are aware that a significant portion of the affairs beyond the borders of Twin River City falls under my purview. To my knowledge, the territory of Twin River City has always been host to several small bands of robbers, though their numbers are few. The largest among them consists of no more than 30 individuals. Thus, theoretically speaking, the combined strength of these petty brigands could indeed amount to 100. As for the presence of bandits, Cray is not at all surprised. The scarcity of bandits in the Northern Territories is not due to the superior character of the Northerners, but rather because of the vastness of the land and its sparse population. To claim dominion over the mountains would surely lead to their own starvation. However, in the densely populated Southern Territories, during this era of exceedingly inadequate governance, a handful of deserters can easily take their equipment and vanish into the woods, establishing their trade unless they provoke too much chaos. The noble lords hidden within their castles are unlikely to dispatch troops to eradicate them. Them? Innis Fry chuckled derisively, then continued. "Indeed, if we merely consider their numbers, it is conceivable that they could be responsible. But do you suppose these brigands harbor no conflicts among themselves? It is utterly impossible for them to unite for a joint venture, unless King Robert were to approach them with a sack full of golden dragons, which might persuade them to momentarily gather." Nodding, the atmosphere around the campfire fell into silence once more. Cray understood that Innis Fry had not come to engage him in discussions about the identity of the murderer. This subject had been thoroughly explored over the past 3 days, rendering any further conversation unnecessary. "Lord Cray, there are no outsiders present. I believe we should shift our discourse to another topic, such as your sister's marriage proposal." After some meandering, Innis Fry ultimately steered the conversation back to this subject. Cray furrowed his brow, his voice ice-cold. "Sir Innis Fry, I believe I made myself abundantly clear the other day on the eastern wall of Twin River City. I cannot take charge of this matter." Cray found himself at a loss for words. Why was Innis Fry so fervently interested in an alliance with his Manderly family? Among the numerous nobles across the 7 kingdoms, many were eagerly seeking to marry off their daughters. To his surprise, upon hearing Cray's blunt refusal, Innis Fry exhibited no signs of anger. Instead, a cryptic smile spread across his face. He took a swig of ale and murmured, "Lord Cray, you need not utter such words before me. When you dispatched the Lannisters in Winterfell, did you claim to lack authority? Listen closely. I wish to propose a transaction." Narrowing his eyes, Cray remained silent, eager to ascertain what schemes Innis Fry was concocting. "My father is now 90 years old, and apart from the old steward who has been by his side for decades, he trusts no one. Do not be deceived by the apparent camaraderie he shares with my elder brother, Stephen. I assure you, the old man is most wary of him. He is acutely aware that my brother Stephen is already over 60. One cannot predict whether he will outlive the old man. Do you grasp the implications of this? It is not merely Stephen. His sons and grandsons all eagerly anticipate the old man's demise. in the absence of any Frey soldiers nearby. The disdain in Innes's tone when he spoke of his family members was palpable to anyone who listened. The old man, in a bid to ensure his own safety, forcibly transferred a portion of the responsibilities that rightfully belonged to my elder brother to me. Otherwise, it would have been him, Stephen, accompanying you on this journey. I still vividly recall Stephen's private words. He vowed that once he ascended to the rank of Marquis, he would surely eliminate me. Having sworn this oath to the 7 gods, gazing into Clay's eyes, Innes's own were bloodshot and glistening with tears as he pronounced the most venomous words with deliberate emphasis. If that is the case, then I must send them to meet the 7 gods before they lay their hands on me. Chapter 67. The plan jazz. Why me? Clay furrowed his brow, feeling that the point had been made clear enough, and any further pretense of ignorance would be futile. Yet, he remained perplexed as to why Innes Flay had fixated on him. Such matters could not simply be broadcasted. That would be utterly reckless. Because you, along with the Mandler family you represent, possess something I desire, namely, the gold dragons. Once I ascend to the title of Marquis Flay, I will require a substantial quantity of gold dragons to placate these unruly individuals. Simultaneously, the support of your Mandler family would alleviate considerable pressure from my shoulders. Innes Flay suppressed the menacing expression that had briefly surfaced, reverting to his characteristic impassive countenance. He retrieved a gold dragon from his pocket and tossed it directly to Clay. You want the gold dragons of the Mandler family, and you expect me to marry one of my sisters or daughters to your grandson, thereby supporting your act of fratricide, eliminating your own father and brothers. Pray tell, what does the Mandler family stand to gain from this arrangement? This was a glaringly obvious issue. The Mandler family would be making significant sacrifices, and there was a substantial risk of reputational damage should the scheme be exposed. A satisfactory return was imperative. Innes Flay needed the Mandler family to intervene, using gold dragons and influence to stabilize the situation after his act of treachery. Naturally, Clay sought a favorable arrangement, and he was somewhat intrigued. Wasn't the city of Luanha rather affluent? Although White Harbor possessed more gold dragons, beyond a certain threshold, gold dragons merely represented a numerical value. Understanding that he must address this matter, Clay recognized that it transcended his personal dealings with Innes. This was a negotiation between the Mandler family and the Flay family, provided Innes could indeed represent the Flays. After the flickering campfire had settled into a steady blaze, Innes Flay extended 3 fingers and spoke with utmost seriousness. First, your sister or daughter will wed my future heir, Robert Flay. I assure you, their descendants will inherit the leadership of the entire Flay family. Second, should all proceed smoothly, Luanha will relinquish any tax claims on the Mandler family before I meet the 7 gods. You understand the magnitude of that wealth. Third, should war arise, the Flay family will unconditionally stand by the Mandler family, regardless of whether their enemies lie to the south, north, east, or west. Upon hearing Innes Flay's proposal, Clay inwardly scoffed. What a bold gambit. The audacity of such a scheme is unparalleled. To address the first point, it appeared as though the bloodline of the Mandler family would intertwine with the ruling lineage of the Flays, should Innes Flay's strategy indeed succeed. However, conversely, marrying a daughter into the family without directly aligning with the heir was perplexing. White Harbor, after all, was the 5th largest city in Westeros, boasting a population exceeding 200,000. The allure of Clay's status as heir was inherently linked to the city's substantial size. By suggesting that marrying his heir was a condition, Innes Flay was surely engaging in fanciful talk. To elaborate on the second point, this one indeed carries some substance. The town of Twin Rivers has been under the dominion of the Fry family for many years. Although the tolls collected annually do not rival the total trade volume of White Harbor, they still amount to a rather formidable figure. Abolishing the taxes on the caravans from White Harbor would undeniably result in considerable savings for the port. However, this notion is akin to a castle built in the air. Firstly, Innes Fry is now in his 50s, and it is highly improbable that he will live to the age of his father. Even with a stroke of good fortune, White Harbor would be granted a mere 20 years of tax exemption at best. Secondly, the matter of taxation itself is beyond the control of White Harbor. To put it plainly, Should Innisfree wake up one day in a foul mood and decide to reinstate the taxes, what recourse would White Harbor have? Would they simply rise in rebellion? And if so, on what grounds? Is a rationale behind this tax exemption something that can be articulated? In summary, this proposition remains little more than a mirage. Whether Clay and his Mandler family can truly partake in this bounty hinges entirely on the whims of the Fry family. Lastly, the third point concerns the trust in the Fry family's promises, which could very well be more absurd than asking Robert Baratheon to lick the toes of Daenerys Targaryen. When White Harbor truly faces an adversary, can Clay genuinely expect support from Twin Rivers? That is a fanciful dream. Thus, Innisfree presents what appears to be a binding agreement between the two families, requiring the Manderleys to sacrifice a daughter devoid of inheritance rights, all in the hope of saving a substantial fortune in the future and securing an additional ally in times of war. What splendid terms! However, if circumstances permitted, Clay would have relished the opportunity to deliver a swift kick to Innisfree's face, firmly informing him, "Your negotiations are clever, but do not venture to propose such terms again." Initially, Clay contemplated rising to terminate what he perceived as a futile negotiation, but upon reflection, he restrained the impulse to stand. "My lord, may I inquire how you intend to execute your plan to graciously usher your family to meet the seven gods?" According to the ancient laws of Westeros, regardless of the circumstances, the act of patricide is fraught with peril. One could find themselves executed on the spot or condemned to a lifetime of shame, just as Jaime Lannister, the Kingslayer, faced scorn despite standing on the victorious side after slaying the Mad King. So too should Clay respond with the disdain and ridicule befitting a true Westerosi when confronted by Innisfree's proposal of treachery against kin. Indeed, Innisfree seems to possess a fortitude of character rivaling that of the Wall, entirely oblivious to the scorn laced within Clay's words. Maintaining a solemn demeanor as he replied, "My lord Clay, as you know, I wield a degree of authority over certain scholars, and my father, for the most part, remains in a state of stupor, much like before we departed from Twin Rivers. He is exceedingly somnolent, the only individual he trusts being the steward who has accompanied him throughout his life. However, I must inform you that the steward's sole grandson has taken a liking to my granddaughter. In a critical moment, I can assure you he will stand by my side. After all, if the old man were to pass away, Stephen would not show him any mercy." "Your words suggest you might be inclined to show him leniency," Clay scoffed. "Perhaps." Innisfree replied with a cryptic smile, continuing, "My father will suddenly depart during a banquet with Stephen. All the accusations, save for those known only to the seven, will fall upon my dear brother, and I shall execute him in the name of patricide. I must remind you, even if everything you previously mentioned were to succeed, the line of succession appears to favor your second brother, as you rank only third." Innisfree's smile remained unperturbed by Clay's statement. He shook his head, his voice devoid of emotion. "My unfortunate second brother, wed to a Lannister, is hardly present in Riverrun. Once my plans come to fruition, I shall be the master of Riverrun. Do you truly believe Lord Hoteen Tully would permit a Fry, reeking of lion's mane, to assume control of Riverrun? Moreover, even if he were to arrive, the journey seems fraught with peril. After all, there are bandits along the way. An unfortunate incident would not be unreasonable, considering that all the lords of the Riverlands would secretly desire such a misfortune to transpire." Chapter 68. The scene, regardless of the potential issues that may arise from this scheme or the bloodshed it may entail, Clay remains indifferent, for from the very beginning, he never intended to genuinely acquiesce. However, observing the feigned calmness of Sir Innisfree, whose eyes betray a glimmer of madness and anticipation, an idea suddenly dawns upon Clay. What if he pretends to agree for the time being? Such verbal agreements bear no weight on paper. What credibility do they truly possess? You know it, and I know it. As long as I do not acknowledge it, you cannot persuade others of its veracity. If, during the descent of the Northern Army, chaos could be incited within Riverrun, leading to fratricide among the Fry family, coupled with the White Harbor Guards taking action within the city, Clay's plan to seize Riverrun would gain a significant advantage. As for the consequences, they are rather trivial. After all, marriage cannot be so straightforward. Even if Innis sends envoys to White Harbor, delaying for 2 or 3 months would suffice. By then, Clay ought to be leading his troops southward. Should he indeed capture Riverrun, when Innis comes to him for the fulfillment of promises, he could simply deny it. What would it matter? With the city firmly in the hands of the Northern Army? As long as an opportunity arises for Robb and the other prominent Northern lords to realize that the true parricide within the Fry family is none other than Innis Fry himself, Clay would not need to lift a finger. In the name of the king in the north, Robb would undoubtedly take his head. For the honor-bound Stark family would never allow such a man to live in comfort. Upon concluding this meeting, Innis Fry returned to his tent with an exhilarated heart. For the previously reticent Clay Manderly, after an impassioned description of an idyllic future and a vigorous bargaining session, finally endorsed his plan. He would pledge 50 years of tax exemption for White Harbor and, upon the completion of their venture, announce an alliance between their families. Should the Manderly family face enemies, the Fry family would be obliged to lend their support, or else it would be deemed a blasphemy against the Seven. Moreover, the inheritance rights of any offspring born to women of the Manderly family must be guaranteed, and he must travel to the Riverlands to publicly declare this to the lords of the Trident. Prior to his actions, the Manderly family would send Clay's sister or sister-in-law to Riverrun, establishing a betrothal with his grandson, Robb Fry. This Manderly woman would discreetly bring a dowry valued at 50,000 golden dragons to facilitate Innis Fray's dealings with the key figures of Riverrun. Ultimately, upon the successful execution of his plan, the Manderly family would openly support Innis's claim to power. Although the Manderly family belongs to the north, their considerable influence in the region cannot be overlooked. At this juncture, Innis Fry felt that his scheme was finally gaining momentum. For years, he had been unable to wield the financial power of his family, having spent countless golden dragons in an attempt to bribe key individuals. Once the Manderly family support was secured, his depleted coffers would undoubtedly be replenished. Cray was oblivious to the thoughts of Innis Fry, who had spent the entire night in excitement without a wink of sleep. Without any mental burden, he awoke promptly at 6:30 in the morning, influenced by his biological clock. When the still enthusiastic Innis Fry found him, Cray had already finished his breakfast and was diligently practicing his swordsmanship. Witnessing this scene, Innis Fry couldn't help but marvel at Cray Mander, a previously unknown youth who exhibited a remarkable tenacity, practicing his swordplay punctually each day with meticulous precision. This was no mere pastime for the young. It was a genuine, lethal skill. Sheathing his sword and accepting a towel from a guard, Cray wiped the slight perspiration from his forehead and smiled warmly, akin to a trusted ally, exclaiming, "Good morning, Sir Innis." This demeanor was markedly more cordial than before. Innis Fry felt reassured, finding Cray increasingly agreeable, as a smile broke across his pale visage. Nodding, he remarked, "Master Cray, your swordsmanship appears truly impressive." This was merely a courteous compliment. Cray did not seek to inquire about the specifics or downplay his abilities, simply acknowledging with a nod. As Cray contained his smile, his performance reached its conclusion. He had more pressing matters at hand. Mounting his horse, he addressed Innis Fry, saying, "Sir, let us depart. We must identify the creditors responsible for the blood debts of the White Harbor merchants." With a nudge to his horse's belly, Cray surged forward. After several hours of swift riding, Cray finally reached the last stretch, where he encountered the Fry family knights bearing the Twin Tower banner, the lords of the land. Without the slightest hesitation, he interrupted their unproductive chatter, raising his whip and asserting, "Take me to the site where you discover the bodies." By this time, the corpses had surely been attended to and no longer lay near King's Road, but Cray insisted on inspecting the scene, for it would provide a far clearer understanding than any words could convey. Though inwardly criticizing Cray's assertiveness, the knight was merely a landholding squire, vastly inferior in status to Cray. Moreover, the accompanying Innis Fry was clearly aligned with Cray, rendering the knight speechless. Bowing his head in acquiescence, the knight led the way on horseback. After traversing a distance, Cray surveyed the terrain on either side, a chill running through him. 2 hills rose on either side of the road, thickly covered with lush vegetation, with King's Road being the sole exit. What a perfect ambush site it was, commanding the high ground and blocking the exit the caravan would find it impossible to turn around in such terrain. Even with horses, they would be unable to escape. Casting a glance at the captain of the guard behind him, a seasoned veteran of the battlefield, he naturally recognized the implications. With a wave of his hand, the cavalry behind him swiftly charged toward the flanking ridges. Innis Fry reacted a moment too late, but soon followed suit, striking the back of the leading knight with his whip, prompting the knights behind him to immediately join the White Harbor cavalry. If there truly are ambushers lurking here, positioned above, despite commanding 300 men, he remains a conspicuous target, and thus is not without peril. What a fool! Unable to perceive such a situation, utterly oblivious to the need for caution, Innis Fry silently fumed. Simultaneously, he cast a somewhat surprised glance at Clay, who sat resolutely upon his steed, no longer advancing and remaining utterly silent. This lad, who had never set foot on a battlefield, appeared more astute than himself, a man well acquainted with the specter of death. Why did he not possess such remarkable progeny? Innis Fry could not help but feel a twinge of envy towards Count Wyman, as he reflected upon his own sons, who seemed solely preoccupied with their indulgences. With a heavy heart, he let out a sigh. Chapter 69. The demon hunter senses Clem understood that in this terrain, 100 men might not be necessary. Under the cover of night, a surprise attack from above could seal the exit, commencing a massacre. This was a meticulously chosen battlefield, where plans had long been laid to ambush the merchant convoy from White Harbor, akin to a hunter lurking in the underbrush, poised to deliver a fatal strike at the most opportune moment. "Young master, be cautious," urged the captain of the guard, who lagged half a horse length behind, as he drew his sword and positioned it before Clem. Raising his hand to press down on the captain's grip, Clem shook his head and calmly replied, "There is no cause for alarm. Inform everyone to search the woods and see if they can uncover anything, and also look for any traces left by men and horses on the ground." With that, Clem gently nudged his horse and proceeded towards the scene. It was not that Clem was overly confident. He held no illusions that after ambushing the convoy, the adversaries would dare to strike again in daylight against a cavalry force of nearly 300. As he paused at the valley's entrance, his keen demon hunter senses confirmed that there were no lingering traces of magical energy. Thus, only steel would bring death here, without any unforeseen circumstances. As a demon hunter, he possessed an unparalleled sharpness of reflexes. While he could not possibly miss every minuscule detail, he could at least reconstruct the events of that fateful night 4 days prior as he traversed the land. The overturned grass testified to the impact of someone being forcefully thrown to the ground, indicating that it was not a mere fall, but rather, yes indeed, someone had been trampled by a horse. On a patch of mottled grass, Clem's gaze fixated intently, his mind replaying the scene. He was certain that someone had been knocked aside and landed here, though he could not ascertain whether it was a member of White Harbor or an agent of that mysterious force. Equally uncertain was the origin of the horse that had sent the individual flying. Was it a pack horse from the convoy, or a war steed charging into the fray? These were two entirely distinct concepts, and the presence or absence of a horse would yield vastly different conclusions regarding the strength of the opposing force. Dismounting, Clem halted the guards who were following closely behind, gesturing for them to spread out. He then crouched to collect several dark red clumps of earth. Blood, clearly. The person who had been thrown was gravely injured. A simple collision would not result in such pronounced external wounds. This volume of blood indicated either a prior injury or they had been slashed at the throat. Casting aside the soil, Clem turned to the guard behind him and pointed to the nearest one, instructing you. Inform your captain that if there are hoof prints, I want an accurate count of how many horses there are. Yes, my lord. The soldier straightened, acknowledging the command before swiftly galloping towards the ridge on the right. Uncertain of what Clem had discerned from the ground, Sir Innis Fleury, who followed him, had intended to inquire, but, upon seeing Clem's tense expression, ultimately refrained. He sensed that the young Mandel had seemingly transformed upon entering this battlefield. The bodies had been gathered by the knight who oversees this territory, along with his farmers and guards. Initially, they were piled in a corner of the valley, but having been deceased for 4 days in the southern summer, they now emit an unbearable stench. Consequently, The knight has left behind only 3 corpses in a relatively less decayed state. While the rest have been interred in a makeshift grave, their identities lost to time, marked only by a crudely carved mermaid on a stone. Cray is adept at discerning the freshly made footprints. It is evident that in the process of transporting the bodies, many valuable clues have been compromised, yet he cannot fault them for this. Can you tell me, were all the bodies slain by edged weapons? Or, to put another way, were any killed by weapons such as crossbows or longbows? Cray inquires of the knight from the Four family, the lord of this land, who has been trailing behind them. The middle-aged knight, with graying hair, strides forward with a sycophantic smile, responding without hesitation, "No, my lord, they all died from sword wounds." "Are you certain?" Cray fixes his gaze on the knight's bloodshot eyes. "I am certain. When we buried them, I examined each one, I assure you." Nodding, Cray refrains from further scrutinizing his face, gesturing for him to step back as he continues his search for clues in the narrow valley. "My lord Cray, have you discovered anything?" Innis IV, who has been closely following him, finally voices the question that has been lingering in his mind. Cray does not answer directly, but instead poses another question. "Sir, initially I estimated that it would take 100 men to completely annihilate this group. But now I believe that may be an overly radical assessment. In your view, how many men would be needed to ensure that not a single one of the 50-odd individuals could escape?" Innis IV instinctively rests his right hand on his silver-gray goatee, a habitual gesture as he contemplates. After a moment, he offers his judgment. "My lord Cray, I believe if they were bandits, then without armor, even with a surprise attack leveraging the terrain, there would need to be at least 60 men. However, if they were not bandits and were equipped adequately or mounted, then 30 men split into 2 teams could likely eliminate half of the merchant convoy's defenses in a single charge, and after 3 such charges, they would all be lying on the ground." This is a reasonable assertion, and Cray nods in agreement, murmuring whether they had horses or not. "Once they have surveyed the hills on either side, we should have results, sir. Let us continue to observe. Perhaps we shall uncover something significant." Cray parts ways with Innis IV, his mind replaying the battlefield scenario. The hoofprints on the hills do not provide conclusive evidence. Given that the merchant convoy from White Harbor had horses, this complicates Cray's investigation considerably. Suddenly, he recalls a crucial question. "Tell me, did you discover any wagons at the scene? And were the goods that the wagons were carrying still present?" Clay's face flickered with a sense of helplessness as he was approached by a knight of the Flay family. Upon hearing Clay's inquiry, the knight responded without a trace of hesitation. "I found nothing, my lord. When I arrived, there was nothing here but corpses. It appears that the bandits from the mountains have set their sights on the goods of the White Harbor caravan, which likely led to this grim situation." At that moment, Clay's gaze sharpened, and he peered over the knight's shoulder, where he spotted a peculiar mark on a small mound of dark red earth. With a dismissive wave, the knight instinctively stepped back, yet he did not wander far, knowing he would soon be summoned again. Clay paid him no mind as he approached the small mound, which still emanated a foul, metallic scent of blood after 4 days. He crouched down and began to sift through the soil with his fingers, and his expression quickly darkened. Before him appeared a tiny burrow, illuminated by the light, revealing clotted blood within. This was the mark left by a crossbow bolt striking the ground. A sudden jolt of alarm surged through him as he discreetly glanced at the knight, who was idly strolling nearby. Clay felt a sinking sensation in his heart. He was lying. Chapter 70. Conspiracy as the heir to White Harbor. The astute and seasoned Clay immediately discerned that the marks left behind were the result of a powerful crossbow. The diminutive bolts, propelled by the mechanism of the crossbow, possessed the capability to penetrate steel plates at close range. The minute earth cavity created by the bolt lay beneath a mound saturated with blood, a testament that this was no mere act of a merchant caravan. Ordinary trading caravans, known for their discretion, would never transport a weapon so intricate, costly, and challenging to maintain as a crossbow. Thus, the bolt could only have originated from the assailants. The audacity of these attackers, who chose to ambush the merchant caravan on King S Road, a place where danger lurked at every corner, was astounding. If the crossbow belonged to them, The absence of the bolt indicated a meticulous cleanup of the battlefield. However, the enigma deepens. In the dead of night, rather than hastily fleeing after committing murder, they bizarrely chose to scour the scene, even unearthing bolts buried deep within the soil. Were they truly so brazen? This mindset hardly aligns with that of typical assailants. Furthermore, if they employed a crossbow, it stands to reason that longbows would also be present. To surround and annihilate a caravan of over 50 individuals while recovering every last arrowhead is implausible. Moreover, Clay had previously inquired of the knight whether all the victims had succumbed to sword wounds, to which the knight had responded with unwavering certainty. Only sword wounds. So, what then the crossbow bolt? In summation, there exists but one explanation. The knight was lying, hastily burying the bodies of the other caravan members to obscure the truth about the weapons used in their demise. Was this directive given by the Folii family? This thought flickered through Clay's mind, only to be dismissed swiftly. At this juncture, the Folii family had no justification for striking at White Harbor, especially with Clay himself present. Such an act would entail excessive risk. So who was this knight deceiving, and on whose behalf? Clay felt an overwhelming urge to confront him, to press his seal against the knight's face and compel him to divulge the truth. Yet the current circumstances did not permit such indiscretion. Clay soon realized that the scene had undoubtedly been tampered with by the knight and his associates, implying that he had prior knowledge of the attack. They had calculated that by the time they arrived, the bodies would have begun to decay and emit an unbearable stench, thus deliberately selecting 3 corpses that bore only sword wounds to mislead him. Those slain by the crossbow had likely been buried long before, with no laden carts on site and only sword wounds evident. This was a ruse designed to lead Clay and his companions to believe that the culprits were merely inept bandits. Clay surmised that the chaotic hoofprints on the ridges flanking the area were likely part of the same deception. Rising to his feet, Clay nonchalantly discarded the dark red earth from his hands, brushed off his palms, and stealthily made his way toward the gathering of his family's cavalry. He was determined to avert a repeat of the events that had transpired 4 days prior, even though he now commanded a well-equipped force of 200 horsemen. As he approached his cavalry, a squire promptly brought forth Clay's steed. Gently caressing the cheek of his magnificent white horse, Clay mounted with purpose. At that moment, the captain of the guard galloped down the hillside on horseback, heading towards the direction of the crime team. He reined in his steed 5 paces in front of Cree, demanding to know the outcome directly. Cree retrieved a water pouch from his saddle and tossed it to the captain, who caught it and gulped down a few mouthfuls. Regaining his breath, he reported to his young master, "There are indeed wheel tracks from a cart on the ridge, along with footprints, but it has been 4 days. And there appears to have been some rain in the past 2 days, obscuring many of the traces. There are numerous hoofprints. I estimate around 20 horses. My lord, this roughly corresponds to the number of pack horses in our caravan. Not much variation." The captain frowned as he conveyed the information, but after spending considerable time together, Cree could discern from the captain's tense expression that he had more to say. The captain's gaze flickered towards Cree's back, indicating he wished for their conversation to remain private from the phrase. He moved a few paces forward, distancing himself from Innis Fry, who was inquiring about his cavalry. Once they were out of earshot, the captain lowered his voice. "My lord, something seems amiss." "What do you mean?" Cree narrowed his eyes. "There are numerous discrepancies. Firstly, I recognize the carts we manufacture in White Harbor. The craftsmen here tend to make the wheels larger than those of the Southerners, as our northern terrain is often muddy and treacherous. However, upon inspecting the tracks, I noticed not only our broad wheel imprints, but also several narrower ones. Where could those have come from? If they were bandits, did they prepare carts in advance? Additionally, the number of horses is inconsistent. There are indeed over 20 hoofprints on the ridge heading east, yet after this battle, not a single horse appears to have been killed or injured. I just checked, and all the tracks are intact. There isn't even a trace of a limping hoofprint. Lastly, what about the west? Why are there no traces there? For our people to be completely annihilated, both sides would need to be surrounded, yet there are only human footprints on the west side. Where are the horses? A series of questions revealed that the captain had discerned several anomalies. While these inquiries did not form a coherent narrative, it mattered not. Once Cree realized that this Night Lord was lying, He understood that everything here was orchestrated for his benefit, undoubtedly a facade. But where was the truth? The answer lay in reversing the assumptions. If he could create the illusion that the attacks were emanating from the east, then the question arose, where did the western path lead? The answer was clear. It led to the estate of this Night Lord. Kree's mind began to form a hazy insight. Everything before him was likely a collaboration between this Night Lord and the mysterious forces approaching from the east. Otherwise, how could a mere landed knight possess the power to annihilate an entire caravan? As a local power broker, he may have already informed the rival of the slow-moving caravan's whereabouts. Subsequently, he himself could have laid an ambush to the west, while that mysterious force positioned itself to the east. Once the assault commenced, he would block the ridge from the west to prevent any escape from the caravan, while that force executed the final massacre. Clay now harbored an urgent curiosity regarding the cargo of the caravan's carts. If they contained any demon-slaying herbal concoctions, it would thwart his grand designs. However, apart from the prospect of seizing an opportunity to deliver a decisive blow to this knight, the suspicions he currently possessed were insufficient to serve as evidence. As the heir of White Harbor, he had two tasks ahead of him. The first was to pay tribute to the deceased, and the second, naturally, was to unearth the perpetrator behind this heinous act and exact retribution by severing their heads. Chapter 71. Urgent recall. Have you shared these discoveries with anyone else? Clay inquired, his expression stern as he addressed the captain of the guards. The latter shook his head, his gaze cautiously surveying their surroundings, as if fearful of eavesdroppers. Master, I would never divulge such matters to anyone else. I sense that something is amiss here. I suggest you depart for White Harbor immediately. We need not wait for the fleet and should proceed overland through the neck. Once we reach the north, no one can pose a threat to our 200 men. The captain, a seasoned warrior who had navigated the treacherous tides of battle and emerged from the sea of corpses, detected an unsettling atmosphere in this peculiar battlefield. Instinctively tightening his nerves, Clay patted his shoulder, urging him to relax, and spoke in a low, expressionless tone. How can we leave? There is no order from my grandfather commanding my return. To depart now would imply that our 200 men are frightened. The time is not yet ripe. While we could simply vanish, the nature of the Froey family dictates that as the heir of White Harbor, my reputation within their reach will likely suffer greatly. I may disregard honor, but the Mandler family cannot. We value it far more than the Southerners do. Pausing, Clay gestured towards the ridge to the west, murmuring as if to himself, at the very least, I must ascertain who has laid hands upon you. The blood debts of the Mandler family must be repaid in kind. Having surveyed the scene and finding nothing overtly amiss, Clay, simmering with anger and frustration, gradually urged his horse towards the western slope, where a hastily arranged burial mound awaited his attention. The earth was freshly turned and roughly smoothed over, with a stone monument roughly half his height, standing alone in the open field, adorned with a crudely crafted mermaid design. This was the last vestige of the White Harbor caravan in this realm. Clay did not know their names. He would only uncover them upon returning to White Harbor and consulting the records of the municipal officials. Thus, standing there, he unsheathed his long sword and plunged it into the ground. Behind him, the 200 cavalry dismounted, forming a silent line to pay their respects. This was the only tribute Clay, the heir of White Harbor, could offer them at this moment. A lone eagle's cry shattered the silence, marking the end of the solemn tribute. Innis Froey approached the silent Clay, feeling the need to offer solace to the young man, who had yet to see his 20th year. However, Clay did not require comfort. Rather than lamenting the loss of these few souls, he felt indignation. He wielded a formidable army, yet struggled to identify a target, while the truly suspicious figures remained untouchable. My lord, upon my return to White Harbor, I shall dispatch individuals to escort them back, though my Mandler family holds steadfast faith in the seven gods. These ordinary northerners are devout followers of the old gods. They shall rest beneath the heart tree, watched over by their ancient deities. The voice of Clay was calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. Innis Fry could not refuse his request. He nodded, retracting the hand he had intended to place on Clay's shoulder, and replied, "As you wish." My lord Clay. Turning away, Clay scanned the crowd but failed to locate the landed knight from the Fry family who had brought them earlier that day. Furrowing his brow, he inquired of Ines Fry, "It appears the master of this land has abandoned us guests. Such a lack of hospitality is quite disconcerting. Would you not agree?" "Sir Ines Fry?" Ines understood Clay's implication. The absent knight, a mere squire, had fled, leaving behind the heir of White Harbor and the son of the Fry family patriarch. He mentioned that he had matters to attend to in the territory and allowed us to explore at our leisure, he explained. "Once I realized we had no leads here, I permitted him to attend to his affairs. Do you require his assistance, my Lord Clay?" Ines found it peculiar that Clay, who typically communicated with the decorum befitting a gentleman from the chivalric tales, had adopted such a sardonic tone. "It is of no consequence," Clay replied, "since the master has not invited us to his abode, and we have not enjoyed the salted bread. We shall refrain from disturbing him." A cold laugh echoed in Clay's mind. This landed knight had indeed fled swiftly. Had it been the rigid nobility of the North, horsemen would have already stormed the knight's estate by now, though the Fry family had granted them the rights of hospitality. Clay could argue that the knight had neglected his duties as a host by departing unaccompanied. However, Ines remained perplexed by Clay's reasoning. He did not believe Clay was irked by the lack of a visit to the rustic noble's estate. As the rightful heir of White Harbor, he had undoubtedly seen much greater marvels and had no need to view a wooden house amidst farmland. At that moment, the sound of hooves reached Clay's ears. Everyone was dismounted, having just completed a moment of silence. Who could be approaching? Turning suddenly, Clay gazed in the direction of the sound, which emanated from the King's Road. Below the ridge, Ines Fry, initially oblivious to Clay's fixation, began to discern the faint sound of hoofbeats after several moments, instinctively drawing his sword as nearby guards mounted their steeds. "Stay calm. There are only 2 horses. It must be someone from your household. Come to convey a message to one of us," Clay reassured Ines, who was about to mount his horse. Just as he spoke, 2 banners emblazoned with the Twin Towers emblem appeared atop the ridge. Clay's assumption proved correct. The riders were indeed from the Fry family. After scrutinizing Clay for a moment, Ines Fry conceded, "Congratulations, young Clay. It seems your conjecture was accurate. Let us see whom these 2 reckless individuals are seeking." To say they acted rashly would be a gross understatement. In times of war, such a reckless approach toward a cavalry unit halting to regroup would elicit an immediate command to unleash arrows, regardless of the banner they bore. This is not merely folly. It is a blatant disregard for life. "As you wish, Lord Innes," Clay replied. They were intercepted by the already mounted Lord Fry and the White Harbor Guard. 2 cavalrymen dismounted and exchanged words with the guards. Subsequently, Clay and Innes observed as the guards relieved them of their weapons and escorted them forward. Just as they came to a halt, Innes lashed out with his whip and directly inquired, "You 2, who sent you?" The guard, clearly aware of who Innes Fry was, dared not resist, inhaling sharply as he responded, "My lord, we were sent by the Marquis." "For what purpose?" "The Marquis instructed us to deliver a letter from White Harbor, purportedly written by Count Wayman, addressed to young Master Clay Mandrell. It states that upon reading the letter, he should immediately proceed to the eastern port, where his fleet awaits." One of the men extracted a letter from his breast pocket, which had been delivered by a raven. Clay snatched it and, upon opening, recognized his father's handwriting, conveying but one urgent message: "Return to White Harbor at once." Chapter 72. Return, young master. Why is the Lord in such a hurry for us to return to White Harbor? Did the letter mention the reason? The speaker was the captain of the guard, equally astonished by the urgent missive from Count Wyman. It seemed this letter had been dispatched directly from White Harbor to Luana City, where its recipients had pursued them here without delay. Calculating the time, they traveled slowly in greater numbers. The 2 cavalry from the Folii family had left half a day later than them. This indicated that Count Wyman's letter arrived in Luana City merely a day after their departure. The Raven's flight from White Harbor to Luana City did not take long, but it underscored a critical point. Count Wyman had not received their response from Luana City before sending this letter. "I do not know," said Clay, shaking his head. Grandfather did not elaborate in the letter, but he insisted we return to White Harbor at once, without room for negotiation. Clay recognized the time-sensitive nature of the situation. The arrival of this letter implied, that as soon as the old man learned of the ambush on the caravan from the Wolf's Den, he immediately dispatched a summons for their return to White Harbor. Although Cly had many suspicions, he lacked the essential evidence, and the old man would never divulge such details in writing, which would amount to sharing intelligence with the Folii family. This letter had disrupted his plans. He had intended to stay an additional night, sneaking into the knight's residence after midnight for a confrontation, demanding to know who had conspired in the ambush. However, he now had no choice but to depart. The letter clearly instructed him to hasten eastward to the coastal port, where his fleet awaited him. It was evident that the old man was indeed anxious. With a deep sigh, Cly cast a lingering glance at the solitary grave standing in the fields, contemplating, "Next time I return, it may very well be as a commander leading my troops southward. When that time comes, I will deal with those involved. I have no intention of letting them escape." Present at the scene, Innis Folii observed Cly deep in thought and recognized that he was about to leave. Considering Cly an ally, he too felt the abruptness of the situation, leaving everyone unprepared. However, he could not voice a plea for Cly to stay, as the direct order from the head of the Mandler family meant that the matter would have to be handled solely by him. Removing his hand from his chin, which bore the weight of his burdensome beard, Innis gently patted Cly's arm and spoke in a low voice. "Lord Cly, allow me to manage matters here. When your people from White Harbor arrive, I assure you that I will ensure everyone is returned. Since it is the command of Lord Wyman, you should set forth. However, Lord Cly, do remember the agreement between us. You are still young. I'm already over 50 and cannot wait indefinitely." Understanding the implication, Cly snapped back to the present and countered, "Then, Sir Innis Folii, when do you intend to commence your plans? Such a benevolent scheme is intricate and requires thorough preparation." Innis Fry rested his hand upon his beard, a smile gracing his lips as he nodded, his voice deliberately subdued. "Of course, Lord Clay, when the time is ripe, you shall be informed. However, your journey to White Harbor necessitates persuading your grandfather to formalize a betrothal between our families." Clay chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent. The arrangement of a betrothal would require patience. He would have to wait a little longer. Uncertain of the happenings in White Harbor, Clay felt it imprudent to delay further. He mounted his steed, meticulously surveying the land that had once witnessed the demise of an entire merchant convoy from White Harbor, committing its visage to memory before relinquishing any lingering attachments. He then turned his horse's head and galloped eastward. The intended destination was the small port where Clay had previously disembarked, situated approximately southeast of their current location, a journey of less than 4 days. This was the swiftest route back to White Harbor, a journey north along King's Road, crossing over Carlin Bay before heading east. Would take 10 days to 2 weeks, an extravagant waste of time that Clay preferred to avoid. He deliberately pursued the elusive traces left by the enigmatic forces lurking to the east. However, it became evident that these individuals had intentionally obscured their tracks after leaving some footprints, hoof prints, and wheel ruts, erasing them upon entering the woods. Even with Clay's keen demon hunter senses, he could not discern their direction, which underscored a crucial point. These individuals were undoubtedly not mere bandits, as such a professional level of skill was not characteristic of mere rogue elements. "My lord, we've lost the trail. The men have dispersed to search but found no traces," the captain of the guard lamented to Clay, striking a nearby tree trunk with his fist, chipping away a small section of the cracked bark. The frustration of having pursued for so long only to lose them was palpable. "Let be," Clay replied. "We shall eventually settle the score with those who owe us, but that is not our immediate concern. Let us traverse this forest swiftly. I find the air here unpalatable." The return journey was uneventful. The first half of the expedition had been manageable, but the latter half veered unexpectedly. Initially, they were alarmed to learn of the ambush on the White Harbor convoy, hastening to the scene only to uncover hidden complexities. After a thorough search, they had finally unearthed some clues, yet just as they were poised to investigate further, an urgent missive summoned them back to White Harbor, leaving them in a state of frustration and regret. On the dusk of the third day, Clay, accompanied by his 200 cavalrymen, finally reached the shore, where he beheld 4 grand sailing vessels anchored at the port, 2 more than when he had last departed. a group of individuals awaited at the harbor. Upon sighting Clay and his company, they promptly mounted their horses and rode forth to meet them. The fluttering mermaid flag confirmed that both parties belonged to the Mandrell family. As Clay discerned the identity of the leader, he was momentarily taken aback. "Sir Marlon?" he murmured to himself, astonished that he had traversed the biting bay to come and retrieve him. Observing the throng gathered at the dock and on the ships, he estimated there were at least 100. What could their intentions possibly be? As they approached, Sir Marlon immediately inquired, "Clay, did you encounter any difficulties on the journey?" Clay was momentarily taken aback by the question. Encounter difficulties? What sort of difficulties? Shaking his head, he rode alongside Sir Marlon towards the dock and replied, "No. The journey was exceptionally smooth. We received word of the ambush on the caravan just south of the neck and proceeded directly to the port, arriving in 3 days." "That is reassuring," Sir Marlon responded somewhat gloomily, and Clay sensed a slight release of tension from him. "Sir, what exactly has transpired that has prompted my grandfather to urge my return so urgently?" Anticipating Clay's inquiry, Sir Marlon sighed heavily and replied in a grave tone, "Do not ask. Your grandfather will explain upon your return. For now, let us board the ship. It is only by having you among the troops that I can truly feel at ease." Chapter 73. Bloodlines and Seals. Sir Marlon brought more than 200 men from White Harbor, surpassing the number that Clay had taken to the Twin River City. While Clay's expedition was a distant journey, necessitating a show of force with 200 cavalry, the question arose as to why Sir Marlon required such a considerable entourage for his retrieval of Clay. When accounting for the crew, the 4 vessels carried approximately 500 individuals. In the sparsely populated north, this number was considerable, as even small noble houses could scarcely muster such forces without full mobilization. Under Sir Marlon's persistent urging, Clay and his men boarded the ships without delay, as the knight issued immediate orders for the fleet to set sail back to White Harbor. Observing the seasoned knight standing at the bow, exuding a commanding military presence, Clay was filled with questions. Ultimately, he approached Sir Marlon and inquired, "My lord, is there truly a need for such haste?" Sir Marlon, somewhat exasperated, cast a glance at the heir of White Harbor. Having spent 2 years in Essos and returning to White Harbor for a mere 10 days, with the remainder of his time spent wandering various locales, the young lord's inability to remain settled in White Harbor was perplexing. It seemed he was too idle. Perhaps a visit to Lord Count would be in order to assign him some responsibilities and curtail his incessant roaming. However, the urgency of this summons could not be attributed solely to Clay's whims. It was a command from Count Wayman. Although Sir Marlon was not privy to the intricate details, he was aware that the family's caravans dispatched to the southern regions had not encountered attacks, yet were subjected to severe inspections. Typically, caravans would pass through checkpoints with gold dragons in hand, but this time, the inspectors audaciously rejected the bribes, adopting a facade of righteousness as they rigorously examined the cargo. Clearly, this was an unusual occurrence, indicating that significant figures had taken an interest in the sudden influx of caravans since Clay's return to White Harbor, and they were keen to uncover the nature of the goods involved. Sir Marlon, though unaware of the specifics of Clay and Count Wayman's arrangements, sensed that an investigation into Clay was underway. "We need to see you safe at the Mermaid Palace," Sir Marlon expressed, wishing to avoid a lengthy explanation, knowing that Count Wayman would elaborate to his grandson. He shifted the topic. "Having spent considerable time in Twin River City, what insights have you gained?" "From my observations, the second generation of the Freys are embroiled in fierce conflicts among themselves. While Lord Warden Fry has attempted to maintain balance at 90 years of age, his efforts seem to have exacerbated the tensions rather than mitigate them." Nodding slightly, Sir Marlon was somewhat aware of the internal dynamics of the Fry family. Suddenly, he fixed a stern gaze upon Clay and asked gravely, "Young man, I am aware of your purpose in this journey. Do not tell me you have entangled yourself in the Freys' disputes and returned with a marriage pact." Upon encountering this issue, Clay immediately expressed a denial verbally, yet internally pondered that he had indeed secured a marriage contract with the Mandrick family, albeit a contract he had no intention of fulfilling. Such thoughts were not suitable for sharing with the esteemed Sir Marlon before he returned to White Harbor to discuss the matter with his father. aboard the swaying vessel. Slumber proved elusive for one accustomed to solid ground. Clay lay in his cabin, gazing out of the porthole at the shimmering sea illuminated by the moonlight. During his lengthy stay in Twin River City, he had persistently endeavored to envelop his blood with his magical essence, aiming to confront the Dragon King's blood that resided within his heart, bestowed upon him by the three-eyed raven. This blood, approximately 3 to 4 centimeters in diameter, had been significantly assimilated through Clay's efforts, albeit at the cost of enduring excruciating cardiac pain almost every night, leading those unaware to mistakenly assume he suffered from a heart ailment. With a thought, the Demon Hunter system activated upon his retina. Demon Hunter system, level 2, potions, expand to view, bombs, expand to view, equipment, expand to view, magic pool, 80 unlocked seals, Quinn, level 1, Ard, level 1, Igni, level 1, Axii, level 1, Erden, level 1, items, expand to view. Clay accessed his inventory and retrieved the blue golden dragon egg that lay quietly within. The egg remained icy to the touch, yet Clay sensed a potent connection to it, fueled by the magical essence coursing through his blood. He had a premonition that when the Dragon King's blood fully permeated his being, it would signal the moment he could awaken the creature within. Under the moonlight, the blue golden egg glistened magnificently, yet the intangible allure it held caused Clay considerable discomfort. However, he recognized that acquiring power without investing time and effort was an impossibility. Replacing the dragon egg, Clay shifted his focus to the 5 unlocked seals. Preoccupied with various matters recently, he had neglected to thoroughly evaluate his abilities. In his assessments, Clay discerned that the efficacy of the 5 seals of the Demon Hunter was inferior to the seal capabilities of the Griffin School within the Demon Hunter realm, possibly due to the low level of his seals. Generally speaking, he perceived this as akin to the seals possessed by the Wolf School, which were more versatile in nature. Human nature is inherently greedy, and he certainly aspired for greater advancements in his seals. For the average Demon Hunter, seal capabilities might solidify upon the moment of mutation, with subsequent growth reliant solely on the passage of time. However, Clay's Demon Hunter system spared him from this arduous process. Currently, all his seals were at level 1, and to ascend, he required a substantial accumulation of magical energy. Transitioning from level 1 to level 2 necessitated 300 points of magic, comparable to the energy expenditure he experienced during his initial mutation into a Demon Hunter, which exempted him from a series of side effects. Clay adventured to the southern Seven Gods Cathedral, where he found the statues, despite their exquisite craftsmanship, to be meagerly imbued with chaotic magical energy, flickering intermittently in his Demon Hunter's sight. Indeed, the words of the three-eyed raven ring true. The 7 gods, revered by many in the South, may be in a state of utter decline, or perhaps their very essence is inherently feeble. It remains uncertain whether the powers of the 7 can be harnessed by Cray in the Grand Cathedral of King's Landing and the Church of the Old Town. Cray has already encountered the three-eyed raven, the avatar of the old gods, and is deeply intrigued to discover if there exist beings in Westeros that embody the will of the 7. As of now, to amass sufficient magical energy, Cray must seek it from the heart trees scattered throughout the north. Thus, his return to White Harbor necessitates this endeavor. Now, regarding the announcement, I must confess, I never anticipated such a swift decision from the editor, and so, the release is set for tomorrow. Originally, I intended to compile a summary of 200,000 words, but I shall convey my thoughts in advance. This book is, in essence, my inaugural work. The previous scattered writings were mere doodles. As a novice in the realm of online literature, I acknowledge that certain aspects of the earlier plot are indeed my shortcomings, as I attempted to lay too much groundwork, adversely affecting the pacing and overall experience. Furthermore, having just graduated, I'm still unfamiliar with the intricacies of the workforce. I believe many of you are aware of the current employment landscape and the competitive pressures therein. I am but an ordinary individual among many. While my results may not be stellar, I recognize that I must not be overly ambitious with my first book. I shall strive to do my utmost. Now, to return to the plot discussion. In these 60,000 words, I primarily chronicled the protagonist's journey southward to River Run. Initially, I aimed to bring the internal strife of House Fry to the forefront through the protagonist's influence, ensuring that he and the northern forces had no lingering concerns during their descent. However, as I progressed, I realized that House Fry is, in essence, an unappealing family. Regardless of my attempts to portray them, they would ultimately fail to endear themselves to the audience. I surmise that readers may be more inclined to witness tales of cavalry, warfare, conflict, dragons, demon-hunting legions, and valiant generals seizing banners. Frankly, I share this enthusiasm. Thus, upon recognizing the issue, I decided to have the time the protagonist spent with the phrase, leaving behind a small thread to hastily return north and commence his final preparations before the war. Once adequately prepared, I shall delve into the familiar narratives that you all cherish. However, it is evident that once the war commences, everything will diverge from what was previously established, which embodies the allure of fan fiction, to rectify the regrets of the original tale. Naturally, I, the humble author, aspire for this book to leave behind as few regrets as possible. In conclusion, regarding the release, for every 50 subscriptions, an additional chapter will be added, with no upper limit set. I hope for your generous support, and I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each and every reader. Chapter 74, The Dock. White Harbor, 4 grand sailing vessels adorned with mermaid motifs commanded the tumultuous waters of Biting Bay, a formidable presence that none dared to provoke. Although the pirates inhabiting this realm could collectively overpower the fleet of Cray, such an endeavor would incite the wrath of the Mandler family. While 20 warships may seem insignificant across the 7 kingdoms, they would be more than sufficient to deal with the longships of the pirates that roamed Biting Bay. Throughout his journey, Cray had observed numerous pirate longships lurking at a distance behind the White Harbor fleet. However, when Sir Marlin commanded the sails to unfurl and steer towards them, those scoundrels vanished with remarkable swiftness. On an afternoon filled with ominous clouds and the promise of impending rain, the White Harbor fleet, bearing their young lord, finally returned to their home port. Breathing in the briny scent of the sea, Cray stood at the bow, gazing at the bustling harbor and, in the distance, the imposing silhouette of the great and towering White Castle. Just over a month ago, Cray had returned to White Harbor in a similar fashion, but then he was newly arrived in Westeros, utterly bewildered by his surroundings. Now, while the harbor remained as lively as ever, he had undergone a profound transformation. Docking a large ship is a complex affair, but fortunately, White Harbor boasts the largest deep-water port in the north, allowing Cray to disembark without the need for a small skiff. Upon reaching the dock, he immediately spotted his sister, Valefield, standing amidst the crowd, her white dress making her presence unmistakable, surrounded by several handmaidens. Cray found it curious that he did not see Vera, knowing her spirited nature. She would likely have seized any opportunity to wait for him at the dock. However, her absence suggested that she had once again incurred their father's displeasure and was confined to her room. As Cray stepped onto the gangplank and set foot on northern soil, he composed himself, not waiting for his guards to retrieve the horses that lingered on the ship, but instead making his way into the crowd. The throng parted as he approached his sister, and with a playful smile, he teased, "Sister, you look so splendid. Are you waiting for someone special?" In response, Valefield offered him a subtle eye roll. She took his arm and said, "Grandfather asked me to welcome you here. I've brought a horse, eager to hear about your journey to River Run." Cray was acutely aware that their grandfather would not disclose the details of his so-called Valyrian super soldiers to Valefield. Such matters were not meant for a woman's ears. He smiled at the crowd that had gathered to greet him, scanning the faces around him with some surprise. Among the outermost guards, he recognized several familiar faces, candidates for his selected monster hunting squad, also his personal guards. It seemed that, during his absence, they had made noteworthy progress in their training with the White Harbor garrison, and he surmised that the assessments he had tasked his grandfather with before his departure had yielded results. As the prospect of personally assembling the very first band of monster hunters in Westeros filled his heart with a palpable excitement, Clay's pulse quickened momentarily. However, he soon recalled the ill-fated merchant fleet from White Harbor that met its demise south of the Neck, along with the words of Sir Marlin spoken aboard the ship. He fervently hoped that the herbs required for his tincture were unscathed, Otherwise, all plans would be delayed. Silently, Clay offered a prayer within his heart. After exchanging pleasantries, he assisted Wiltheid onto her horse before mounting his own, surrounded by a retinue of guards and his personal protectors. Dozens of steeds kicked up dust as they galloped forth. Their destination, the Mandler family's new stronghold. Clay, how was your journey to Twin Rivers? Those Freys. Wiltheid hesitated, her thoughts unspoken. Clay understood her unvoiced apprehension. He had made her a promise before his departure, and he had no intention of breaking it. As he rode, his body swayed in rhythm with the horse, and he bestowed a reassuring smile upon his sister. Clay would not divulge the matter of Inez to her. It would serve no purpose. Indeed, the Fry family had broached the subject of a betrothal, but rest assured, no Fry could whisk you away from White Harbor, I assure you. Upon hearing Clay's words, Wiltheid felt a weight lift from her heart. Deep down, she was acutely aware that as the heir of White Harbor, Clay possessed a degree of authority over her future marriage. During Clay's absence from White Harbor, she had often been plagued by nightmares of receiving a missive from Twin Rivers, informing her that Clay had selected an unsightly suitor from the Freys as her husband, an eventuality that would compel her to adorn herself and embark on a carriage journey, laden with her dowry, never to return. Countless times, such dreadful dreams had jolted her awake, but now, hearing Clay's reassurances, she knew she would sleep soundly that night. In the Sea Goddess Tower, within the study of Count Wyman, Wiltheid refrained from entering, halting just outside the door as she bid Clay farewell. Her father appeared unchanged, sipping from a bottle of summer red as if it were water. Upon Clay's entrance, the elder gentleman perked up, his robust form rising from the chair to circle Clay excitedly, mumbling something in rapid succession that Clay could not quite grasp. "Young man, it seems the Freys are not as formidable as I thought. They have not laid a finger on you. I expected you to return only after selecting a few suitable candidates from that den of Freys," the elder declared with a mock seriousness that belied the levity of his tone. With a resigned shrug, Clay, under his father's scrutinizing gaze, pulled out a chair for himself and also opened a bottle of summer red. However, rather than indulging in the direct approach of his father, he opted for a glass to pour himself a generous amount. "Grandfather, I can still maintain my composure, can't I? Such bravado. Your father said the same to me in his youth, and the very next day, I found him in his room. Tut, tut, tut." Clay sighed, wondering why his father's youthful escapades were being projected onto him. After all, which noble scion was not somewhat unruly without proper discipline? To speak candidly, Cleary is not one to maintain an unsullied reputation. Rather, he finds the association with an unknown multitude distasteful, a thought that brings him discomfort and prompts a frown. Enough of this trivial discourse. I am aware of your curiosity regarding the reason for your summons. The elder paused momentarily, his countenance transforming into one of grave seriousness as he declared, "Cleary, the merchant caravan from Jingza carries precisely what we seek. Moreover, aside from those from the northern territories, all other caravans have been scrutinized through lawful means. Most critically, news from King's Landing reveals that Lord Eddard is actively searching for His Majesty's illegitimate offspring." The elder concluded his remarks with a slow, deliberate tone. There's an unsettling scent wafting from that city. Chapter 75. The situation: the king is alive and in the prime of his life. Given his robust physique, it is likely that he could indulge in revelry and pleasures for decades before meeting the seven gods. Considering King Robert's temperament, should the gods summon him prematurely, he would likely brandish his war hammer and confront them one by one. Although His Majesty indulges in carnal delights and has engaged with countless beauties across various locales, resulting in an abundance of illegitimate offspring, he is nonetheless the father of 2 legitimate sons and a daughter. However, the current crown prince is hardly favored by anyone, save for his mother. As the esteemed hand of the king, summoned from King's Landing to Winterfell, Eddard Stark should be diligently addressing the chaos left behind in King's Landing. Why then is he searching for the king's bastards? Whether in King's Landing or distance from that quagmire, the lords who keep watch there are all well versed in the intricacies of power. Throughout the 7 kingdoms, Eddard Stark is renowned for his integrity and honor, a truth that even the North's unyielding ice cannot obscure. Given his friendship with King Robert, he would never undertake the task of retrieving these illegitimate children for anyone else. Thus, this endeavor carries an unusual undertone. The king would never compel his dear friend to identify and legalize all these bastards. Within the Red Keep lies a lioness, and only a fool would provoke her wrath. So what is the urgency behind Lord Eddard Stark's quest for these heirs? For years, the resemblance of the king's 3 children to their mother and uncle has circulated as gossip among the nobility of the Seven Kingdoms. If the intent is not immediate legitimization, could it be that Lord Eddard is investigating something or preparing for a certain event? Reports from the Night's Watch operatives in King's Landing indicate that the chaos following Jon Arryn's sudden death has shown no signs of abating since Lord Eddard's arrival. Instead, King's Landing is rife with rumors. Even the destitute beggars seem to whisper enigmatic tidings to one another. As the widow of Jon Arryn, Lisa Tully, alongside the young Lord Robert Arryn, has fled King's Landing in a desperate bid for safety, hastily sealing the gates of the Eyrie, though the reasons for such caution remain unclear. As a seasoned noble who has witnessed the tumult of Westeros for decades, Wyman Manderly senses an unsettling undercurrent in the current turmoil. Furthermore, the consecutive attacks on merchant caravans seeking herbs have heightened his anxiety, prompting him to summon his heir, who is stranded in the Reach, back to his side. The experienced old nobility, having participated in the War of the Usurper, are acutely aware that once war ignites, the Riverlands become the focal point of contention, regardless of the adversary. At that juncture, the heir must remain in the city of Lannister. If Lannister is the enemy, it would be tantamount to offering an invaluable bargaining chip to our adversaries. Count Waymon would never engage in such folly. It would be an utter dereliction of duty towards the entire Manderly family. Do not dismiss this as mere paranoia of an elder. Consider the catalyst of the War of Usurpation. To put it plainly, it was the elopement of a Stark maiden with the heir of House Targaryen that incited a cataclysm, leading to the downfall of a dynasty that had endured for over 2 centuries, resulting in rivers of blood across the Seven Kingdoms. Currently, Lord Eddard Stark is in King's Landing, investigating the demise of Prime Minister Jon Arryn while fervently searching for the king's bastards, children who, in theory, hold no claim to the throne, yet their true lineage remains uncertain. Coupled with the various reports relayed by their spies in King's Landing, could this not stir some unsettling thoughts among those adults who were acutely aware of the impending war? Observing his grandfather's grave demeanor, Clay understood all too well what might transpire within that city. His own butterfly effect had only served to spare Bran from witnessing something he should not have, indirectly aiding Tyrion in avoiding false accusations and thus delaying the onset of war. However, as Eddard Stark's investigation deepens, the significance behind Duke Jon Arryn's last words regarding the resilient nature of certain seeds will inevitably lead Eddard to uncover the true identities of the king's 3 offspring through the bastards and the tome, the genealogies and histories of the major nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. When that revelation occurs, irrespective of the outcome, war will be unavoidable. The Lannisters' influence in King's Landing is formidable. Upon Robert's demise, Queen Cersei could disregard any opposition, overturning Lord Eddard, who, despite clutching the royal decree, would find himself isolated and vulnerable. Stannis commands the royal fleet anchored at Dragonstone, while the Duke of Storm's End, after fleeing King's Landing, will don a crown in the Riverlands, uniting the forces of Storm's End and the Riverlands to march upon King's Landing with an army of 10,000. This scenario resembles a cascade of fallen dominoes, an unstoppable tide of destiny. Grandfather, we cannot concern ourselves with the affairs of King's Landing for now. We must deliberate on our next steps. Clay sensed the urgency of the situation escalating, which only intensified his eagerness to discuss the plans he had previously conferred with his elder. Sir Marlon and his grandfather had already selected the necessary individuals. Everything was in place, save for the herbs needed for the concoction. I understand. His grandfather sighed heavily, a hint of frustration evident as he waved his hand and repositioned his considerable bulk back into the chair, resting his chin on his palm and speaking solemnly. During your absence, various materials have gradually arrived at White Harbor, yet most have been confiscated by the newly emerged inspectors. The negotiation party is en route, but this will require time. All said and done, according to your specifications, we can currently muster no more than 10 sets for you. As for the remainder, it is beyond our means, as some materials are quite difficult to procure, compounded by. Clay was acutely aware of what he had not articulated, that being the ambush he had witnessed in Kingsgrave. Grandfather, the ambush against our by port merchant convoy likely harbors deeper secrets. You are well aware that such a scheme must have been orchestrated by influential figures. Yet I must assert that the local nobility also played a role in this affair. I was present at the scene. With unwavering clarity, Clay recounted his observations to his grandfather, having previously confided in him about his own transformation. He did not conceal how he came to notice the anomalies. Grandfather, given the current instability, we shall temporarily document the events that transpired there. Once the situation stabilizes, I will assemble a sufficient force and march directly to the knight's estate. Unearthing the truths hidden behind this incident, Clay calmly articulated his forthcoming plan to his grandfather. We possess a few pieces of evidence. Let's gather as many allies as possible, for only the power we hold in our own hands is genuine. There is more to come after the second update. End of this chapter. Chapter 76. Material organization. Nodding in agreement, the elder acknowledged his grandson's perspective. This course of action was, after all, unavoidable. Gathering intelligence through the inspection of merchant caravans was, within the aristocracy of Westeros, a rather disreputable norm. For instance, the riverlands, vast and fertile, yield an abundance of grain, resulting in the local nobility generally enjoying considerable wealth. However, a notable deficiency exists. The region lacks high-quality iron or deposits. If for a certain period, the affluent lords of the Riverlands were to invest heavily in procuring vast quantities of iron, what conclusions might one draw? In this era, iron serves predominantly one purpose beyond the crafting of agricultural tools and small items: the production of various weaponry, including but not limited to longswords, shields, armor, and arrows. Given the poor preservation of iron items, an ordinary noble would not stockpile such materials unless iron was locally produced. Therefore, if a particular noble or a cluster of nobles were to procure iron on a large scale through merchant caravans, one could only speculate on their intentions. Caravans themselves serve as excellent conduits of information. Many denials from nobles are rendered moot as the reality of their purchases becomes evident through the very transactions they undertake. Regarding the investigation of the White Harbor caravan, both Cray and his elder had little recourse. This was an unwritten rule among the nobility. By the time the individuals from White Harbor journeyed southward to reclaim their detained caravan, the details of the cargo would already have been thoroughly uncovered. Although the elder had taken precautions by pairing each essential herb with a plethora of inconsequential items, the process of retrieval from White Harbor would indeed consume a significant amount of time. The grandfather and grandson discussed forthcoming arrangements and the various intrigues surrounding River Run and the Freys. The elder expressed his disdain for the Fry name, while simultaneously deriding Cray's mention of the plans involving Edric Fry. In the elder's view, if the young rascal wished to stir up trouble, let him do so. It would be entertaining to witness the chaos he could create in River Run, and the elder eagerly anticipated such developments. The elder commended Cray for feigning agreement to Edric Fry's betrothal. Stirring discord within the already tumultuous Fry household was a prospect he relished. Even if Edric were to send envoys, Cray could simply deny their legitimacy or even eliminate them. Ideally, he could deceive Edric into believing the matter was resolved. If discovered, it would matter little. At that juncture, he would comprehend the implications of the Mandler family's actions. As their conversation drew to a close, the day had nearly slipped away. The two had consumed 4 bottles of golden wine from the arbor. Though both possessed commendable tolerance for alcohol, rendering ordinary spirits ineffective against them. Once again, they attended a familiar evening gathering, where Cray encountered his father, uncle, and sister, Verfield. Oh, and there was his disheartened sister, Vila, who had been confined by their grandfather for the day. Reclining on his bed, Clay once more experienced the excruciating pain that tore his heart. As he felt the Dragon King's blood surging within him, a satisfied smile graced his lips in the darkness. finally allowing the taut nerves that had plagued him for days to relax as he drifted into slumber. The following day, Clay arrived early at the Sea God Tower. At the pinnacle of this towering structure lay a storeroom that had remained vacant for years, accumulating family odds and ends over time. However, it had recently been organized by Count Wyman, who had stored all the materials that had been transported there. Clay possessed only a single key to this room, which he had given to his grandson, knowing that the boy lacked the knowledge to make use of it. He refrained from keeping a copy himself, for doing so would only heighten the risk of exposing the precious medicinal formulas. Taking out the specially crafted key, Clay unlocked the heavy door, pushing it open to reveal a peculiar aroma wafting from within, which his keen sense of smell quickly identified as a blend of various herbs used in the preparation of grass medicines. Upon entering, his gaze fell upon a massive table, where, in addition to some materials kept fresh by ice, lay a significant heap of coppergrass and similar items. Clay was baffled by the method employed by the trading caravan to maintain the freshness of these herbs. On the opposite side of the long table stood a smaller round wooden table adorned with various jars and bottles. This assortment was not what Clay had requested. It was likely a result of his grandfather's misjudgment, or perhaps an assumption that these items were necessary for potion making. Had Clay been an ordinary demon hunter, he would have indeed required a complex alchemical setup, enduring countless failures before mastering the art of crafting grass medicine. Yet, fortunate individuals like him often have access to advantages. He possessed a system. With each batch of grass medicine he concocted, the system flawlessly completed the task for him. If quality were to be considered, his creations would undoubtedly be of the highest caliber, though they remained unsellable. Nonetheless, the process demanded a degree of his energy. It was impossible to replicate the effortless synthesis seen in games, leaving him in need of occasional respite. In any case, with only the key in Clay's possession, he could securely store all the herbs in his inventory, thus adding an extra layer of protection. The caravan from the Mandler family mixed these herbs among a plethora of other goods, making it highly improbable for anyone conducting an investigation to deduce the correct formula for grass medicine merely by cataloging the types of supplies. However, should the contents of this room fall into the hands of a discerning individual, it would directly expose the formula. Even though the synthesis was exceedingly challenging and mutations fraught with difficulties, it nonetheless represented a potential leak that Clay could not afford to tolerate. Moreover, the herbaceous concoction is not merely an essential component for the Witcher's mutations. It is, in itself, a highly toxic substance. In the absence of a mage's assistance, this seemingly innocuous potion resembles a diluted version of the tears of lethargy, potentially yielding effects comparable to those that felled Emperor Jor. Thus, Clay's decision to store the herbs is a far more prudent choice, simultaneously addressing the issue of preservation. While the low temperatures of ice can slow the process of decay, it is not a viable long-term solution. By consigning them to the inventory, akin to suspending time, he eliminates this concern altogether. Clay devoted approximately an hour to meticulously categorizing and storing these materials within his system inventory. Materials such as sentinel bark, phantom grass, and copper leaf were plentiful. Yet the critical component, lizard lion venom gland, remained elusive. The elders claim that only 10 portions could be procured was indeed a limitation, with this particular item being a specialty of the neck marshes. The stock in White Harbor was already scant, and the remainder was lost due to unforeseen circumstances along the way. The third update. End of chapter. Chapter 77. The Alchemy of the Cray Card. Those who have tasted speak highly of it. A week prior in King's Landing, news had emerged that Eddard Stark had commenced his search for the king's illegitimate offspring. It was merely a matter of time before anyone with a modicum of sense, upon observing a sufficient number of black-haired children, would discern the true parentage of Joffrey, Tommen, and Myrcella. Previously, Cray had struggled to predict when turmoil would erupt in King's Landing, which had dictated his journey to the twins. However, upon his return and hearing the reports of unrest, Cray realized that this was his final opportunity. Let the tension be what it may. I must first concoct a potion of grass. Cray mused to himself. The mutation elixirs of Witchers were, in truth, divided into schools, resulting in varied effects. Cray recognized this fact and considered that, leveraging the system, he might later explore enhancements to these mutagenic potions. The Witcher system currently resided at level 2, and ascending to level 3 lacked any definitive guidance from the rather laid-back system. Yet, Cray had an inkling that once he personally crafted a Witcher, the system would undergo another transformation. As for himself, should he succeed in creating an improved potion of grass or some variant of mutagenic agents unique to Westeros, he yearned to experiment with secondary mutations. After all, who would ever disdain becoming more powerful? Enough of such thoughts for now. It is time to work. Cray dismissed the musings in his mind and selected materials from his inventory: dragon bone, ghost grass, copperleaf, sentinel bark, lizard lion venom, and adult swamp leeches, following the proportions dictated by the system to the alchemical synthesis station. Fully engrossed in the task, Cray could sense the ingredients undergoing alchemical transformation in an indescribable realm he could perceive. His mental energy gradually waned, but fortunately, crafting these potions did not deplete his magical power. Otherwise, with only 80 points remaining in his magic pool, he might have struggled to sustain the endeavor. Regarding magical energy, he had reached an agreement with the three-eyed crow, allowing him to draw freely from its reserves at this stage, though this would not necessarily be the case in the future. The three-eyed crow was effectively investing in Cray's ambitions in the south, preparing for a potential confrontation with heir, creating a situation reminiscent of a Three Kingdoms scenario. Sun Quan supported Liu Bei against Cao Cao because he could not face Cao Cao's massive army alone. Yet, after Liu Bei established himself in Shu, the alliance transformed into a tripartite stalemate. Had Liu Bei and Zhuge Liang been more aggressive and launched a northern expedition to seize the Guangzhou region, the Sun-Lu alliance might have morphed into a Sun-Chao alliance, illustrating how circumstances can shift. The situation in Westeros mirrored this chess game. Cray's dominion was currently limited to White Harbor, insufficient to instill significant apprehension in the three-eyed crow, who represented the old gods. However, should Cray establish a foothold in the south, it remained uncertain whether he would retain the current support he enjoyed. For the time being, he was unclear on whether human faith influenced the existence of deities, nor had he fully grasped the intricacies of magic or divine logic in Westeros. Cray does not perceive humanity as particularly significant in relation to the divine. Otherwise, how could the seven, the predominant deities of Westeros, have diminished to such a state, while the old gods, revered in the sparsely populated north, retained their formidable power? The three-eyed raven has persistently emphasized the importance of the land itself, rather than the inhabitants dwelling upon it. Cray contemplates that perhaps the essence of the earth surpasses that of its living beings. Yet he cannot dismiss the possibility that the three-eyed raven is leading him astray, engaging in a battle of wits with a being whose lifespan far exceeds that of mortals, and who can leisurely immerse itself in the annals of history, demands that Cray exercise the utmost caution. Certain thoughts must remain unspoken within the confines of his mind, lest he find himself under the scrutiny of unseen eyes. As time drifts by, Cray patiently awaits the outcome of his inaugural attempt at brewing the herbal concoction. This endeavor, seemingly a gesture of camaraderie from the system, does not impose significant strain on his psyche. However, during this second attempt, he must confront the mental toll it exacts. In the dimly lit chamber, the passage of time is indiscernible until, at last, the familiar sounds of ethereal bubbles bursting and water flowing reach his ears, invigorating his spirit. He realizes that he has successfully brewed the second batch of herbal potion. As anticipated, his inventory reveals the familiar emblem, prompting him to focus his mind and examine the still warm vial of herbal brew. Name: Herbal Potion Version 2. 0 effects. Induces Witcher mutations in ordinary individual side effects. Significant neural damage can be mitigated. Severe reduction in fertility can be mitigated. Pupil dilation can be mitigated. Base success rate 40 can be improved. Remarks: a potion of superior quality. Consuming it may slightly enhance your survival odds compared to your predecessors. The path to becoming a Witcher shall be open to you. However, it is imperative to avoid tridents and women of magic, for you may find them beyond your control. Taking a deep breath, Cray examines the potion's remarks, his lips twitching slightly in bemusement. What does it mean that a trident has become a customary weapon for witchers? Furthermore, what constitutes a woman of magic? If they mean sorceresses, they should state it plainly. The implication that he may not be able to handle them leaves him feeling somewhat discriminated against. Are there truly sorceresses in Westeros? Suddenly, a vision of a striking woman in a crimson robe materializes in his mind. Her words could indeed classify her as a sorceress, albeit one of a unique variety within the realm of ice and fire. Recalling the deeds of the woman known as Melisandre, Cray understands the necessity of caution. Heeding advice is wise, and while he refuses to concede to the notion that he cannot handle such matters, exercising prudence is never unwarranted. Moreover, he wishes to witness the followers of the Red God, R'hllor, and experience the essence of R'hllor's magic through the lens of a witcher. He hopes not to encounter a walking sun in the process, he muses. Nevertheless, Cray notes that this iteration of the herbal potion appears to be an upgraded version of the previous one. Although the base success rate has increased by a mere 10%, this advancement is indeed significant. It is important to note that if a true monster hunter were to undergo mutations, even with a multitude of mages and support personnel by their side, the Wolf School, to which one Geralt belongs, would barely manage to achieve a success rate of 40%. In stark contrast, the monster hunter system devised by Clay is truly commendable. The herbal concoction produced by Clay is genuinely of high quality. Reflecting on those young men selected by the Elder, a peculiar smile graced my face. Rest assured, with my presence, aside from a bit of discomfort, I shall address the remaining concerns, for this herbal remedy is indeed of exceptional merit, is it not? Fourth update. End of chapter 78. The future demon hunters, after completing the first batch of freshly brewed herbal medicine, Clay felt a slight weariness. Yet it was tolerable and did not hinder his actions. He toyed with the 3 small vials of the improved herbal concoction in his hands, but to his naked eye, he could discern no difference from the original. After pondering for a moment, he returned the vials to his inventory. If memory served him correctly, this remedy possessed little in the way of preservative qualities and needed to be utilized immediately upon preparation. Clay could not afford to leave it exposed for too long. Should it lose efficacy, all his efforts would be in vain. For now, he decided to refrain from further potion making and instead set out to examine the individuals who had been selected, hoping to identify a fortunate candidate to become the second demon hunter after him. Supporting his chin with one hand, Clay mused aloud. Just yesterday, his father had briefed him. Sir Marlon had completed the selection process, and during Clay's absence, his father had been tirelessly indoctrinating these candidates. As descendants of the offshoots from the Mandler family lineage over the past millennium, they were already immensely thrilled to be in the presence of the head of their mainline family, Count Wyman. Now, knowing they had passed through rigorous scrutiny, they eagerly anticipated returning to the family stronghold, New Castle, and pledging their allegiance to the future Count of White Harbor, Master Clay Mandel, which filled them with a sense of bright prospects. Under his father's relentless persuasion, extolling Clay's deeds in Winter City while subtly hinting at his extraordinary encounters in Essos, they were fortunate enough to experience a glimpse of the young Masteress adventures. According to his father, their performance had greatly satisfied him, and now, Clay was eager to discover what manner of individuals could have elicited such approval. Having already joined the White Harbor Guard, the first batch of 22 individuals who had ultimately passed the selection process awaited in the guardroom of New Castle, residing alongside other attendants. Yesterday, their eagerly anticipated master, Clay Mandel, finally returned from the territories of the Southerners. With immense excitement, they, as his newly appointed guards, welcomed him at the port for the first time. Though none among them could rival the stature of Clay's sister, Wilfred, it did not diminish their enthusiasm for this momentous occasion. 22 pairs of eyes were fixed intently on the tall, young man, adorned with a sword at his waist, descending from the ship, eager to etch his visage into their memories. Meanwhile, lying in bed, Crizin Mandel caressed the ancestral armor set aside nearby, his mind wandering to dreams of the future. This armor had once been worn by his great-grandfather during battles alongside the Count of White Harbor. As a knight bestowed lands in the northern territories of White Harbor, his great-grandfather had lived a prosperous life. However, both his grandfather and father had lacked the acumen for stewardship, recklessly squandering the family's legacy, leading to its decline. Now, all that remained were a suit of armor that had not seen use in decades. For him, selling the armor that once embodied countless honors was indeed the only option for a future livelihood. After all, survival is paramount. However, one fateful day, the illustrious Sir Marlon Mandler of White Harbor unexpectedly approached him, presenting an opportunity to transform his life and rejuvenate his family's legacy, to become the personal guard of the young master, Clay Mandler, whom he had never met before. Through the myriad of peculiar conversations echoing through the streets of White Harbor, Clizzen learned that this young master was audacious enough to draw his sword against the Lannister family in the presence of His Majesty the King. Clizzen had not inherited his father's penchant for idleness, but he had certainly adopted the disdain his father and grandfather held for the Southerners, particularly for the Lannisters, who had sullied their honor during the War of Usurpation. He held immense anticipation for such a master, as Sir Marlon had articulated. Wherever Clay's sword pointed would become their destined path. Lost in thought, Clizzen was interrupted by Vito Mandler, who approached his bedside, brandishing a chicken leg, and playfully gestured towards the steel sword resting against the headboard. "Shall we spar in the courtyard, Sir Clizzen?" he invited with a grin. The title Sir was a playful moniker bestowed upon Clizzen by the others, for he was the most diligent and hard-working among them in training and study. They often remarked that his relentless efforts were aimed at gaining the favor of young Master Clay, with hopes of being knighted and restored to nobility. Although he had not always achieved the highest marks, his consistent dedication earned him Sir Marlon's praise, for sometimes attitude outweighs innate talent. As Vito Mandler, one of his closest companions among the 20 or so, extended his invitation to duel, Clizzen felt no inclination to decline. With a chuckle, he sprang from his bed, eschewing armor, and seized his long sword, following Vito, who had already dispatched his chicken leg, out into the open air. Clad in ordinary garments, the two stood in the courtyard, acutely aware of each other's capabilities, confident that neither would inflict harm upon the other. This was a lesson emphasized by Count Wayman during his visits, instructing them that as personal guards, they must be able to trust their comrades to protect their backs while they focused on their immediate adversaries. "Come on." Vito, whose swordsmanship paled in comparison to Clizzen's, seized the initiative, charging forth with a mighty roar. A large crowd had already gathered, eager to witness the spectacle of their comrades' duel, an essential form of entertainment for them. Observing the scene from the periphery, Clay scrutinized every strike and defense exchange between the two combatants, understanding that eloquent words meant little without the skill to back them up. The circle of spectators was not tightly packed, allowing Clay to approach slowly, his gaze sweeping over each individual, missing not a single detail. Ultimately, he redirected his focus back to the duelists, utilizing his experience and keen observational skills to deduce that the dark-haired guard was destined to lose. The exertion of combat is an immense drain on one's physical stamina, a truth that applies universally. Breath came in rapid gasps, and his arms felt rigid. These were the telltale signs of exhaustion. The swordsmanship of the two combatants was closely matched, yet the ebony-haired guardian, Vito, lagged slightly behind his opponent in terms of stamina. Indeed, after a mere 10 seconds, during a fierce clash, Vito could no longer maintain his grip on the hilt and lost his weapon. In the next heartbeat, a jagged black longsword was thrust before him, its tip poised ominously against his throat. He had lost. This outcome had long been anticipated in his mind, yet the reality of it dulled his eagerness to speak. Observing his despondent friend, Clizzen was about to offer words of solace when he noticed Vito, as if ensnared by an invisible spell, staring blankly at something behind him. Puzzled, he turned, only to feel a hand rest upon his shoulder, accompanied by a gentle voice that whispered in his ear, "My guardian, as the victor, will you accept my challenge?" Startled, Clizzen turned back to behold the youthful countenance before him, instinctively exclaiming, "Lord Clay." The fifth update. Woohoo completed. End of chapter. Chapter 79. The first candidate. No one noticed how their young master, Clay, had silently appeared beside them, akin to a shepherd dog oblivious to the wolf's kiss at its throat. As a personal guard, lacking sufficient vigilance could lead to severe consequences on the battlefield. After the victor of the contest called out to him, he stood as still as a statue. Clay found this amusing and empathized with his feelings. Thus he spoke. "What is the matter? Did you exhaust yourself too much just now? Fear not, I can wait." Awakened from his reverie, Clisson came to his senses, confronted by the young master's soothing and gentle smile, which nonetheless instilled a sense of unease within him. "No, young Master Clay, I fear I might hurt you." His words were somewhat stammered, yet they conveyed his meaning. He had only witnessed the young master engage in combat once before, and that instance was on the training grounds, where everyone had been overly cautious, unwilling to truly spar with him. With so many present, he had not had the opportunity to face the young master in a duel. After a period of systematic sword training, Clisson felt he had made significant progress in his swordsmanship, hence his apprehension. Clay sensed a hint of disdain directed at him, though he understood it was unintentional. The casual social interactions of these peripheral figures were entirely different from the core relationships he shared with his father and the lineage, making their awkwardness quite normal. Shaking his head, Clay flicked his wrist, and his finely crafted steel sword was unsheathed with a swift motion, the blade dancing in his hand, creating a fleeting silver specter. "What is your name?" Clay inquired calmly. Momentarily taken aback, Clisson realized the young master was asking for his name. He responded with a degree of shyness. "Clisson." As soon as he uttered his name, Clay's voice pierced through the air like a shooting star, compellingly close to his ear. "Clisson, I shall remember your name. Now, as your master, Clay Mandler, I command you to take up your sword." The sword was raised halfway, but Clay could clearly see Clisson's hesitation. Thus, he added fuel to the fire. "Do you lack the courage even to raise your sword? If so, you should leave this place at once. We have no need for cowards here." No sooner had the words left Clay's lips than he noticed Clisson's gaze hardening with determination. Unbeknownst to Clay, it was not the word coward that spurred this change, but rather the thought of being dismissed from a guard. The weight of restoring his family's glory and regaining the title of knight bore heavily upon him. He could not bear the thought of being disgracefully expelled from the personal guard. Absolutely not. Finally, Clisson lifted his sword, fixing his gaze upon the young master standing before him, and solemnly declared, "Be careful, young master." In response, Clay merely pointed his sword's tip at him. Following the teachings of Sir Marlin, Clisson instinctively stepped forward to probe, knowing that in such one-on-one encounters, the first to strike often leaves themselves open to counterattack from a patient opponent. However, it soon became evident to Clisson that the young master, Mr. Clay, was relentlessly pressing forward, offering him no opportunity for respite. The clash of their blades met only to part once more. Yet Clisson found himself gradually forced backward by Clay's relentless advance. He could not gamble on the young master's patience. Retreating further would mean losing any chance for a counterattack. In a moment of desperation, he gritted his teeth and lunged forward with his long sword, initiating the assault. Uncertain of Clay's strength, he tempered his strike, prepared to withdraw should the young master fail to respond. After all, the disparity in their social standings was immense. Yet, within the next heartbeat, he realized the folly of his hesitation. Clay effortlessly evaded his thrust, tilting his head aside, and then, like a serpent, Clay's sword struck down upon Crisson's wrist with a resounding blow. A muffled grunt escaped Clisson as he staggered back, the searing pain in his wrist extinguishing any remnants of arrogance. Had Clay employed the blade's edge instead, Crisson's entire right hand, along with his weapon, would have already met the cold, hard floor beneath him. Clay nodded, indicating for him to continue, and with a flourish, his sword danced elegantly in the air, its blade pointing skyward, resting against the back of his arm. That prior strike had merely served as a reminder for Clisson to take the duel seriously. Taking a deep breath, Clisson understood that the young master's swordsmanship was likely on par with his own. The warriors of the North were known for their martial prowess and straightforward demeanor. Only through utmost effort could one earn the respect of others. After another probing attempt, Clisson swung his sword with vigor, targeting the vulnerable space beneath Clay's left arm. It was a difficult strike to defend against, as it came from an awkward angle, making it arduous for the defender to block a fully committed blow. Yet, in a flash, he observed Clay's sword standing firm like an indomitable pillar, absorbing his attack with a resounding crack. Before Crizin could comprehend the turn of events, Clay's unoccupied left hand seized his wrist with a swift motion, rendering him powerless. Crizin felt a tremendous force surge through him. The wrist that had previously been struck by Clay's sword was assaulted once more, the agonizing pain racing through his nerves and into his mind. Just as the command to retain his grip on the sword formed in his thoughts, instinct took over, and his weapon clattered to the ground. With a forceful tug, Clay brought Crizin's south throat perilously close to the sword's edge. The outcome was inevitable. Clay's keen hearing captured the collective gasps of the surrounding guards. It had transpired too swiftly. From the onset of their duel to Crizin's disarmament and defeat, it had taken but 2 exchanges, both targeting the same vulnerable spot. They all knew of Crizin's swordsmanship, which, while it occasionally faltered against others, ranked among the finest. Their shared time had made this abundantly clear. Yet, even so, Crizin found himself toyed within Clay's hands, akin to a child. It was evident to all that it was not Crizin who was holding back, but rather the young master Clay. Very well, Crizin. The victor is now I. I welcome you to challenge me again and reclaim your title as champion, Clay said with a smile, extending a hand to help the visibly conflicted Crizin to his feet. Young master, your prowess is unmatched among those I have encountered. Still unable to articulate his thoughts, Crizin could only clumsily offer dry compliments. Clay chuckled, patting Crizin on the shoulder, and said, "This is the essence of White Harbor. The expanse of Westeros is vast, and in due course, I shall introduce you to the martial prowess of the Southern swordsman. Of course," he silently added, "it would likely be on the battlefield." He had already resolved that Crizin would be his first choice. "Crizin, I have a task for you, though I wonder if you will be able to accomplish it." Clay's smile faded, replaced by a serious expression. Without the slightest hesitation, Crizin straightened his posture, resembling a javelin firmly planted in the ground, and proclaimed loudly, "Your sword's edge." "My direction." With the candidate determined, Clay entrusted him to his father, who would lead Crizin to a clandestine underground chamber, a place where he would undergo his trials. Meanwhile, Clay had departed from Newcastle alone, for he intended to venture into the sacred woods surrounding the Wolf's Den to seek a modicum of magic from our esteemed three-eyed raven. After becoming a demon hunter, his magical powers would gradually restore themselves. However, at present, Clay assumed the role of a mage tasked with maintaining Crizin's bodily stability in preparation for his transformation. Furthermore, to avert the dreadful side effects, he had no choice but to embark on this journey. Typographical errors have been corrected in advance. I seek your subscription and support. End of chapter. Chapter 80. A surge of magic. All prepared the sacred wood remained as tranquil as ever, its robust trunks supporting a vast sea of leaves in a myriad of hues, suspended 3 meters above the ground. This place was adjacent to the ancient wolf den of White Harbor, a sight shunned by most. The arrival of Clay might mark him as the first visitor to this venerable forest today. The last time he was here, prior to his journey to Twin River City, he had shared a bottle of memory-laden, inferior ale with Sir Bartimus, the commander of the White Sea Guard. Now, Sir Bartimus had departed from this woodland, returning to his fief, while Clay found himself back here, once again communing with the ancient powers of the Northern faith. With his keen senses, Clay swiftly navigated the periphery of the sacred wood, arriving at the heart of the forest, where the ancient heart tree stood. Beneath its boughs lay the familiar pond. Just as he remembered, circumventing the pond, he approached the base of the heart tree, where the crimson leaves swayed gently above him, producing a soft, rustling sound. In this serene and beautiful environment, one might envision a captivating world, yet Clay was acutely aware that this ancient tree, marked by the passage of time, served as an eye planted here by the three-eyed raven. When the three-eyed raven last departed, it left behind a wealth of magical energy, which Clay had been unable to harness at the time, as he had promptly journeyed southward. Now the moment had finally arrived to claim this gift. He pressed his palm gently against the cool bark of the heart tree, and his demon hunter system unfurled within his mind's eye. He accessed his magical reservoir, initiating the second extraction of magic from the heart tree. Unlike the previous occasion, when he nearly succumbed to the overwhelming influx of magic, Clay had since acquired the ability to effectively control the flow. Although the reservoir itself displayed no upper limit, Clay's body had its constraints. The magic of the three-eyed raven, embodying the essence of the ancient deity, was a complex amalgamation of powers. It was evident to Clay that these energies could not be utilized directly. They required purification through the system's magical reservoir. Should he attempt to wield this magic directly, he sensed that consuming a potion made from the grass would lead to a fate so dire that even with 10 of his companions by his side, it would not suffice to save one's soul from the clutches of death. According to the theory of the three-eyed raven, the disparate magical systems rendered such energies as a lethal poison to magical beings. Clay estimated that without the filtering presence of the demon hunter system, he would be utterly incapable of accessing the powers belonging to the ancient deity. As magic flowed steadily into him, the digits in the reservoir fluctuated ceaselessly. Initially boasting a mere 80 points of magical energy, Clay aimed to amass over 200 this time. With an increased success rate of 10%, he could afford to allocate less magic to enhance the probability of success, thereby safeguarding the life of Krisen. Aside from the potential side effects, such as fertility issues and cat's eye phenomena, over 200 points of magic would suffice for him to create 2 demon hunters. At this stage, the power of the three-eyed raven is at his disposal. There is no need to harness an excessive amount of magic all at once. He vividly recalls the excruciating sensation of his body being overwhelmed by magic during his previous experience in the sacred wood of Winterfell. As the magic surged, Clay continued to draw upon it, aware that the three-eyed raven could perceive his actions. In a sense, his current endeavor was akin to plucking its feathers. Could it remain indifferent? Beyond the Great Wall, in a secret cavern entwined by countless vines, the three-eyed raven, resembling a withered branch, opened its blood-red eye and turned its rigid head to gaze southward. Why is it that when my power enters your body, I lose all perception? The more secrets you harbor, the more I fear you. Even my master is oblivious to the identity that lies behind you. How concerning it is. The avatar of the otherworldly deity. Whispers traversed the dim space, laden with profound doubt and trepidation. The three-eyed raven had observed the heretics of this northern land countless times, yet to this day, it had yielded no fruitful discoveries. What power was it that it yearned to unveil? Half an hour elapsed, and Clay finally ceased his actions, withdrawing his hand from the rough-textured trunk. He had accumulated 220 points of magic, sufficient for his forthcoming endeavors. Well, that's enough for today. I must return. If I linger too long without showing my face in White Harbor, I can only imagine how many will be anxious. Truly, it has never felt this significant in the past decade. With a self-deprecating thought, Clay turned back. His demon hunter senses enabled him to discern the footprints with clarity. It must be acknowledged that such senses are remarkably useful for one prone to losing their way, while others rely on direction. The directionally challenged demon hunter navigates home by footprints, an amusing predicament indeed. Retracing his steps, he exited the sacred wood, where his horse remained leisurely grazing. It was not the simplicity of White Harbor's folk that deterred others from coveting it. Rather, the mermaid sigil emblazoned on the saddle and gear served as a protective charm. Mounting his steed and stroking its mane, Clay gently urged it forward, and the well-trained warhorse galloped toward New Castle under his guidance. For Krisen, he could hardly fathom that a single remark from Master Clay would lead him directly to the core structure of the Mandler family, the Tower of the Sea God, where he encountered the esteemed Count Wyman Mandler. Upon grasping Krisen's intentions, the elder immediately recognized that this young man was the first choice of his grandson. Although he was unaware of why only this individual was selected, Count Wyman had complete faith in his grandson. Take him underground. There's a room painted red beside the armory. You know the place, Count Wyman instructed the guard. Seeing the guard nod, he turned to Krisen, a smile blooming on his flushed face. Young man, follow my guard to a place where you can wait. That lad, Clay should return to find you shortly. Krisen nodded in bewilderment, unaware of the true purpose behind his summoning. Count Wyman, however, was acutely aware of the questions swirling in Krisen's mind. Yet, it was more fitting for Cray to elucidate this matter, as he was the personal guard, and it was impractical for him to intervene in every situation. For Cray, this was indeed the case. The challenges that awaited these guards would far surpass those faced by any noble's retinue. It would be exceedingly inappropriate if he did not leave his mark on them. Riding his steed, Cray made his way back to the courtyard, where he entrusted his horse to his servant. He was now headed to the monster hunter's transformation chamber, prepared by the elder. At this moment, he was brimming with magical energy and had the potion in hand, fully equipped for the impending transformation. End of chapter. Chapter 81. The trial begins. Crizin was escorted by Count Wyman's guards to a chamber in the depths of the Sea God Tower, marked by a vivid red insignia on its door. He inquired about the purpose of this room, but it was evident that the guard possessed no more knowledge than he did. The room was illuminated by numerous candles, suggesting it had recently been tidied. There was little evidence of congealed wax beneath them. The furnishings were sparse, a solitary table adorned only with a candlestick, and a bed, if one could call it that, constructed of thick steel bars, featuring a hollow in the center, large enough for a person to recline. He noted that there were unfastened metal clasps at the wrists, ankles, and neck, their purpose unknown. Surrounding the room were several chairs, and near the door, he spotted a cabinet stocked with sufficient provisions of water and food to last an individual for quite some time. Beyond this, the chamber was devoid of any other items, its dark brick walls contrasting sharply with the flickering candlelight. The guard instructed him to await Master Cray and then exited, locking the door behind him. A push confirmed his confinement. Being enclosed in such a claustrophobic space invariably stirs feelings of dread, and Crizin was no exception. His thoughts wandered as he pondered the reasons for his imprisonment. Had he displeased the master during the afternoon sparring session? Shaking his head, he dismissed the notion. Throughout the encounter, his sword had never even brushed against the master's garments. So how could he have offended him? What then was the reason? Crizin mulled over this enigma without arriving at a conclusion. Despite the presence of several vents, he felt a mild sense of suffocation enveloping him. Unbeknownst to Cray, he had merely instructed the Mandler family's blacksmith to craft a bed for mutation and had sent an elder to stock the room with food and water. His own mutation had concluded in merely a night, yet this did not imply that others would undergo the same experience. A typical Witcher's mutation necessitated considerable time. Although Cray had expedited the process through his own system, it did not guarantee the same for others. As Cray made his way to the courtyard, he fortuitously encountered a guard emerging from the underground, who informed him that Crizin had already been taken to the basement. This revelation spared him the need to ascend the Sea God Tower in search of his father. Despite the tower's stringent defenses, for Cray, it was home, and his highly recognizable visage served as the most effective pass. Descending the spiral stone staircase, the dimly lit underground of the Sea God Tower relied solely on torches and candles for illumination. Upon reaching the lowest level, Cray effortlessly located the room marked with the red emblem. He pushed the door, only to find it locked. A moment of surprise crossed his face, quickly replaced by realization. This must have been an instruction from his father to the guards. He possesses the key. The old gentleman had given it to him long ago. The fist-sized lock guarantees security. Clay inserted the key into the lock, and with a slight force, this seemingly simple lock was opened. Upon pushing the door, he beheld the restless Crizin, fidgeting like an ant on a hot stove. The moment he saw him, the surprise on Crizin's face was unmistakable. Anyone who has been confined for an extended period feels immense excitement when the door is suddenly opened. "Young Master Clay," Crizin exclaimed, recognizing his master. Instantly, he believed the guard's words, though he was puzzled as to why matters required such a clandestine setting. "It seems this place does not sit well with you," Clay remarked with a smile. The flickering candlelight revealed beads of perspiration dotting Crizin's forehead. The room was not warm, indicating his agitation. With a wave of his hand, Clay gestured towards a chair, inviting Crizin to sit and relax. "If I recall correctly, your name is Crizin Mandler." Clay settled into a seat, initiating a conversation with the still, somewhat tense Crizin. After all, he had little time to build trust with these guards gradually. Time itself is a commodity, often worth a staggering amount. Clay inquired about Crizin's home situation, his motivations for becoming his personal guard, and encouraged him to share his thoughts and experiences from the recent training. Trust between individuals is fostered through communication. expecting to completely trust someone one has never conversed with, regardless of their status, is implausible. Clay opened a bottle of wine. Its name unimportant, for it was fine wine transported from the south. After a few sips, he realized that Crizin likely had never tasted such a complexly brewed spirit before. As he felt no effect, he noticed a flush of intoxication spreading across Crizin's face, clearly indicating he was already feeling the effects. A small swell of pride in his own tolerance surged within him, and he halted Crizin from reaching for the wine again. Providing him with some was intended to alleviate the pain he was about to endure, and surprisingly, it worked exceedingly well. No more drinking. If Crizin falls asleep, any sudden changes would be tantamount to a death sentence for him. Crizin, do you believe with your current strength you can serve as my personal guard? You cannot withstand even 3 of my strikes. On the battlefield, will you protect me, or shall I protect you? Clay posed a question that left Crizin speechless. His face flushed. Crizin struggled to respond, recalling his earlier performance. Finally, he sighed in resignation. My lord, I have disappointed you. Clay chuckled and replied then, would you desire to possess strength and speed akin to mine, along with some extraordinary abilities beyond your imagination? Observing Crizin's sudden, uplifted gaze, Clay's smile widened as he continued. I believe you know that I traversed Essos for 2 years before returning home. During that time, I acquired some intriguing insights from that land. Would you like to give it a try? Gazing intently into Crizin's eyes, Clay posed one final question, striking at the very core of Crizin's heart. As the first individual I have chosen from the ranks of the elite guards, I am aware of your desires. If you accept this power, you shall once again ascend to the rank of a lord. So, what is your decision, Lord Crizin? The title lord seemed to possess an enchanting allure, and Crizin's foggy mind gradually cleared. No longer hesitating, he resolutely nodded. My lord, your sword's edge shall guide my path. This was the ultimate affirmation, one that brought Clay immense satisfaction. He gestured towards the iron bed, his voice imbued with earnestness and anticipation. Then, Crizin, lie down. I shall administer 3 potions to you, which will bestow upon you an unforgettable agony. However, if you endure, I assure you, you shall not regret it. Securing Crizin's limbs and fastening the collar around his neck, Clay firmly bound him to the iron frame. He then retrieved the trio of small vials containing the herbal concoction. Observing Crizin's slightly tilted head, he steeled his resolve and administered the herbal potion in sequence. In the next instant, the veins on Crizin's neck bulged, his jaw clenched tightly. Clay knew that the pain had begun to radiate throughout his body. With both hands pressed against Crizin, the magical energy surged through him into Crizin's being. Hold on. When you open your eyes again, you shall be reborn. The original herbal potion, with its intricate details, was intended for intravenous injection. However, considering that such a technique was excessively advanced and somewhat terrifying, I opted for an oral liquid form instead, hoping for your understanding. End of chapter. Chapter 82. My comrade Cray was uncertain whether Crizin regretted his recent decision, yet now the herbal concoction was transforming his body from within, and all he could do was grit his teeth and survive. Magic surged forth from the palms that released the seal, and with the system's assistance, Cray had become a mage. He had to wield his magical energy to stabilize Crizin's deteriorating body, or else he would not endure. An adult struggled desperately on the iron-framed bed, his hands and feet pulling at the iron rings, producing a clattering noise. Cray could not cast an arcane seal, for although it would bring Crizin some tranquility, it would significantly increase the likelihood of unforeseen consequences. It was painfully evident how excruciating this was. Crizin appeared almost deranged, restless and writhing in agony. However, this was not the most critical situation. Thus far, aside from the sound of his clenched teeth, Cray had not heard any other sound from him. At the very least, he managed to maintain control over the crucial muscles of his jaw, preventing them from opening and releasing instinctual cries of pain. This was precisely why Cray had chosen this underground chamber, atop the Sea God Tower. One must not underestimate the propagation of human screams within such circular architecture. Hold on, Crizin. This was an ancient Valyrian technique. Endure. and you shall become a formidable warrior of the ancient Valyrian Empire, just like me. Guided by the system, Cray channeled his magical energy into stable spells that reverberated repeatedly throughout Clizen's body. He was uncertain if Clizen could hear his encouraging words, but it was better than nothing. Yet in the next moment, his doubt dissipated as he witnessed a grotesque smile force its way onto Clizen's contorted face. He heard him utter, "I can. Hold on, my lord." Each word was an immense exertion for Clizen, accompanied by labored breaths reminiscent of a bellows. After Cray relayed the situation, Clizen anticipated the pain. During previous training, a fellow guard had accidentally cut open his arm, a suffering he believed to be the limit. However, the moment the 3 vials of potion bestowed by Lord Cray reached his throat, a torment unlike any other surged from his stomach, threatening to shatter his endurance, spreading throughout his entire body in mere moments. In a daze, he pondered how Lord Cray had managed to withstand such agony. There was no progress bar for this ordeal. The relentless pain caused every cell in his body to writhe and tremble, an interminable suffering without a clear end in sight. From Cray's perspective, Clizen was drenched in sweat, as if he had been pulled from water, his garments clinging tightly to him, completely soaked. He refrained from touching Clizen's skin, but his sight and smell indicated it was sticky and reeking, reminiscent of his own past suffering. Now, the once frantic Clizen has succumbed to tranquility, resembling a slumbering figure. However, this does not afford Cree any sense of relief, for it does not signify the end of suffering. Quite the contrary, the agony has drained the struggling Clizen of his strength, rendering him even more perilous. Unlike others, Cree reflects bitterly, "The system truly saved my life. Without the system's direct infusion of magical energy into my body, my existence would certainly have been forfeit in the sacred woods of Winterhold." What sheer luck it was. Taking out the prepared gauze from the cabinet, Cree wiped away the blood trickling from Clizen's nose. Bodily harm can occur anywhere, and such capillary ruptures are merely trivial incidents. With one hand, he felt for the pulse at Clizen's feverish neck. Fortunately, although rapid, it remained strong and vigorous. After all, the extensive training combined with the intake of nutritious food had provided his body with a certain reserve. Had he been an emaciated common farmer, merely consuming the potion might have precipitated immediate organ failure. The more fragile the body, the greater the risk. The stable output of magical energy and the rate of consumption were within expectations, though the duration of this process remained uncertain. Cree harbored a premonition that it would last longer than the night he himself required to undergo transformation, though he could not ascertain the specifics in his mind. As this marked the inaugural experiment in the expansion of the Demon Hunter Legion, one must endure, Cree whispered softly, in the cramped underground chamber, where only the sounds of his shifting stance and Clizen's occasional convulsions against the iron framework could be heard, the rest enveloped in silence. Cree had long instructed that no one should enter unless he emerged himself. This command applied to everyone in White Harbor, save for the Elder. The remainder was a prolonged contest between Cree's magic and Clizen's body. It seemed as though he had traversed an enigmatic, protracted dream. When Clizen finally opened his eyes, he momentarily failed to recognize his surroundings. Within the dream, he glimpsed his past, the boy, burdened by rusted armor, struggling through the rain-soaked streets of White Harbor. Yet, he also perceived a vision of his future, a night where everything was crystal clear to him. Clad in formidable armor, he stealthily approached a granary brimming with provisions, surrounded by fluttering banners. Do not inquire how he knew it was a granary. He simply did. It appeared he possessed a peculiar power, for as the guards spotted him, he instinctively made an unfamiliar gesture. A flash of green runes surged forth, and the guard, as if oblivious to his presence, continued on his path. Soon after, the granary ignited. He moved like a specter in the night, untraceable, with no one aware of his existence. As the dream concluded, he suddenly comprehended the design emblazoned upon that banner, a golden, roaring lion. In the next moment, the dream shattered, and he heard a weary voice declare, "You are awake." It was not a question, but a statement. His eyes blinked in confusion, and after half a minute, he finally recalled where he was and who was speaking to him. He sprang from the now loosened iron bed, and his gaze fell upon the countless flickering candlelights, where Master Cly was reclining in a chair, resting and munching on bread to regain his strength. Crizin descended from the iron bed, but as soon as he touched the ground, he stumbled and fell. Witnessing this, Cly chuckled, "Be cautious. Your transformed body still requires adjustment." Transformed? Crizin suddenly remembered why he had been lying on the iron bed, and as he scrutinized his body, he instantly sensed the extraordinary power coursing within him. Raising his head in astonishment, he gazed incredulously at the master who had bestowed upon him this power, rendered speechless. At that moment, he heard Cly's voice, "Congratulations, now you're my compatriot." In a Chapter 83, System Upgrade Cray. On the evening of the second day, following the onset of mutation, ceased the magical output that had stabilized his body. This perilous transformation endured for over a day, inflicting upon him twice the agony he had previously experienced during his own metamorphosis. After a tumultuous ordeal marked by bloodshed, retching, frantic shouting, and a semblance of madness, Cray finally settled into a profound silence, having awaited the conclusion of the overwhelming surge of magical energy coursing through him. Although the duration of magical output remained within tolerable limits, the toll on his mental and physical faculties was undeniably substantial. Upon withdrawing the stabilization spell, Cray nearly collapsed to the ground, taking a considerable time to maneuver himself back to his chair, gasping for breath. Exhaustion enveloped him. This was the entirety of Cray's sentiment. After waiting for the better part of the day, the elder grew somewhat anxious and approached the door, inquiring about the situation within. Only upon receiving Cray's reassuring response did he hesitantly depart. He understood that his help was of little consequence. Such formidable magical prowess, in his eyes, seemed akin to usurping the authority of the gods, enabling an ordinary individual to wield divine power, a feat not easily achieved. While awaiting Cray's recovery and eventual awakening, he stumbled upon an unexpected boon. His demon hunter system, upon the creation of the second demon hunter of Westeros by his own hand, had undergone an upgrade. With a mere thought, the demon hunter system unfurled before his eyes. Demon hunter system, level 3, potions, expand, bombs, expand, equipment, expand, mana pool, 110 unlock seals. Quinn, level 1. Aiden, level 1. Alder, level 1. Ignis, level 1. Yaxi, level 1. Items, expand, servant. Crizin Mandler, mutation count. 1. The most conspicuous change was the newly added servant section. Upon examining the information of Crizin Mandler, Cray was taken aback. The system unveiled an array of physical data regarding Crizin, including various dimensions. Ahem. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. Upon selecting the name of this servant, he instinctively sensed the individual's location, not through visual means. Furthermore, he could glean the general thoughts of this person, enabling him to immediately detect any unfavorable intentions that might arise in the future. Ultimately, through the system, Cray could translate his own thoughts into the subconscious of the chosen servant, seamlessly transforming them into natural inclinations. In summary, this mechanism reminded Cray of a renowned real-time strategy game featuring a device known as the mind interferometer. While the principles differed, the effects bore striking resemblance. If you were to draw a more fitting analogy, he felt akin to the progenitor of a vampire lineage, with the demon hunters he created resembling his bloodline. The emergence of this servant option, coupled with the lineage of the Mandler family, effectively mitigated the risk of betrayal to nearly 100%. When he initially planned to create the Witcher Legion, he harbored concerns about being betrayed by the very Witchers he had fashioned with his own hands. In this world of ice and fire, one could hardly call oneself a noble without having endured betrayal at least once. Yet now, as the number of his Witcher army surged beyond his capacity to monitor, the issue had been nearly resolved before he even noticed some individuals were overlooked. This solution was embodied in a one-way communication device, the Crya, which functioned as a system of receivers with all his attendants. Once put to use, it promised to yield even more surprises. Furthermore, the system had opened up an enhancement feature for potions, particularly for herbal brews. Though Crya had yet to delve into this aspect, in the realm of Witchers, the mutation formulas of various schools differed significantly, resulting in witchers exhibiting diverse capabilities. The cat school excelled in speed and assassination, but faltered in the use of magical signs, while the griffin school mastered these signs yet lagged behind in other respects. This posed a multitude of questions, for different types of witchers were suited to different battlefields, and Crya resolved to experiment with this in the future. Other potions, such as those for blizzards, had also acquired advanced enhancement options, but currently, with so many matters at hand, he had no time to contemplate their creation. At long last, Kryzen awoke, and Crya, disregarding the various impurities on him, welcomed his rebirth with a smile. Pulling him up from the ground, Crya inquired, "How do you feel? Do you notice any significant changes in your body compared to before?" With a countenance marked by confusion, Kryzen sat in a chair, pondering the alterations within himself. After a considerable pause, he articulated, "My lord, I sense a new power within me, yet I cannot discern how to wield it." Crya understood that he was referring to the magic that had recently manifested within him. While he, knowledgeable of magical signs, could utilize them, Kryzen remained oblivious. It was only natural. A true Valyrian warrior, aside from enduring the recent trials, had much more to learn. For instance, with a snap of his fingers, Crya ignited a previously extinguished candle on the table, captivating Kryzen's attention as he observed the spectacle, certain that his master possessed no matches or similar implements. "This is a manifestation of the power within you. Now extend your left hand and form this gesture." Crya demonstrated the Igni sign, curling his index finger to touch the upright middle finger, while the remaining 3 fingers extended straight and apart. After much effort, Kryzen finally replicated the gesture, and Crya made slight adjustments before explaining, "Now, connect with the power within you. Concentrate and release it." Kryzen attempted for some time. To Crya's eyes, magic was gathering in his left hand, yet he struggled to find a means to release it. At last, a tiny spark flickered from Kryzen's left hand. Startled, he instinctively withdrew his hand, unprepared for such an occurrence, unlike Crya, who had thoroughly acclimated to magical signs. "Excellent. Once more, maintain your focus as you did before." Cray continued to encourage, asserting that only through relentless failure could one master a spell. The acquisition of power is not an easy endeavor. Gritting his teeth, Clisson once again formed the gesture for the Igni sign, focusing his attention on his palm. Uncertain of how many times he had conjured sparks, at last, a torrent of flames erupted, sweeping across the ground. Due to the absence of flammable materials, only a scattering of sparks and flickering embers remained. Staring in disbelief at his own hand, Clisson was taken aback. Rising from his seat, he stepped back, only to be steadied by Cray's outstretched hand. "My lord, what is this?" Clisson's voice trembled, as a blend of fear and exhilaration surged within him, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of power emanating from his own hand. Cray smiled, gently responding to Clisson's inquiry. "It is the sign Igni. As for the matter of loyalty, I had no intention of directly linking it to the system. This was merely a convenient narrative device. However, I believe it would be quite disheartening if the demon hunters created by the protagonist were to betray him in the future. Considering the timeline, Ned's downfall in King's Landing is not far off. Rest assured, what you wish to see will soon come to pass." Regarding the pacing, indeed, unlike other fanfictions that dive straight into the main plot, my narrative takes considerable time to unfold. After all, in the realm of Game of Thrones fanfiction, suitable characters have already been selected, and a completely new character arriving in Westeros must find their place. If the protagonist were to summon a demon hunter with a mere touch and soon lead thousands into battle, swiftly conquering the 7 kingdoms and claiming the Iron Throne, how lengthy could such a tale be? Without digressing, it would conclude in perhaps 200,000 words. I endeavor to reconstruct a story through my solitary contemplation, yet I am aware it may not rival the wit of astute readers. I appreciate your understanding in areas where my thoughts may falter. End of chapter 84. Experiment and Conception Igni. The peculiar pronunciation lingered in Kryzer's mind, leaving him utterly astonished. For it was unfathomable that a mere human hand could emit flames without any external aid. Clay discerned the expression on his face and deeply empathized with his sentiments. This was a power that transcended the realms of this world. If it did not evoke astonishment, it would be a disservice to the efforts he had invested. Do you remember the hand gesture for releasing this spell? Clay gently patted Kreiser's shoulder, rousing him from his reverie. Startled, Kreiser quickly replied, I remember it. Absolutely, my lord. Very well, Clay continued. There are 5 types of spells, but I shall not demonstrate each one here. Observing the bewildered look in Kreiser's eyes, Clay wearily smiled and remarked, Do you not think you have an unpleasant odor about you? The stench of vomit and sweat. Were it not for your ability to cast spells, I would suspect my mutation had failed. The demon hunter's transformation also endowed the transformed with exceptional olfactory senses. Had it not been for the overwhelming impact of the Igni spell, Kreiser would have surely succumbed to the stench that enveloped him. It was evident that Kreiser, now acutely aware of his own scent, struggled to suppress the nausea rising in his throat. Clay waved his hand, signaling him to wait. As he exited, Clay instructed, Stay alert. The power you have gained must remain a secret known only to you, me, and the Count. More than a day later, Clay once again opened the wooden door marked with a red emblem. Outside stood the Count's most trusted attendant. Upon hearing the commotion and seeing Clay emerge, the attendant promptly approached, inquiring with concern, Young master, have you completed your task? Nodding, Clay gestured towards the interior without hesitation and commanded, Go find 2 individuals to clean up inside. I have a personal guard there. Let him wash up before he comes out. He paid no heed to the attendant's perplexed expression, wondering what was going through his mind. Understood, my lord. The attendant, witnessing Clay's departure, could only bow with a strange expression before seeking assistance. In the Sea God Tower, Study returning to his chamber. Having tidied himself and taken a brief rest, Clay now sat neatly in his grandfather's study, skillfully uncorking a bottle of wine and reclining in the soft chair before the elder. The Count, feigning ignorance of his grandson's casual behavior, merely stroked his beard. Clay savored a generous sip of summer red, releasing a contented sigh. Compared to the golden wine of Qingting Island, he preferred this one, as it suited his palate. Moderate your drinking. You can consume more than your father did at your age. The Mandler family has a legacy of drinking, spanning 3 generations. It truly makes one wonder whom to blame. The old man grumbled about his grandson's behavior while continuously pouring himself a generous glass, finally setting down the nearly empty bottle. Indifferently shrugging, Clay had grown accustomed to hearing such remarks from the elder whenever they shared a drink. So what about that lad, Chryson? Has he succeeded? The old man's concern shifted from the drink to this matter of utmost importance. Nodding, Clay's face relaxed after a moment of fatigue, and he replied with a hint of nonchalance, Grandfather, rest assured, he has succeeded. However, the process was exceedingly grueling. I nearly faltered. Noticing the old man's inquisitive gaze, Clay deemed it necessary to elaborate. After a moment's contemplation, he continued, The materials we gathered, as you might surmise, if consumed together without precautions, would be fatal. To achieve success, one must have adequate support mechanisms, such as magic. The old man recalled the remarkable tactics employed by his grandson, nodding in acknowledgement. Clay elaborated further. This specially concocted potion fundamentally alters a person from within, and the process is fraught with peril. Assistance is imperative. I spent an entire day stabilizing his body, and from there, it became a matter of course. After absorbing his grandson's words, the old man remained silent for a considerable time before suddenly inquiring, So, after experiencing this transformation, can Chryson attain abilities akin to yours? It was crucial for him, as the ruler of White Harbor, to ascertain the capabilities of the warriors his grandson had created. No, he's still far from that. The mutation merely grants him the potential to wield such powers. To be like me requires extensive practice and the acquisition of numerous skills. For instance, the magical sigils. I only taught him the Igni sigil for igniting fire, but beyond that, I shall not impart further knowledge. No one else can bestow those abilities upon him. Count Wyman wholeheartedly agreed with his grandson's sentiments, recognizing the adage of teaching a disciple while risking one's own obsolescence. Indeed, the capabilities of monster hunters were vast, and their reservoir of knowledge immense. Yet Clay would not divulge it all. Although he could directly observe the thoughts of every monster hunter through the system, caution was paramount. In this world, He was not the sole wielder of magical power. There were others like the three-eyed raven, Melisandre, sorceress, and even the Night King beyond the wall. Thus, he resolved to retain certain knowledge for himself, ensuring he had room to maneuver should unforeseen circumstances arise. That is well. I may not comprehend these matters, but you must gauge the balance yourself. What are your plans moving forward? Cray understood that the old man was inquiring whether he intended to continue creating demon hunters. He had already contemplated this matter and shook his head, articulating his thoughts. There is no rush. To produce too many at once could lead to complications if they become unmanageable. It is wiser to proceed one by one. Furthermore, this undertaking is a significant drain on my resources, and I cannot afford to expend all my energy on it. After all, I am first and foremost a Mandler, and only then a so-called warrior of ancient Valyria. This statement evidently resonated with the old man, whose flushed face bore a satisfied smile. His grandson possessed a commendable clarity, shunning the chains of power. Very well, you shall make your own decisions. Ah, and by the way, upon your return, it seems you have yet to visit the Wolf's Den. I have been managing it during your absence. Now that you are back, you should take a look, as you are the commander of the White Harbor Guard. The old man raised the trident ring adorned with a blue gemstone on his hand and remarked thoughtfully, "Blue and red are ultimately distinct. Those fellows only recognize red." Nodding, Cray acknowledged that it was indeed time for him to pay a visit. End of chapter. Chapter 85. The role on the battlefield as the pivotal core of the intelligence system in White Harbor. It continues to function effectively even in the absence of the commander of the White Sea Guard. Information flows in from the north and south of White Harbor, meticulously gathered by the Crows and ultimately compiled into coherent documents, which have been directed to Count Wyman during this period. However, following Clay's return, command has reverted to him, or rather, to that blood-red gem. It recognizes the ring, not the person, and this is no mere jest. Upon his return, Clay has been preoccupied with his expansion plans for the Demon Hunters, and has not paid much attention to other matters. Yet after successfully creating the first Demon Hunter, he finally found the time to address issues concerning the Wolf's Den. Initially, Clay intended to venture alone, but reconsidered and summoned Crizin, who just bathed and regained a scent acceptable to normal folk. Clay's intention was not to confide in him about the Wolf's Den, but rather to engage him in conversation. The Wolf's Den was merely a place for him to familiarize himself with, and it would be a while before he could delve into its secrets. Seated atop his horse, Clay waited for approximately 10 minutes until Crizin, donned in armor and riding a chestnut warhorse, approached him. Assessing the young demon hunter's appearance, Clay smiled. Not bad. He looks the part. Has his body recovered well? Now that he has become a demon hunter, he naturally possesses basic metabolic recovery abilities. From being unable to stand upon awakening to now exhibiting the agility befitting a demon hunter, he has achieved this remarkable transformation in merely half a day. Though it may not be an exaggerated healing process, such recovery speed is indeed commendable. Crizin felt a twinge of emotion at his master's inquiry, and with a smile, excitedly replied, "I feel splendid, my lord. The abilities you bestowed upon me have accelerated my recovery in an astonishing manner." Raising his hand to temper Crizin's enthusiasm, Clay interjected softly, "All right, I understand. Currently, you and I are the only ones in Westeros with this power. Exercise caution. It is not yet the time to disclose this to others." Given their proximity, only the two of them could hear this exchange. Momentarily taken aback, Crizin quickly realized he had been overly enthusiastic. He scanned the surroundings warily and, upon confirming that no one was paying attention, he breathed a sigh of relief. Clay, wishing to avoid further discussions about Crizin's feelings, flicked the reins and pointed toward the direction of the Wolf's Den, issuing his command. "Let us proceed, my loyal guard. I must venture outside the city, and you shall follow." With that, he squeezed his legs against the horse's flank, urging it to leap forward, and soon he vanished swiftly from the courtyard. Seeing his master embark, Crizin promptly followed suit. Clay was now entirely familiar with the path from Newcastle to the Wolf's Den, having traversed it numerous times. He was far from directionally challenged and had surely memorized the route. Clay led Crizin out of the city. Crizin had never ventured into the Wolf's Den, nor had he even heard much about it. The Old Lord and Sir Bartimus had deliberately downplayed the existence of the Wolf's Den to maintain the secrecy of the White Sea Guard. When Crizin inquired about Clay's purpose for visiting the Wolf's Den, Clay remained silent. "You have much to learn, my loyal guard. With such power at your disposal, it would be prudent to contemplate your role on the battlefield." Clay posed a question, one he intended for Crizin to ponder. "My lord, Crizin hesitated, unsure of what to say. Clay understood that this question was indeed beyond the grasp of someone who had not entered the Sea God's Tower for nearly 20 years. However, the immense resources required to create demon hunters had made it clear to him that assembling a formidable army of demon hunters within 2 months was unrealistic. Reflecting on the rigors of the trials, he realized it was utterly exhausting. Thus, the path of a grand army was unfeasible. They would have to pursue a more specialized approach akin to that of elite soldiers. When had one ever seen special forces entrenched alongside a large army in the trenches? Stealthy maneuvers, ambushes, and eliminating sentries were fundamental operations. In the relatively low-productivity realm of Westeros, with an adaptable mindset, tactics such as poisoning water sources, setting fire to supplies, and assassinating key figures could be executed with finesse. Indeed, the Northerners valued honor, but that was contingent upon survival. If one found themselves at odds with their environment, then a sense of honor could only serve as a hindrance, as evidenced by figures from Eddard to Robb. Consequently, Clay recognized that the training methods for Crizin and the future demon hunters who would join them needed to be adjusted, and for that, he required a discussion with the Old Lord. Crizin was left behind in the Sacred Woods while Clay entered the long-forgotten Wolf's Den alone. With a clear objective, he made his way directly to the tower housing the White Sea Guard. Upon taking his seat in the commander's chair, Clay issued orders to a black-clad guard who had hastily arrived. "Summon the 5 overseers to meet me here. Instruct them to prepare the latest intelligence. I wish to review it." 15 minutes later, the 5 overseers were assembled before Clay, each with a uniform booklet placed before them. The first to speak was Jon Snow, the overseer of Northern Intelligence. After a moment's hesitation, he voiced his thoughts. "Commander, as per your request, our personnel in the north have been gathering in Winterfell. During this period of observation, Lady Catherine and Bran Stark have shown no unusual behavior. I suggest we withdraw some of our personnel." "Provide me with a rationale," Clay replied, not lifting his gaze from the intelligence summaries. "There are numerous subjects worthy of monitoring in the north, such as—" John's words were interrupted by Clay's retort. "Such as the skinning crew from the Dreadfort. Am I correct?" Clay looked up, a faint smirk playing on his lips. John was momentarily taken aback, but nodded in acknowledgement. "As I have articulated, the current state of the terrifying fortress does not necessitate comprehensive surveillance. I have my own considerations." Clay gestured dismissively, signaling the conclusion of this topic. He set aside the tome depicting the majestic crowned stag and turned to the Grand Steward of the Reach, Vicewater, seated to his left, posing a query. "Grand Steward Vicewater. Upon my return, the esteemed Lord of the Earl mentioned that Lord Eddard Stark of King's Landing appears to be fervently searching for the illegitimate offspring of His Majesty. Pray, elucidate this matter." He was acutely aware of Eddard Stark's intentions behind seeking the king's bastards. The dying words of Jon Arryn had unraveled like a thread, allowing Eddard Stark, the astute detective, to gradually peel back the layers and uncover the truths concealed within King's Landing. However, since Vicewater had also discerned this, he was intrigued to ascertain whether the present King's Landing bore any divergence from his previous impressions. The flutter of his own butterfly wings, had it stirred the skirts of the prominent figures in King's Landing? End of chapter. Chapter 86. An imminent storm. The Master of Whisperers meticulously conveyed the messages from King's Landing. Although intricate, Tyrion grasped the essence. In truth, his butterfly effect had indeed reverberated to the foul capital in the south. The absence of a disability and subsequent assassination attempt on Bran had prevented Catelyn Stark from journeying southward. Otherwise, by now, White Harbor would have been inundated with ravens bearing tidings of military mobilization. According to the Master of Whispers, Tyrion Lannister had returned to King's Landing, maintaining his notorious libertine lifestyle, indulging in the city's various brothels. He had not encountered Catelyn Stark on her return, nor had he been shackled and taken to the Eyrie. Besides postponing the inevitable confrontation between the two great houses, This turn of events bore an unforeseen consequence. Eddard Stark's investigations in King's Landing had not been directly impeded by external forces. Originally, he would have been cornered by Jaime Lannister at the gates of the brothel investigating the king's bastards, sustaining an injury to his leg, while the Stark guard accompanying him would have suffered grievous losses. This incident marked the beginning of Eddard Stark's decline in power and authority as Hand of the King. A Hand of the King, injured in the streets by the Lannisters' regicide, while the latter remained unscathed, starkly illuminated the disparity in might between House Stark and House Lannister in the capital. In other words, had Duke Eddard Stark entered King's Landing with not just hundreds, but thousands of battle-hardened Northerners loyal to the sigil of the dire wolf, even if he had barred the gates of the Red Keep and dispatched Cersei and Joffrey, he would have faced no repercussions. As long as no one deposed him from the Iron Throne, the nobles of King's Landing would have no choice but to acquiesce. The law that he who wields the sword commands respect holds true in any realm. A century ago, during the infamous Dance of the Dragons, Lord Cregan Stark of the North led tens of thousands into King's Landing in the war's twilight, leaving a trail of bodies. Cregan was acutely aware of the sanguinary weight that the term wolf carries. Thus, the several hundred men still loyal to Eddard Stark in King's Landing constituted a formidable force, especially considering the decay of Robert's rule over the years. As investigations progressed, bolstered by the tome that Jon Arryn had perused before his demise, it was conceivable that Eddard Stark had unraveled the truth of the prince's lineage. Upon completing his report on King's Landing, the Master of Whisperers noted that his commander remained silent, leaning pensively in his seat, a frown etched upon his brow, lost in contemplation. The Master of Whisperers' words had illuminated an unexpected shift in the circumstances surrounding King's Landing, seemingly unnoticed until now. Eddard Stark, driven by his damned sense of honor, repeatedly errs in the mire of King's Landing, surrounded by hundreds of loyal men, whose presence is undeniably tangible. Had Tywin not moved his forces in advance, sending the Mountain to harass the Riverlands, what justification would Eddard Stark have had to dismiss the loyal forces at his side, even if Robert were ultimately to perish beneath the tusks of a wild boar? Would Cersei confront Eddard Stark with the same animosity as she did in the Memories of Clegane? Such minute discrepancies, when accumulated, could lead to drastically different outcomes. The fate of the Seven Kingdoms now hung in uncertainty for Clegane. For him, within a month, it would be a trivial matter to expand the ranks of the demon hunters to over 5. Give him more time, he could unhesitatingly utilize all the materials provided by the Old Lord, extracting sufficient magical power to enhance his sigils and create 1 or 2 potions to arm his demon hunter squad. Yet, all of this remained uncertain. Clegane did not expect the honor-bound Lord Eddard Stark to calmly remain in King's Landing as the Hand of the King upon discovering that the heir to the throne was a Lannister bastard. With Robert's demise, the Starks remaining in King's Landing would inevitably clash with the Lannisters, but the outcome was beyond Clegane's foresight. At present, he was merely racing against time, needing to hasten certain matters. The appearance of the Red Comet heralded the return of dragons to the lands of the East, and as a potential dragon rider, he must assimilate the blood of the Dragon King before this event unfolds. If he were to struggle to produce a newly hatched dragon during the latter stages of the war, it would prove more detrimental than beneficial. The green dragon Regal and the white dragon Viserion fell beneath the spear. If Clegane's dragon were smaller than they, it would serve little purpose and instead invite considerable trouble. When one is slightly stronger than others, they will strive to pull you down, yet when you far surpass them, they will only kneel and lick your toes. After much contemplation, he issued the first command of this meeting: mobilize the members of the White Harbor Guard from the Vale and the Riverlands, converging them upon King's Landing to collaborate with local forces in every possible way to ascertain the movements of Eddard Stark and his troops. My lord, came the voices of 3 men, the involved commanders expressing their confusion. They were not questioning the commander's decision, but seeking to understand the purpose behind it. Regardless, they were, at their core, men of the North, and the command to monitor the revered Eddard Stark left them perplexed. Aware of their inquiries, Clegane chose not to elaborate, for he could not reveal that the king's heirs were all born of Lannister incest. The king was soon to meet the 7, after all. Such revelations would not serve to clarify, but rather to create greater turmoil. I wish to know the developments surrounding Eddard Stark's search for the king's bastards in King's Landing. Our Lord would never act without reason. Cray has crafted a rather insipid interface, and while the Wolf's Den is aware of this matter, the underlying logic remains shrouded in mystery. Cray's statement, albeit somewhat elucidatory, scarcely unveils the complexities involved. As for the reports from the other overseers, Cray was not met with any unexpected revelations. The valley remains in a state of isolation, and the White Sea Guard has access to very little information. Due to the personnel being covertly stationed in the Western Territories, losses have been notably scarce during this period. However, this also signifies that he has forfeited an eye fixed upon the West. Nonetheless, this concern is rather trivial. As chaos unfolds in King's Landing, regardless of the victor, Tywin's mobilization of forces is a certainty. As for where this amassed army will march, it is undoubtedly towards the ancestral home of the Tullis in Riverrun, a notion that Cray does not even feel inclined to contemplate. Chapter 87. The change in King's Landing. The dragon had long been a source of indecision for Clay. It was never a question of whether to hatch the azure golden dragon egg. He was resolute in his intent to do so. Once the matter of the Dragon King's bloodline was resolved, no one could obstruct his claim to his own dragon. The dilemma lay not in the act of nurturing a creature, but in the sheer magnitude of raising a dragon, an endeavor far more exhilarating than tending to a mammoth. Not to mention the costs associated with its upkeep. The very location for its rearing posed a significant challenge. Unlike Daenerys, who evoked ancestral fears of the Targaryens and the noble lords of Westeros upon their sighting of a dragon, Clay was not a silver-haired, violet-eyed Targaryen. Regardless of the reasons for his possession of a dragon, the nobles would care not. They would only ponder his intentions. Did he aspire to emulate Aegon the Conqueror? Thus far, this venture was marked by a blend of helplessness and frustration, a long-term investment with obscure returns. Fortunately, with the war commencing, the majority of Westeros' attention would be diverted to the southern battlegrounds, affording Clay a somewhat lenient environment. Nonetheless, even with this reprieve, a dragon could not be raised in White Harbor, a densely populated area rife with prying eyes. Although his family could ensure a steady supply of food for the dragon, they could not prevent the leakage of information. This meant that Clay had to seek a remote location outside White Harbor, one abundant in food sources and not too distant from the city. To be candid, this was a lofty expectation. Yet for Clay, the crux of the matter was not the existence of such a place, but rather whether he could steel his resolve. Spreading out the map revealed 3 adjacent islands situated in the waters of Bite Bay, south of White Harbor. Known as the Sister Isles, they comprise Sweet Sister Island, Long Sister Island, and Miss Sister Island. Although nominally under the banner of the Eyrie, the influence of the Eyrie was virtually non-existent there. The ruling Sunderland family, while claiming noble status, were more akin to pirate chieftains, sly and capricious, with loyalty being a mere illusion in their eyes. Once, this archipelago, akin to a pirate's paradise, derived a significant portion of its income from deliberately enticing ships laden with goods to their doom, subsequently scavenging the wreckage. Even though Stannis, known for his unyielding disposition, had endeavored to reform the Isle's miscreant ways during his tenure as the master of ships, the majority of pirate strongholds still resided on these 3 islands. It could be said that should Clay venture forth with a sword, he would likely find that 8 out of 10 targets were deserving of death. Historically, the North and the Vale waged protracted wars over the ownership of the Sister Isles. Now, having achieved near total independence, the Sister Isles ensured that their vessels would not engage with those from the Vale or White Harbor, while the remainder, well, they had little compunction about that. This place, once sealed off, transforms into a natural sanctuary for dragon rearing, as long as the prominent families do not intentionally provoke trouble. The Mandrell family's fleet can effortlessly blockade the Biting Bay, deploying forces to the 3 Sisters Islands to utterly obliterate the pirate den, and subsequently sealing off the Biting Bay with the fleet for a year or 2 will ensure the dragons grow to a size suitable for riding, thus fulfilling the purpose of this land. Although the Sunderland family has maintained a facade of respect towards the Mandrell family, this is a current sentiment, not one rooted in history. The historical blood feud has left the islanders with a lingering animosity towards the north. For Clay, it would be simple enough to fabricate an incident involving a White Harbor soldier going missing at the Three Sisters Islands. The pretext for military action is too convenient to overlook. However, this endeavor hinges on one crucial condition. War must be declared, and the North must be in a state of conflict. Acting unilaterally at this critical juncture would not be prudent. It has been 20 days since Clay emerged from the wolf's den, and although the news from King's Landing grows ever more convoluted with each passing day, the signal he awaits has yet to materialize. Yet today, Clay's concerns lie elsewhere, for it is a day of dual joy for him. Last night, after enduring the excruciating pain of his heart for the final time, he completely assimilated the last remnant of Dragon King's blood. In the instant that the last blood clot vanished, an unprecedented sense of power coursed through his body. He felt the surging of his magical essence. He realized that, beyond Targaryens, a new lineage of Dragon Kings has emerged in this world. His affinity for fire magic allowed him to bypass the usual cost of 300 points of magic energy for the Ignis sign, propelling him directly to level 2. He is now adept at wielding the flame flow of the Ignis sign. In addition to resolving the issue of his bloodline, today marks the formal induction of Raven, the 5th transformed demon hunter, into his specially organized team. Including himself, there are now 6 members. Apart from Raven, who has just completed his transformation, Clay's companions, Clyson, Jalen, Galen, Desmond, along with Clay himself, stand beneath the Sea God Tower, each having mastered 5 distinct signs. Clay has tailored specialized armor for each of them, not the heavily fortified kind, but rather a unique armor that balances defense and agility. During this time, Clay commenced training with Clyson, and, as the transformations progressed, he began to pass on knowledge in succession. They have become proficient in smoothly casting the signs they desire. Moreover, Clay has begun instructing them in swordsmanship and instilling concepts of individual combat strategies. In the future, their roles on the battlefield will predominantly involve exploiting the enemy's weaknesses from the rear, as the localized advantages they create will not significantly influence the outcome of a large-scale conflict. The first lesson Clay imparts is to discard that damned sense of honor. They must rid themselves of the foolish notion that such actions might be considered dishonorable, for such thinking could lead to their demise. Secondly, Clay aims to instill in them the ability to think independently, to accomplish tasks on their own without relying on his command. In the previous modes of warfare, the lower-ranked soldiers scarcely brought their intellect to the battlefield. Commanders, often of noble blood, dictated their movements, leading them to charge triumphantly when victorious and scatter in disarray upon defeat. However, such mindless and undisciplined behavior is utterly unacceptable to Clay. Fortunately, after rigorous selection by the 2 most experienced elders of White Harbor, those who remained were far from foolish, though their ideas might be considered avant-garde. These demon-hunting recruits quickly adapted to their new roles. In the courtyard, 5 figures stood firmly on the ground, resembling 5 javelins embedded in the earth. Clay gazed upon his creation, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Yet, this fleeting sense of pride and excitement was abruptly interrupted. An unexpected visitor, disregarding the attempts of his guards to intervene, barged in unceremoniously. With his back turned, Clay furrowed his brow upon hearing the footsteps and turned to face the intruder, momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the visitor. The water supervisor. How could he possibly be here? Those from the Wolf's Den would never come to White Harbor unless there was a matter of great urgency. It was a rule. A sudden jolt of apprehension gripped Clay's heart before he could utter a word, as a letter carried by a raven was thrust into his hand. The water supervisor, his expression dark and forbidding, dismissed the guard who attempted to restrain him, his voice grave as he declared, "My lord, there's been a change in King's Landing. They are coming." End of chapter. Chapter 88. The king is dead, and the spirit of valor is no more upon unsealing the parchment. Clay required less than a minute to absorb the momentous news that sent tremors throughout the 7 kingdoms. King Robert Baratheon I had perished after being gored by a wild boar during a hunt, succumbing 2 days later upon his return to King's Landing. The hand of the king, Duke Eddard Stark, boldly declared that the heir to the throne, Joffrey Baratheon, was the product of an incestuous union between Queen Cersei and the Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister, thus lacking any legitimate claim to the Iron Throne. A standoff ensued in the throne room, where Cersei Lannister tore apart the king's last will, igniting a violent conflict. Eddard Stark, with a contingent of several hundred elite northern soldiers, managed to escape from King's Landing, fleeing northward, though suffering considerable losses and presently unaccounted for. The new king, Joffrey Baratheon, had already ascended the throne in King's Landing, declaring Duke Eddard Stark a traitor and rallying the nobility of the Seven Kingdoms to apprehend the alleged turncoat. Due to a deficiency of manpower in King's Landing, the Night's Watch was unable to relay messages daily. This letter must have been dispatched 4 days prior, as the Ravens required time to reach White Harbor. Nevertheless, Clay understood that war was imminent. The missive did not explicitly state, but Clay was certain that Stannis and Renly had departed King's Landing prior to the king's demise. It was conceivable that the crown was already resting upon their heads. His gaze sharpened suddenly, and he turned towards the silent Master of the Waters, his tone grave. "Does the Earl know of this matter?" Shaking his head, the Master of the Waters was acutely aware of the implications of the letter's arrival. The commander's vigilance regarding King's Landing was entirely justified. This was indeed a cataclysmic transformation. "My lord, the Wolf's Den should have been the first to receive the news. We are uncertain whether messages from King's Landing have been sent nationwide or when they will arrive." Nodding, Clay comprehended the Master's intent. King's Landing undoubtedly knew. He could only imagine the reaction of the northern lords upon realizing their liege lord was being hunted. Likely, only Winterfell would have received the news. There was no point in further discussion. Clay promptly issued commands, disregarding the appropriateness of the locale. "Withdraw half of our forces from King's Landing, maintaining essential communication channels. Gather the remaining troops in the Riverlands and the Westerlands. As for the Riverlands, ascertain the terrain with utmost precision. No errors must be tolerated." Disregarding the Master of the Waters' expression, Clay failed to recognize that this order should have been directed to the Master of Rivers. He muttered to himself, "I am certain that will be the battlefield." Pausing, he then turned to the Master of the Waters, their gazes locking as he articulated the arrangements for the Westerlands. "The sole task for the personnel in the Westerlands is to ascertain precisely how many men the Old Lion can muster." "Understood?" The Master of the Waters offered no verbal response, merely saluting with a hand to his chest before turning swiftly and galloping out of the courtyard. Mounting his warhorse and making haste towards the Wolf's Den, war had arrived, and the timeliness of intelligence could prove invaluable at a pivotal moment. The assembled demon-hunting squad has been ordered to disband, and they must swiftly teach Raven the magic seal. Clay forced himself to remain calm. At this moment, the priority is to convey this message to the old man and discern his intentions. At the Sea God Tower in the conference hall, members of the Mandrell family gathered, from the elder statesmen, Count Wyman and Sir Marlon, to Clay's forebears, Willis and Wendell, and finally to himself, his sister Wilfried, and his younger sister Vera. The main lineage of the Mandrell family had all convened in this long and used meeting room. Except for Clay, everyone else was stunned by the sudden news. The revelation was so shocking that they had yet to regain their composure. "By the seven hells, what on earth is happening?" The old man emitted a sound he was unaware of, yet truly reflected the sentiments of all present. As Clay had anticipated, King's Landing had not sent a raven to White Harbor. From the outset, a clear demarcation had been drawn between the North and King's Landing. Unlike before, at this juncture, with Eddard Stark commanding a formidable force of over 100 soldiers, he had managed to break through the encirclement of King's Landing's inept gold cloaks. However, the pressing question now was, where exactly was the Northern Lord who had been accused of treason? Was he alive or dead? "What shall we do, gentlemen? We need to devise a plan." Sir Marlon spoke, the first to regain his composure, directing attention to the most urgent issue at hand. "What else can we do?" "Father, I shall gather the troops and march south to bring Lord Eddard back," declared Clay's father, Wendell, whose straightforward approach to problem-solving could be summed up in one phrase: just act. "Close your mouth. Have you received any orders from Winterfell? Do you know where Lord Eddard is right now? You would mobilize troops without any knowledge? What are you thinking?" Count Wyman, having regained his senses, sternly rejected his son's proposal. At this moment, the eldest son, Willis, came to his brother's aid. "Father, Wendell's suggestion may lack some consideration, but we must still gather this army." His health had never been optimal, and after uttering this, he fell silent, indicating that he had no intention of further elaboration. However, those present understood one thing. Regardless of whether Eddard Stark returned alive to the north, a conflict between the Starks and the Lannisters was inevitable. "Clay, you were present when the king was in Winterfell. Tell us, is it true what the message claims? Is that child truly a Lannister bastard?" The old man seemed to recall something and suddenly posed this question. While this matter was not of immediate concern, it bore significance for the future of the war, determining who could stand against the Lannister family. The enemy's enemy may not necessarily be a friend, but having assistance to strike one's adversary suffices. With a scoff, Clay replied coldly, "If you had seen that fool for yourself, you would not hesitate. I assure you, Joffrey is utterly unworthy of sitting upon that iron throne." Earl Waymon furrowed his brow, uncertain of the source of his grandson's unwavering confidence. Nevertheless, he held faith in the young man's judgment. He had indeed heard whispers regarding the crown prince's striking resemblance to his mother and uncle. As the gaze of the assembly fell upon him, Clay rose from his seat to express his thoughts. "Winterfell will arrive at most 2 days later. They will certainly receive word. Based on my understanding of Lord Stark, he will undoubtedly summon his vassals for the sake of his father. I cannot say whether they will strike directly or negotiate first, but we must prepare for battle." Clay's voice grew increasingly resolute. "Grandfather, we could delay no longer. Although our Manderley family has always stood beneath the banner of the direwolf, it is imperative that we take precautions now. My suggestion is to immediately summon the family knights to assemble. Concurrently, we must expedite the construction of our new warships. While we cannot ensure security elsewhere, the Bight and the eastern coastline of the north must remain under Manderley control. This is no trivial matter," he continued. "If we blockade the Bight, will those pirates on the Sisters' Isles not stir?" Sir Marlon considered Clay's proposal somewhat reckless. "Pirates? Once the war begins, can we allow other vessels to sail directly into White Harbor?" Clay's face shone with an unusual brilliance as he calmly articulated the final sentiment. "If the Manderleys are pleased, we shall recognize the Sunders as nobility. If we are displeased, they are merely pirates who disrupt our caravans and plunder our fleets. There is nothing more to be said about pirates. They must be eradicated, without exception." End of chapter. Chapter 89. The family fortune. The youthful figure of Cray resonated with a voice that drew the attention of all present at the table. What a decisively audacious young man he is. Count Wyman and Sir Malin, seasoned observers of the world, would typically contemplate the intent of Winterfell before responding to such matters. Yet, the heir of House Manderley, who had astonished them countless times, was already contemplating the complete annihilation of a family. In all fairness, even the astute Count Wyman could not dismiss the practical merit of his grandson's proposal. White Harbor possessed a fleet that was reasonably commendable. However, it had achieved little in the northern conflict due to a simple reason. The presence of the Sisters' Islands rendered the fleet's position in the southern waters conspicuously exposed, thereby obliterating any advantage derived from its high mobility. For years, Count Wyman had sought an opportunity to address this predicament. Yet, under King Robert's reign, such an opportunity had eluded him. During peacetime, even should House Manderley seize the Sisters' Islands, they would ultimately gain little from it. This family meeting, the most serious in over a decade, marked a pivotal shift for House Manderley, which controlled White Harbor, as a transition from a state of peace to one of war. Weapons began to be distributed, and troops started to assemble, under the vigorous urging of young Lord Cray Manderley. Although the ravens from House Stark and Winterfell had yet to arrive, all in White Harbor understood that the family was preparing for battle. In the Sea God Tower, Count Wyman's study served as a continuation of the family meeting held at noon. Within the spacious confines of the study sat 3 individuals: Count Wyman, his eldest son Wylis, and Cray. The seasoned commanders, Wendell and Sir Malin, were already engaging with the troops. The financial might of House Manderley allowed them to maintain the only standing army in the north exceeding 500 men. This army was to be expanded from that core of 500. Despite this, The combat effectiveness of House Manderly's forces was not on par with the true-bred northern nobility. In a duel between a Stark warrior and a Manderly guard, it was highly likely that the former would triumph. The elder gentleman ignited the fireplace. As the weather had grown increasingly cold, the prolonged summer had finally begun to show signs of an impending end. "Grandfather, could you enlighten me? Just how many soldiers can our House Manderly truly mobilize?" This was a question that had plagued Cray since his arrival in Westeros. According to his grandfather's initial assertions, he could muster 1,500 heavy cavalrymen. This figure, substantial by northern standards, posed a quandary when juxtaposed with the population of White Harbor. Upon returning to White Harbor, Cray had familiarized himself with the general demographic composition, and, as he had anticipated, during this era of scant medical resources, the population was predominantly youthful. Few beyond the nobility managed to reach old age. A trivial wound or a minor cold can indeed claim a life. Such is the stark reality. White Harbor boasts a population exceeding 200,000. What does this imply? Assuming a gender ratio of 1:1, it suggests there are approximately 100,000 men among them. Given the youthful demographic, conservatively speaking, at least 50,000 could potentially bear arms and march in a battle. Drawing 1 out of every 5, that translates to a formidable force of 10,000 soldiers. Viewed in this light, one must ponder who truly reigned supreme in the north. How could Krell be oblivious to the might of his own lineage? Upon further investigation, it became evident that while the aforementioned calculations hold theoretical merit, the archaic societal structure of the Mandrell family utterly lacks the capacity for such a vast conscription. Indeed, the generations residing in White Harbor have dutifully paid their taxes to the Mandrell family, yet the family possesses no means to organize them. It is crucial to understand that conscripting soldiers and merely recruiting them are fundamentally distinct matters. If organization were feasible, the nearly 1 million inhabitants of King's Landing would rightfully be deemed the true war gods of Westeros. What need would there be for Robert to engage in a war of usurpers? The Targaryen family, ruling for close to 3 centuries, without counting the noble lords of the Crownlands, would yield a 10,000-strong army from a mere 1 in 5 conscription in King's Landing. Even Robert would find himself crushed underfoot. The disparity between reality and perception is substantial, a truth Krell comprehended deeply. When asked if he was inquiring about the present or a more opportune future, the elder retorted to his grandson that assembling an army is not a matter of mere finger snaps. "Ask away. I am keen to ascertain the extent of our strength." Naturally, as the head of the household, the elder was aware of his resources. He raised his plump hand, indicating a figure. "Currently, if Winterfell commands me to march south at once, I can muster only 2,500 men, 500 cavalry, and 2,000 infantry. That is the maximum. In truth, I must leave some behind to guard White Harbor, so the numbers would be fewer. However, if granted sufficient time, I could double that figure, raising the cavalry to 1,500 and the infantry to 3,500, or even more, as long as we can afford gold dragons. Those mercenaries who merely indulge in idle chatter at taverns will join our cause." Nodding in understanding, Krell finally grasped the cards he held in this impending war. Knowing precisely what he possessed would guide his betting strategy, wouldn't it? "What do you mean? Do you wish to lead the troops yourself?" The elder suddenly turned his gaze upon him, while his usually silent uncle, Wyllis, shifted his focus from the campfire to observe closely. Krell shrugged. He could not bear the thought of remaining in White Harbor while others ventured south to face life and death. Perhaps a single word from Robert would compel him to go. "Father summoned us," which implicitly addresses this matter. Wyllis interjected suddenly, catching Krell off guard, his meaning not immediately clear. "It is inconceivable for Father to take to the battlefield. One of us must lead the troops south. Had he not returned, this burden would undoubtedly have fallen upon me." The words of Uncle Wyllis served as a profound revelation for Clay. Indeed, the rightful heir of Winterfell had already rallied forces to march south. Could the Manderlys afford to remain idle? It was akin to a gamble, a matter of whether to engage or abstain, compounded by the Manderly family's stance in this impending conflict. "Clay, I must confess, I am reluctant to send you." The old man spoke with difficulty, though it was inevitable that when he met the 7 gods, the Earl of White Harbor would gravitate towards Wyllis. Once Wyllis was no longer, Clay would ascend as the new Lord of White Harbor. Wyllis represented the present, while Clay embodied the future. More critically, Clay had yet to father a legitimate heir, let alone an illegitimate one. Should he face unforeseen calamities on the battlefield, the Mandler family would revert to a precarious state, one that they could ill afford. Clay grasped the elder's concerns, yet he felt an unwavering compulsion to partake in this war. Everything he possessed and aspired to demanded that he rise above mediocrity. Determined, Clay resolved to unveil something of great significance to the old man, tipping the balance in his favor. The dragon egg. It was time for the elder to become aware of its existence. To succinctly convey, once the matter of the dragon was resolved, Clay would promptly lead his forces southward, where blood and fire awaited, and the clash of steel would echo in the distance. Given the altered fate of the old wolf in King's Landing, the trajectory of this war would undoubtedly witness intriguing transformations. I have a tale to tell, my friends. Might I trouble you for a cup of wine? End of chapter. Chapter 90. Breaking the dragon's monopoly. Clay is serious as evening descended. Clay entered the brightly lit tower of the sea god, carrying a wooden box. Although the news of the king's death had yet to be officially announced, whispers of it had already permeated the air. The Mandler family army was beginning to assemble, and such movements could hardly remain concealed. Clay could distinctly sense the palpable tension among the comings and goings within the tower. During their afternoon discussion, the elder had refrained from deciding who would lead the charge, which was not overly urgent, as the ravens from Winterfell had yet to arrive, likely not until the morrow at the earliest. Approaching the study, Clay found a guard leaning against the wall, idly toying with a small object in his hands. Upon noticing his young master, the guard quickly straightened up, instinctively hiding the item, yet Clay's keen eyes caught a glimpse of it. "What is that?" Clay inquired, raising his chin and gesturing toward the guard's left hand with a smile. The flickering candlelight illuminated the guard's face, revealing a hint of embarrassment as he shyly produced the object. Clay accepted it, narrowing his eyes at what appeared to be a small shield, roughly the size of a palm, wrapped in coarse yarn, likely concealing a wooden core. Despite the shadows, Clay's vision allowed him to discern the inscription, Vita and Elvira. Realizing the significance of the object, he glanced at the guard's reddening face, and with a playful toss of the item, he returned it to its owner, chuckling. "Is this from one of our girls in White Harbor?" The guard, now aware that his secret had been uncovered, could only nod sheepishly. "Yes. Her family has resided in White Harbor for generations." "Are you wed?" "Not yet. Engaged. With the impending war, her family lacks the means to assist me, so she crafted this for me." Unaware of his young master's sudden silence, the guard seemed lost in pleasant memories, a smile tugging at his lips as he continued. "We agreed that once the battle is over, I would return with something splendid from the field and buy her a grand house in Fish King Square, bringing her family over so we could marry." Lost in thought, the guard was startled by Clay's voice. "Take good care of it. When I return from the battlefield, I shall stand as your witness." Ignoring the guard's ecstatic expression, Clay pushed open the door and stepped into the elder's study. Inside, the elder sat in his chair, staring intently at the roaring fire, oblivious to his grandson's arrival. Clay noticed a bottle of open summer red resting beside the elder, clearly untouched. It wasn't until Clay pulled out a chair and sat directly in front of him, obstructing his line of sight, that the elder snapped back to reality, acknowledging Clay's presence. "Boy, what expression is that on your face? Has something occurred?" As time bestows wisdom upon the elderly, the venerable gentleman swiftly discerned the unusual emotions of his grandson, prompting him to inquire directly. "It's nothing, merely a moment of reflection." Clay recounted the recent events to his grandfather in their entirety. A command had been issued, sending men to the battlefield, even those on the cusp of matrimony. In the original narrative, over 10,000 troops from the north marched southward, yet only 3,000 or 4,000 would return, with the remainder meeting their demise in the southern lands. Clay had always believed he could maintain a strategist's perspective on the matter of war, yet at this moment, an unwarranted sentiment began to stir within him. After attentively listening, the elder said nothing. Separated by the table, he could not place a reassuring hand on his grandson's shoulder. Instead, he embraced the age-old tradition of the Mandler family, pouring a generous glass of wine for Clay. Youthful thoughts, I tell you, pondering excessively is a waste of time. On the battlefield, it is a matter of you killing me or me killing you. How many truly survive? The elder chuckled with a certain nonchalance, gesturing to himself and then to Clay, continuing, we nobles may appear formidable, but on the battlefield, we are merely a sword and a head. The only way to survive is to slay those who wield their swords against you. It is as simple as that. Count Wyman, in truth, comprehended his grandson's feelings well. In his youth, he too felt discontent in such circumstances. However, after enduring the ravages of a usurper's war, he had long since become numb to such emotions. After a brief pause, observing that Clay had finished his drink, the elder's attention was drawn to a wooden box brought by his grandson. He tapped on it curiously, questioning, "What is this peculiar item? Are you only to seek me out when night falls?" Clay, now composed, took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with determination as they locked onto his grandfather's. He uttered a single word, "Dragon." It was evident that the elder was taken aback, blinking several times as if doubting his own hearing. "What did you say? Repeat that." "Dragon, more precisely, a dragon egg." Clay opened the box, revealing its contents. The elder's robust form sprang from his seat, wide-eyed and speechless. After an indeterminate period, the elder regained his composure, though he had never encountered a dragon egg. A mere glance at the box's contents convinced him that his grandson was indeed telling the truth. As clarity returned, he struggled to comprehend why Clay would reveal a dragon egg, procured from who knows where, to him at such an hour. An absurd thought flickered in his mind. Could it be? The next moment, Clay's words sent his recently lowered blood pressure soaring once more. "Grandfather, what if I told you I could hatch what lies within this egg, and, once it matures, ride it to conquer the skies?" The elder's ears captured the sudden heavy breaths, and Clay recognized the necessity of providing a thorough explanation. Initially, this dragon egg, along with a blood-red crystal, was discovered alongside the secrets of the Valyrian warriors. Although I had no intention of deceiving anyone, the circumstances left me with no choice. I never truly understood the nature of that crystal, yet I carried it with me at all times. One morning, I awoke to find it missing, and within me surged an extraordinary sensation. It was only later that I comprehended its essence. It was the crystallized blood of a noble dragon lord from before the fall of the Valyrian Empire. Only those warriors who possessed the blood of a dragon lord and had undergone a mutation were the most trusted guardians of the ancient Valyrian dragon kings. Were it not for Count Wyman and every member of the family remembering what Clay looked like, the old man might have briefly doubted whether Clay was an imposter. However, this notion was swiftly dismissed. In this world, aside from the Targaryens, there was no true dragon lord's blood left. Clay could not possibly be a Targaryen. Furthermore, possessing such astonishing magical powers and now a dragon egg, if Clay were a fraud, why would he return to White Harbor? With such capability, he could hatch the dragon egg himself and, in just a few years, conquer any land he desired while riding his dragon. The old man trusted his judgment. This was undoubtedly his grandson. Taking a breath of the crisp air, Count Wyman forced himself to regain composure. He had come to realize that if the family possessed a dragon and could command it, as indicated by his grandson's words, this signified a change in their bloodline, meaning it could be passed down to future generations. This implied that the Mandler family would succeed the Targaryens as the new House of Dragons in Westeros. That night, the old man pondered repeatedly whether Clay could truly hatch the dragon. Like Clay, he had become acutely aware that before the dragon grew sufficiently large, the Mandler family must guard this secret with utmost vigilance. Suddenly, he recalled his grandson's fervent desire to conquer the Iron Islands during the family meeting. Being well-versed in the terrain, the old man immediately grasped his grandson's intentions. "Boy, upon encountering the dragon, I swear to the old and new gods that the Mandler banner will be planted in every corner of the Iron Islands." This was the old man's vow to Clay and to the future of the Mandler family. I apologize for any typographical errors. Please subscribe. A brief note, dear reader. Do not find me bothersome. The Mandler family is portrayed in the original text as a house that the North never forgets. Their loyalty to the Starks is unquestionable. Now that the protagonist has a dragon, I note that the old man has accepted the existence of dragons for reasons I will elaborate on later. First and foremost, I am a Mandler, and only secondarily a vassal of House Stark. Family comes first, and I believe this is entirely justifiable. Moreover, my understanding of the world of ice and fire suggests that between noble houses, the laws of the realm hold little significance. Instead, they largely adhere to a simple principle of reciprocal vengeance. The Mad King executed Stark's kin. Thus the Stark family sought to overthrow the Targaryens. Returning to the matter at hand, I do not believe the old Lord harbors an intense hatred for dragons, nor for the Targaryens, who are inextricably linked to them. I trust everyone can grasp this notion. This is a conundrum that every storyteller of the Game of Thrones saga cannot evade. In the Seven Kingdoms, dragons are largely rejected, with the exception of Dorne. Unless one is a recluse, it becomes quite a challenge to explain their existence to family, as this is an unavoidable aspect of the narrative. The transformations brought about by The Witcher, along with the inevitable revelation of the dragons as they mature, will gradually lead me to have the members of House Mandrick accept the reality of dragons. There may even come a time when they can soar through the skies atop a great dragon alongside Daenerys. I find that imagery quite captivating. As a citizen, the dragon serves as a spiritual totem. Although it is not our traditional Chinese dragon, I still hold a fondness for it. Therefore, I kindly ask all esteemed readers to exhibit a little more patience as I, the little beluga whale, slowly sketch the Game of Thrones narrative that unfolds in my mind. Thank you all. End of chapter. Chapter 91. The Raven Cray and the old man engaged in a lengthy discourse throughout the night, their table cluttered with empty wine bottles, leaving no space untouched. Despite the inebriation, the two remained fervently embroiled in debate. As the arrival of the dragon heralded a significant shift in the family strategies, a matter of utmost importance for the patriarch. Cray inquired of the old man how he intended to confront House Stark should he one day soar over Westeros on the back of a dragon. This question rendered the old man silent for a considerable stretch, until he finally uttered, "First and foremost, I am a Manderly, and only thereafter a vassal of Stark." Understanding the weight of this statement, Cray refrained from pursuing the topic further, as it was evidently a source of discomfort. Ultimately, a consensus was reached between Cray and the old man. Cray must hasten the hatching of the dragon before the Manderly forces converged with the army of Winterfell on the King's Road. During this interim, the old man would marshal his troops to seize the Sisters' Islands, providing a nurturing ground for Cray's dragon to flourish. The old man envisioned Cray remaining in White Harbor, subsequently moving to the Sisters' Islands, entirely disregarding the southern battlegrounds. Yet Cray rejected this notion. He aspired to achieve great feats in the south, returning to the north adorned with glory, and then unveiling the dragon. He pondered how the lords of the north would perceive such an arrival. However, he realized that if he abstained from participating in the war, regardless of the north's eventual triumph or defeat, hiding in White Harbor and suddenly presenting a dragon would only brand him as a malevolent spawn of misfortune. Cray had no desire to subdue the unruly lords of the north with dragon fire. Such an idea was utterly distasteful to him. The following day, as Cray stumbled out of the study, reeking of alcohol, a missive from Winterfell jolted him into clarity. Having barely exited, he hastily turned back and re-entered the room. The letter conveyed that Robb Stark, the scion of House Stark, was gathering vassals in Winterfell to assemble an army and march south to the Neck, seeking retribution for his father's plight. More critically, they aimed to preempt Lord Tywin in locating the beleaguered Lord Eddard Stark of the North. Half an hour later, a family council reconvened. This time, their plans were no longer mere castles in the air. The arrival of this summons signified that the North had declared war upon the Iron Throne. More precisely, it was a declaration against the Lannister king seated upon that throne, and by extension, against Lord Tywin of the Westerlands. Joffrey lacked the gravitas of Robert. He possessed none of his father's respect. Were it not for the formidable presence of his grandfather, Lord Tywin Lannister, the iron chair beneath him would have long been claimed by another. Given his inadequacies, even the entire army of the Westerlands would be of no use to him. Cray was uncertain about the current state of the Riverlands. Yet he doubted that Lord Tywin would relinquish this advantageous opportunity to strike. The incident occurred suddenly, catching Hadjian off guard. Although the military strength in Hadjian was feeble, if the Tuli family of Benlu City summoned their vassals, they could certainly muster around 20,000 men given the population of Hadjian. If that were to happen, and the Lannister army launched an attack, victory might still be assured, yet the process would undoubtedly be far more convoluted. Lord Eddard Stark's son, Robb Stark, has already issued a call to arms to our Manderly family. However, we need not march to Winterfell, but rather advance westward to converge on the King's Road. Old Lord Wyman's words served as the preamble to this gathering. Wylis inquired of his brother, Wendell, about the state of troop assembly. Wendell, having hastily returned from the encampment, answered his brother's question with rapid speech. They are all young lads. The seasoned veterans are still too few. We cannot send all our old soldiers from White Harbor. Presently, counting all who are able to move, we have 2,400 men. Wendell shook his head in regret and said with a hint of helplessness, "Time is too pressing. We learned just a day or two before Winterfell, and that short span has made it challenging even to distribute equipment accurately to the soldiers. Given 2 months with some training, the situation would be considerably better." The attendees seemed to grasp the concerns Wendell raised, and none offered rebuttals. They understood that, despite their best efforts, assembling troops at Winterfell would require time. Based on experience, even if Robb Stark was anxious, it would take nearly a month for the various houses to convene before heading south. Thus, we still had time. Having participated in the War of Usurpers, the old lord possessed invaluable experience regarding such matters. Hearing this, Wendell felt slightly relieved. Most of the newly summoned soldiers were farmers, fishermen, free riders, and even small merchants. Untrained, they would stand little chance against the seasoned Lannister legions. Though a month may seem insufficient, Wendell felt obliged to compress the time frame and intensify training for these recruits. However, Lord Wyman's next words dashed his plans. The old lord directly instructed him, "Wendell, leave the training to Marlon. You have fought alongside Lord Stannis against pirates. This time, I want you to take all the family's warships and eliminate the pirate nest in the Sister Islands." This order, uncommunicated to anyone prior, left Wendell momentarily stunned. He certainly knew the location of the Sister Islands, yet he wondered why his father would assign him such a task. The plan was to take that place and then blockade the entire Bight Bay, sinking any ship that dared to approach. Though Wendell did not fully comprehend Lord Wyman's command, as a devoted soldier, he resolved to carry out his father's orders without hesitation. "Father, will this not draw scrutiny from Winterfell?" Wylis expressed his concerns, and interestingly, he and Wendell seemed to disregard the sentiments of the ruling family on the island. It appeared to them that those individuals were not aristocrats but mere pirates. To vanquish pirates, in adherence to the will of the Seven, what psychological preparation could possibly be necessary? Regarding his son's inquiries, Count Wyman merely waved his hand, clearly indicating that it was not a matter of grave significance. The White Harbor fleet would safeguard the eastern coastline of the north during the war. This rationale was more than sufficient. As for the western coast, the White Harbor fleet was at a loss. After all, it was impractical to circumnavigate the entire Westeros. Having concluded this discussion, the elder's gaze shifted towards his grandson. "Clay, during this period, tend to your own affairs. The room at the top of the Sea God Tower is reserved for you. Once the army has assembled, you shall become their commander, and Sir Malin will accompany you." Clay understood his grandfather's intentions. The elder wished for him to complete the hatching of the dragon egg in the place where the herbal concoction was prepared. Meanwhile, his father Wendell would lead the troops to subdue the Sisters' Islands, and then Clay would send the dragon there for a time. This plan was devised for the young dragon, which would not fly too far initially. Once the dragon matured and could soar beyond the Bight, it would be Clay who rode it when the dragon descended upon Westeros. Mistakes are corrected subsequently. Please subscribe, please subscribe, please subscribe. End of chapter. Chapter 92. Above the heavens, blood and fire intertwined to bring the dragon back into this world is to defy the heavens themselves. Should such a celestial order exist, the skies are dark and heavy with clouds, signaling the imminent arrival of a tempest. Standing atop the towering Sea God Tower, the howling sea breeze cuts through the stone columns, striking fiercely against Clay's face, while lifting his long bangs, allowing them to flutter in the air. Clay's gaze shifts from the bustling fleet in the harbor, preparing for departure amid shouts and neighs, to the eastern sea, where the horizon reveals no land. Yet he knows that on the continent east of the strait, a girl of similar youth will soon perform a blood ritual, invoking the Targaryen bloodline and wagering 3 lives, ultimately summoning formidable magic to awaken the dragon encased in stone. Time, however, does not favor him. He cannot perform the blood ritual upon himself. Yet he must still hatch his dragon by hand. Before arriving here, Clay infused his body with a staggering 500 points of magical energy, reaching the limit of his physical capacity, leaving him with the familiar sensation of near immobility. He has prepared for this day for so long. The whispers are swept away by the fierce wind, and Clay hesitates no longer, stepping into the room atop the tower, high above the world. Locking the door, he meticulously inspects his surroundings. This time, he cannot afford to be disturbed. The Elder has issued the most severe command. No one may enter the pinnacle of the Sea God Tower. Intruders shall be met with swift retribution. He opens the highest panel of the tower and all the windows, for today, Clay intends to ignite a fire, and sufficient oxygen is paramount. The room is barren, save for a wooden frame crafted from the most fire-resistant timber at its center. Had Clay not known its purpose, he might have mistaken it for a pyre. Gently placing the blue-golden dragon egg from his inventory upon the wooden structure, the newly awakened draconic bloodline pulses within his heart. This confluence of 2 potent forces grants Clay the same capabilities as Daenerys, the mother of dragons, across the strait. He fears not the flames. This realization dawned upon him one fateful night when candle wax dripped upon his hand, and he felt no pain. Extending his fingers into the candle's flame, Clay confirmed his suspicion. The fire danced upon his fingertips, yet nothing transpired. He merely sensed warmth. Well, might he, too, possess the title of the unburnt? A smile graces Clay's lips as he sheds his garments. This is not born from any peculiar inclination, but rather a necessity. Otherwise, this exquisite noble attire would likely reduce to mere ash beneath the raging inferno. Though he possesses vast wealth, he refuses to squander it on such trivialities. As for his hair, it matters not. The blue-golden dragon egg, even under the dim light of the overcast sky, radiates with vibrant hues. And an instinct within him assures that the creature to emerge will be a splendid little being. Ready at last, Cray no longer hesitated. He directed his left hand toward the timber, and a surge of magical energy coursed through him. Hunter's sign, Igni, torn of flames, unleash. A brilliant stream of fire erupted fiercely from the palm of Cray's left hand, illuminating the dimly lit room. The kindling ignited instantly, coated in grease, serving as the finest accelerant. A wave of heat rapidly enveloped the entire chamber, and within minutes, the flames spread to the base of the wooden frame. The confined circular space intensified the rising temperature of the fire. Taking a deep breath, Cray thrust himself into the flickering tongues of flame. For mere heat alone would not awaken the dragon within the stone. Now it was time to offer the most sincere sacrifice of blood for this grand ritual. With a flicker of the blade, the ceremonial dagger, meant for this singular purpose, sliced through Cray's wrist. In an instant, blood gushed forth, cascading onto the blue-gold shell of the dragon egg. The crimson droplets, juxtaposed with a blue-gold exterior, created an enchanting beauty in the radiant glow of the fire. Though he felt his lifeblood ebbing away, Cray gritted his teeth and did not falter. The method of the three-eyed raven did not specify the precise milliliters of Dragon King's blood required to awaken a dragon egg. Within the limits of his endurance, he intended to use every last drop. Whispers of blood vaporized, yet inadvertently, some of it mingled with the blue-gold egg. Now that the offering had been made, it was time for the surge of magic. The dense magic within him finally found an outlet, as Cray placed both hands upon the dragon egg, droplets of blood falling from the wound, while magical energy flowed from his fingertips. Their shared objective, under the searing heat of the flames, was becoming increasingly fervent. Outside the Sea God Tower, the Mandel family denizens of White Harbor stood in stunned silence, gazing upward at the pinnacle of their family's main building. Smoke and ash from the burning wood billowed from the windows, forming a thick column against the evening sky. Was the sea god tower ablaze? This was a grave matter, especially with war looming on the horizon. Countless residents of White Harbor, members of the Mandler family, hastily filled an array of vessels with water and rushed toward the family's new fortress. The guard stationed at the fortress walls had already received orders from Count Wayman. Unusual occurrences might arise at the top of the sea god tower tonight, and they must remain vigilant. White Harbor could not descend into chaos. Although the truth could not be revealed to them, the venerable authority of the old count, who had ruled White Harbor for decades, ensured that these family guards loyally adhered to their orders. Thus, the anxious townsfolk rushing to extinguish the flames were halted at the gates of the new fortress. They were informed that the family had the situation under control, and furthermore, there was ample water supply within the fortress so they could rest easy. Gradually, the crowd dispersed, yet countless eyes remained fixated on the towering column of smoke, speculating about what the family was doing. As the sole confidant, the elder personally moved a chair and took a seat at the staircase leading to the upper floor, with the ancestral family sword resting beside him. No one is permitted to ascend tonight. It has been over a decade since he last wielded this sword following the Usurper's War. Although it is not forged from Valyrian steel, its presence here signifies the unassailable authority of the family. Any member of House Mandler must bow before it. The family members have gathered. Yet upon witnessing the elder's unwavering countenance, they ultimately chose to depart. Whether they can find solace in sleep tonight is not a concern for Count Wyman. His thoughts are solely fixated on his grandson. Despite the raging inferno, he cannot ascend. He must guard this threshold for his grandson, for the family's ascent into greatness hinges upon this night. However, above White Harbor tonight, in addition to the plume of smoke, there is more. The Mandler family's main hall, the Tower of the Sea God, is ablaze under the night sky, the cause of which remains unknown. Yet, the Mandler family appears to have foreseen this conflagration, and the specific reasons are under investigation. The ink has dried, the letters folded, and placed into the raven's message box. "Fly, dear bird, and deliver this news to the south," someone remarked. "Born of fire, let this blaze burn through the night. Dear friends, tomorrow marks the moment of birth." End of chapter. Chapter 93. The Name of the Dragon. Galisos the flames burned throughout the night, unwavering until dawn. When Count Wyman, filled with apprehension and breathless, opened the door, he was immediately engulfed by a thick cloud of smoke, causing him to stagger back a few steps. His vision was clouded in shades of ash and gray, and his heart raced with an intensity that soared even higher. Yet, as he discerned the dark, charred form lying amidst the ashes and the azure and gold creature coiled upon its chest, his feet froze in midair. Awakened by the glow and sound, the newly emerged azure and gold creature opened its golden eyes, surveying the unfamiliar figure that had entered the room. In the next instant, sensing the looming threat, it unfurled its lake-blue wings, adorned with golden stripes, and unleashed its inaugural roar upon entering this world. A dragon. This was indeed a dragon, although diminutive. The life form before him was a divine creation, the dragon that had vanished from Westeros for a century. The young dragon's voice, though faint, instinctively compelled Count Wyman to retract his outstretched foot, while an indescribable joy erupted within the elderly man's chest. His grandson had succeeded. The azure and gold dragon strained to extend its wings, its tiny mouth agape, revealing a row of sharp, tiny teeth. It was acutely aware of the disparity in size between itself and the man before it, yet it endeavored to intimidate in order to protect its master. Count Wyman felt the situation becoming increasingly precarious. Not only he, but any person in this world lacked experience in communicating with dragons. Faced with a young dragon poised to defend its master, the old man was at a loss for how to proceed. At that moment, he heard his grandson's violent coughing, cough, cough, cough. Klein was not incapacitated by the fire, but rather by the overwhelming smoke. He had not anticipated that even with all four windows of the circular tower opened, the smoke concentration indoors remained staggering, due to excessive blood loss, compounded by the frenzied output of magical energy. Even with the formidable heart and lungs of a monster hunter, he had succumbed to unconsciousness. Only when the smoke had dissipated this morning did he begin to regain his strength, though he remained unresponsive, as his body required time to recuperate. It was the sound of the old man's footsteps and the dragon's roar that roused him from his slumber. As he felt his nostrils nearly filled with dust, he began to cough violently. The young dragon curled upon Klein's chest suddenly sensed its master quaking beneath it. The dragon's head snapped around, its bewildered gaze fixed upon Klein. After a fit of coughing, Klein finally cleared his airways, wiped the ash from his face, and opened his eyes, only to be met with a pair of golden eyes staring back at him. He sensed the creature's thoughts. "You're awake?" Staring wide-eyed for what felt like an eternity, Klein's sluggish mind finally reactivated. Overjoyed, he sat upright, scooping the young dragon into his hands. "This is my dragon." Cray meticulously scrutinized the small dragon before him, leaving no detail overlooked. What a magnificent creation it was! The dragon's body was adorned with delicate blue scales, while golden patterns intertwined with each protruding bone. Its elongated neck resembled that of an agile serpent. Ahem! Count Wayman gently cleared his throat, subtly indicating his presence. At the sight of the dragon, Cray felt as if all his heart had sunk into his belly, and simultaneously, the fervent emotions within him became uncontainable. After all, this was a dragon. Setting aside its practical significance on the battlefield, politically speaking, the Targaryen family, represented by dragons, had fallen merely a decade ago. Dragons were the true kings, a clandestine rule in Westeros for nearly 3 centuries. Upon hearing the Count's voice, the small dragon instantly leaped from Cray's palm, flapping its wings as it perched upon his shoulder. Its tail coiled around Cray's neck, and it emitted a warning growl towards the elderly gentleman. Cray found it curious. He seemed to sense the dragon's thoughts. He raised his hand and gently stroked the dragon's back, softly explaining, "It's all right. He is my grandfather. We are allies." This was Cray's reassurance to his dragon, eliciting a slight smile from the old man. Remarkably, the little dragon appeared to comprehend Cray's words, producing a rumbling sound from its throat as it nestled against Cray's shoulder, curling into a small ball. Having soothed it, Cray finally turned his attention to his grandfather. The two shared a long gaze, and at last, they simultaneously broke into smiles, which soon blossomed into hearty laughter. A dragon. No words could encapsulate the emotions shared between them at that moment. The Mandler family would join the ranks of the Targaryen lineage in becoming a dynasty closest to the gods, the Dragon Kings. When the great dragon unfurled its wings, let the Lannisters await their transformation into well-cooked flesh, offered as tribute to the Seven. Grandfather, has father departed for battle? The bald-headed Cray found himself in the study of his grandfather, a visit unbeknownst to anyone, preventing the old man from attempting to let the small dragon sample the fine wines of Dragonstone. Cray rubbed his temple in exasperation and posed the question that weighed heavily on his mind. What perplexed Cray the most was that the little dragon sniffed the air, glanced back at him with a look that seemed to express resentment for thwarting its delightful experience. For reasons unknown, Cray envisioned a future where he would visit the dragon he had raised, not bearing a feast of meat, but rather several barrels of exquisite wine. The dragon would grasp the edge of a barrel with its jaws, extending its neck to make the fine wine vanish, and then, with a satisfied glint in its blue-gold eyes, convey the unmistakable message, "Master, you understand me." Shaking off this absurd image, Cray heard his grandfather's response, "Yes." They set sail yesterday evening. If the winds are favorable, they should arrive nearby tonight. Under the cover of darkness, a sudden assault will ensue, and the battle can be concluded in a matter of hours. Upon hearing these words, Clay felt a slight sense of relief. The White Harbor fleet wielded overwhelming power over the Three Sisters archipelago. With 20 warships, accompanied by a sufficient number of soldiers, a night raid held no possibility of defeat. The little dragon, like an inquisitive child, ceased to bare its teeth at the old man and began to flit about the table, observing all the novel wonders that captivated its attention. Fully aware that dragons consume cooked meat, Clay promptly cut a piece of steak from the old man, which had already rendered the newly hatched creature wide-eyed with delight. Furrowing his brow at the energetic little dragon, Count Wayman inquired of his grandson, "Have you decided on a name for it, my boy?" The old man harbored some skepticism regarding his grandson's naming abilities. Should he fail to conjure a name as formidable as Balerion, he was prepared to seize the naming rights himself. However, Clay had long pondered this matter. Its name would be Galathox. To note, this name is steeped in the rich heritage of the ancient Valyrian deities, akin to Balerion, Miracis, and Vagr. The name Galathox represents the gods of fire, stars, moon, sun, and dawn, and at the very least, it is far more cultured and melodious than the name Daenerys. Wouldn't you agree?